Chapter 1. The Cage. Qiuying opened her eyes, only to find herself still ensconced within that metallic cage. Since her arrival in this body, she had lost track of how long she had been confined, languishing in the monotony of observing the flora around her. To her astonishment, she discovered that she neither required sustenance nor slumber. When would this existence come to an end? With a sudden click, the long silent door swung open, and two youths clad in white coats entered. When did the seventh door appear here? One inquired. I noticed it on my very first day, did you not? Lin Qiye remained silent, his gaze sweeping across the room. Gentle rays of light cascaded down, revealing a garden. Within it, roses bloomed in vibrant competition, their petals dancing in the gentle breeze. Lin Qiye's attention was immediately drawn to a colossal golden cage within the garden. Crafted from metal, the cage was meticulously polished, each edge and corner smooth as a mirror, devoid of any blemish. The door was adorned with intricate and elaborate engravings, and under the illumination, the exquisite cage radiated a soft, warm glow. Inside the cage sat a goddess, her back turned towards him, clad in a diaphanous gown that clung sensuously to her form. Her silhouette was graceful and slender, her long black hair cascading like a waterfall to the ground. A sparkling crown adorned her head, and her neck was graced with a crystal necklace, while rose-shaped earrings glimmered at her earlobes. Who are you? Gazing at her, Lin Qiye felt a surge of emotions welling within him. He could hardly contain his eagerness as he stepped closer to the golden cage, desperate to behold her visage. Upon reaching the goddess, his eyes widened in shock. Could it be? She bore an uncanny resemblance to his aunt. Under Lin Qiye's astonished gaze, the woman's face flickered and morphed into another. Was it Hongying? Xiao Nan? In a matter of seconds, her features shifted repeatedly, revealing faces he recognized and others he did not. What exactly are you? A deity capable of changing appearances and reading his memories? Ultimately, it seemed she had settled on a favored visage, transforming into a countenance unfamiliar to Lin Qiye. He stood transfixed, his heart pounding heavily in his chest, as if gripped by an invisible force. Her cold, ethereal features were striking, with long lashes casting shadows over her dark, languorous eyes that exuded an air of indifference, yet possessed a breathtaking beauty. Her brows and eyes seemed etched in moonlight, and the curve of her nose resonated deeply within him. He had never encountered anyone like her. Each contour appeared to be a meticulous reflection of his soul's deepest yearnings, skillfully delineated stroke by stroke. Qiuying sensed the presence of that figure before her, and suddenly, an informational panel manifested beside her. Name: Lin Qiye. Incomplete identity. Creator: gender: male, divine ruins, mortal divine ruins, etc. Description: you are favored by Lin Qiye. What deity are you? The youthful, handsome face leaned closer to the cage, a hint of confusion etched between his brows. As Qiuying slowly lifted her gaze, an inexplicable chill surged up her spine upon meeting Lin Qiye's eyes, causing her fingertips to tremble involuntarily. She had never experienced such terror. It felt as though an unseen presence had seized her heart, rendering her breath labored. Lin Qiye merely drew closer, and that suffocating pressure washed over her like a tidal wave, compelling her body to tense instinctively, leaving her too afraid to offer even the slightest response. Who is he? Why does he instill such fear in me? In the eyes of the youth, the goddess within the cage merely cast a cold glance in his direction before indifferently averting her gaze, disregarding his words entirely. Strange, Lin Qiye mused as he surveyed the garden's surroundings. Typically, an information panel would appear, detailing the circumstances of this patient. Yet, despite the passage of time, no such information had materialized. Could it be that she is not a patient at all? Can you hear me? Lin Qiye circled around the cage, but the goddess remained still, seated within, akin to a soulless puppet. Why was there no reaction? Why was it so? Lin Qiye lowered his gaze in contemplation, his subconscious whispering that he knew how to bring her joy, how to make her come alive. Placing his hand on the cage's door, he found that, indeed, the goddess's long, thick lashes fluttered momentarily. Just as anticipated, the long-awaited prompt finally appeared. Do you wish to release Aphrodite? Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty from ancient Greece? Lin Qiye glanced at the goddess before him, and she was undeniably exquisite. Yet, he hesitated to release her. Why should he? She had manifested in his mental institution as his deity, and besides, he had yet to acquire her power. Such beauty could easily become another's goddess. Lin Qiye shook his head, casting aside the tumultuous thoughts clouding his mind. Observing the goddess's current aloof demeanor, he felt as though something was constricting his chest, making it difficult to breathe. With a sigh, he resigned himself. Yes. He stepped back, and in the next moment, the cage door swung open with the wind. The figure within the cage finally stirred. Her intricately beautiful gown gradually faded away, and her hair cascaded down like the night sky, transforming her into an ordinary girl. Her voice was sweet as she brushed past Lin Qiye. Thank you, Lin Qiye. Chapter 2. Misunderstanding. Where are you going? Lin Qiye followed the silhouette of the girl as she exited the room, only to be met by a woman clad in a starry black gown. Nyx scrutinized the girl before her. She exuded a familiar aura, yet something seemed amiss. Aphrodite, is that you here? Qiuying paused in surprise. Was Aphrodite calling her? She gazed at the goddess before her, inhaling sharply. With an air of aloof elegance, her flawless features and silky black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. The black starry gown, deep as the night itself, accentuated her fair skin, rendering it as delicate as freshly fallen snow. The beauty of the scene left Qiuying in awe, pondering the enigma of her surroundings, one moment confined within a cage, the next encountering such a breathtaking goddess. Hi, she greeted Nyx, feeling somewhat bashful under the gaze of the stunning woman. Lin Qiye, standing beside her, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. How could Aphrodite evoke such a stark contrast from the imprisoned sensation? Yet, he found her current demeanor rather endearing. Nyx turned her head, casting a gentle smile towards Lin Qiye. Indeed, only the most exquisite embodiment in the world is worthy of my Danadas. Lin Qiye, upon hearing this, turned away slightly, coughing discreetly into his fist, his ears tinged with crimson. Ah, it seems it's time for dinner. We should head out. Li Fei, catching Lin Qiye's cue, swiftly escorted Nyx away. Qiuying noticed Lin Qiye's embarrassment and, upon closer inspection, realized he was not as intimidating as she initially thought. Lin Qiye, where exactly are we? Upon hearing the question, Lin Qiye instinctively lowered his gaze to meet hers. Her mesmerizing eyes were fixed upon him, causing his own to flicker momentarily as he quickly averted his gaze. This is the psychiatric hospital of the gods, and I am the director here. How did you know my name is Lin Qiye? He recalled that he had never introduced himself, save for Nyx's earlier utterance of Danadas. Qiuying suddenly comprehended the situationo wonder. She had been confined. She was once a patient herself. It was written in the records. Oh, Lin Qiye replied, his breath quickening, his chest rising and falling as the rapid thumping of his heart overshadowed all other thoughts. Let me take you outside. Outside? Lin Qiye extended his hand toward Qiuying, who hesitantly placed hers in his. He began to guide her consciousness away from the psychiatric institution. Moments later, Lin Qiye opened his eyes in his room. He was still residing in the opulent villa of Qingyu, having recently resolved the issue with the school's troublesome snake demon and recruited Li Fei as a caretaker at the psychiatric hospital. Lost in thought, he suddenly felt a heavy weight upon him, as if a boulder were pressing down. He attempted to sit up to investigate, only to lock eyes with Qiuying, who was perched atop him. Hello, it's nice to see you again. At that moment, a tremor resonated through the door, accompanied by a knock and Qingyu's voice. Qiye, are you all right? Team leader Chen sensed an unfamiliar presence nearby, pinpointing it to your location. Has something happened? Both individuals on the bed froze in shock. Lin Qiye, quick on his feet, tucked Qiuying under the covers and replied to Qingying, Sister Qingying, I'm fine, it was just a loss of control over my power. Is that so? Open the door, so I can check I'm worried. Qiye, please open the door, the captain mentioned, sensing an unusual presence. Unexpectedly, Si Xiaonan had also arrived. Really, nothing is before Lin Qiye could finish his sentence. A resounding crash echoed as his door succumbed to its fate, crashing down. Qingying, armed and alert, dashed around Lin Qiye's room, searching for any signs of disturbance. Qiyi, what is beneath your blanket? Si Xiaonan exclaimed, pointing at Lin Qiye's bed. The room appeared unremarkable, yet beside Lin Qiye, his blanket formed a conspicuous bulge that trembled incessantly upon closer inspection. "Oh, goddess Aphrodite, you are the supreme deity surely. There is no need for you to be so terrified." Beneath the blanket, Qiuying was on the verge of tears, observing Lin Qiye's guilty demeanor. Could it be that his wife had come to catch him in the act? Bah, they had no such relationship. Yet if his wife were to burst through the door, the force of her kick could result in a fracture at best, or even worse, jeopardize her life. Whatever it is, come out. At Red Ying's thunderous command, the occupant beneath the blanket quivered in fright and sluggishly emerged. "Lin Qiye, I despise you. If I perish, I shall return as a vengeful spirit and haunt you." Red Ying and Xiaonan beheld a stunning visage gradually materializing from the bedding, with cool brows and eyes, long black hair cascading down, framing her porcelain skin. "Oh, yeah." Two teasing gazes converged upon Lin Qiye, who cleared his throat. "Is that what you think?" Team Chen reported no anomalies. "It's merely Qiye bringing his girlfriend home for the night." "Wow, Qiye's girlfriend is truly beautiful. Come and see." "Redding, she's not my girlfriend." In the villa's grand hall, Qiuying found herself sandwiched between Redding and Si Xiaonan on the sofa beside the coffee table, while directly across sat the culprit Lin Qiye. "If she's not your girlfriend, why is she in your room and on your bed?" Si Xiaonan posed the first inquiry. "That's because it's complicated." "Complicated? I truly misjudged you, Qiye." Lin Qiye found himself at a loss for words, seeking assistance from Qiuying, who, thankfully, picked up on his signal and rose to the occasion. "Lin Qiye is not my boyfriend. I already have someone I like." "Wow, who is it? Who is it? Are you together?" Qiuying's statement successfully diverted the attention of the two girls. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye's expression darkened involuntarily. He could not fathom why he felt inexplicably irritable. After all, it was he who had urged Aphrodite to explain, yet he found himself displeased with her clarification. Suddenly, Lin Qiye sensed the presence of several individuals outside the villa. Observing Aphrodite being shaken and interrogated to the point of dizziness, he promptly informed Redding, "Sister Redding, there are people outside." "Outside? Chiemo, go knock on the door." Chima had just concluded a phone call with Redding, having heard about Qiye's new girlfriend, who was quite beautiful. He hurriedly brought along others, yet upon reaching the door, none found the courage to knock. "Why must it be me?" Wen Qima exclaimed with evident reluctance, pointing at Lung Xian in hopes of persuading him to knock on the door. However, Lung Xian promptly shook his head, signaling his disinterest and suggesting that Wu Xiangnan should take the initiative instead. In the next moment, the door of the villa swung open, revealing Hong Ying's face to the group. "What are you all doing out here?" Chapter 3. Why so shy? Oh my. The members of Team 136 had gathered, and Chunmai, along with his companions, eagerly turned their gazes towards the young lady seated on the sofa, unable to suppress their astonishment. Numerous inquisitive eyes fell upon Qiuying, causing her to feel a bit uncomfortable, prompting Lin Qiye to swiftly position himself in front of her. "Ahem, my apologies. I'm truly sorry." The team leader, Chunmai, was the first to regain his composure, bowing respectfully to Qiuying. The other teammates hastily followed suit, awkwardly averting their gazes and feigning busyness. "Qiye, why don't you introduce her?" Lin Qiye found himself momentarily stunned. He shifted aside, revealing Aphrodite. How was he to introduce her? Should he simply declare that she is the goddess of beauty and love, Aphrodite, with an unknown codename and identification number, who had previously been confined within his psychiatric institution? Noticing Lin Qiye's predicament, Wu Xiangnan did not press him further and instead introduced herself to Qiuying. "Hello, I am Wu Xiangnan, the vice captain of the Night Watchers Team 136 stationed in Sangnan City. The one standing in the middle is our captain, Chunmai." "Hello." Chunmai nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "I'm the frontline combatant of Team 136, known as Hong Ying. You can refer to me as Sister Hong Ying, and I hope you weren't frightened by my earlier demeanor." Qiuying smiled and shook her head, indicating that she was not frightened at all. Thankfully, she was not Lin Qiye's wife. She had almost thought her life was in danger. "You're truly beautiful. I'm also a frontline combatant of Team 136. Named Wen Shima. You may call me Brother One. Ouch. Wen Shima received a firm smack from Sister Hongying. Hello, lovely lady. I am Si Xiaonan, a combat support part-time military doctor of Team 136. The one over there with the hat is Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye tipped the brim of his hat slightly, nodding in acknowledgement towards Qiuying. Lin Qiye, temporary member of Team 136. Hello. Qiuying's mind was in a whirl. What were these night watchers? And was that a stilted hairdryer? That she was familiar with. As for the frontline combatants, she understood a bit about the support and military doctor roles. But everything else was utterly incomprehensible. Once everyone had introduced themselves, Wu Xiangnan spoke again. You must have surmised by now that we would not divulge our information without reason. Our captain, Chun Mai, sensed divine power within you and suspects that you may be an agent of a deity. Chun Mai nodded, his gaze scanning Qiuying like a machine. The aura of this girl was peculiar, neither fully divine nor entirely human, making it impossible to determine whether she was a divine agent or the deity herself. Thus, I formally extend an invitation for you to join the ranks of the Night Watchers, where you can accompany Qiye. Upon finishing, everyone held their breath, awaiting the young lady's response. To their surprise, she appeared to comprehend the situation, languidly reclining on the sofa. I never anticipated that you would uncover this. What have you discovered? The atmosphere in the living room suddenly grew tense as everyone fixated on Qiuying, eagerly awaiting her response. The identity of the Night Watcher from our Nation service could no longer be concealed. The Peace Bureau, Underground. Afu, you may simply call me Qiuying. That is my name. Very well. Qiuying, might I inquire about the duties of a Night Watcher? Lin Qiye gestured towards the whiteboard. Seated before him was Qiuying, who was engaged in supplementary studies. To protect the Great Xia from the encroachments of mythical creatures. Indeed, you are correct. Although I'm unaware of what you previously mentioned, this is knowledge one must possess. Qiuying nodded, finding it quite fascinating that mythical beings actually existed. Now that we have covered the foundational knowledge, let us discuss your forbidden domain. What is its name? When Shima dragged a chair over and settled in front of Qiuying, the morning dew rose. When Shima nodded, evidently a new forbidden domain. He had never heard of it before. What abilities does this forbidden domain possess? I have yet to utilize it. No matter. Do you have any other abilities? One skill is called Spirit Eye Enchantment, though I have not employed it yet. Spirit Eye Enchantment? When Shima exchanged glances with Lin Qiye, both reading profound interest in each other's eyes. Then do utilize it on me. Stand nearby and provide cover. Should anything unexpected occur, you know what to do. Understood. Lin Qiye took a step back, arms crossed over his chest, observing them while gesturing a candle towards Wen Shima, who remained oblivious to the fact that he was not confronting an ordinary divine agent. Wen Shima, brimming with enthusiasm, observed Qiuying, signaling her to commence. Spirit Eye Enchantment. When Shima fixated on Qiuying's face, bracing himself for any potential attack, when he gradually realized that her eyes sparkled like stars, drawing him into a trance. Could you pass me the pen? The sweet voice resonated in his ears, and when Shima felt himself relax, as if floating on a cloud, responding without a second thought. Of course. He extended his hand, offering the pen to Qiuying. Lin Qiye noticed something amiss with Wen Shima. His eyes were vacant, appearing utterly submissive to Qiuying, an ability that compels obedience. How intriguing. Now awakened, when Shima blinked, pondering what had just transpired, he turned to Lin Qiye. Her Spirit Eye Enchantment allows her to command obedience. You were just under her control. Check your hand if you doubt it. When Shima glanced down, realizing that the pen he had been holding had mysteriously vanished, now firmly in Qiuying's grasp, leading him to exclaim in astonishment, "Wow, is it really that powerful?" At that moment, a few lines of text appeared before Qiuying. Spirit Eye Enchantment. Your gaze possesses potent hypnotic abilities, compelling the hypnotized to heed your commands. The higher the divinity of the subject, the stronger the effect. It is now my turn. Lin Qiye pulled away Wen Shima and took a seat. Let's begin. When Shima picked up a pen, jotting down notes on the recording sheet, eager to observe Lin Qiye's recent demeanor. Qiuying gazed at Lin Qiye and activated her skill. Ineffective. What is happening? Why was it ineffective? This is not a game. Qiuying felt a twinge of confusion and resolved to amplify her abilities. She slowly approached Lin Qiye, her delicate fingers brushing against his chin. "Oh my!" When Shima's eyes widened in astonishment. Was Lin Qiye subjected to the same treatment moments ago? Ineffective. The two characters reappeared before Qiuying, and a flicker of frustration crossed her face. Who exactly is Lin Qiye to be immune to her skill? Lin Qiye was momentarily stunned, feeling as though his chin had been gently caressed by a feather. His heart raced, and a flush crept over his ears. Seated in bewilderment, he averted his gaze from Qiuying, breath hitching, his mind a blank slate. He stammered in response. What are you doing?" A subtle smile played at the corners of Qiuying's lips, finding Lin Qiye's bashfulness exceedingly amusing. A glimmer of mischief sparkled in her eyes as she leaned in closer, whispering softly, "What's this? Feeling shy already?" Chapter 4. Not a family. Not sharing a bed. Lin Qiye led Qiuying through the activity room, traversing the corridor until they reached the end, standing before a large iron door. Pushing it open, they entered an expansive training arena. "Step inside," Lin Qiye instructed Qiuying. Upon their arrival, Chen Mai, who had been waiting in the center of the arena, waved at them. "Captain," he greeted. "How does it feel here, Qiuying?" That phrase sounded familiar. Hadn't it been posed to her before? "It is quite spacious." Chen Mai did not engage in idle chatter. He tossed a knife to Qiuying and took a fighting stance with a wooden sword. Lin Qiye, already accustomed to the routine, mirrored his stance, and soon they were engaged in a spirited exchange. Ultimately, the bout concluded with Lin Qiye sporting a bruised visage, prompting Chen Mai to turn his attention to Qiuying. "Qiuying, let me see your strength." Qiuying was taken aback. It was her turn so soon, and she had never wielded a knife before. Before she could ponder further, a gust of wind rushed towards her forehead. Chen Mai noticed the girl's long eyelashes tremble, her beautiful eyes widening in alarm. "I can't do this." He halted mid-flight, his heart racing at the thought of harming her. "Lin Qiye, you take over." Chen Mai stepped aside, having practiced with Lin Qiye for several days, believing he could easily instruct a newcomer. Lin Qiye nodded, gripping the knife tightly. His gaze fell upon the girl across from him, his heart in turmoil. He charged toward Qiuying, who was unable to evade, the sharp blade piercing her shoulder. The thought of causing her harm, she would get injured, was unacceptable. "Lin Qiye, why haven't you started?" Snap back to reality. Lin Qiye was drenched in cold sweat, bewildered by his distraction during training. "I'm sorry, Captain, I can't do it either." He looked to Chen Mai, expecting reprimand. But instead, he sighed. "If I can't do it, it's only natural you can't either." Before long, Hong Ying appeared at the training ground, gun in hand, gazing incredulously at the two men. "I can't seem to do it either." Hong Ying collapsed onto the ground in despair, grappling with the overwhelming power that rendered them reluctant to inflict harm. "Let us take a break. I'll confer with the others about a strategy." Chen Mai's eyes flickered with thought as he departed briskly. Chen Mai was always tough on the outside, but soft-hearted within. The last time he welcomed Lin Qiye's arrival, he had personally cooked a meal, and this occasion was no exception. At the dining table, Chen Mai stated that Qiuying would no longer need to participate in his training, transforming his classes into Shima's Forbidden Realm course, allowing Qiuying to first master the application of her own Forbidden Realm. After dinner, in the shooting range, they stood before a wall adorned with various firearms. "How did you two come to be together?" For some inexplicable reason, the first question out of Lin Qiye's mouth upon seeing them was one of gossip. "We are not together," Lin Qiye replied, glancing at Lin Qiye with an expression of disbelief, letting out a soft sigh. "Never mind." Lin Qiye picked up a handgun and handed it to Qiuying. "Aim, shoot." He pointed toward a target not far off. Qiuying nodded, took the handgun, and positioned herself at the shooting station. Lin Qiye and Lin Qiye watched intently, observing her confidence. Could it be? Qiuying took a deep breath, aimed, and then pulled the trigger. A gunshot rang out, and one face fell dark, another looked puzzled, and yet another struggled to suppress laughter. Another miss. Having weathered many storms, Lin Qiye remained largely unfazed, teasingly remarking, "You two truly are not from the same family." You don't even share a bed. Chapter 5. Before the new recruits' training time flew by, and a few days later, Lin Qiye and Qiuying arrived at the captain's office. Chen Mai was intently examining a document, occasionally addressing them as he read. The new recruits' training was set to commence shortly. Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback. He had unknowingly spent an entire month here. What preparations should we make? I have already gathered all the necessary materials for you. Just take them along. The training would be a closed session. Chen Mai meticulously advised them on various points of caution, even suggesting which type of bunk was most comfortable on the train. All right, we shall depart tomorrow. This afternoon, let Hong Ying accompany you to purchase some daily necessities. I will reimburse the expenses. Chen Mai closed his notebook, recalling his wallet, and let out a soft sigh. In the afternoon, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan took the two of them on a tour of Songnan City. The supermarket was filled with a myriad of dazzling products. At that moment, in the household goods section, Qiuying found herself in a quandary over which toothpaste to buy for Lin Qiye, having been left to choose on her own while he and Hong Ying explored other stores. Lost in thought, she felt a long hand reach over her and grasp a particular brand of toothpaste, which was then offered to her with a magnetic voice. This brand works well. Startled, Qiuying turned to see a tall, handsome young man dressed casually, his striking features complemented by a pair of silver-rimmed glasses that gave him an intellectual air. Thank you, she replied, taking the toothpaste from his hand, their fingertips inadvertently brushing against each other before she quickly withdrew. The young man feigned indifference, adjusting his glasses, though a flicker of unobserved excitement danced in his dark eyes. He found himself curious about her physical form. After purchasing the toothpaste, Qiuying exited the supermarket, realizing she had lost track of where Hong Ying and the others had wandered off to. Fortunately, the area was a bustling commercial plaza with all the shops in proximity, so she strolled about, searching for them. As she walked, she sensed a group closing in around her, whistling and calling out. Hey, beautiful, are you alone? Do you have a boyfriend? Qiuying quickened her pace, only to be abruptly blocked by a young man, surrounded by a gang of ruffians who formed a tight circle around her. Wow, it's my first time seeing someone so beautiful. Their eyes glimmered with mischief as they lunged for her shopping bag, ripping it open to inspect its contents. Qiuying's expression darkened, just as she was about to use her captivating gaze to ensnare them into submission. A few individuals approached from a distance. What are you doing? A coldly handsome youth with striking dark eyes and a rebellious glint strolled forward, casually smoking a cigarette, flanked by several companions. One of his friends grasped his arm, speaking with a tone of respect. Brother Shen, this isn't Lingjiang City. Our brothers aren't here. Perhaps we should just ignore it. Shen Qingzhu shot him a glance, as if to convey, what is there to fear? He stepped forward, pushing aside the thugs blocking the way. Who are you? Mind your own business. The ruffian advanced immediately. Throwing a punch, the young man let out a cold chuckle, sidestepping to evade the attack, and even had the leisure to flick his cigarette before delivering a swift kick to the ruffian's abdomen, sending him sprawling. Just you wait. The other ruffians helped their companion up and hurriedly fled the scene. Brother Shen is so cool. Indeed, it's Brother Shen. Qiuying was momentarily stunned. Had she just been rescued by a hero? Shen Qingzhu bent down to retrieve the shopping bag from the ground, and as he approached the girl, he thoughtfully tucked the cigarette behind him. Are you all right? Thank you. Qiuying smiled at Shen Qingzhu, realizing this was the second time she had expressed gratitude that day. She reached the shopping bag, but found it too heavy to lift. Puzzled, she looked up and saw the young man gazing at her intently, his face a mask of astonishment. The girl's skin was as fair as snow, her brows and eyes exuding an air of cool elegance. Her slight smile was like the thawing of ice, enchanting and shy. Brother Shen, return her belongings. The voice of his little brother snapped Shen Qingzhu back to reality, and he immediately released his grip, appearing somewhat flustered as his eyes darted around. He felt a sharp pain in his hand. The cigarette was nearly burnt down to his fingers. Qiuying reclaimed the shopping bag and bowed slightly to the boy before her, expressing her gratitude to the kind-hearted stranger, as she prepared to continue her search for Hong Ying and the others. Wait a moment. Shen Qingzhu casually extinguished the cigarette in his hand, placed it in his pocket, and leisurely walked around to face the girl. Qiuying felt a twinge of anxiety, wondering if he was about to demand a protection fee. Could we exchange WeChat? A phone appeared before Qiuying, and the young man's gaze was directed elsewhere, his ears flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, those nearby erupted in cheers and shouts. Wow, Brother Shen is brave. Girl, you can trust our Brother Shen not to let you down. I just realized she is a beauty. Reflexively, Qiuying reached into her pocket, only to find it empty, suddenly recalling that she didn't have a phone. She offered Shen Qingzhu an apologetic smile, unable to meet his gaze as she whispered, I'm sorry, I don't have a phone, fearing the boy might react angrily. Qiuying turned and fled. Shen Qingzhu stood like a statue, frozen in place, maintaining his previous posture, with no movement for a long moment. His little brothers gathered around him, patting his shoulder to offer comfort. It's all right, Brother Shen. With our handsome looks, we won't lack for partners. Exactly. There are plenty of beauties in Linjiang City. We don't need to fuss over her. Indeed, it's perfectly normal to be rejected. Perhaps she genuinely doesn't have a phone. Chapter 6. The perception of others and her uncontrollable irritation early the next morning after a reluctant farewell to her teammates. Lin Qiye dragged a suitcase adorned with Hello Kitty in one hand and another featuring Peppa Pig in the other. Qiuying, with considerably less luggage, carried only a small My Little Pony suitcase. They turned back to glance at the train station multiple times, feeling a bittersweet sense of attachment, as the members of Team 136 had become akin to family in their hearts. Once we arrive in the capital, make sure to stay close to me. To her surprise, someone had taken the initiative to cling. On the journey, Qiuying and Lin Qiye playfully bantered, their relationship having evolved from initial awkwardness to a more relaxed camaraderie. Are you still unaware of your own allure, Aphrodite? Allure? She felt no discernible difference. Yet, encouraged by Lin Qiye's words, Qiuying flashed a mischievous smile. Has our illustrious seraphim agent been enchanted then? I'm quite unlike them. Lin Qiye diverted his gaze, his expression stiffening as he prepared to expound on the notion that his affection for someone transcended mere physical appearances. Just then, they were interrupted by the breathless voices of Hong Ying and Wen Qima approaching from behind. Qiuying, there's no need to head to the capital. The captain has announced that the new recruit training will take place in Songnan. In Songnan, a training camp arose abruptly in a desolate suburb. Commander, here is the list of new recruits for this year. A new recruit hastily approached Yuan Gang and the other instructors, handing him a list. What the devil is this lineup this year? Yuan Gang exclaimed. What's wrong, Commander? The other instructors curiously gathered closer to inspect the list. The young master of the Guangshan Bailey group? And 2 divine agents. Good heavens, 2 of them. Which gods are they? Another instructor gasped. Yuan Gang narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the list. One was codenamed 003, the Seraphim Michael. The other, thinking he must have misread, Yuan Gang rubbed his eyes and looked again. Unknown. How could someone not know their own divine agent? Could it be a forgery? One instructor chuckled. Impossible. Those who arrive at the new recruit training camp are not ordinary individuals. The last one to emerge from the new recruit camp was the captain of the special team. Mask. Indeed. Yuan Gang picked up a red pen and circled several names, particularly that of the unknown divine agent. He set down the pen, contemplating for a long moment before instructing the person beside him. Contact team, Mask. At this moment, Lin Qiye and Qiuying trudged along a rugged dirt path with their suitcases. Lin Qiye wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Are you tired? He inquired, glancing at Qiuying, who was also pulling her suitcase. Despite his own perspiration, she maintained her ethereal composure, not a single drop of sweat upon her brow. Of course, she was a goddess. How could she possibly sweat? The training camp is filled with formidable individuals. They may discern your true identity. How will you explain it? I do not know. Qiuying decided to take each step as it came. Even if they discovered her divine identity, they would still have to treat her with reverence and care. Yet, she found herself puzzled by the fact that deities typically operated through agents in the mortal realm, while she, as a deity, was able to move freely within Songnan City. Memories of her first encounter with Lin Qiye surfaced. When she had seen the words, "You are favored by Lin Qiye," What secrets did Lin Qiye harbor that not only allowed her to escape her confinement, but also liberated her from the constraints of being a deity? Lost in thought, a military camouflage jeep suddenly approached, kicking up dust as it halted before them. An officer emerged from the vehicle, momentarily taken aback by Qiuying's visage, his face betraying an unexpected blush as he inquired about their purpose. Lin Qiye promptly clarified that they were there to participate in the new recruits' training. The officer nodded and gestured for them to board the jeep. The vehicle navigated through various obstacles, finally arriving at a grand iron gate. Lin Qiye opened the door, only to find the officer gentlemanly holding the door open for Qiuying. Upon disembarking, the officer gestured towards the iron gate with a nod, signaling them to enter. Shortly thereafter, an instructor stepped out, casting a curious glance at them. "New recruits? You've arrived quite early," he remarked. "What are your names?" "I am Lin Qiye, and this is Qiuying," came the reply. The instructor raised an eyebrow, taken by the stunning beauty of the girl before him. Is she a celebrity? He wondered, feeling a rush of shyness. After all, it was rare for someone in his line of work to encounter stars. "Are you a manager?" So attentive that she doesn't even need to introduce herself. "I would love to hear the voice of celebrity." Lin Qiye's brow knitted in irritation, not only at the instructor's preferential treatment based on appearance, but also due to the strange agitation he felt whenever others looked at Qiuying. Without hesitation, he retrieved a mask from his pocket and placed it over Qiuying's face in front of the instructor. Qiuying remained silent, sensing Lin Qiye's mild annoyance. It was not a significant matter. Why should she oppose him? "Please don't be upset, or I might find myself back in a mental institution," she thought. "Wait, you are Lin Qiye?" Suddenly, the instructor seemed to recall something, scrutinizing Lin Qiye with a look of astonishment. "Yes, what of it?" Lin Qiye replied, his expression one of mild confusion. "Nothing. So she's the unknown one?" The instructor mused. "Indeed," Lin Qiye affirmed. The instructor nodded and opened the grand iron gate. "You two are the earliest arrivals. I shall be your instructor. My name is Hong Hao." "Greetings, Instructor Hong." Lin Qiye and Qiuying replied politely in unison. "Your early arrival is fortunate. I will personally guide you through the training camp." Chapter 7. The captain has probably given up on love beneath a clear sky. A private jet glides gracefully through the air. Inside the aircraft, 7 individuals clad in gray cloaks and adorned with enigmatic masks are sprawled in various positions of repose. They are none other than the renowned masked team. Among them, one young man, distinguished by a regal mask, rests more upright than the others, leaning against the seat back with his arms crossed over a sleek black knife. After an indeterminate passage of time, his head tilts slightly as he stirs awake. With a languid stretch, he retrieves a cloth from seemingly nowhere, preparing to polish his blade. Instructor Hong, accompanied by Qiuying and Lin Qiye, meanders through the training camp, arriving at a dense cluster of buildings. "This is the dormitory area. You've arrived early, so feel free to choose your accommodations," he informs them. Lin Qiye watches Qiuying ascend the stairs, only to turn around and find Instructor Hong exchanging knowing glances. "A girlfriend?" he teases. Clearing his throat, Lin Qiye stumbles slightly, wondering if there exists a soul in this world who does not delight in gossip. He takes a cursory stroll through the dormitory, selecting the most appealing room available. He chooses not to respond to Instructor Hong's playful insinuation, instead mentally noting his room number. The training camp begins in 3 days. Make sure to rest well, Instructor Hong advises. The dormitory, while relatively clean, boasts rudimentary facilities. The bed frame is so rigid that it could cure Qiuying's chronic back pain. She harbors no expectations for air conditioning, yet the room surprisingly lacks even a fan. In contrast, Lin Qiye finds it more bearable. Devoid of signal or entertainment, he occupies himself nurturing his connection with Nikes at the mental health facility, or engaging in chess with Lin Qiye to pass the time. After lying listlessly on the dormitory bed for an hour, Qiuying can no longer remain still. She decides to venture outside, reasoning that in this remote wilderness she is bound to encounter insects, and playing with them could prove entertaining. Somewhere within the training camp, a towering tree stands sentinel, its age evident. The military, reluctant to fell it, has constructed barracks nearby. A slender figure, cloaked in gray and wielding a long knife, presently conceals himself behind the tree trunk, which effectively obscures his presence. In stark contrast to his serene and solemn demeanor, he cradles a bouquet of roses, their vibrant beauty exuding a subtle fragrance. Not far from him, several others, similarly attired in gray cloaks and masks, peer curiously. Goodness, is the captain actually in love? One exclaims. At this point, do we even need to ask? No wonder he inquired about where to purchase flowers as soon as we landed, another replies. I'm curious to see who our captainess lady is, a third remarks. Tianping watches them with mild exasperation. After all, the captain is not a child anymore. Falling in love is rather normal. Hidden behind one of the buildings, the group jostles for position, eager to gain a prime viewing angle. Meanwhile, their captain, now adopting a different posture while holding the roses, is lost in thought. Earlier on the plane, while attempting to clean his knife, a note had unexpectedly slipped from its sheath. Today, beneath the great tree in the training camp, she adores roses. Wang Mian's first reaction was to wonder who had played this prank. Was it Qiuying or Yue? However, he always kept his Qiuying close, making it impossible for his teammates to slip a note inside without his notice. He recalled that they had just completed a mission, and there had been no note on the knife before boarding the plane. Even as he fell asleep, he was certain no one had approached his Qiuying. Therefore, it could only be a message he had left for himself. Did she have a fondness for roses? Could it be that his future self had fallen in love and was attempting to confess in advance? The mere thought made Wang Mian's palms grow slightly clammy. What kind of person could inspire such feelings in him? His curiosity was piqued. At that moment, footsteps echoed from a distance, prompting Wang Mian to stand at attention. He had been waiting there for quite some time. Typically, officers had their own duties and would not come here without reason. This was the first individual to appear. The captain's wife was approaching. Qingyu clapped the shoulders of a few crouching comrades, volunteering to keep watch while they speculated about the identity of the captain's wife. Sister Qiangwei, your guess that the captain's wife might be Director Yuan seems a bit far-fetched, but it's not impossible, is it? I wish to hear something unheard. Qiuying strolled through the training camp, familiarizing herself with the terrain. While wandering, she spotted a large tree nearby. Perhaps there was a bird's nest, allowing her to pass the time by exploring it. Wang Mian sensed the person drawing nearer, feeling as if a small drum was beating fervently in his chest. The footsteps halted beside the tree, and the individual stood just on the other side of it. He decided to take a quick glance, reasoning that it would be presumptuous to intrude as she did not yet know him. Just as Wang Mian prepared to retreat, an unexpected force propelled him forward, catching him off guard. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Qiuying, startling her. The individual stood tall like a pine, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. Clad in a gray cloak, a mask concealing their face, and a long black knife sheathed at their waist. Wang Mian felt a twinge of embarrassment as he gazed at the girl before him, her face mostly obscured by a mask. Yet her bright eyes shimmered with a hint of panic. I heard you like roses, so I brought you these. With determination, Wang Mian thrust the bouquet into Qiuying's arms. She stood there, momentarily stunned, gazing at the vivid red roses, their fragrance overwhelming, and her smile blossomed like a flower. Unfortunately, her mask concealed it from him. Thank you. I really like them, she replied, her fair face tinged with a faint blush beneath the mask. Wang Mian couldn't bear to look at her again. He murmured a soft "that's good," and awkwardly turned to leave. What's your name? The girl's voice halted Wang Mian in his tracks. Sun Tianping. Chapter 8. Why the captain is dating using my name to facilitate matters. Yuan gang arrange accommodations for the masked team at the training camp. Given that mysterious creatures could appear at any moment, and their departure could be equally sudden, the masked team resided in the officers' dormitory. The officers' quarters were a notch above the recruits' dorms, featuring single rooms with complete amenities. As Wang Mian opened the door to the dormitory, he found all the team members inside, their gazes fixed upon him with predatory intensity. It was no surprise to Vortex that he had returned. With a mischievous grin, he remarked, "Ah, Sun Tianping is back." Tianping's face immediately turned a shade of green. Sun Tianping is Tianping's true name. Wang Mian dared not open his eyes, hoping it was merely a figment of his imagination. He grasped the doorknob, slowly retreating to close the door as if nothing had transpired. However, Rose promptly opened the door and yanked Wang Mian inside, compelling him to sit on a chair. Vortex seized his shoulder, while Moon Ghost embraced him from behind, rendering him immobile. Everyone surrounded him, their expressions brimming with curiosity. What is the name of the captain's lady? How did you meet? How long have you been dating? Wang Mian felt overwhelmed by the barrage of questions, lamenting his earlier anxiety that had prevented him from noticing their presence nearby. Was there still time to turn back the clock? Don't even think about evading the questions. The team members discerned his intentions, their faces betraying a menacing resolve. I don't know. Someone left a note for me, asking me to deliver flowers on their behalf. Wang Mian wasn't entirely dishonest, for that someone was indeed himself. Who wrote it? The interrogator, Rose, wielded a hammer with a commanding presence as she directed her gaze at Wang Mian. I don't know. Don't know? The others exchanged sly glances, their expressions gleeful. Captain, do you know who pushed you just now? Who was it? Was it you all? No. We want to tell you. They had clearly seen the individual who had shoved Wang Mian while they were lurking nearby. Seeing that they were still playing coy, Wang Mian leaped from the chair and seized Vortex, choking him from behind. Who is it? Captain, spare me. Vortex squealed in protest. As Vortex could only cry out in vain, Wang Mian turned to the more composed Tianping for answers. Tianping, you tell me. Tianping sighed, but did not respond. Instead, he posed another question to Wang Mian. Captain, why are you using my name to date? Everyone watched as Wang Mian suddenly lost all strength. Trudging to the bedside, shoes still on, and collapsing onto the bed, burying his face under the blanket, engulfed by an air of despair. The others exchanged glances. Moon Ghost, bearing a look of worldly wisdom, approached Wang Mian's bedside. Captain, they don't understand you, but I do. It's perfectly normal to feel insecure after falling for someone. Before Moon Ghost could finish recounting his illustrious tales, Rose firmly covered his mouth. Captain, I sincerely apologize. It was our fault for stealthily following you. The previously assertive tone of Rose softened. Indeed, Captain, your name is quite melodious, though mine is perhaps even more exquisite. The scales were dragged out by Sandalwood and Starry. Well then, Captain, considering your evident distress, I shall reveal this to you. The one who pushed you was none other than yourself. The vortex could no longer restrain itself and spoke out. By the way, how could it possibly be yourself? The moon demon expressed confusion. All right, you have all worked hard. I have no further inquiries, and you may leave. Having obtained the answer he sought, Wang Mian flung aside the covers and leapt from the bed. His previous melancholic demeanor entirely vanished. Grasping one of them in his hand, he unceremoniously ejected them from his room. So, what is the name of the captain's lady? Rose persisted, for if she did not learn the answer today, she would undoubtedly be restless tonight. What lady? It is far too soon for that. Wang Mian coldly and ruthlessly shut the dormitory door. The training camp was vast, equipped with training grounds, a dining hall, classrooms, and shooting ranges. There was a place known as the supply station, akin to a school convenience store, where one could receive new living supplies if the old ones were damaged, along with food, cigarettes, and water. Each person allotted a fixed share. On the second day of the training camp, new recruits gradually increased in number, filling the dormitory building. Sharing a room with Qiuying was a girl named Molly, who possessed long hair as red as fire, reminiscent of a rose's hue, which Qiuying found utterly delightful. However, Molly had a rather aloof demeanor. Upon entering the dormitory, she merely nodded at Qiuying, introduced herself, and thereafter focused on her own affairs, ignoring her completely. Molly, I am heading to the supply station. Would you like me to bring you something? Molly paused in her packing, a rare smile gracing her lips as she replied, Thank you, but no need. Before leaving, Qiuying habitually donned her mask and soon arrived at the entrance of the supply station. The station was bustling with numerous individuals, not only new recruits, but also instructors, creating a lively atmosphere that made it difficult for Qiuying to even squeeze through the door. Hey, that person looks like a sister-in-law. How could that be? A sister-in-law here? With so many people clamoring for supplies, one individual, in their haste, failed to notice Qiuying beside them and accidentally jostled her with her shoulder. Overwhelmed by the force, she stumbled sideways. A sudden gust of wind swept through, and she felt a hand encircle her waist, pulling her into a warm embrace and sparing her from falling. Oh, the underling of Shen Qingzhu immediately sounded the trumpet of mischief, drawing the attention of those around them. Shen Qingzhu shot them a glare, causing them to behave themselves. I apologize for my earlier outburst. Yes, I'm sorry for disturbing everyone. The underlings, unfazed by the disdain and scorn directed at them, remained composed, steadying herself with the help of the hand before her. Qiuying looked up and recognized the person who had rescued her from the ruffians earlier. She expressed her gratitude, feeling the well-defined muscles in her hand gradually stiffen. As she became aware of where her hand rested at that moment, she swiftly leaped from Shen Qingzhu's embrace, her heart lingering on the delightful revelation that he possessed abs. Shen Qingzhu chuckled softly. It was indeed her. Ever since their encounter, he had been utterly enchanted, frequently passing by the entrance of that supermarket, hoping to catch a glimpse of her. Sometimes he would lose his mind and, in the dead of night, continue the saga of his 114 love letters, penning an astonishing 20 chapters in one sitting. He hadn't even asked her name yet. I am Shen Qingzhu. Since fate has brought us together here, I hope we can look out for each other in the future. Wow, when did Brother Shen become so eloquent? Look out for each other indeed. A younger companion mused before promptly silencing himself under Shen Qingzhu's piercing gaze. I am Qiuying. Thank you once again for saving me. It's nothing, Shen Qingzhu replied, shyly scratching the back of his head. Suddenly, he retrieved a packaged box from his pocket, revealing a brand new mobile phone. You mentioned you didn't have a phone, so I thought this one seemed quite affordable and decided to get it for you. The younger companion's eyes widened in astonishment. Affordable? This was something Brother Shen saved for months to buy. No wonder Shen Qingzhu had been so distracted since that day. He had been lingering at the supermarket with the intention of gifting his sister-in-law a phone. Qiuying stared at the box in disbelief. Was he truly just giving this to her? The expression on his face remained somewhat displeased, yet his eyes sparkled with anticipation. If you don't like it, feel free to toss it away, he added, seemingly fearful of her rejection. Qiuying felt a twinge of conflict. Would he be heartbroken if she declined? Ultimately, she accepted the box and, wishing to express her gratitude, conjured a golden rose from behind her back. Please accept this as a token of my appreciation. Shen Qingzhu took the golden rose, inspecting it from various angles, his eyes glimmering with excitement. So, can we exchange WeChat now? After bidding farewell to Qiuying as she returned to her dormitory, Shen Qingzhu turned away, his spirits lifted. Brother Shen, what did your sister-in-law just give you? Let me see. He proudly displayed the rose in front of his companion, wary of placing it in his pocket, lest it be damaged. Wow, could it be solid gold? The golden rose shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. Regardless of whether it was pure gold or merely gilded, it symbolized love. Chapter 9. The masked squad. The training camp is devoid of signal, leaving Qiuying with no choice but to save Shen Qingzhu's WeChat ID in her notes, intending to add her once they are back in signal range. Lying in bed, she cherishes her phone, grateful to the kind-hearted person who ensured her future would not be dull. Outside the dormitory, a commotion ensues, with a voice booming, "Comrades, I brought some local specialties from my hometown." The source of such loudness is unclear, yet Qiuying can hear it distinctly from her room. Moments later, Molly enters, her expression stoic. Curious, Qiuying inquires about the source of the noise. A rotund fellow, only capable of flaunting his wealth, is distributing watches outside. Distributing watches? Perhaps she should join in, but just as she is about to step out, the furious roar of Instructor Hong resounds. Don't think that just because the training hasn't commenced, you can act recklessly. Assemble at the training ground at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Startled, Qiuying retreats back into the dormitory. Around 1:40 p.m., she and Molly have donned their military uniforms and make their way to the training field. Most of the participants have gathered, casually standing around, as there is no formal line. This time, Qiuying has opted not to wear a mask, as the disposable one gifted by Lin Qiye has been reused numerous times in the past few days, rendering it unsanitary. On the demonstration platform stand over 20 instructors, each upright and exuding confidence. "Why aren't you wearing a mask?" a voice inquires, and Qiuying turns to find Lin Qiye standing beside her. "Because I'm unwell." "Very well," he sighs, oblivious to his own charm. "Qiye, who is she?" Quite stunning. He glances at the plump individual with a blank expression. "My friend." Suddenly, an instructor behind Yuan Gang bellows, "Stand at attention." The area falls silent, and although the ranks are still not perfectly aligned, they're significantly improved from their previous disarray. Yuan Gang, who has been observing them for some time, finally speaks. "I know you are all geniuses from across the Great Xia, but right now, you are nothing but waste. Trash. If you wish to become true night watchmen, you are not yet worthy." His voice booms like thunder, growing louder with each word. Some new recruits feel their faces flush with shame. After all, being labeled as waste and trash is hardly flattering. "What? Do you dissent?" Yuan Gang stands elevated, surveying the expressions of all. He notices some with furrowed brows, their faces clearly expressing defiance. With a cold chuckle, he continues, "In your current state, even if you reach a higher realm, you will still be merely slightly improved waste. When faced with a true powerhouse, you wouldn't withstand a single blow." Do you believe it? Qiuying finally understands that Colonel Yuan Gang is employing a tactic of provocation. Recognizing the intent behind his words, she finds herself less affected. Yet, among the crowd, some are flushed with anger, glaring furiously at Yuan Gang. "I don't believe it." At that moment, a languid voice abruptly broke the silence. Shen Qingzhu, with a face full of mockery, chewed gum nonchalantly, his military uniform unbuttoned and flaring open, his cap worn askew. "Oh, what is your name?" Yuan Gang inquired with keen interest. "Shen Qingzhu. Is there anyone who dares to dispute that?" One individual raised a hand, followed by many others, voicing their dissent. Qiuying turned to her companion, Molly, who remained expressionless and silent, as if the words spoken were mere flatulence in her presence. She overheard a chubby boy asking Lin Qiye if he was in agreement, to which Lin Qiye's expression fluctuated before he conceded. Yuan Gang, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, declared that they should reveal themselves and retrieved a walkie-talkie from his pocket. "Let the show begin." Upon finishing his words, he cast his gaze to the sky. "Look, something's up there." All eyes turned skyward, where several dark figures were gradually enlarging. There were 7 of them, clad in gray cloaks and adorned with various masks. They descended without any protective gear, free-falling through the air. As the 7 approached, a new recruit gasped. "It's the mask team, the legendary mask team among the 4 special teams? Is this for real?" Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, a gentle flick of Tianxing's finger caused the gravity around them to vanish, allowing everyone to stand steady on the platform. Wang Mian's attention was suddenly captured by a girl who was also gazing at him. He felt a rush of blood to his face, warmth enveloping him. Had it not been for the mask obscuring his features, he would have been quite embarrassed. Wang Mian quickly averted his gaze, noticing that no one else seemed to find anything unusual. She wasn't wearing a mask today. To his surprise, an even more awkward moment awaited him. "We are the mask team." With a thud, beside him, Vortex's legs buckled. "Vortex of the mask team. Wishing you all an early Happy New Year." The expressions of those around varied, the new recruits cringing in embarrassment, questioning if this was truly the legendary mask team. Lin Qiye's gaze fell on Wang Mian, the foremost of the 7, sensing the aura of authority he emanated. Qiuying too felt it. He was the one who had given her roses back then, something sweet perhaps. So, he was indeed part of the mask team. Perhaps they were all agents of the divine. Wang Mian and Lin Qiye's eyes met briefly before they instinctively looked away. "We are the special team, mask." The crowd gasped. And seizing the fervent atmosphere, Yuan Gang continued. "It is now 2 in the afternoon. From now until 9 tonight. If you can unmask any member of the mask team, you will be victorious. If you win." The audience erupted in excitement. "7 of you are unnecessary. 5 of us can take you down." With Wang Mian's words, 2 members of the mask team followed the instructor off the stage. The scene instantly erupted, with everyone fiercely responding to Wang Mian's provocation, creating a tumultuous atmosphere. Once all unrelated personnel departed, only the new recruits and the remaining 5 members of the mask team remained. When do we begin? A person posed a question, and in the next moment, that individual soared into the air. The journey has now commenced. Chapter 10. Not allowing anyone to hide, Qiuying had yet to fully comprehend the situation when the arena erupted into chaos. An array of elemental assaults converging upon the masked team. Suddenly, she felt a firm grip on her wrist, yanking her away as they sprinted towards a distance. The person moved with astonishing speed, and beside them, Molly merely sensed a gust of wind as her roommate was whisked away. Along the way, the voice of the chubby boy echoed, "Qiye, what are you doing? We need to join in. We have no weapons. Going in now would be tantamount to seeking death." Lin Qiye exclaimed, dragging both of them away from the battlefield at a frantic pace. "Molly, there is no time to worry about her now." Meanwhile, a deep violet vortex manifested in the air, absorbing all attacks directed at it. A massive pink hammer appeared seemingly from thin air, sending the new recruits flying. As they ran, Lin Qiye released their hands. The trio glanced back, and the battlefield was unrecognizable, their throats dry and cold sweat trickling down their backs. Fortunately, Lin Qiye was not the only one with sense. As he led them away, others also began to realize the urgency, dashing out in a frenzy. From within the smoke, 5 cloaked figures emerged, the vortex observing the fallen recruits with a sinister grin. "Quite simple," it remarked. "Do not let your guard down." Wang Mian's gaze shifted to a nearby figure. The divine agent had yet to make a move. "By the way, where's the captain's lady?" The vortex surveyed its surroundings, still too embarrassed to raise its head after the earlier mishap. "I just saw her. Truly, she is as stunning as a celestial being." Moon Ghost's eyes darted around as he effortlessly spotted the girl standing in the back. "Is that real? Let me meet her." The vortex, intrigued, decided to seek out this enchanting captain's lady first. "Wait, let me go. I relish battling beautiful women," Moon Ghost chimed in eagerly. "I am Sun Tianping. Allow me to go." Tianping interjected calmly from the side. Rose's fists clenched, dismayed that these seniors were lacking decorum. "What is the point of you boys fighting against girls? The battlefield for women should rightly belong to them." Just as another argument was poised to ignite, Wang Mian interjected tactfully. "Our objective is the warehouse. Moon Ghost, you block the door while the 3 of you flank." "Understood." Moon Ghost's figure flickered as he reluctantly departed. As the vortex stepped forward, it realized the captain had only instructed 3 to flank. "What about you, Captain?" Before Wang Mian could respond, Rose had already grabbed the vortex and Tianping, hastily retreating. She inwardly cursed the vortex for its foolishness. What else could the captain be doing? Lin Qiye and his companions arrived at the warehouse entrance, which stood firmly shut. "Weren't we supposed to come here for weapons? Why is the door still closed?" Bai Li, the chubby boy, queried in confusion. Lin Qiye, somewhat exasperated, replied, "Who said the door would be open for us?" The door appeared to be made of an unknown, sturdy material. "What is your forbidden realm?" Lin Qiye inquired of Bailey Pangpang, who confidently replied, "I do not possess the forbidden ruins." Bailey Pangpang then turned his gaze towards Qiuying. "As for this beautiful lady, she surely does not utilize the forbidden ruins." Lin Qiye instinctively leaned forward, obstructing Bailey Pangpang's line of sight. With a look of suspicion, Bailey Pangpang scrutinized the 2 of them, relying on his instinct as a man. He was certain that Lin Qiye harbored an affection for the stunning beauty. Lin Qiye sighed, troubled by the fact that his forbidden ruins lacked the capacity for widespread destruction. "Step aside." A familiar voice resonated, prompting Qiuying to glance back. A tall figure approached, her roommate, Molly. Molly cast a fleeting glance at Bailey Pangpang and nodded slightly to them, introducing herself. She then placed her palm against the door, causing the warehouse to tremble as numerous crevices appeared on its surface. With a swift kick, Molly shattered the door into several collapsing segments. As they entered the warehouse, Lin Qiye couldn't help but commend impressive destructive power. Suddenly, he felt Bailey Pangpang sidle up beside him, winking and murmuring, "Cha, don't you think she's quite stunning?" Lin Qiye wore an expression that suggested he did not wish to engage in such discussions. But to his surprise, Qiuying leaned closer. "I think so too, Pangpang. You have a good eye." Lin Qiye sighed in resignation, pondering, "My friends, is this truly the moment for such conversations?" He approached the weapon rack and selected a straight sword. After surveying the area, he moved to the hot weapons rack and retrieved a handgun for Qiuying. Lin Qiye was acutely aware of her marksmanship. After a moment of contemplation, he gestured towards the outside. "You should hide outside the warehouse, preferably at a considerable distance. If danger arises, fire your weapon." "Why?" Qiuying looked at him in confusion, reasoning that remaining close to them would be safer. "There is a girl in the masked squad whose weapon can enlarge. With her around, this warehouse is far from secure. Hurry now. If it's so unsafe, why not have her hide as well?" Bailey Pang Pang teased, mimicking a girl's voice. Lin Qiye rolled his eyes internally, ignoring him and instead engaging with Molly, who happened to pass by. "I am Lin Qiye." "Oh." Chapter 11. Regrettably, you cannot leave. The armory was opened, and a number of recruits rushed in to seize their weapons. Along the way, they inevitably encountered Qiuying, whose visage captivated various gazes. Some were overt, while others concealed ulterior motives. A few audacious individuals, appearing to be a group, approached Qiuying with grins, inquiring, "My lady, are you alone? Would you care to join us?" Inside the warehouse, Molly reacted with remarkable speed, performing a swift somersault. Her sharp eyes scanned the surroundings, exuding an intense aura. In the midst of the chaos, a glimmering short sword emerged, clashing against Lin Qiye's straight blade with a piercing sound. A man donning a crescent moon mask gradually materialized. Astonished as he regarded Lin Qiye, "You can see me?" he queried. "By a stroke of luck, yes." Only the moon ghost remained unmasked, as the other recruits encircled him, brandishing an array of weapons and forbidden relics. If they could unveil his identity, victory would be theirs. Outside, Qiuying finally sensed something amiss. She turned her gaze towards the interior of the warehouse, where a gray figure flitted like a specter among the recruits, but upon encountering Lin Qiye, it was compelled to reveal itself. As the moon ghost was unmasked, a barrage of assaults was unleashed upon him. Cursing vehemently, he could barely defend himself, relying solely on the powers of moonlight and his extensive battle experience. "What are you four buffoons doing? Weren't we supposed to fight as a team?" he grumbled while evading attacks. "My lady, have you made your decision?" The trio blocking Qiuying's path adjusted to obstruct her every move. Their quarrel seemed disconnected from the heated battle within the warehouse. Perhaps, in their minds, the beauty took precedence. No sooner had they spoken than 3 stones flew from a distance, striking their foreheads and rendering them unconscious. On the eastern rooftop, a figure quietly appeared. The moment he manifested, Lin Qiye immediately recognized him as a man wearing a scale mask. TSK. Lin Qiye's gaze involuntarily shifted towards Qiuying, his brow furrowing. Yet, considering her divine nature, he believed she would not be easily harmed. Double the gravity. The man on the eastern roof clapped his hands, and under the weight of gravity, everyone felt an oppressive heaviness. Their movements slowed significantly. "If you had been a moment later, I would have been overwhelmed," the moon ghost exhaled in relief. "You are truly pathetic, moon ghost." The figure from the south approached leisurely. Rose's silhouette materialized in the west, brandishing a small hammer that instantly expanded to the height of 3 stories. Should it strike down, the warehouse would be utterly obliterated. Qiuying gazed at the colossal hammer, her eyes nearly bulging. If it were to fall upon her, she would be reduced to mere dust. This was no place to linger. Just as Qiuying took a step, her face collided with a broad chest. Wang Mian stood before her, hands casually tucked into his pockets, having appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Beneath the mask, the expression of his face remained inscrutable. He stood tall, with Qiuying barely reaching his shoulder, his shadow enveloping her like a small hill. He bent down to face Qiuying, his tone gentle. "Regrettably, you cannot leave, for you are surrounded by us." For individuals encircled nearly 40 others? While it sounded absurd, the newly enlisted soldiers present did not perceive it as a jest. Lin Qiye's gaze grew serious, and both Molly and the chubby one turned to him, their eyes silently inquiring about their next course of action. "With just a few of us, we cannot hope to prevail. We must identify a direction and charge forth together. Lin Qiye raised his voice intentionally, ensuring all the new recruits could hear him clearly. When that person on the rooftop makes a move, we will rush towards the woman in the west. The recruits exchanged glances, each understanding the unspoken plan. Rose scoffed, having little patience for stereotypes. Just because she was female did not mean she was the weakest in the team. Hello, we meet again. Through various trials, Qiuying discerned that the man before her was the strongest in this place. Even with his realm suppressed to the level of a mere cup, he cannot be underestimated. In the underground base of the training camp, the instructors sat before an array of screens, each holding a stack of documents. Oh, the captain of MAST still finds time to chat, one instructor remarked, unable to contain himself. You shouldn't criticize him. If it were you, you would have long since lost control and howled like a dog, another instructor teased. It's rare to see someone so beautiful. Is her name Qiuying? Ahem. Yuan Gang interrupted their banter, holding Qiuying's file. This girl was particularly peculiar. Her family background was untraceable, and her academic records were non-existent. The only detail in her profile read, discovered on a certain date, suspected divine agent, deity, unknown. Focus on this girl. Let us observe her intentions, Yuan Gang pondered, furrowing his brow. Who exactly was she, and what was her purpose here? He was not concerned about her causing any disturbance, for many experts were stationed here, and if necessary, there was the MAST team to handle any supernatural threats, perfectly suited for the task. Understood. The instructors rejoiced inwardly, finally able to observe her openly. Chapter 12. Who says I cannot leave Lin Qiye observe the current situation, his mind racing with thoughts. He contemplated a strategy to launch a collective assault on the girl to the west, knowing that the members of the MAST team would undoubtedly come to her aid. They could then make their escape southward, significantly increasing their chances of success. However, he faced a dilemma. Qiuying was still with that agent. This was untenable. The odds were not in their favor. Lin Qiye furrowed his brow, and within moments, he had simulated several plans, yet none proved viable. Qiuying, come here. Lin Qiye called out, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, just enough to reach her. Meanwhile, the atmosphere near Qiuying was serene. She sensed that the captain of the mask bore no ill intentions toward her. Beneath the mask, Wang Mian observed her with the inquisitiveness of a child. Hands in his pockets, silent, merely gazing at her. She is so beautiful, her forehead, her nose, her eyes. Upon hearing Lin Qiye's voice, he slightly lifted his head, their gazes meeting for a fleeting moment. Qiye, are you out of your mind? That divine agent is right there. How could she return so easily? Fatty's words were not lost on Lin Qiye. If only Qiuying could come back, they would be able to flee. Lin Qiye had considered numerous strategies, yet abandoning Qiuying had never crossed his mind. The new recruits could no longer contain their impatience. Upon hearing Lin Qiye's command, they rushed towards the rose, knowing that lingering any longer would spell their doom. The hammer of the rose struck down heavily, causing a brilliant explosion of light as it collided with the recruits, resonating with a thunderous roar. Who says I cannot leave? Qiuying smiled at Wang Mian, beckoning him with her finger. Although the captain of the mask did not intend to harm her, she was still one of the 239 new recruits, united by a common goal, to win. Wang Mian raised an eyebrow, uncertain of her intentions, feeling as if his chin had been gently brushed by a feather. Spirit eye enchantment. Wang Mian was momentarily taken aback, immediately standing at attention, though he appeared no different from his usual self. Bring down that thing on the roof. Qiuying commanded, and as her words fell, Wang Mian vanished in a flash. In the underground base, she could unleash a mental attack, allowing her to control others. Oh, if the captain of the mask were on their side, that ability would greatly benefit them. Lin Qiye also noticed the anomaly and saw an opportunity. He swiftly ran to seize Qiuying's hand as she approached, shouting to the others as they ran. Run! Molly and Fatty were still engaged in battle, but upon hearing Lin Qiye's voice, they quickly reacted and joined him in flight. The other members of the mask team were puzzled, yet in the next moment, they witnessed their captain charging towards Tianping with a murderous intent, making them feel as though the sky was collapsing. Wang Mian's mental prowess was formidable, but he could not maintain control for long. The instant he regained consciousness, he realized his surroundings, swiftly returning to his original position within mere seconds. The masked squad breathed a sigh of relief. "Captain, several individuals have fled towards the south. Let us first deal with those in front of us, and then pursue the ones heading south." "Understood." The vortex abruptly changed direction, pursuing the 4 individuals who had run ahead. The other recruits, realizing the situation, also rushed towards the southern gate, but it was too late. They were eliminated midway by members of the masked squad. Lin Qiye did not pause, leading Qiuying directly towards the collapsed half of the warehouse, with Bailey Pang Pang and Molly closely following behind. The vortex vanished and soon arrived at the warehouse entrance, when suddenly, a cart came hurtling towards him. He was momentarily stunned, instinctively dodging aside, as something fell from above onto the cart. It was only then that he realized it was a load of explosives, with a countdown bomb landing atop. With a thunderous boom, the members of the masked squad changed their expressions. The warehouse was instantly reduced to ruins, and the squad rushed to the wreckage, their faces solemn. Amidst the billowing smoke, a figure staggered out, prompting their collective sigh of relief. "Damn it, this kid is truly ruthless." He reached up to touch the mask on his face, which had been charred beyond recognition, nearly cracking. Fortunately, it had not shattered. "You were too careless," Tianping sighed. Yuegawei nodded in agreement. "I was just about to remind you not to underestimate them, especially that agent of the Seraphim. He managed to slip through our meticulously laid plans. And as for the captain's wife, she is at least an agent herself, capable of ensnaring our captain to the point of attacking his own teammates." Wang Mian remained silent, merely observing the direction in which the others had departed, his gaze flickering. "Mind control, is it? This shall be the last time I fall victim. We do not believe." Chapter 13. You need not go. Significant revision. Safety has been achieved. Lin Qiye led them on a swift escape before finally pausing, casting a glance back at the warehouse ablaze with flames. At this juncture, the less competent recruits had been largely eliminated, leaving only those with a modicum of strength or small factions. "What shall we do next?" Lin Qiye crouched down, sketching on the ground with a branch, meticulously analyzing the situation for them. "The next objective of the masked squad should be the dormitory building." "Huh? Why?" Bai Li, plump and bewildered, failed to grasp Lin Qiye's reasoning and thus could not comprehend his conclusion. "It is because the dormitory possesses the greatest area, offering the most ambush points. I suspect there is more than one small faction present there." At that moment, within the corridors of the dormitory, a cluster of new recruits had gathered, amid which stood a figure wearing a cap backward, chewing gum. "Brother Shen, we still have not located sister-in-law." "Understood." Shen Qingzhu did not press the matter, believing that as long as they could unmask any one of the imposters, it would be tantamount to securing her victory alongside them. "Brother Shen, what is our next move?" "We lie in ambush here, waiting for them. When the opposing team makes their move, we shall spring forth and catch them off guard." "Received." "Oh, I see now." "Very well, Brother Shen." "Damn, who spoke with such a sarcastic tone?" Amidst the chorus of responses, an unusual voice interjected, prompting everyone to turn in surprise. A figure adorned with a moon mask had appeared behind them, brandishing a short sword. Meanwhile, another group of new recruits in a different dormitory was not idle. A purple vortex materialized in midair. "We have been encircled." Just as they contemplated fleeing, a sharp clap resonated, instantly halting their movements. A massive hammer hurtled toward them from a distance, targeting their front line. Boom! In a mere half-minute, nearly all the small teams within the dormitory had been decimated. Shortly thereafter, an enormous explosion erupted from the dormitory where the moon demon resided. What could have caused such a commotion? The vortex pondered. The 4 masked individuals exchanged glances and swiftly dashed toward that dormitory. Not far away, Lin Qiye lowered his binoculars, his expression grave, his mind racing. "What is it? Let me take a look." He sighed and passed the binoculars to Qiuying. "Indeed, they are no match," Molly stated coolly. "And then? Shall we continue to observe from the outside?" Fatty glanced at Lin Qiye, awaiting his insight. "We must intervene. Engaging with the moon demon is undoubtedly perilous. We must ensure his safety, as he is a formidable asset. Then let us proceed." As Qiuying attempted to move forward, Lin Qiye halted her. You need not go. Why? Qiuying's pupils widened slightly, a flicker of uncertainty dancing in her eyes. She realized that her presence might distract him, especially as he was likely to confront the most formidable agent of the masked faction. If she were to fall under their control, it would severely hinder his actions. Lin Qiye did not articulate his thoughts, but merely reached up to touch his nose, his gaze wavering. Because there exists a perilous and arduous task that our capabilities fall short of. Only you can accomplish it. Qiuying slightly raised her eyebrows, a look of curiosity adorning her face. What task? Lin Qiye glanced at the plump Bailey, signaling him with a nod. What are you looking at me for? Bailey, bewildered, finally grasped the situation through Lin Qiye's unspoken cue. After rummaging through his belongings, he produced a palm-sized mirror and handed it to Lin Qiye. Upon inspecting it with his spiritual sense, Lin Qiye realized it was an ordinary mirror. Unexpectedly, Bailey, with his eyes closed, began to elaborate on the mirror he held. This is a forbidden artifact of Sequence XX, known as the Demon Banishing Mirror. When aimed at someone's eyes, it can induce temporary blindness. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye nearly applauded Bailey for his storytelling prowess, which could earn him a Nobel Prize in literature. Indeed, you merely need to observe the masquerade team through a telescope and seize the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. Upon hearing Lin Qiye's words, Qiuying skeptically accepted the mirror, just as the reflective surface turned toward Bailey. Bailey dramatically covered his eyes and exclaimed, "Oh no, I can't see. Such a powerful tool must be used with caution." Qiuying promptly pressed the mirror against her body, nodding in agreement. Molly, observing their somewhat exaggerated actions, remained skeptical. Lin Qiye left the telescope with Qiuying and hurried with Bailey toward the dormitory building. Lin Qiye, are you Qiuying's boyfriend? Along the way, Molly posed a question that had long puzzled her. She had observed Lin Qiye's strong protective instinct toward Qiuying. Many people have said so. Lin Qiye's response was peculiar, leaving Molly with a myriad of questions about his true relationship status. Alas, what boyfriend? At most, I am merely a devoted admirer. If I were to heed the advice of the love guru Bailey, perhaps there would still be a chance to win the heart of the fair maiden. Bailey, brimming with pride, proclaimed himself as Lin Qiye's emotional mentor, asserting that Lin Qiye's future happiness lay in his hands. Miss Molly, while I am indeed an emotional mentor, I must confess I have not engaged in many romantic escapades. Suddenly recalling something, Bailey flashed a flattering smile at Molly. Chapter 14. Advancing the plot, a blinding flash erupted from the dormitory, and a figure, radiant as moonlight, emerged from the flames, closely followed by a boy wearing his cap backward. When the atmospheric oxygen and nitrogen are compressed to a certain ratio, they create conditions ripe for an explosive combustion. A spark leapt from Shen Qingzhu's ring, his face alight with a smile as he gazed at Qiuying. With your current capabilities, you can only manipulate the air within a 10-meter radius. Qiuying, gripping his short sword, met his gaze. That will suffice to deal with you. No sooner had the words left his lips than a massive hammer descended from above, aimed directly at Shen Qingzhu. Startled, Shen quickly raised his hands, compressing the air around him to form a wall. The ground beneath him cracked, sinking slightly as blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. He faltered, dropping to one knee, collapsing to the earth. The Forbidden Ruins Series 068, Qimin. This new recruit is indeed formidable. Tianping approached the vortex, speaking softly. I recall there are 3 high-risk Forbidden Ruins. One is that red-haired woman, another is him, and the last? The vortex surveyed the surroundings, puzzled. They should be lurking nearby, waiting for an opportunity. Be cautious, Wang Mian remarked nonchalantly. As soon as he spoke, the windows of the surrounding teaching buildings shattered, revealing guns protruding from within. Simultaneously, 4 recruits appeared behind them, pressing their hands to the ground. Walls of earth, vines, and barriers shot up, blocking their path. On the ground, Shen Qingzhu, swaying, propped himself up, wiping the blood from his mouth, and regarded them with a cold smirk. The mass team has been dispatched. While he could not see the expressions of the mass team, he sensed they were likely far from pleased. I concede that we cannot best you in direct combat. but we have laid an intricate trap that could wear you down. Shen Qingzhu swiftly retreated into the dormitory, erecting an air wall before the entrance to prevent them from entering. This is quite troublesome. The vortex scratched his head. What a grand display. Tianping surveyed the scene, noting at least 50 individuals around them. He turned to Wang Mian. Captain, it's time for you to make your move. Wang Mian stood at the center, silent. Shen Qingzhu gestured for action. Countless bullets, intermingled with elemental attacks, rained down, while the vortex opened a purple whirlpool, devouring all incoming assaults. Beneath the mask, the vortex's expression darkened. He was now left with only the realm of light, and it wouldn't last long. Finally, Wang Mian moved. His calm eyes, hidden beneath the mask, flickered with a spark. He gently grasped the hilt of his blade, drawing it just a fraction from its sheath. As the deluge of attacks seemed to pause in midair, the movements of others appeared tortoise-like in their sluggishness. Within this decelerated world, Wang Mian stepped forward, unsheathing his sword. A flash of white light erupted as the dark blade returned to its sheath. Instantly, time resumed its normal flow, and in the next heartbeat, a devastating blade mark exploded outward from Wang Mian's center. In an instant, 3 surrounding dormitories were cleaved in half. Yet miraculously, the recruits were spared from harm. As Lin Qiye and his companions contemplated encircling their adversaries, they were rendered speechless by the unfolding spectacle. Is this a realm? Molly gasped in astonishment. Not bringing Qiuying was indeed a wise decision, Lin Qiye mused. His ability merely involved manipulating time. The formidable attacks stemmed from the forbidden artifact in his possession, Qiuying. Bailey Pang had narrated the origins of Qiuying and had also bestowed upon Lin Qiye the Scroll of Sealing. Such immense power. Not far away, Qiuying, perhaps because she was outside the realm of the king's stasis, observed the entire process of the blade wielding. It was not that she was incapable of unleashing the forbidden void. Rather, she was unable to do so. As a divine entity, her inherent strength was unfathomable, and she could sense that much of her power was being constrained. If she could find an agent, perhaps she could unleash her might. Her agent must be formidable and handsome. The king met the first criterion, though she was uncertain about the second. While Qiuying was lost in thought, a skirmish erupted anew. Tianping clapped his hands together, causing stones to soar, hurtling towards the newcomers rushing towards him. Suddenly, a head emerged from the rubble beneath his feet. Tianping swiftly dodged aside as the individual began to crawl out, wiping his face to reveal a youthful visage. "Eliminate me," he said. Tianping thought he misheard and asked, "What did you say?" The young man calmly repeated, "Eliminate me." They exchanged a few words, with Tianping persistently urging him to draw his sword and not to give up. The young man consistently declined, eventually reciting Amit Ba. At that moment, a figure appeared beside Tianping. Molly soared towards him with her great sword. "Oh, it's that alluring lady." Rose's attention was instantly captured by Molly, as she swiftly dispatched the new recruit in front of her and rushed to Tianping's side. "I like her. This enchanting lady is mine." Amidst their fierce engagement, Lin Qiye materialized behind Qiao Yuan, seizing his collar and making a hasty retreat. "I never intended to win." "Suit yourself," Lin Qiye replied coldly, promptly releasing him. "Qiye, come help me." Bailey Pang called out from a short distance, struggling to extricate the new recruit trapped beneath the debris, seeking Lin Qiye's assistance. "What is your surname?" The young man suddenly asked Lin Qiye, taken aback. "Shuemu Lin." "So it is you," Qiao Yuan murmured. Lin Qiye paid him no mind, turning to depart elsewhere. Suddenly, he felt a tap on his shoulder. It was the individual wearing the Tianping mask. With hopeful anticipation, he looked at Qiao Yuan, continuing to encourage him not to give up. "I'm quite curious. Come strike me." Qiao Yuan glanced at him, then at Lin Qiye's departing figure, slowly bending down to pick up the sword from the ground. "Are you certain you can survive?" Qiuying observed through her binoculars, the mirror clasped under her arm poised for action. She witnessed a young man on the field suddenly unleash a torrent of dark energy, transforming into a frenzied monster, while Tianping soared above, just out of reach. The plump figure produced a myriad of dazzling, forbidden objects, confronting the moon demon in a battle that reverberated, affecting the nearby Rose and Molly. She also glimpsed a familiar face, the kind-hearted hero Shen Qingzhu, who had gifted her a mobile phone. He was locked in a fierce struggle with the vortex. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye approached Wang Mian, who appeared to be an outsider in this chaotic scene. Chapter 15. The ancient time passed swiftly, and soon the sky began to darken. Upon seeing the newcomer, Wang Mian exhibited no surprise and addressed Lin Qiye. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Lin Qiye understood that the optimal strategy was for everyone to collectively assault a member of the mass team. Yet for him, victory or defeat held little significance. His sole desire was to uncover more about the divine agents. After this battle concludes, regardless of the outcome, feel free to seek me out for a discussion. Thank you. Both of them placed their hands on the hilt of their blades, and Lin Qiye gazed at the dark knife. I am but a novice. Are you certain you wish to employ that dubious advantage? Beneath the mask, Wang Mian raised an eyebrow. Utilizing my own weapon hardly qualifies as cheating. Shameless, Lin Qiye retorted. Thank you for the compliment. In the next instant, they charged at each other, moving so swiftly that only shadows remained. Upstairs, Qiuying strained to lift a mirror, aiming it towards Wang Mian and the others, only to witness nothing transpire. It dawned on her that Lin Qiye had merely deceived her. She tucked the mirror into her pocket, preparing to confront Lin Qiye. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye and Wang Mian engaged in a fierce exchange, trading blows for a solid 3 minutes. Were they not fatigued? Li Pang had already seated himself upon a stone, calling for a ceasefire to rest. I cannot speak for them, but I am utterly exhausted after being beaten all day, he lamented. Yu Gui sat beside him, reflecting on the situation. Before long, seeing their respite, the others gradually approached, joining him on the stone to rest. Rose and Molly strolled over hand in hand, prompting Qingyu to express his disappointment. Why have you ceased fighting? Is it only permissible for you to be idle? After all, it is not every day we encounter such an impressive lady. I could never bring myself to harm her. Qingyu was on the verge of reprimanding Rose for her comments, fearing that it might lead others to perceive the mass team as perverse. Look who I have brought, Qiuying exclaimed as she peeked out from behind Molly. Goodness, Captain. Fortunately, Yu Gui was quick to cover his mouth. Greetings. Yu Gui winked at Qingyu with a playful expression before smiling at her. Hello, Qiuying. Under her mask, Rose smirked, finally discovering her captain's partner's name without any effort. Are you injured? Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Shen Qingzhu rose and approached Qiuying, inspecting her thoroughly before sighing in relief at finding her unharmed. I am fine. Do not underestimate me. I am quite formidable. Indeed, Shen Qingzhu was not particularly shy, yet he found himself at a loss for words in her presence. Before long, their attention returned to the fiercely engaged combatants. The moment Qiuying drew near, both Lin Qiye and Wang Mian sensed her presence. They merely paused for a second before resuming their battle, albeit with even more ferocity. Now that Qiuying is here, they have begun to fight with such flair. Must he really put on a display like a peacock? Rose complained about Wang Mian. To Li Pang and Molly, it was as if she was speaking of Lin Qiye himself. Indeed. With a face full of disdain, Pang echoed. Is winning this battle really that important to you? Wang Mian raised an eyebrow. He was already astonished that Lin Qiye had managed to endure until now. It doesn't matter. I merely wish to give my utmost. A hint of admiration flickered in Wang Mian's eyes as both of them summoned their mental energies to the zenith. This would be their final strike. Beneath the mask, ripples danced in Wang Mian's gaze, and a formidable aura erupted from his eyes. In an instant, Lin Qiye's pupils constricted as 2 streams of golden light surged forth from his eyes. With a crack, Wang Mian's mask shattered, revealing a handsome and composed face. Instantly, the instructors in the underground base stood up in alarm. Could it be that they were truly going to abandon their training? I apologize, Wang Mian said, a flicker of helplessness crossing his eyes as the ripples returned. Time domain, activate. Lin Qiye glanced down at the dagger in his hand, realization dawning upon him. You're cheating. Sure, Wang Mian whispered, placing an arm around Lin Qiye's shoulders. I concede my defeat to you, but this new recruit training must proceed. Understood? You want me to pretend I didn't win? Wang Mian nodded, stating that the instructors had witnessed his performance and could grant him 500,000 as compensation, further adding that the mass team leader owed him a favor. Only then did Lin Qiye acquiesce. Returning to his teammates, Wang Mian found himself unable to meet Qiuying's gaze, lowering his head instead. Yet, Qiuying's attention remained fixed on him. She had just seen his mask shatter, unveiling his striking visage. Now that both conditions were met, she desired him as her agent. This raised questions. Why not choose Lin Qiye, who also fit the criteria? Because Lin Qiye was too formidable. With his current rate of growth, it wouldn't be long before he controlled the divine beings rather than being controlled by them. The dormitory building just got blown up. Where are we staying tonight? Grumbled the new recruits. No sooner had the words left their mouths than the shattered dormitory reassembled itself in an instant. Lin Qiye, pondering deeply, stroked his chin and turned to look at Pang Pang. Where's Qiuying? Pang Pang shook his head, realizing she was nowhere to be found, glancing left and right, searching for the conspicuous figure. Meanwhile, the swirling vortex and balance beam hoisted Wang Mian, who appeared pale, having nearly collapsed moments ago. Captain, just let the repair team fix the dormitory. Why the need for time reversal? One must take responsibility for their own actions. Since I demolished the dormitory, it is my duty to restore it. Wang Mian felt utterly drained, his lips turning pale. Although the dormitory was vacant, reversing time by over half an hour exacted a toll on his mental strength. Before Tianping could finish his sentence, he halted, his eyes fixated ahead. Vortex, puzzled by Tianping's sudden silence, followed his gaze. Wang Mian, too weary to concern himself with their curiosity, caught a faint hint of rose fragrance wafting through the air, and then he sensed the hand that had been gripping his shoulder release. Oh dear, we still have matters to attend to. The moon demon and the balance glanced at each other as Qiuying approached, both understanding the situation. Indeed, we shall take our leave, they said, calculating the distance before swiftly tossing Wang Mian into Qiuying's embrace, and then fled like the wind. What are these two up to? Wang Mian mused internally, but in the next moment, he felt an intensified fragrance of roses enveloping him as he fell into a soft embrace. Wang Mian, tall and robust, leaned his face against Qiuying's shoulder, barely fitting into her hold. She sensed her body temperature rising, her neck flushing visibly. Hello, dessert, she greeted, her hands exploring Wang Mian's form until she finally discovered what she had anticipated. He had abs. Actually, that is not my name. I am Wang Mian, codenamed Wang Mian. I apologize for the deception. Yet, this mattered little to Qiuying. She tightened her embrace around his slender waist and closed her eyes. In the next instant, Wang Mian felt a surge of mental energy revitalizing his weary body. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a beautiful rose garden, where vibrant roses competed for attention under the sun, a breathtaking sight. In this dreamlike floral expanse stood a woman clad in a mesmerizing white gown, her figure gracefully slender. Her long black hair cascaded like a waterfall amidst the flowers, and a sparkling crown adorned her head, while a crystal necklace and rose earrings gleamed at her neck. As she turned, Wang Mian's eyes widened. It was her. He instinctively followed Qiuying's silhouette with his gaze, as if wishing to imprint her image deeply within his heart. Wang Mian, you are the first to give me roses, to express my gratitude. Would you be willing to become my divine agent? The bouquet of roses he had given her suddenly appeared in the goddess's hand. She leaned down to inhale their fragrance and smiled, extending a hand towards Wang Mian, awaiting his response. His breath quickened, and his heart raced as if it would leap from his chest. I am willing. I am absolutely willing. Never had Wang Mian felt such exhilaration. He was profoundly grateful to his future self for leaving him a note and relieved that he had acted upon it. He stepped forward swiftly and clasped Aphrodite's hand tightly, a brilliant light erupting from him. Your divine agent, Wang Mian, divine realm, Dawn Rose. In the realm of Dawn Rose, your roses can empower or resurrect designated beings. Hypnotic gaze. Your gaze possesses formidable hypnotic abilities, compelling those entranced to obey your commands. The higher the divinity of the entranced, the stronger the effect. Stars accompanying the moon. You are the moon, and they are the stars. When attacked, The stars will shield you from one assault, and you may designate your stars. The strongest summoning magic in history. Remember to use this when you're outmatched by your foes. Chapter 16. Aphrodite, when Wang Mian became the proxy of the god of time. He forged a pact with the deity to journey to Takamagara in Japan in search of the legendary treasure, the Yada no Kagami. Goddess Aphrodite, I'm grateful for your selection of me as your envoy. May I inquire what task you have bestowed upon me? Wang Mian knelt sincerely on one knee, placing a hand over his heart, embodying the grace of a knight. What task? Qiuying found herself somewhat perplexed, yet feeling benevolent since her envoy had asked. She graciously revealed her current desire. Let us admire the abdominals. Following a blinding flash of light, Qiuying and Wang Mian returned to their original location. They remained in an embrace, with Wang Mian resting his head on her shoulder, his hands dangling limply, appearing utterly fatigued. Qiuying exerted herself to lift the gradually slipping Wang Mian, puzzled as to why, despite her divine power aiding in his healing, he had not yet recovered. A sudden cough shattered the tranquility, causing Wang Mian to spring upright from Qiuying's arms like a mouse startled by a cat. Turning to the source of the disruption, they beheld Yuan Gang, brandishing a knife. Old Yuan, what brings you here? I sense the presence of divinity in this place. You too must enlighten me. Yuan Gang stated sternly, disregarding the playful expression on Wang Mian's face. First, let us escort her back to the dormitory, and then I'll explain everything at my leisure. Very well. Wang Mian approached Qiuying, gently placing his right hand over his left chest, bowing slightly, while his left hand gestured an invitation. Qiuying, momentarily dazed, placed her small, soft hand into his, which enveloped hers effortlessly. Wang Mian clasped her hand with great care, his heart racing like a drum. He was determined not to miss this intimate contact permitted within the bounds of etiquette. Yuan Gang observed this scene, nearly losing his grip on the knife, marveling at how remarkably the girl had transformed Wang Mian. After escorting Qiuying back to her dormitory, Yuan Gang quietly followed them until she ascended the stairs, after which they retreated to a secluded corner. Be mindful of your conduct. Yuan Gang could no longer restrain himself and delivered a light punch to Wang Mian's head. Ouch, I understand. Now, tell me, what transpired just now? Wang Mian's eyes sparkled as he responded slowly. Qiuying just told me she has discovered the identity of her deity and even demonstrated it to me. Discovered? Who is it? The goddess of love and beauty from Greek mythology, Aphrodite, known as Venus in Roman nomenclature. Upon completing his statement, Wang Mian glanced nervously at Yuan Gang, who appeared to understand, his expression one of enlightenment. Aphrodite? No wonder she is so stunning. However, there is nothing in her records. How could there be a complete void in a person's information? How do you explain this? Yuan Gang's eyes narrowed as he awaited Wang Mian's response. I am uncertain about that. However, I can assure you, in my capacity as Wang Mian and the proxy of the god of time, captain of the mass team, she will never undertake any actions that would harm our great Xia. Yuan Gang gazed at Wang Mian's resolute expression and felt a wave of relief wash over him. Did she inform you of the task that Aphrodite has assigned her? Upon hearing this, Wang Mian could not help but blush, his eyes wide as he spoke nonsensically. The goddess instructed her to find a boyfriend of unparalleled handsomeness, like myself. Ouch! Yuan Gang playfully delivered a light slap to Wang Mian's head, adjusting his collar with utmost seriousness. You, my friend, are overly self-assured. I believe Aphrodite was referring to me. Aphrodite, no need to call me goddess. Simply refer to me as Qiuying as before. On their way back to the dormitory, Wang Mian and Qiuying remained silent. Yet they were bound by a covenant that allowed them to communicate within their minds. Have you ever heard the saying? What saying? In the realm of Daxia, deities are forbidden to roam freely. Should Wang Mian inform her that she might not survive until the morrow, considering her current presence in Daxia, wandering at will? Though I am uncertain how you came to this place, I still advise you to conceal your divine identity. I understand. To facilitate her, you shall henceforth be your own divine proxy, and I shall assist you in reporting to Commander Yuan. Unbeknownst to Qiuying, Wang Mian willingly relinquished the opportunity for advancement and the chance to attain world-renowned status as a dual divine proxy, all for her convenience. Yet he embraced this sacrifice wholeheartedly. Chapter 17. Punishment run at 3 in the morning. A sharp whistle shattered the tranquility of the dormitory. Qiuying was instantly jolted awake, glancing toward the adjacent bed where Molly was also stirring. They hastily donned their military uniforms and hurried to the training ground. Upon their arrival, they found 3 officers present, along with several new recruits, among whom stood Lin Qiye at the forefront. As soon as all the new recruits were assembled, Instructor Hong, with a stern expression, bellowed at them. Today marks the first day of your training. From now on, should you hear the whistle, you must reach the training ground within 3 minutes, regardless of what you are doing. His eyes narrowed, casting a sharp gaze over the crowd. Now, anyone who arrives later than 3 minutes, step forward. After a flurry of whispers among the recruits, half of them stepped out, and Qiuying spotted a familiar figure among them, Pang Pang. She turned to Molly, who stood motionless. They had arrived together, and she was uncertain if they had exceeded the 3-minute limit. Once everyone had taken their positions, Instructor Hong pointed out several individuals to step forward, including Qiuying, but not Molly. Qiuying's heart sank as she began to suspect the reason. Although they had arrived simultaneously, Molly had been ahead, and she might have been precisely at 3 minutes while Qiuying was just over. Those who stepped forward, run 10 laps with weights on your backs, and those I have called out, run 20 laps with weights. No rest until you complete your laps. Execute immediately. Qiuying found running to be relatively easy, for she was a deity. No matter how much she ran, fatigue would not beset her. However, her spirits were dampened by the sight of Lin Qiye, who was exempt from the punishment run. The training ground echoed with the lamentations of those burdened as they circled the platform. Lin Qiye, relaxed and at ease, observed the moving line of runners, his gaze locking onto the one leading the pack. He watched Qiuying dart ahead like a nimble monkey, questioning whether the weight she carried was in fact a rocket launcher. She showed no signs of distress, and with her short legs, how could she run so swiftly? Yet, he recalled their journey to the training camp, where she had walked for an extended period without breaking a sweat or appearing fatigued. It must be splendid to be a deity. At the rear of the line was Li Pang Pang, laboriously moving his legs, inching forward with great effort. Ahead of him was Shen Qingzhu, who appeared lethargic, occasionally taking a long stride as if he were in his own backyard. Instructor Hong's eyes twitched in irritation. He thought to himself that if Shen Qingzhu did not start running seriously, he would be sentenced to an additional 10 laps. Suddenly, Shen Qingzhu seemed to spot something, quickening his pace as if invigorated by some unseen force, racing to the front. "You're late, as well," Qiuying remarked, turning to see the kind-hearted individual, and she flashed him a smile in return. "Indeed," Shen Qingzhu replied, his face a shade of red, whether from exertion or embarrassment, as he diligently kept pace alongside Qiuying. Qiuying also realized that, while she herself would not tire, the kind-hearted person following her would certainly feel fatigued. Thus, she subtly slowed her pace, allowing him to keep up with less effort. 20 laps swiftly passed, and they had been running for nearly an hour. Upon completing his run, Shen Qingzhu hurried over to assist him, helping to remove the weighted backpack while inquiring with curiosity, "Brother Shen, why did you run so fast for so many laps? You're wasting your energy." With his head bowed, Shen Qingzhu's ears flushed a deeper shade of red, stealing a glance at Qiuying, who was unburdening her own backpack. He retorted, "It was effortless." Molly approached Qiuying, signaling that it was time to return to the dormitory. At this moment, the plump one had yet to finish his laps, while Lin Qiye remained seated in the same spot, waiting for him. "Aren't you tired?" Molly asked, astonished as she beheld Qiuying, who appeared as pristine and unblemished as ever, devoid of any sweat or signs of fatigue. At times, she genuinely wondered if Qiuying was not a celestial being descended from the heavens. Qiuying was momentarily taken aback. Logically, after running 20 laps, one would be gasping for breath and in need of support. Was her current demeanor not a tad suspicious? She recalled Wang Mian's words about the divine prohibition within the realm of Daxia. Her state could easily raise doubts among others. I'm exhausted, utterly spent. Qiuying suddenly feigned weakness, collapsing against Molly. Molly instinctively caught her, exclaiming, "You must be truly tired. You were holding back earlier." Supporting Qiuying back to the dormitory, a faint scent of roses wafted around her. Molly took a deep breath and marveled. How fragrant! Then she realized, to her surprise, that her cheeks had inexplicably flushed. Chapter 18. I will treat you well in the future. Just as Molly was assisting Qiuying back to the dormitory entrance, the sharp whistle pierced the air once more. Startled, Qiuying broke free from Molly's embrace and sprinted towards the training ground, shedding any trace of her earlier frailty. Molly quietly followed behind, struggling to keep pace. This time, a greater number of recruits arrived at the training ground. Instructor Hong glanced at his stopwatch, nodding in satisfaction. Well done. You now have 20 minutes to eat. Return here in 20 minutes. If you fail to comply, you know the consequences. With that, he departed with the other instructors. In the next moment, everyone dashed frantically towards the dining hall. Upon arrival, they were greeted by rows of square tables, each adorned with 2 large bowls. One bowl contained a steamed bun, while the other held a piece of raw meat, still tinged with traces of blood. Confusion washed over the recruits. Where's the rest of the meal? Would there be additional ingredients for them to cook? After waiting a spell, nothing materialized. Qiuying, disregarding everything, took a seat with Molly to her left. Strangely, the space to her right remained vacant, with another recruit seated one place over. One recruit eyed the empty seat, hoping to squeeze in, only to be shooed away by the occupant beside it. This seat is taken, move along. As soon as the recruit departed, Shen Qingzhu leisurely approached and settled into the vacant spot. Brother Shen is here. Shen Qingzhu acknowledged the individual beside him with a nod. His brow furrowed as he scrutinized the contents of his bowl. Is this meant for consumption? He glanced at Qiuying, contemplating whether he should send one of his subordinates back to the dormitory for a loaf of bread. Qiuying smiled at Shen Qingzhu, delighted by his presence. She observed the unappetizing food in her bowl, grateful that, as a divine being, she was not bound to eat. Scanning the room, she noticed someone at the adjacent table eating heartily without a hint of emotion. Even Lin Qiye seemed to find it palatable. Shen Qingzhu picked up the bun and took a bite. It was tasteless, but still preferable to raw meat. Yet, a single bun was hardly sufficient, especially with the uncertainty of the training that lay ahead. Suddenly, he noticed a delicate, pale hand extending a bun towards him. Qiuying gazed at him with eyes as clear as water. Here, have some. You eat it. We have training ahead, Shen Qingzhu replied, touched yet maintaining a stern expression. He could not eat if she had not. Unwilling to waste food, Qiuying intended to share with Molly, but Molly insisted she had eaten enough. An idea struck Qiuying. I'll take just a little. You boys generally have larger appetites. She tore off a small piece from the bun and placed the remainder into Shen Qingzhu's bowl. By now, Shen Qingzhu had finished his bun, still unsatisfied. He watched as Qiuying popped the small morsel into her mouth, gesturing with her eyes for him to eat. He breathed heavily, a warm surge coursing through his heart. Growing up in an orphanage, he had never experienced such kindness before. Shen Qingzhu suddenly seized a steamed bun from the bowl, devouring it voraciously. Halfway through, he abruptly turned. Wiping his eyes with his sleeve, his gaze reddened as he said to Qiuying, "Damn it, I will surely treat you well in the future." Qiuying was perplexed by Shen Qingzhu's sudden outburst. As long as he could eat, that was sufficient. At that moment, several figures draped in gray cloaks strolled in from outside, holding masks, and made their way directly toward a grand circular table at the far end. They did not don their masks, yet everyone knew who they were. "You little rascals, you're back," an elder gentleman wielding a spoon exclaimed as he hurried out, his face lighting up upon seeing the massed group. "Old son, you're still cooking for the new recruits," Wang Mian said respectfully as he rose. With this old body of mine, all I can do is cook. Wait here, I shall prepare a few dishes for you to taste," Old Son replied, heading toward the kitchen with the spoon in hand. Before long, a delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen as Old Son emerged, carrying a large platter stacked with several dishes. Many in the dining hall swallowed hard, their eyes gleaming with envy as they gazed at the masked group, secretly cursing the unfairness of it all. Qiuying, would you like to have some? Wang Mian inquired telepathically. No need, deities do not require food. Qiuying coolly declined, although the dishes from their side were indeed appetizing. As a new recruit, dining among the others would easily incite jealousy and suspicion. Wang Mian did not press her further, taking a few bites before waving at Lin Qiye, who was sitting not far away. Qiye, come and eat. All eyes turned towards Lin Qiye, who was gnawing on raw meat. He paused, calm and collected, before carrying his bowl over to join them. The masked group was exceedingly courteous to Lin Qiye. Wang Mian fetched him a clean bowl, while Rose stood to serve him food. Have some meat, and Vortex can help you with that fish over there. Before long, his bowl was piled high like a small mountain. Lin Qiye felt a twinge of embarrassment, but was reluctant to eat. He believed he needed to acclimate to consuming raw meat, especially since his stay at the training camp would be lengthy. However, with the bowl and dishes placed before him, he glanced at Wang Mian, sheepishly saying, I think I'll eat with the new recruits. But I have a friend whose stomach isn't well and can't eat raw meat. Could I give this to her? Wang Mian's eyes sparkled with delight as he nodded, silently commending Lin Qiye for his loyalty. He then watched as Lin Qiye, bowl and chopsticks in hand, maneuvered past several people to place the meal before Qiuying. Qiuying regarded Lin Qiye with a puzzled expression, momentarily unable to discern his thoughts. The new recruits initially felt quite displeased at the differential treatment. However, their sentiments shifted upon witnessing Lin Qiye offering his meal to his stunning beauty, softening their hearts as they recalled her delicate health condition. Bai Li, with his round eyes, had not diverted his gaze from the bowl since the beginning. Upon learning that Lin Qiye had a friend, he was suddenly filled with emotion, thinking to himself, Lin Qiye, how mistaken I was in my judgment of you. Such a man who prioritizes beauty over friendship. Molly, observing from the sidelines, was unfazed, marveling at Lin Qiye's clever maneuver. Before the assembled crowd, was he not declaring his dominion? Shen Qingzhu raised an eyebrow and turned to Lin Qiye, pondering the nature of their relationship. Yet, as the foremost troublemaker among the new recruits, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, especially since it was Qiuying who was being courted. Any dissent would surely stir up chaos. Xuanhua suppressed his laughter as he observed Wang Mian, noticing how the smile on his face had visibly solidified, his expression darkening. Someone had been outshone, and the humor was palpable. Tianping, seated beside him, swiftly covered his mouth, sighing as he took in the sight of Xuanhua's face turning crimson. If you continue, Yuan will soon find her way to your forehead, he remarked. Yuegoe and the others turned their heads away from Wang Mian, their expressions speaking volumes. Rose could not suppress her laughter, teasingly advising, Captain, take notes. Wang Mian appeared somewhat aggrieved, blinking at Qiuying as if silently questioning her. The soft strands of hair hung limply by his ears, resembling the drooping ears of a forlorn puppy. Chapter 19. The rules are set by the strong. What is their relationship? It is so difficult to guess. How infuriating. Lin Qiye has already taken a lead. Just because she is beautiful, does she deserve the meal? Truly a sycophant. Various sounds, both pleasant and unpleasant, drifted into Lin Qiye's ears. He stood behind Qiuying, an invisible pressure emanating from him. Only the masked team, Qiuying, Chao Yuan, and Shen Qingzhu seemed unaffected. The others suddenly found it hard to breathe, and the cafeteria fell silent. Lin Qiye cast a cold glance around. In this world, the strong dictate the rules. If they deemed his actions inappropriate, they should use their strength to stop him. Lin Qiye could not fathom why he treated Qiuying with such kindness. He instinctively wished to offer her the very best of himself. Qiuying turned back to smile at Lin Qiye. Thank you, Brother Qiye, I give you thumbs up. She hesitated to pick up her chopsticks, leading Lin Qiye to believe she was afraid to eat. It's fine, eat up. If anything happens, I'm here. Lin Qiye returned to the masked team, eager to pose further inquiries to Wang Mian. In the second floor room, Instructor Hong surveyed the entire cafeteria from above. Indeed, this year, more individuals can partake than in the last session. Should we intervene with that Lin Qiye? Look at his arrogant demeanor. Instructor Hong cast a glance at the instructor beside him. Why should we meddle? If they're dissatisfied, they should confront Lin Qiye directly. You know his performance. He possesses the strength to be audacious. As Lin Qiye settled back at the table, Xuanhua could no longer contain his curiosity. Qiye, what is your relationship with Qiuying? The other team members appeared equally intrigued, their eyes glistening with gossip as they awaited his response. Wang Mian, however, seemed unfazed, leisurely consuming his meal while inwardly straining to catch every word from Lin Qiye's lips. Before arriving at the training camp, she and I were temporary team members in the same unit. I came here with her. Oh, so that is the case. Enlightenment washed over Xuanhua's face, and he ceased his prying, quietly resuming his meal. Lin Qiye observed the sudden shift in everyone's interest with perplexity. Wang Mian sighed in relief and set down his chopsticks. Would you like to inquire about the agents? Indeed. What is the relationship between agents and the divine? Wang Mian contemplated for a moment. The relationship between agents and gods is succinctly defined by two words, a contractual bond. For various reasons, deities do not manifest in human society. If they wish to accomplish anything, they must rely on humans to assist them. In such instances, they seek out humans to forge a contract, granting the agent a portion of their divine power, while the agent undertakes certain tasks on behalf of a deity. For certain reasons, they will not manifest in human society. Lin Qiye cast a glance at Qiuying, seemingly having inadvertently brought the goddess Aphrodite into the human realm. Wang Mian, while addressing inquiries, maintained his gaze upon Lin Qiye, clearly not missing the direction of Lin Qiye's gaze. He furrowed his brow, realizing that Lin Qiye was aware of the true identity of the goddess. Wang Mian remained silent and continued to question Lin Qiye. Are you familiar with the cult of the ancient gods? Lin Qiye shook his head. Before I joined the night watch, the malevolent deities of the ancient gods sought me out, urging me to join their ranks, but I declined. And then, subsequently, I was ambushed by them 3 or 4 times. Had it not been for my fortuitous survival, you would not be seeing me now. However, they no longer dare to pursue me. Why is that? Because they are uncertain of their ability to overpower me, and I possess a reliable group of teammates. In the next moment, a tremor coursed through the hands of the vortex, nearly causing the bowl to slip from grasp. Captain, could you refrain from sudden displays of sentimentality during meals? It can be quite nauseating. Very well. I shall be more mindful next time. Lin Qiye observed the 7 of them engaging in playful banter, a faint smile gracing his lips. Shen Qingzhu reached out to steady Qiuying's forehead, who was about to bury her entire face in the bowl. Were you and Lin Qiye on the same team before? Yes, Qiuying nodded. Shen Qingzhu felt a wave of relief. It was no wonder she had brought her food. Yet he soon grew anxious again, for acquaintances often warrant more vigilance than strangers. He cautioned Qiuying, once we step outside, add me on WeChat immediately. If anything arises, just message me. Qiuying nodded repeatedly, her mind in disarray as she pondered why Lin Qiye treated her with such kindness. Shen Qingzhu's gaze drifted toward the not-so-distant masked team, casually remarking, that masked captain seems to care quite a bit for Lin Qiye. He wished to present delectable offerings to Qiuying in front of everyone. Care? Qiuying suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment, lifting her face from the bowl, startling Shen Qingzhu. What is it? She had come to understand Lin Qiye's motives. It seemed she had discovered something extraordinary. For Lin Qiye held a special affection for her. Chapter 20. The terror of one's own failure not long after. A sharp whistle pierced the air once more. Accompanied by the sound, Instructor Hong appeared at the entrance, his voice resonating powerfully. Qiuying, everyone, assemble at the training ground immediately. What are you waiting for? Lin Qiye bid farewell to the masked team, casting a puzzled glance at Qiuying before dashing out of the cafeteria with the others. Once the new recruits had departed, Instructor Hong leisurely approached Qiuying. Qiuying, the request from the masked team has been approved. You are to accompany them to the north to eradicate the mystery of the sea realm. Understood. Qiuying nodded instinctively, harboring no objections. She suspected this decision was likely initiated by Wang Mian, her chosen proxy, and she trusted he would never act impulsively. At that moment, The mass team had finished their meal and approached her side. "Captain, oh no, Qiuying, let us depart," Rose said, stepping forward to grasp Qiuying's hand. She noticed their gray cloaks contrasted sharply with Qiuying's military attire. "Captain, perhaps we should let Qiuying return to change her outfit?" Wang Mian nodded in agreement. He had requested Qiuying's collaboration, having consulted with the team members, all of whom were supportive, even eager for her involvement. He had not yet had the chance to inform the goddess when approval came from above. His intention was to expedite their familiarization with the domain and powers of goddess Aphrodite. They had no time for training. The emergence of the mystery demanded immediate engagement. Moreover, the goddess's power could only be unleashed with her presence, for she was, after all, the current representative of Aphrodite. Rose and Sandalwood accompanied Qiuying back to the dormitory to change. Qiuying opened her My Little Pony suitcase and retrieved a jacket and pants, quickly putting them on. Hey, why are you wearing that? Aren't there other clothes in the suitcase?" Rose exclaimed, staring at the plain white top and black pants Qiuying had chosen, finding it rather drab. Qiuying shook her head, indicating that this was sufficient. This outfit was the only one she had altered since emerging from confinement. The rest were purchased for her by Sister Hong Ying and Xiaonan. Even Lin Qiye had contributed, bringing along a Hello Kitty suitcase, which hinted at the whimsical nature of those garments. Rose immediately grew displeased, believing Qiuying should adorn herself beautifully. She exchanged a knowing glance with Sandalwood, who swiftly snatched the clothes from Qiuying's hands. Rose crouched down, rummaging through the suitcase, and fortuitously discovered a seemingly exquisite pink dress. She quickly retrieved it and held it against Qiuying. The dress was a delightful pink, reaching just above the thighs, with a heart adorned with wings at the neckline. Qiuying scrutinized the outfit. It was neither an ethereal fairy dress nor a lavish French romantic gown, but rather a cosplay outfit reminiscent of the character Mei Shui from Ballala the Fairies. "So you enjoy cosplay?" The Rose chuckled softly, acknowledging that while she found the attire beautiful, it seemed rather unsuitable for the occasion. She rummaged through her suitcase for a while, unearthing ancient garments, male attire, maid outfits, and uniforms. Eventually, she decided upon a particular piece. After much searching, she finally found a dress that pleased her. "Can I not wear it?" asked Qiuying timidly upon seeing the garment. "No way. Tanxiang, let us go." The boys of the mass team awaited downstairs in the dormitory, and before long, the sound of Rose's voice heralded her arrival. Wang Mian looked up, his gaze falling upon the girl with hair as dark as ink cascading to her shoulders, draped casually behind her. The fitted sailor suit, paired with a pleated skirt, created a simple yet elegant silhouette that accentuated her delicate figure. She lowered her head, her long eyelashes fluttering, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Wang Mian's throat moved as he swallowed, his eyes ablaze with fervor, fixated on her figure. In the next moment, time seemed to slow drastically as he employed his time-stopping ability. He wished for no one else to witness Qiuying in her current state. She noticed the two girls who had accompanied her suddenly freeze, casting a puzzled glance at Wang Mian as he approached. Why the sudden time stop? Wang Mian, bending slightly, gestured with his hand as if inviting her, his gaze shifting away in a moment of vulnerability beneath the mask. "I'm sorry, I couldn't control my power." Qiuying, not pondering further, placed her hand back in his. They walked a short distance before time resumed its normal flow. "Huh? Where's Qiuying?" Rose and Tanxiang looked around, baffled at the sudden absence of the girl they had just been holding. "You all came out? I haven't seen Qiuying yet. How did they get past us?" Qiuying scratched his head in confusion. "What are you looking at?" "The captain and Qiuying are over there. They left." Xuanhua pointed towards the two figures in the distance, unaware of when Qiuying had emerged. On the training camp's open space, a white aircraft had been waiting for quite some time. Throughout the journey, Rose regaled her companions with tales of how stunning she believed her chosen attire would appear on Qiuying, and how delightful the maid outfit would be. If only they weren't on a mission, she would have insisted Qiuying flaunt it a few times. Xuanhua, Yuegui, Tianping, and Xinghen listened intently, wishing they could transform into giraffes to catch a glimpse of what Qiuying had donned, but Wang Mian's tall figure obstructed their view. Finally, Yue could no longer contain himself and transformed into a beam of moonlight, soaring towards them. Inside the aircraft, Qiuying sat alongside Wang Mian, with her on the inside and him on the outside. Suddenly, Wang Mian drew a knife from his waist and gave a tap. A cry of dismay erupted as Yue stumbled, rubbing his forehead. "Did you see that?" Xuanhua inquired with curiosity. "Indeed," Yue replied, excitement etched on his face. "What do you think? I chose it specifically. Isn't it beautiful?" Yue immediately gave a thumbs up, then suddenly pounded his chest and exclaimed, "Oh heavens! Oh earth! Why is this happening? Why is it that the captain can attract such a beautiful girlfriend while I remain single?" Upon hearing this, Tianping also felt a pang of sadness. Although he had not seen Qiuying in casual attire, just knowing her visage allowed him to imagine her extraordinary beauty. The terror of one's own failures is indeed daunting, yet the triumphs of a brother can be even more disheartening. Rose deeply empathized with their sentiments, pondering whether Qiuying would be indifferent to girls. Ahead, Wang Mian silently covered Qiuying's ears with both hands, his face marked with exasperation, wondering if his teammates could exhibit some semblance of normalcy. Chapter 21. Mubei City, situated by the sea. The inhabitants of Mubei City have long relied on the ocean for their livelihood. Suddenly, under the once clear sky, dark clouds gathered ominously. The tranquil sea transformed into a tempest, with monstrous waves rising as high as small mountains. From a colossal whirlpool erupted a creature with the body of a bird and a ghastly visage. Its jaws yawned wide, revealing a gaping maw lined with sharp teeth, while its enormous wings unleashed a fierce wind that ravaged the surrounding area for miles. Within half a minute of the creature's emergence, several figures cloaked in dark garments rushed towards the scene, each carrying a black box. At this moment, 3 points of light flickered along the coastline of Mubei City. These lights swiftly converged to form a dark red equilateral triangle, inscribed with the words "No entry ahead." The instant this triangle materialized, this location mysteriously vanished from all maps. This creature hailed from the sea realm, and we must delay it until the special squad arrives. The night watch team stationed in Mubei City was led by Captain Qiluo, a formidable female leader. Her team comprised 5 members, 3 women and 2 men. Qiluo leaped forward, brandishing a spear and hurling it fiercely at the beast. Her unique ability, classified as Sequence 087, Super Strength, augmented her physical power severalfold. Among the 5, only Captain Qiluo and her teammate Xiao Yuan possessed such abilities. Faced with a flying monster, the team found themselves at a distinct disadvantage, as none were capable of flight. Xiao Yuan, Lily, scout the area for any injured civilians. I'll hold the line with Changzi and Xiao Min understood. The male and female duo navigated through the coastal structures, battered by the monster's gale, discovering numerous casualties in the wreckage. "Captain, there are 68 injured and 13 deceased." "Copy that. Rescue the injured as swiftly as possible." In midair, the creature's ghastly face twisted into a sinister grin, seemingly mocking their futile efforts. No longer content with merely conjuring winds, it charged toward the night watch team with alarming speed. "Captain, this monster is too powerful." The team members, all from the river realm, found themselves unable to withstand its ferocious onslaught. "Even if we cannot withstand it, we must still try to block it," Qiluo roared, her muscles tensing as she raised her starblade. Beside her, Changzi and Xiao Min, resolute, lifted their own blades in unison. The blades clashed against the creature's talons, sending sparks flying. "Kiskiviko, kiskiko, kiskiko." The monster let out a chilling cackle, opening its vast mouth to unleash a torrent of flames. "Oh no!" As they attempted to evade, the creature seized the opportunity, launching a sudden assault. In a split second, Qiluo pushed her comrades aside, only to have the creature's talon pierce through her body. She collapsed to the ground, blood staining the earth around her. "Captain! Captain!" Xiao Min and Chang Zi rushed to her side, while Xiao Yuan and Lily abandoned their rescue efforts to join them. "Xiaomin, beneath my pillow lies a photograph of my brother. Please remember to burn it for me." Qiluo coughed up blood, his consciousness fading, his eyes closing. Chen Xiaomin wept bitterly, clenching her hands and nodding fervently. I shall certainly incinerate that pretty boy's photograph for you. Do not speak of him as a pretty boy. Qi Luo's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, clinging to the last vestige of his breath. Beside him, Xiao Yuan, engulfed in sorrow, fell silent. The captain had been grievously wounded. His chest pierced. How could he still? He surveyed the surroundings and noted something amiss. The monster had not attacked them. He gazed at the creature, observing its movements slow to a crawl, each action crystal clear to him. I apologize for my tardiness. With a flick of Tianping's hand, the fallen individuals were lifted and placed in a safe corner. Now, allow us to take charge. Wang Mian rested his hand upon his blade, a chilling aura emanating from beneath his mask as he regarded the monster as though it were a mere lifeless object. The dawn rose and Chronos Abyss simultaneously unfolded. Wang Mian sensed that through the dawn rose, he could perceive all living beings within several hundred meters. Damn it, Chen Xiaomin, dare you discard my brother's card? Qi Luo lay upon the ground, while Lily and Sandalwood tended to her wounds. Captain, you are gravely injured. You must rest for a moment. Lily restrained Qi Luo, who attempted to rise and strike. By the way, why am I not dead yet? Qi Luo finally recognized something was amiss. She had sustained a fatal injury. Xiao Yuan's Forbidden Abyss, Sequence 085, Omniscient Perspective, allowed him to scrutinize anything within a 10-meter radius, comprehending their every condition. He examined Qi Luo with the Forbidden Abyss and discovered her organs had been pierced, yet they were slowly regenerating. This must be the power of the Forbidden Abyss. Xiao Yuan realized with clarity, adjusting his glasses as his gaze fell upon the six battling the monster. Chapter 22. May I hold your hand? From a moment the dawn rose with the fragrance of roses, death ceased to exist in this place. Captain, the masked squad has arrived. Qiangzi exclaimed excitedly, gazing at the figures engaged in battle not far away. They were indeed the fabled special squad. Xiao Yuan, equally exhilarated, fixed his eyes on the swordsman at the forefront. He was the renowned time agent. At that moment, a waft of rose perfume drifted by, startling Xiao Yuan as he noticed a beautiful young girl in a sailor uniform skirt had appeared beside him. She held a vibrant rose in her hand and approached Qi Luo, presenting it to her. Xiao Min, observing her in standard attire, presumed she was not a night watcher and cautioned, "Little sister, this place is perilous. You should retreat to safety." Qi Luo gazed at the rose, mistakenly believing it was a token of gratitude from the public. There is no need for flowers. It is our duty as night watchers to protect. Qiuying gently placed the rose upon Qi Luo, and astonishingly, the flower seemed to merge into her very being. Qi Luo's wounds began to heal at a barely perceptible pace. Xiao Yuan and Qiangzi quickly turned their heads away. Although their captain's injuries were mending, her attire remained tattered. Xiao Min promptly removed her cloak and draped it over her. This will hasten the process. The two military medics can channel their energies into healing the civilians. This idea garnered unanimous agreement, and only then did the Mubei City squad begin to seriously observe the girl. "Who are you? You are stunning," one remarked. Lily, noticing Qiuying's desire to shake hands, immediately extended her own. The moment their hands touched, Lily felt a surge of spiritual energy flooding into her, restoring her to her peak condition. With her mouth agape, Lily watched as Qiuying reached out to Tang Xiang, who, unsurprisingly, appeared invigorated after their handshake. Xiao Yuan witnessed these transformations without missing a detail. "Who are you?" He could not help but inquire. "My name is Qiuying, and I am a rookie soldier." A rookie and already on the battlefield? How desperate must the situation be? Xiao Min exclaimed in astonishment. Xiao Yuan found the situation intriguing. A rookie with such formidable power? He too wished to experience it. Without a moment's hesitation, he adjusted his glasses and asked Qiuying, "May I hold your hand?" "Not possible." A clear, melodious voice interrupted them. At that moment, the dark clouds had dispersed, and the monsters had been vanquished by the masked squad. Wang Mian slowly approached from the seaside, appearing weak and leaned toward Qiuying. Though his expression was obscured by the mask, Xiao Yuan sensed an undercurrent of hostility. "Captain, are you all right?" Tang Xiang asked, her concern palpable. Wang Mian remained silent, solely focused on recharging. The vortex and moon ghost looked at him with disdain. "He is perfectly fine, well enough to slice the sea monsters in half with a single strike." Tian Ping stepped forward, placing a hand on Wang Mian's arm, genuinely intending to assist him. Unexpectedly, Wang Mian exerted force, wrapping his arms around Qiuying's waist, refusing to let go. In the peculiar gaze of the Northern Curtain Squad, the members refused to acknowledge Wang Mian as their captain. Qi Luo was now able to move normally, and everyone was astonished to discover that a rose had blossomed in the very spot where she had been lying. Qi Luo and the team bowed towards the masked squad, expressing their gratitude for their timely arrival. "No need for thanks. Safeguarding the Great Xia is our shared responsibility. May I inquire what forbidden object you employ to spare my life?" Qi Luo asked, both surprised and touched that the higher-ups had deemed it necessary to utilize such a formidable forbidden object for their sake. "We did not employ any forbidden object. It was the divine ruins," Wang Mian replied, looking up from Qiuying's shoulder. "Divine ruins?" Xiao Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. "The captain of the masked squad is the agent of the god of time, Kronos. Did you perhaps use time reversal?" "Not me, but her. She utilized the divine ruins of the deity designated as 042, the goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite, known as Dawn Rose." Wang Mian rose from Qiuying's embrace, standing tall and proud, fully recharged. "It's Qiuying's divine ruins. Why are you so puffed up with pride?" The rose scoffed. "You are the agent of Aphrodite. Have you ever seen the goddess herself? Is she truly as beautiful as legend describes? How was she able to choose you?" The members of the Night Watch Squad in Mu Bei stared at her with wide, eager eyes, but Qiuying found herself unable to answer their multitude of questions. Wang Mian stepped forward to shield her from their gaze. His mask obscured his expression, yet everyone understood tacitly that further inquiries were unwelcome. "By the way, Qiuying, what is the ability of your divine ruins?" The other members of the masked squad inquired, equally puzzled. Qiuying exchanged a glance with Wang Mian, who gently nodded, prompting her to respond. "Within the range of Dawn Rose, designated individuals will either gain enhanced strength or be revived." "How many individuals can be designated?" "It depends on the user's mental strength." "And how many times can one be revived?" "Again, it depends on mental strength." A collective gasp echoed among them. If Qiuying's mental fortitude reached its pinnacle, she would be invincible. "This is utterly extraordinary," Qi Luo marveled, finally understanding the existence of such a special squad. They were indeed worlds apart. As they engaged in joyous conversation, a small wooden boat slowly approached the recently calmed sea, carrying a man clad in a black robe. He diverted his gaze from the distance, pulled out his phone from his pocket, and sent a message in the work group. "Never empty Air Force. The agent of the goddess Aphrodite has been discovered." With a notification chime, replies quickly flooded in, and the man lowered his head to check. "Cold Xiao, bring her back." Chapter 23. The jester's revenge. The man in the black robe received his orders, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips as he brought his hands together. The space began to unfold. At that moment, a black vortex materialized beneath Qiuying's feet, and before anyone could react, she was swiftly drawn into it. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself in an endless expanse of darkness, facing a middle-aged man clad in black. "Miss Qiuying, greetings. Allow me to introduce myself." The man in the black robe said politely, bowing with graceful movements. "I am Yonghui, a loyal subordinate of the agent of the underworld, Hades, from the ancient god church." As a man approached, Qiuying instinctively took a step back. If he were truly benevolent, why would he resort to drawing her into this space for a conversation away from Wang Mian and the others? "I represent Hades and extend to you the most sincere invitation to join our ancient god church," he continued. "The ancient god church venerates three malevolent deities, the world-destroying Brahma, the Norse goddess of death, Hel, and the Greek god of the underworld, Hades." Qiuying remained silent as Yonghui drew nearer, and she employed her spiritual eye to ensnare his mind. "Release me." Yonghui's gaze flickered, as he fell under her control. He immediately withdrew a knife from his pocket and slashed it across his own arm. He attempted to probe Qiuying's realm, but found himself at a loss. As a formidable being of boundless strength, if he could not discern her capabilities, she must indeed belong to an extraordinary echelon of humanity. Yet, there had been no reports of a figure like this among the night watchers. It was merely a coincidence that he had come to the seaside to fish today, intending to create a minor nuisance for the night watchers. He never anticipated encountering the agent of Aphrodite, whom the cold-hearted gentleman had long desired. Qiuying was taken aback. He had resisted her mental control in such a manner. Given your actions, the response is no longer of consequence. Do not blame me for my ensuing offense, Yonghui declared as he leaped forward. Blood from his wounded hand coalesced into a sharp blade. In that fleeting moment when Yonghui drew near, Qiuying pointed at his figure. Starry embrace. Yonghui was perplexed by the ineptitude of this agent, unable even to evade his attack. Suddenly, he saw a phantom, identical to his own blade, materialize before him. He lunged at Qiuying's leg, and the ethereal blade mirrored his action, aimed at his own leg. Instantly, he understood, retracting his attack and returning to his previous position. This agent's skill was utterly bizarre. It rendered him incapable of assaulting her. Yet, as his eyes scanned Qiuying, it became evident that she too was not engaging him in attack. Was she? Qiuying felt as though Yonghui could see through her. Indeed, she was woefully inadequate in combat. However, she possessed one final skill, the ultimate summoning magic. Though uncertain of what it might conjure, the term ultimate instilled her with considerable confidence. If I cannot attack you, I shall resort to that which the cold-hearted gentleman specifically provided to deal with you. Qiuying furrowed her brow, pondering what exactly this item meant to counter her. What sinister ploys had this cold-hearted gentleman devised against her? Yonghui conjured an insidious, grinning clown mask from thin air, and Qiuying immediately sensed the impending danger and fled. The clown mask, having locked onto its target, emitted a chilling laugh and swiftly detached from Yonghui's grasp, hurtling toward Qiuying. As she sprinted through the enveloping darkness, it felt as though she would never reach the end. The temperature around her gradually plummeted, while the spectral figure of the clown loomed ominously behind her, its sunken eyes fixated on her like bottomless voids. Qiuying would rather endure Yonghui's wrath than succumb to terror. The speed of the clown's ghastly form was alarming, its gaping maw poised to devour her whole. In a state of sheer panic, Qiuying unleashed two skills in rapid succession. She cast the stars embrace the moon upon Yonghui, ensuring that if she were to be bitten, it would be he who suffered the injury. Yonghui, leisurely advancing behind her, was in command of this realm. No matter how fast Qiuying ran, she could not escape his grasp. This was a forbidden item, Sequence 316, the Clown's Revenge. It posed no direct harm, but would surely lead to, At that moment, a mirror entwined with roses began to rise from the ground beside Qiuying, signaling the activation of her summoning magic. An overwhelming aura of power radiated from the mirror, causing Yonghui to break into a cold sweat, his legs turning to jelly. He was a formidable being of the infinite realm, a figure of elder status within the ancient god church. He had encountered the pinnacle of humanity before, yet none exerted such an oppressive force. What had this divine proxy conjured? As Yonghui's domain expanded, he frantically retreated, instinctively fleeing from Qiuying. Every fiber of his being urged him to escape. Qiuying remained fixated on the mirror, wondering if her supreme summoning magic might bring forth a colossal dragon, a dark elf, or perhaps a deep-sea behemoth. While she was lost in thought, a tall man emerged from the mirror, his stature regal, a deep crimson cloak billowing around him, exuding an aura of immense power. When Qiuying finally discerned his face, her heart sank. What was happening? How had she summoned Lin Qiye? Chapter 24. Extreme training. As the masked squad embarked on their mission, the training camp continued its rigorous regimen. One by one, the recruits boarded a black bus, preparing for an afternoon of extreme training. Their designated training ground was the unspoiled Jinan Mountain, a wild terrain on the outskirts of Song'an City. Soon, the recruits gathered at the base of Jinan Mountain, where Instructor Hong surveyed them with a discerning gaze and spoke slowly. I trust that upon arriving here, you have made some conjectures. You will each be equipped with a 35-kilogram weighted pack, and your objective is to traverse this mountain range before dawn. Whispers of disbelief circulated among the recruits. Is it really that simple? Instructor Hong chuckled wickedly and clapped his hands. Suddenly, a swarm of drones erupted from the bus. Your weighted packs are equipped with a tracking feature. These drones are armed with paintball guns and will pursue you relentlessly. Should you be struck by one, it signifies failure, and failure will incur severe punishment. As he contemplated the impending ordeal, Instructor Hong couldn't suppress his laughter. Let me reiterate. First, the weights you carry may be swapped. Second, attacking the drones is strictly prohibited. Those caught will be eliminated. Third, mutual attacks among you are forbidden. Do you comprehend? Understood. The recruits responded in unison as they took turns collecting their weighted packs. During this time, Instructor Hong confiscated Bai Li's leisure space as well. Once the recruits entered the mountain, Instructor Hong leisurely settled down by the newly erected tent. Instructor Han, having completed his tasks, joined him. How many do you think will emerge from the mountain? Han inquired. Not a single one. Instructor Hong replied with unwavering confidence. Why is that? I see several promising newcomers in this batch. Instructor Hong waved his finger. We have employed forbidden items to seal off the entire mountain range. It has transformed into a labyrinth. They will not be able to escape. Instead, they will experience an endless pursuit by the drones or face punishment. Instructor Han gasped, taken aback by the severity of Instructor Hong's methods. On Jinan Mountain, Lin Qiye, Qiuying, and Bai Li navigated through the towering foliage. Qiye, what troubles you? You seem rather downcast, Qiuying observed. Noticing Lin Qiye's distant gaze since they had left the mess hall, deep in thought and silent for quite some time. It's nothing, Lin Qiye replied. He was not a particularly open or cheerful person, having always preferred to conceal his troubles and resolve them on his own. Qiuying, it's obvious you've never been in love, Bai Li interjected, having known Lin Qiye for only a short while but grasping his temperament well enough. There was only one person capable of affecting Lin Qiye's mood. Qiuying, perplexed, questioned, what does that have to do with love? Lin Qiye gripped the small knife that had been issued alongside his weighted pack, slicing through the thicket obstructing their path. As he cut through, he pondered why Instructor Hong had chosen to keep Qiuying behind. Had her divine identity been revealed, or was something amiss? Moreover, he discovered that Qiuying and Shen Qingzhu were acquainted. How did they come to know each other, and where did this acquaintance blossom? Additionally, he felt a peculiar sensation regarding the captain of the mass squad. Was it merely his imagination, or did he perceive Qiuying's presence while dining with them? The more he contemplated these matters, the more agitated Lin Qiye became, causing his grip on the blade to tighten instinctively. Goodness, Qiye, do be careful. Are you mowing grass or attempting to commit murder? Bai Li Pang Pang exclaimed from behind Lin Qiye, who was forging ahead, clearing the path. As he inadvertently quickened his pace and found himself alongside Lin Qiye, the sharp blade nearly grazed him. Apologies, Lin Qiye muttered, shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling within. His foremost task, now, was to navigate through the mountains. The drone buzzed ominously around them, prompting the three to swiftly take refuge amidst the dense foliage. Pang Pang began to lag, sensing the proximity of the drone. With a forlorn expression, he lamented, "You all go ahead. This load is far too heavy for me. I cannot outrun the drone. Are you not afraid of the consequences?" Qiuying and Lin Qiye halted, scrutinizing him. "Consequences are consequences. It's not as if I will perish," he retorted. They observe a new recruit in the distance being struck by the drone, collapsing instantly. Moments later, two instructors emerged from the underbrush, hoisting the recruit onto a stretcher. Pang Pang felt even less inclined to move. After all, being eliminated would merely result in someone carrying him back. What could be more delightful? Hey, can you hear me? Suddenly, the instructor's voice emanated from the heavy pack. The trio immediately turned their attention to their respective packs, which surprisingly contained speakers. "You can hear me? Splendid. Now, let the punishment commence. Your name is Wang Mian, correct? What unspeakable deeds have you committed? I once spied on the neighbor's older brother while he bathed. What brother? The incredulity in the instructor's tone was palpable. No misunderstanding here at that moment. In a nearby tent, Wang Mian found his hands bound to a chair, adorned with a truth ring. His cheeks flushed crimson as he could not help but divulge his secrets. Instructor Hong sat across from him, posing a barrage of mortifying inquiries, while the other instructors behind him initially stifled their laughter before erupting into raucous guffaws. The recruits in Jinan Mountain shared in the amusement, but as their laughter echoed, their expressions shifted, for they understood that this was the penalty for failure. It must have involved some forbidden object that compelled one to speak the truth, Lin Qiye surmised. Truly ruthless. The trio exchanged glances, and without hesitation, they dashed deeper into the mountains, with Bali Pang Pang no longer exhibiting his earlier nonchalance, closely trailing behind Lin Qiye. Chapter 25. The charismatic moment of Brother Shun Lin Qiye cleaved through the weeds before him with a swift stroke, preparing to advance, when suddenly a rustling sound emerged from the opposite direction. In an instant, Shen Qingzhu appeared directly in front of Lin Qiye. Their eyes met, and both were momentarily rendered speechless, caught off guard by the coincidence. "Goodness, what a stroke of luck!" exclaimed Pang Pang from behind as he craned his neck to catch a glimpse of Shen Qingzhu. "This is not the time for idle chatter," Shen Qingzhu shouted, nimbly leaping to the left. Behind them trailed several drones, unleashing a barrage of paint pellets in their direction. Meanwhile, additional drones pursued Lin Qiye and his companions, converging to form an almost complete encirclement. With little time to ponder their predicament, they instinctively scattered in all directions. Unfortunately, two of Shen Qingzhu's companions were inadvertently struck by the incoming projectiles. Uncertain of how long they had been running, Lin Qiye and his group finally arrived at a small stream. He cupped his hands to drink from the water and splashed some on his face. After taking a deep breath, he gazed up at the sky, surveying his surroundings. "This place feels peculiar," Qiuying mused as he approached. "What's wrong?" Lin Qiye inquired. "Have you not noticed? No matter where we run, the position of the sun in the sky remains unchanged," Qiuying remarked, his expression darkening as he and Pang Pang looked up. "It's likely some sort of cursed object," Li Pang Pang lamented, plopping down on the ground. His demeanor resigned. After meandering through the mountains for quite some time, their stamina nearly depleted, everyone settled down on the ground. The interrogation in their heavy packs had yet to cease, and they found themselves chuckling at the banter. Lin Qiye. Shen Qingzhu's gaze fell upon Lin Qiye, who looked back, uncertain of his intent. "I heard you and Qiuying used to be on the same team. Do you happen to know what her favorite food is?" Shen Qingzhu questioned, his eyes fixed on Lin Qiye. If one had not heard him clearly, they might have mistaken it for a challenge. "Do you like her?" Lin Qiye replied, pursing his lips, offering a response that skirted the question. His fists clenched involuntarily, yet his expression remained nonchalant, as if it were a mere casual inquiry. Shen Qingzhu's gaze flickered, and his voice was markedly more rigid than usual, displaying signs of stammering. I would say I like her that much. It's just, she is quite beautiful." Upon finishing his sentence, Shen Qingzhu inexplicably felt a surge of irritation. Why should Lin Qiye's feelings matter to him? "Do you even know?" Lin Qiye's lips tightened. He promptly rose, brushing off his pants and signaling for Pang Pang and Qiuying to follow, his tone icy. "Why don't you just ask her yourself?" Buzzing. Before Shen Qingzhu could retort, several drones emerged from the thicket, prompting him to curse loudly and leap into action. Meanwhile, Deng Wei, distracted by the flying projectiles, failed to notice the slippery ground beneath him and fell. Shen Qingzhu swiftly turned around, rushing to grasp Deng Wei's shoulder, exclaiming with exasperation, "Damn it! You're always causing me trouble." Shen Qingzhu's three companions were named Li Jia, Li Liang, and Deng Wei. Li Jia and Li Liang were unfortunate enough to be eliminated when they encountered Lin Qiye, leaving only Deng Wei to accompany him. Shen Qingzhu, with a firm grip on Deng Wei's shoulder, hurried forward. However, Deng Wei seemed to have twisted his ankle, moving with great difficulty. Shen Qingzhu led him into a thicket, where Deng Wei clutched his foot, his face contorted in pain. "Brother Shen, let me carry the burden. You go on ahead," Deng Wei implored. Shen Qingzhu shot him a stern glance, asserting, "The burden is mine. I will bear it myself." Brother Shen, you are destined for greatness. While I am bound to be eliminated, allow me to fulfill my last purpose, Deng Wei insisted, reaching for the heavy pack on Shen Qingzhu's back. After a moment's hesitation, Shen Qingzhu relented. "I'll give you 25 pounds. You carry 10. All right." Shen Qingzhu lightened his load by 25 pounds, instantly feeling a surge of relief. "Brother Shen, you must hurry. The drone will arrive shortly." "Understood. Stay safe." Shen Qingzhu cast a final glance at Deng Wei before sprinting into the distance. After running for a while, he glanced up at the sky, pondering whether, as Lin Qiye suggested, the instructors were indeed conspiring against them. He hesitated, torn between concern for Deng Wei and his own path, ultimately shaking his head. "Shen Qingzhu, you are destined to become a strong individual. Strength requires a ruthless heart. You must endure until the end, proving your worth to those who underestimate you." Clenching his fists, he prepared to advance when suddenly, a familiar voice emanated from the sound system of the burden pack. "Are you Li Liang?" "Yes." "Do you have someone you cherish?" "No." "Oh, surely there is someone you respect." "Yes." "Who is it?" "My brother Shen." "Shen Qingzhu?" The instructor's expression was one of astonishment. Shen Qingzhu was known for his fiery temper and rough demeanor. How could anyone hold him in such esteem? "In my first year of high school, my brother Li Jia got entangled with local delinquents and was constantly harassed at our doorstep. Brother Shen couldn't bear to see this and stepped in to help us, ultimately getting expelled from school and missing the college entrance examination. He is the kindest person in this world." Shen Qingzhu halted mid-stride, his agitation evident as he raked his fingers through his hair, muttering in annoyance. "What nonsense is this Li Liang spouting?" In the thicket, upon hearing Li Liang's words, Deng Wei smiled knowingly. He dusted off his pants. He had been seated for quite some time and decided it was time to move. "I'm right here, you foolish drone," Deng Wei shouted at the drone above. No sooner had the words left his lips than the drone locked onto him, unleashing a barrage of missiles. Deng Wei took a deep breath, hoping that the instructor would refrain from posing any peculiar questions. He closed his eyes, waiting in silence until suddenly, he felt no further commotion. Opening his eyes, he was surprised to find Shen Qingzhu standing before him, tall and poised, his silhouette softened by the sunlight. The light streamed from behind him, casting a delicate golden halo, while his hair danced gently in the breeze, glimmering faintly. "Fear not. Your brother Shen has come to rescue you." Shen Qingzhu shielded himself from Deng Wei's bullet with a weighted backpack, prompting Deng Wei to exclaim, "Brother Shen, the rules state that one cannot use a bag to block bullets." Shen Qingzhu tossed the backpack aside with a charismatic smile, retorting, "What nonsense rules? I am the rule." The next moment, a gunshot rang out, and Shen Qingzhu collapsed, losing consciousness. Chapter 26. The future of Lin Qiye. The headstrong Shen Qingzhu has also met his end. The instructor gazed with keen interest at the young man bound before him. "Who bestowed upon you the audacity to flout the rules? Watching my brother being eliminated, Shen Qingzhu, cannot abide." The instructor raised an eyebrow, seemingly impressed by your loyalty. "Was what Li Liang said earlier true?" "Indeed. From your demeanor, I had presumed you to be a lawless and ruthless individual. Why then do you choose to present yourself in such a manner?" After a moment of contemplation, Shen Qingzhu slowly began to articulate his thoughts. People are inherently inclined to prey upon the weak. Those who are frail not only suffer, but are also unable to protect those who matter most. Important individuals? I am eager to hear about your romantic experiences. How many love letters have you penned? I have composed a total of 134 love letters, of which 114 have been dispatched, leaving 20 yet to be delivered. Why have some been sent, while others remain undelivered? Pray, elaborate. At the tender age of 4, I found myself enamored with the lovely older sister next door. The 20 undelivered letters stem from a recent encounter with a particularly beautiful girl who captured my heart entirely. I immediately reached for my phone to add her on WeChat, only to discover she had no phone. Ha ha ha. The instructors before Shen Qingzhu could not contain their laughter. The new recruits in Jinan Mountain joined in, with Bali panting and chuckling. Ha ha ha. Even Shen Qingzhu has moments like these. And then, the instructor's voice echoed from within the weighted pack. Of her lack of a phone. Simply purchase her one. At that moment, I happened to have a little money, so I bought her the latest model. I then stationed myself daily at the entrance of that supermarket, only to find her never once. Each time my heart ached for her, I resorted to writing her letters, composing 20 in total, all of which remain undispatched. And thus, did your infatuation come to an end? Not at all. I encountered her again recently. I presented her with the phone, and she was overjoyed, gifting me a golden rose in return. Seizing the opportunity, I share my WeChat number with her. Although we have yet to connect, the instructor abruptly changed his line of questioning. Did you surrender your phone at the training camp? I did, and mere second before, I had not added her. Even after she was in such a situation, you persisted? Perhaps there was simply no signal preventing the addition. Upon hearing this, Bailey stumbled slightly, giving an approving thumbs up to the void. No phone is one thing, but to offer such an excuse of no signal? Shen Qingzhu, you're something else. None were aware that the young lady was also at the training camp. They assumed Shen Qingzhu was merely comforting himself with excuses, berating him for his infatuation and servitude. Given your personality with such a strong sense of pride, how do you permit others to reject you so many times? Shen Qingzhu looked perplexed. She has not rejected me, has she? The instructor took a deep breath, his expression one of resignation. Do you truly harbor such affection for her? A profound sense of admiration enveloped him each time he beheld her. In the dimly lit space, Qiuying scrutinized Lin Qiye before her, noting the subtle yet striking transformation he had undergone. His youthful features had relinquished their childish innocence, yielding to a more defined visage, with a strong jawline and a complexion that, while no longer as delicate as in his youth, exuded a newfound gravitas. His gaze had deepened significantly, the previous naivety replaced by an air of maturity that resembled an unfathomable abyss, serene yet profound. His shoulders had broadened, and his stride was now marked by a steady, forceful cadence, each movement imbued with a quiet confidence. Lin Qiye, having endured several sleepless nights for the sake of his work, appeared weary as he pinched the bridge of his nose. His eyes roamed the vicinity before settling on Qiuying, a flicker of understanding illuminating his gaze. He approached her at a leisurely pace, crouching down to meet her eye level, unable to suppress a chuckle at her current appearance. So it was he who had inadvertently brought about this change in her. Qiuying's lips had become plump and round, as if something had filled them to the brim, the edges curling outward, transforming her mouth into what one might call a sausage lip. Unaware of her own metamorphosis, she felt her fists clench upon hearing Lin Qiye's laughter. His gaze was both attentive and affectionate as he gently tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Qiuying felt a twinge of discomfort at his touch. Instinctively retreating, her expression akin to that of someone witnessing a ghost. Who are you? Get off Lin Qiye at once. Lin Qiye, amusement dancing in his eyes, advanced towards her with each step she took back, refusing to provide an explanation. He grasped her wrist gently, his voice low and earnest. Stay still. Allow me to observe you properly. Meanwhile, Yonghui stood frozen a short distance away, enveloped in an invisible force that obscured his vision, rendering the world around him a blur. In the darkness, he sensed an entity constricting him, immobilizing his every move. His pupils dilated slightly, as if he had glimpsed something terrifying. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his fingers clutched the fabric of his clothing tightly, knuckles whitening from the pressure as he trembled and inquired, "Who are you, truly?" Such terrifying power was beyond his comprehension. As a formidable being of the infinite realm, he could alter the very essence of the world with a mere thought. Yet this individual had rendered him defenseless without even drawing a weapon. I am Lin Qiye, the seventh commander of the Night Watch of Dexia, the pinnacle of humanity, he declared, standing before Yonghui with the stature of a steadfast pine, his gaze cold and profound. The atmosphere around them seemed to freeze, a palpable sense of oppression saturating the air. Lin Qiye? Isn't he the agent of the Seraph? When did he ascend to the position of the seventh commander of Dexia? Surely this is a delusion. Yonghui remained oblivious to the peril that surrounded him. defiantly clinging to his bravado. You shall never have the chance to witness it. Lin Qiye's palm clenched tightly. The darkness enveloping Yonghui tightened like an unseen tendril, constricting around him, causing him to gasp for breath, his eyes rolling back in response. If you kill me, her visage shall never return to its former state. Lin Qiye chuckled coldly. He detested others using Qiuying as leverage against him. However, Yonghui was not destined to perish so easily, and Lin Qiye had no desire for his demise to come swiftly, for someone would soon arrive to chase him away. Are you the future Lin Qiye? Qiuying regarded him with a puzzled gaze, her eyes scanning him up and down. Correct. How astute. Lin Qiye replied with a slight smile, wrapping his arm around her waist and effortlessly lifting her into his embrace. I've been working incessantly lately, leaving me no time to accompany you. I missed you dearly. In an instant, Qiuying found herself airborne, instinctively clutching his neck as a blush graced her cheeks. She immediately retaliated by playfully swatting at Lin Qiye's handsome face. Her strikes, gentle yet enough to stir his curiosity. Do you realize that you are the only one in this world bold enough to strike me like this? Lin Qiye tightened his embrace, leaning closer, and teasingly brushed his stubble against her cheek. Qiuying felt a slight tickle on her face. Yet her struggles against Lin Qiye were as futile as a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. Lin Qiye, you scoundrel. Chapter 27. In the vastness of the ocean. A small boat drifted slowly, when suddenly a black vortex materialized in the void, and Yonghui returned to the vessel from another dimension. He was battered and bruised, his clothes tattered and in disarray, blood staining his face and body, with all limbs broken, leaving only his eyes capable of movement. His gaze flickered with a cunning glint, as if to suggest that his plight was insurmountable. The blood oozing from his wounds coalesced into the semblance of an oar, which he thrust out from the boat, propelling it forward with great effort. Lin Qiye and Qiuying, mark my words, one day I shall repay you in kind for all I have endured, he vowed silently. Unbeknownst to him, two gray figures were stealthily approaching from a distance. Wang Mian's long blade glimmered with a chilling light under the sun, his gaze piercing as he fixed his eyes upon the undulating boat. The moment he spotted Yonghui, he drew his sword with a swift motion. The blade sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistle, as if the very heavens trembled at its passage. With unparalleled force, it cleaved directly towards the small vessel. Boom! The blade met the waves with a thunderous crash, the sea parting violently as if a great chasm had opened, sending sprays of water high into the air. The ocean surged to either side, erecting towering walls of water, and the small boat was cleaved in two, vanishing beneath the surface. Though his figure appeared diminutive amidst the water walls, there was an undeniable grandeur to him. Water droplets cascaded down the blade, and behind the mask, his expression remained stoic. It was this individual who had utilized space to abduct Qiuying. Tianping floated beside Wang Mian, observing him part the sea with a mighty strike, and couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration. His anger was indeed fearsome. No one else is around, he noted. Wang Mian sheathed his sword just as a voice crackled through the communicator. Rosa's voice reached his ears. Captain, Qiuying has returned, but you should see for yourself. Hearing Rosa's words, a pang of dread coursed through Wang Mian, and he swiftly soared back to the original location alongside Tianping. Upon spotting a familiar figure, he hurried towards her. The vortex and the moon demon stood with their backs to Qiuying, while the fragrant sandalwood incense wafted through the air as it was raised to heal her, with Rosa muttering discontentedly nearby. Are you all right? Wang Mian inquired as he approached Qiuying, only to be taken aback by her appearance. Her lips were swollen, rendering her face comically distorted. Tianping, who had joined the moon demon and the vortex, finally understood why they had turned their backs to her. Qiuying blinked, recalling her earlier playful banter with Lin Qiye. As the mirror of roses slowly ascended from the ground, she felt a fleeting darkness wash over her before she returned to the present. Wang Mian was filled with self-reproach, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white from the pressure. His voice, laced with fury, emerged in a low growl, each word seeming to squeeze through clenched teeth. Who did this? The ancient god sect, Qiuying replied nonchalantly, recalling a name she couldn't quite grasp. Wang Mian circled her, relieved to find no other wounds. Let us return and consult old Yuan for a solution. Wang Mian pondered for a moment, grasping Qiuying's wrist, and without hesitation, he proceeded towards the aircraft, followed closely by the other team members. Are you leaving? Goodbye. The team from Ubei City had just resolved their issues with the public and waved farewell as they departed. It had been 5 hours since the recruits entered Jinan Mountain, and more than half had already been eliminated. As the number of eliminated recruits increased, the drones hovering above the mountain became noticeably more numerous. Fortunately, the instructors still exhibited some compassion. Whenever the recruits were surrounded by drones, they always left a path for them to escape. Venturing deeper into the mountain, Lin Qiye and his companions slowed their pace. Pang Pang, pale and weary, had sweat-soaked clothes and vacant eyes. Lin Qiye keenly observed his condition and urged, "Shall we sit down for a moment?" Pang Pang waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. You all go ahead, don't mind me." As he spoke, he touched his chest, his vision darkened, and he fainted. Qiuying approached to assess his condition and nodded to Lin Qiye. He just fainted from exhaustion. They turned and continued deeper into the mountain. Lin Qiye cleared the underbrush and remarked to Qiuying, "If you wish for me to absolve you of your sins, you merely need to offer a sufficient price. There is no need to curry favor." Qiuying paused, taken aback, and, after a moment, slowly replied, "Do you have no friends?" "I have always been an outcast," Lin Qiye said. "What a coincidence. So have I. We are kindred spirits, making it easier to become friends. Wouldn't you agree?" Lin Qiye glanced at Qiuying, his expression devoid of emotion. "The last person who wished to be my friend met a grim fate at my hands." Not long after they departed, 2 instructors emerged from the thicket, lifting Bai Li Pang Pang onto a stretcher. What a pity, no more gossip from the Bai family. Pang Pang lay on the stretcher, a faint smile playing on his lips, as those who fainted from exhaustion were spared punishment. As twilight deepened, the instructors gathered together. Instructor Hong inquired, "How many are left?" 2. "At this hour, should we not conclude the extreme training?" Instructor Hong rubbed his chin and shook his head. "Do you not wish to see where their limits lie? Redirect all the drones towards those 2 little fellows and have the medics follow closely behind, ready for rescue." As the night sky thickened, the darkness within the mountain rendered each step uncertain without a flashlight. Lin Qiye gripped his knife, his eyes glinting as he expertly cleaved through the obstacles before him. Qiuying trailed closely behind, puzzled by Lin Qiye's nimble movements. "Can you see in such darkness?" "Yes," Lin Qiye replied calmly. Initially, he intended to challenge his limits, but as night fell, his stamina and mental acuity restored at an astonishing rate. He did not wish to rely on his abilities to cheat, yet he found himself unable to suppress them, although Qiuying had undergone modifications in the abandoned ruins. Endowing him with exceptional physical capabilities, he still found it hard to endure after such a long time. "I can't go on. You should leave," he said. "Are you not going to push through a little longer?" "No, I cannot lose consciousness. Once I do, my body will be under control." Lin Qiye nodded at him, indicating they would meet at the training camp. Entering Jinan Mountain for 9 hours, Lin Qiye traversed the mountain with remarkable agility. Before long, a familiar voice emerged from the weighted backpack. "Qiuying, you have performed admirably, yet punishment is still necessary." "Understood." Chapter 28. The first of history, the instructor sat before Qiuying, observing him with keen interest. This individual undoubtedly harbored numerous secrets. "Do not be anxious. If you can overhear our conversation now. Apart from these instructors, only Lin Qiye remains." Qiuying nodded gently, his gaze resting upon the true words ring adorning his hand. "Do you have someone you admire?" "No." "What type of girl do you prefer?" "I do not fancy girls. I am attracted to mature women with appealing figures, preferably those who possess the wisdom gained from past relationships." Instructor Hong's mouth fell open in astonishment. Indeed, this new batch of recruits was exceptional, igniting his curiosity about Lin Qiye's secrets. "What is your greatest regret?" Qiuying's eyes darkened as he fell into a contemplative silence before responding. "When I was 6, I regretted not drowning in the river." Had I perished then, I would not have returned to the village, nor out of curiosity picked up the scythe from the ground, unleashing my forbidden ruins and slaughtering the 172 innocent villagers. I would not have been confined in a police station. After hearing this, the instructor remained silent for a moment, finally letting out a deep sigh. This is not your fault. Lin Qiye possessed dark vision, doubled recovery, extraordinary endurance, enhanced speed, and complete map access. His form glided through the woods like a specter. The bus carrying the other recruits had long departed, leaving only a vehicle laden with supplies and instructors, gradually making its way toward the exit of Jinan Mountain. Instructor Hong, peering through binoculars, gazed into the distance. How much longer? Another instructor beside him glanced at the locator in his hand. In just 2 short hours, he has already come so close. The Seraphim agent is truly remarkable. Could even the town ruins monument fail to completely suppress his forbidden ruins? Are divine agents this formidable? How long did Wang Mian take? Instructor Hong raised his binoculars, fixated on the looming dark peaks. 6 hours. However, Wang Mian did not succeed in traversing the terrain during his first extreme training. While Lin Qiye is attempting it for the first time, no one in training history has succeeded on their first attempt. He is about to emerge. The instructor, observing the locator, spoke again, prompting a collective silence among the onlookers. Suddenly, from the shadowy mountain, a muddy youth appeared. His military uniform smeared with dirt and scratches, his cap long lost, tightly gripping a small knife. His silhouette was outlined by silver glow. His steps were steady and resolute, the moonlight cascading over his shoulders, illuminating his profound brows and austere features, his gaze as deep as the night, seemingly able to penetrate all. The instructors were momentarily taken aback by his appearance. After a brief pause, Instructor Hong stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Congratulations on completing the extreme training. You are the first in history to do so. You have made history. Lin Qiye slowly exhaled, his form wavering slightly, and he began to topple forward. Instructor Hong, quick-witted, swiftly caught him. He assisted him in sitting down beside him, and Instructor Han Li handed him a bottle of water, unable to refrain from praising him. Lin Qiye, you're truly remarkable. Lin Qiye accepted the water and gulped it down vigorously. By the way, we still owe you a compensation. You should visit me tomorrow. Instructor Hong suddenly recalled that during the confrontation between the new recruits and the mass squad, it was Lin Qiye who emerged victorious. Thus they owed him recompense. Instructor Han Li had only arrived that morning and was unaware of the prior day's battle. Wearing a puzzled expression, Lin Qiye nodded in agreement, and Instructor Hong, holding the truth ring, presented it to him with eyes aglow. Would you care to experience a punishment? Lin Qiye hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether his fervent efforts were partly motivated by this very punishment. Oh, it's nothing serious, just a bit of fun. It's only us here. We want to ask you any outrageous questions. All right. Ultimately, Lin Qiye acquiesced, provided that no absurd inquiries were posed. Instructor Hong immediately beamed with delight, as he had numerous questions brimming with curiosity. Do you have someone you like? Not a single new recruit undergoing the punishment had ever escaped such inquiries. No, you don't fancy Qiuying? Lin Qiye was taken aback, gazing at Instructor Hong, whose eyes narrowed slightly, sparkling with curiosity. I don't know. I have never liked anyone. Instructor Hong wore an expression of sudden enlightenment, but did not press further. Instead, he posed another serious question. Is there anything you regret? Lin Qiye lifted his gaze to the night sky, remaining silent for a long while, before slowly articulating the answer he had instinctively overlooked. I was unable to save someone. Chapter 29. A visit home as the night deepened. A gentle breeze whispered through the trees, their leaves rustling softly, while distant sounds of chirping insects and birds occasionally punctuated the stillness. After disembarking from the plane, Wang Mian grasped Qiuying's hand and hurried towards Yuan Gang's room. Wang Mian, it is quite late. Perhaps we should come back tomorrow, Qiuying suggested, halting her steps. The hour was indeed late, and everyone was likely resting. She felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of waking them to reveal her current state. Yet this time, Wang Mian was not his usual compliant self. His delicate brows knitted together in a frown, his demeanor clouded with discontent, as he continued onward without pause. Wang Mian, look at me, Qiuying urged, gently caressing his cheek and turning his face towards her. With a sigh, Wang Mian acquiesced, bending down so that their foreheads lightly touched, their proximity allowing them to share breaths. Feeling the intensity of her gaze, Wang Mian's heart raced, and his cheeks flushed slightly. Qiuying rose on her toes, her fingers gliding through his hair before resting behind his ear. Their breaths intertwined, and in Wang Mian's eyes, there was only Qiuying. Her sweet voice enveloped him like a siren song, drawing him into a mesmerizing abyss. Don't think about anything. Just go back and rest, she whispered. Wang Mian's pupils gradually lost focus, and this time he offered no resistance. Instead, he slowly nodded and turned towards his dormitory. His movements languid, as if each action were guided by an unseen force. As he departed, Qiuying exhaled a sigh of relief. She sensed Wang Mian's guilt, yet she knew it was not his fault. He deserved his rest. Upon returning to the dormitory, she encountered a familiar figure. Back already? Lin Qiye's silhouette melded seamlessly with the night, as though he were an intrinsic part of its endless darkness. His outline flickered in the dim light, revealing only his penetrating eyes, which glimmered with a hint of sternness amidst the shadows. He had been preparing for bed when a little bat, tasked with watching over Qiuying, suddenly flew to his window to inform him of her return. Without a moment's hesitation, he tossed aside his covers, dressed quickly, and rushed out. Qiuying felt a surge of irritation upon seeing Lin Qiye, recalling the things he would do to her in the future. Her cheeks flushed as she shot him a fierce glare. In the darkness, Lin Qiye keenly noted the change in Qiuying's appearance. Her pleated skirt swayed gently with her steps, her long black hair cascading smoothly over her shoulders, the ends curling inward, lending her an air of innocence. Her face was strikingly delicate, with fair skin and large, bright eyes that sparkled with a lively spirit. Is this what a beautiful girl from a novel looks like? Lin Qiye's gaze lingered on Qiuying for a fleeting moment before he hurriedly averted his eyes. Yet, before long, his gaze unintentionally drifted back to her, only to discover that her exquisitely beautiful lips were swollen, appearing as if they had been split in two. What kind of mission requires such elegance? What happened to her mouth? How could a simple outing leave her in this state? He furrowed his brows, the fleeting stirrings of youthful affection dissipating without a trace, replaced by an inexplicable surge of ire. Unable to restrain himself, he seized Qiuying's chin, his voice low and commanding. Who did this? Having grown accustomed to Lin Qiye's roughness, Qiuying found herself unfazed as he manipulated her face, turning it from side to side. With a frown and her swollen lips tinged with redness, she replied, "It's nothing. I just encountered a peculiar individual." A peculiar individual? Do you have any idea how worried the captain and Hongying would be if they found out? Lin Qiye realized his emotions were somewhat heightened and took a deep breath. Qiuying's brows knitted slightly, casting a glance at Lin Qiye, her eyes reflecting a hint of grievance. She intended to become this way. Why should he scold her? Still gripping her face, she retaliated by tugging at his ear. Feeling the painful tug, Lin Qiye winced for some reason. Tonight, he was unusually obstinate, much like a petulant child. The two of them engaged in a playful tug-of-war, neither willing to relent. Suddenly, Lin Qiye sensed someone approaching the dormitory building, likely a patrolling instructor. Let go. Don't throw a tantrum. But you were the one who was fierce with me first. The instructor was slowly nearing, and it was too late to retreat now. Reluctantly, Lin Qiye wrapped his other arm around Qiuying's waist and moved them into the shadows, focusing his thoughts within the confines of the psychiatric facility of the gods. Oh dear, one shouldn't eat with their hands. I can't use chopsticks. In the garden, Lin Qiye, donned in an apron, was busy at work, facing the elegantly dressed Nikes. How long has Donna's been away? Is he causing trouble out there? As Nike's worried voice echoed, Lin Qiye and Qiuying's figures materialized before them. Upon arriving here, Lin Qiye's attire transformed into a white coat. What are you two doing? Nikes observed them, one tugging at a face, the other at an ear, both wearing fierce expressions, unwilling to release their grips. Qiuying, with her free hand, was pushing against Lin Qiye's chest, sensing the shift in their surroundings. Why does this place feel so familiar? Isn't this the psychiatric hospital where I used to stay? Is Lin Qiye planning to confine me again? The thought triggered a sense of alarm in Qiuying, and she raised her hand to slap Lin Qiye. In her haste, her nails grazed his handsome face, leaving a red mark along his cheek. Enough. Nike's lovely brows knitted together as she waved her hand, causing Lin Qiye and Qiuying to immediately part. Realizing his own loss of composure, Lin Qiye smiled at Nike's, saying, "Mother, I'm back." Nike's relaxed her brows and instructed Li Yifei to fetch 2 stools. "You two, come and sit." Lin Qiye and Qiuying hurriedly complied, their earlier tension replaced by an air of camaraderie. Whose prank is this? Nike's, stifling a laugh at the sight of Qiuying's lips, reached out to sweep her hand across Qiuying's face, restoring it to its original state. "Do not pay her any mind. She enjoys it this way." Lin Qiye cast a sidelong glance at Qiuying, his tone tinged with irritation. Upon hearing this, Nike's appeared flustered, akin to a child who had committed a misdeed. "Should I revert back?" Qiuying immediately chuckled and waved her hand dismissively, indicating it was unnecessary, before giving Lin Qiye's arm a sharp twist. Lin Qiye winced in pain, his expression contorting into a grimace. Yet he and Qiuying merely exchanged fierce glares, refraining from uttering a word or taking action. Who on earth is this girl? Li Yifei watched the scene unfold, utterly bemused. Suddenly, a notification panel appeared before Qiuying, though she found herself perplexed by its significance. The loyalty value of Ananda, serpent demon, towards Lin Qiye is 85. The loyalty value of Ananda, serpent demon, towards you is 100. Lin Qiye brushed aside Qiuying's hand, unwilling to engage in further dispute, his gaze lingering on the sumptuous spread laid out on the table. Where did these ingredients come from? From the vacant lot behind the courtyard, the fish sourced from the small pond beside the sick ward, and the rice pilfered from the cupboard in the infirmary. Li Yifei tilted his head in confusion as he placed the prepared utensils before them. What's wrong? Is it past its prime? Lin Qiye opened his mouth, glancing at Nike's, who had already consumed nearly half a bowl. And then he offered a piece of fish to Qiuying. "Try this." Qiuying regarded him with skepticism, unaware of his true intentions. Gazing at the delectable feast before her, she recalled the raw buns from the training camp, swallowing hard. "It smells divine," disregarding any possible schemes. Qiuying seized a piece of fish from her bowl and began to eat. Lin Qiye observed her expression, noting that she seemed to be enjoying it, and quietly took a piece for himself. As they dined, Lin Qiye lifted his eyes to glance at Nike's, discovering that her progress bar had reached an astonishing 48. His brows lifted slightly as he leaned closer to Li Yifei. "Well done." Li Yifei scratched his head, bashfully acknowledging the compliment. When Nike's had first been released from the hospital, she had appeared dazed, mistaking everything for her child. Now, she seemed much livelier, no longer errantly identifying children, her gaze imbued with a newfound vitality. Recalling the moment, Lin Qiye instinctively reached for a piece of green vegetable, only to collide with a pair of chopsticks, both sets capturing the same piece simultaneously. Qiuying and Lin Qiye locked eyes, sparks igniting, as yet another battle loomed. "You two, the parents, are far more raucous than the children." Nike's observed them, shaking her head in resignation. "At this rate, when will I see my next granddaughter? If you must quarrel, do so elsewhere." Upon hearing this, Qiuying was so startled that she could barely steady her chopsticks, inadvertently allowing Lin Qiye to claim the piece of vegetable. She stammered, pointing at Lin Qiye and then at herself, eager to explain. Mom, this is really delicious, try this." Li Yifei gestured toward the fish, winking vigorously at Qiuying, signaling her to keep quiet. Although he was unaware of the relationship between Lin Qiye and Qiuying, he knew that Qiuying was the only person Lin Qiye had brought into the psychiatric hospital. With a light-hearted laugh, Qiuying offered an awkward smile to Li Yifei, feeling too embarrassed to refuse when he offered her a piece of fish. Her gaze, sharp as a sword, pierced through Lin Qiye, silently questioning why he remained so mute and indifferent. To her surprise, He continued to eat as if he were unaware of her scrutiny. Lin Qiye observed the progress bar above Nike's, which had risen to 49 during their playful banter. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to take a chance today. He extended his hand and placed a piece of fish in a Nike's bowl. "Mother, eat a bit more. I brought her back to see you today." Nike's paused, looking into Lin Qiye's eyes, tears shimmering within them. Good, my dear child, do come home to visit more often." Under Lin Qiye's watchful gaze, the treatment progress bar above Nike's transformed to 50. However, no matter how hard Lin Qiye tried afterward, the progress bar refused to budge. After finishing their meal, Li Yifei picked up the plates to wash them in the kitchen. Qiuying intended to join him, but he strongly declined, leaving her to wander the garden. Admiring the flowers, Lin Qiye retrieved today's medication from the cabinet, preparing to administer it to Nike's. Nike's remained seated quietly on a small stool by the table, watching them with a faint smile gracing her lips. "Dana, how long has it been since our home has been this lively? You children have grown up and drifted so far away, leaving only me behind." Qiuying felt a stirring in her heart. She understood that Lin Qiye was the director of this psychiatric hospital, and the beautiful woman before her was his patient. Was this the source of her emotional turmoil? A thought emerged within her. If a benevolent lie could aid in her recovery. She slowly approached Nike's, crouching before her and taking her hand, her cheeks flushed. "Mother, at least you have us now, don't you?" Lin Qiye watched Qiuying's gesture, remaining silent for a moment, his expression gradually softening. He handed a glass of water to Nike's. "Indeed, you still have us by your side. We shall not leave." Nike's eyes widened with joy, tears welling in her eyes once more. The treatment progress advanced another notch, now standing at 51. Nike's treatment progress. 51 reward criteria met. Randomly select Nike's divine abilities again. Nike's can temporarily leave the psychiatric hospital. Chapter 30. The Sanctuary of the Goddess of Night. Upon reading the final sentence, Lin Qiye felt a flicker of confusion. Did this imply that Nyx could leave the asylum for a brief respite? If she depart from the asylum, would she be considered a mortal or a divine being? Shaking his head, Lin Qiye decided not to dwell on the matter any longer. After all, it was still uncertain what species Qiuying truly belonged to. Extracting abilities, Lin Qiye murmured to himself, and a spinning wheel materialized in the air before him. He focused intently on its surface, whispering repeatedly, "Do not grant extraordinary progeny. Do not grant extraordinary progeny." Under the weight of Lin Qiye's fervent supplication, the pointer gradually came to a halt, indicating a specific area. Ultimate darkness erosion. The four characters floated before Lin Qiye, and as he gently touched their surface, a surge of power coursed through his body. Ultimate darkness erosion. Sanctuary of ultimate darkness. The most primal darkness encroaches upon your surroundings. Any object or creature shrouded in this ultimate darkness falls under your dominion. The range and control strength of the Sanctuary of Ultimate Darkness increase with the growth of your mental power. Lin Qiye read the inscription multiple times, astonishment etching itself upon his face. If his deductions were accurate, this was indeed the sanctuary belonging to the goddess of night. Unable to contain his excitement, he was eager to test the efficacy of this divine sanctuary. Qiuying was currently engaged in a game of flying chess with Li Yifei. While Nyx observed with a smile, Lin Qiye approached, seizing her wrist and leading her away. "But I haven't finished yet. I have something important to attend to now. I promise to bring you back tomorrow for a more thorough game," he replied. Li Yifei chimed in, "Yes. Let us continue tomorrow. I want to spend tonight devising more formidable strategies." "Fine." Qiuying acquiesced, and Lin Qiye took her hand. In an instant, he felt a shift around them as they returned to a shadowy corner of the dormitory building. Time passed unnoticed until the patrolling instructor had departed, leaving the dormitory in an eerie silence. "Let us head back to sleep," Qiuying remarked, a hint of irritation apparent, as she felt compelled to comply with Lin Qiye's every request, which diminished her sense of pride. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Qiye observed her furrowed brow, curious about her inner turmoil. Leaning closer, he asked, "Would you like to never have to surrender your phone again? I can help you evade the instructor's checks. It's already quite late, You should return to your rest. Qiuying paused, quickly patting her pocket, eyeing him with suspicion. Lin Qiye nodded confidently, prompting her to reluctantly ascend the stairs. As he watched Qiuying depart, his figure soon vanished from sight. Moments later, atop the dormitory building, Lin Qiye stood alone, scanning the area for any surveillance devices. With his eyes closed, an intense darkness radiated from him, enveloping the surroundings. Upon opening his eyes, he perceived everything within a 10-meter radius. Raising his hand, he caused small stones to levitate, swirling around him. What would it be like to control living beings? Lin Qiye mused, glancing up at a bird that happened to fly into his range. In the next instant, the bird's eyes shimmered with the same hue as his own. Qiuying returned to her dormitory, still brimming with vitality. Whether she slept or not was of little consequence. She had taken out the mobile phone gifted to her by Shen Qingzhu. At the onset of her journey, Wang Mian had discreetly returned her phone to her. She reveled in her happiness for quite some time and had already added Shen Qingzhu on WeChat, merely awaiting his acceptance. Fortunately, she had proven to be quite astute, having downloaded several pages of novels and now lay in bed, engrossed in her reading. Unbeknownst to her, a black bird suddenly alighted on the window of their dormitory, shook its wings, and upon spotting her within, took flight once more. Meanwhile, atop the dormitory building, Lin Qiye had escorted Nix out of the Divine Mental Hospital. Having just returned from a visit to family, they were startled to find Yuan Gang standing before them, brandishing a knife. Night Watchman of the Great Xia, Team 006, Deputy Captain Yuan Gang. May I inquire your name, esteemed guest? Nix regarded her with a calm demeanor, a formidable aura emanating from her. Nix, to what do I owe the presence of the night goddess in our Great Xia? After a moment of contemplation, Nix replied, I seek my son and my daughter-in-law. Yuan Gang's expression was one of confusion. Lin Qiye coughed twice from the side and promptly interjected, She is here to find her agent. Understanding dawned upon Yuan Gang's face as he continued, Have you located them? Before Nix could respond, Lin Qiye, unwilling to allow her further speech, quickly interjected, Yes, we have. Who? Yuan Gang inquired. Me, Lin Qiye affirmed. Since the agent has been found, I must kindly ask you to leave the borders of Great Xia, Yuan Gang stated, gripping his knife, his expression stern and unflinching even in the presence of divine pressure. Nix glanced at Lin Qiye, who nodded and said, It is time to return home. Very well. Lin Qiye waved her hand, and Nix's figure gradually faded, ultimately vanishing from sight. After Lin Qiye departed, Yuan Gang sat on the staircase of the rooftop, lighting a cigarette as he picked up the phone. How goes the situation? Came Xiao Ping's voice from the other end. The crisis has been averted. Date, XXXX, Night Watchman Yuan Gang, at the new soldier training camp No. 039 in Sangnan City, Great Xia, observe the night goddess Nix, integrated into the divine sequence, sequence number 043. Confidential file on Night Watchman Divine Sequence, Chapter 31. It's time to leave. The following day commenced without morning training. After yesterday's extreme activities, the instructors prepared a small hot spring pool for the recruits to unwind. Early in the morning, Qiuying and Molly, carrying their garments, set out to experience the soothing waters. As they descended the stairs, they were met with a cacophony of voices outside the girls' dormitory, where a throng of girls had gathered around someone, engaged in animated chatter. Upon arrival, Qiuying and Molly spotted Wang Mian leaning casually against the wall at the foot of the stairs, surrounded by a group of girls. His profile was sharply defined, with deep contours, hands tucked into his pockets, and shoulders slightly slumped, exuding an effortless languor. A gentle breeze tousled the few strands of hair falling over his forehead, revealing his tranquil, pond-like eyes. His seemingly nonchalant posture radiated an undeniable aura. Wang Mian lowered his head slightly, and despite the barrage of questions from the girls, he responded with a gentle demeanor. You're the captain of the masked squad? Indeed, hello. What are you doing here? Waiting for someone. Are you waiting for your girlfriend? As Wang Mian lifted his gaze, the person he awaited appeared before him, causing him to momentarily freeze in surprise. Had Qiuying's face returned to its former beauty? A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips as he gazed at her with a fiery intensity. his eyes burning with an ardor that was impossible for Qiuying to ignore. The crowd followed Wang Mian's gaze, and there stood a girl whose skin was as white as snow, delicate as jade, with eyes resembling autumn waters, clear and profound. Her lips were tinted like cherry blossoms, and upon seeing Wang Mian, the corners of her eyes lifted slightly in a smile. Clad in a crisp military uniform, her attire accentuated her fair complexion, and the belt at her waist highlighted her slender figure, exuding an air of spirited elegance. The resolute lines of her military garb contrasted intriguingly with her soft features, creating a captivating dichotomy. Her beauty transcended mere appearance. It radiated an innate grace that seemed to emanate from deep within. Standing there, she resembled a breathtaking painting, captivating all who beheld her, yet inspiring a reluctance to approach, as if one might tarnish her ethereal beauty. Instantly, the crowd understood and instinctively parted to form a pathway. Molly, standing beside Qiuying, felt stiffened by the overwhelming attention, a sensation foreign to her. "I'll wait for you in the bath," she murmured, recognizing the situation and excusing herself. Wang Mian approached Qiuying with slow, deliberate steps, extending his hand in invitation. She placed her hand in his, and together they strolled away from the gathering. As they distanced themselves, the previously quiet girls erupted once more into excited chatter. "I thought such scenes only existed in dramas. The captain of the masked squad is incredibly handsome without his mask. Seeing that girl-esque face made my heart flutter too. I can't help but ship those two." Wang Mian held Qiuying's hand lightly as they walked along the path of the training camp, his heart racing like a drum. "Has your face healed?" Qiuying nodded, attributing her recovery to the grace of the goddess Nyx. Wang Mian hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Qiuying, I must return to Huaihai City." Take care," she replied. Wang Mian lowered his head, his shoulders slightly slumped, exuding an air of despondency. He cast a lingering glance at Qiuying, who stood as a supreme deity, while he merely served as her chosen emissary. He should feel content, for the privilege of engaging with her was a rare fortune that many could only dream of in 100 years. Qiuying discerned Wang Mian's reluctance. His gaze was fixed on her, resembling a forlorn puppy on the verge of abandonment. Unable to resist, she reached out, her hand gently brushing against the side of his ear, the softness of his skin and the warmth of his body palpable beneath her touch. "We've added each other on WeChat, so we can chat there," she suggested. Wang Mian's ears flushed crimson, his heart soaring at the gentle caress from the goddess. "Once the training concludes, I shall request that you join our mass team." "That sounds wonderful." In the distance, Vortex and the others had unknowingly prepared their luggage. Beckoning to Wang Mian, "Captain, it's time to leave." "Captain, you seem to have something stuck in your teeth." Chapter 32. Compensation. The hot spring here is not a traditional one. Rather, it is a marvel of engineering that continuously provides warm water for their indulgence. Wisps of steam rise languidly from the surface, enveloping the surrounding scenery in a soft haze. The water, crystal clear, shimmers with a hint of azure. Leaning against the edge of the pool, Lin Qiye finds the soothing warmth enveloping him to the chest, as all traces of fatigue seem to dissipate in this moment. The temperature is just perfect. Beside him, Baili Pang stretches lazily, splashing a few droplets. "Could you be a bit quieter? Even while enjoying a hot spring? You're so raucous." Lin Qiye chuckles, shaking his head and wiping the droplets from his face. "Qiye, how did you return yesterday? Did you get shot or faint?" Baili Pang, having soaked enough, scans the surroundings out of boredom. In front of him sits Xiao Yuan, upright and composed. But Baili finds him too dull to entertain. He then turns to the person beside him, a mischievous grin breaking across his face. He casually picks up a wooden ladle from the edge of the pool and scoops a handful of water to splash at Shen Qingzhu. "Hey, are you looking for a fight?" Shen Qingzhu retorts, "How dare you splash me? Shunge, prepare to face the consequences." Immediately, Shen Qingzhu retaliates, and his companions join in, causing an uproar of splashes, laughter, and shouts filling the air. Watching the playful chaos, Lin Qiye cannot help but smile. I walked out. At first, Baili Pang is bewildered, but after a moment of contemplation, he exclaims, "What kind of weirdo are you? Lin Qiye tilts his head back and laughs silently, allowing the warm spring water to cascade over his shoulders, closing his eyes to savor the gentle rhythm of the water lapping against his body. Just as tranquility settles over them, the voices of other boys from the adjoining hot spring break the silence. Who do you think is the prettiest girl among our batch of recruits? Xiaoyan. She is quite cute. I think it's Qiuying. I heard she is the representative of Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty. The goddess S representative? I only know Wang Mian and Lin Qiye. Who is she to be so impressive? The one who served food in the cafeteria. Oh, that one. She's indeed beautiful, but someone so gorgeous must be a heartbreaker. Exactly. I don't fancy such types. I prefer those who appear virtuous and capable in life. Who cares? What does it matter if she is a goddess S representative? If she were with me, she'd still have to obediently wait at home, cooking and washing for me. Shen Qingzhu, overhearing this, furrows his brows and grabs the ladle, ready to rise. Li Jia and Li Liang immediately grasp him, urging him to calm down. Shengu, stay composed. Indeed, it's normal for a beautiful woman to attract attention. Shen Qingzhu clenches and then relaxes his fists, setting the ladle down. After a moment of calm, he settles back into the pool. Lin Qiye glances at Shen Qingzhu, and after a while, he stands, shaking his head and dressing to leave. You all enjoy yourselves. I have matters to attend to. Bai Li Pang watches him depart, raising an eyebrow as he scurries over to Qiuying. Pray tell, what is he up to in such secrecy? Who can say? In any case, it is certainly not to rendezvous with a lover. How can you be so sure? Pang queried, his brow furrowed in confusion. With his character, do you truly believe it conceivable? Indeed, Lin Qiye departed from the hot spring and arrived at the door of the instructor's office. Report. Comin, instructor ombekond. Rising from his chair to retrieve an envelope and a small black box from the cabinet behind him, presenting them before Lin Qiye. Wang Mian has already informed us. The envelope contains a card with 500,000 and the password enclosed. The box contains the reward we are bestowing upon you. I do not require this. I shall take only this. Lin Qiye pushed the envelope back towards Instructor Hong and grasped the black box instead. Why? Instructor Hong, remaining motionless, inquired with a puzzled expression. I do not accept money meant for soldiers. Upon hearing Lin Qiye's response, Instructor Hong could not help but commend him. Impressive. Now, please summon Qiuying for me, he instructed as Lin Qiye prepared to leave. Lin Qiye nodded in agreement and exited the office, once more opening the black box awarded to him by Director Yuan. Inside lay a cerulean diamond crystal capable of activating the forbidden sequence 278, the Azure Guardian, which could withstand the majority of psychic assaults. Arriving at the cafeteria, he pondered how simple it would be to locate Qiuying. Closing his eyes, he invoked the mundane divine ruins, and shortly thereafter, he sensed a familiar aura. Indeed, she was within. Inside the cafeteria, Qiuying was savoring a youtiao. Today's breakfast was finally satisfactory, featuring steamed buns, mantou, youtiao, and soy milk. A figure donned in military garb, with a cap worn backward and several rips in his uniform, sauntered leisurely to sit beside her. Shen Qingzhu pushed the items in his hands toward her, the plate brimming with assorted stuffed buns and a cup of soy milk. Qiuying smiled at him in gratitude, feeling a touch of embarrassment. I cannot eat so much. Not to worry. Simply enjoy what you like. I shall take care of the rest, he reassured her. Qiuying regarded Shen Qingzhu. He possessed a striking visage, with high cheekbones, deep-set eyes, a straight nose akin to a sculptor's precision, and a jawline that exuded strength, as if every contour bore sharpness. His eyes, usually frosty and piercing, now softened slightly as they rested upon her, resembling a tranquil spring. The corners of his lips curled gently, though his smile was subtle. It carried an imperceptible hint of affection, as if all his sharpness had transformed into unspoken tenderness in her presence. He sat there like a drawn sword, yet reserved all his brilliance solely for her. Qiuying glanced at the table, noting her meager breakfast offerings, and, unsure of his preferences, she tore off half of her youtiao and offered it to him. Shen Qingzhu did not decline, accepting the morsel from her hand. Qiuying nibbled at her half of the youtiao for some time, only for him to finish it in a single bite. Just have a taste. See what you find delightful. Do not fret. I shall manage the leftovers. Nothing will go to waste. Shen Qingzhu pointed at the steamed buns, and Qiuying, feeling a bit shy to refuse, casually picked one up and tore it in half. It was filled with chives, a flavor she did not particularly enjoy. Noticing her momentary hesitation, Shen Qingzhu understood and took the chive-filled bun from her hand, savoring it before offering her another. They continued to eat in silence, with Shen Qingzhu occasionally glancing at her, silently committing her preferences to memory. Qiuying did not consume much, leaving the remainder for him to finish. Chapter 33. The current divine proxies are all eccentric. Lin Qiye entered the cafeteria, his gaze fixated on two individuals seated together. As he approached them, Shen Qingzhu looked up, acknowledging him with a nod. For some inexplicable reason, the surrounding chatter suddenly intensified. This Qiuying is quite audacious. Her boyfriend arrives, yet she can still comfortably sit with another male. Isn't her boyfriend the captain of the masked squad? Why does Lin Qiye seem utterly unfazed? Confused, Lin Qiye pondered his purpose. He had come to deliver a message from Instructor Hong to Qiuying. Why would he feel anger? Qiuying regarded Lin Qiye, who stood beside her like a statue, and inquired about his intent. Instructor Hong requests your presence in his office. Qiuying acknowledged with an "oh," indicating her understanding. Enjoy your meal. I shall take my leave. After bidding farewell to Shen Qingzhu, Qiuying followed Lin Qiye out of the cafeteria. Once their figures faded from view, Shen Qingzhu's lackeys promptly took their seats beside him. Brother Shen, why did your sister-in-law leave with Lin Qiye? Instructor Hong summoned her. Oh, I thought. Shen Qingzhu shot him a glare, delivering a playful slap to his head. Stop your nonsensical thoughts. Lin Qiye escorted Qiuying to Instructor Hong's office. Watching her enter, he hesitated at the doorway for an extended moment. He contemplated using his perception to discern Instructor Hong's intentions towards Qiuying, but ultimately abandoned the idea, recognizing that Instructor Hong's prowess surpassed his own, making detection likely. Upon entering, Qiuying discovered Instructor Hong seated in his office chair, with Director Yuan standing beside him. Please, take a seat. Instructor Hong gestured to the chair before her. Observing the gravity of the situation, Qiuying's heart raced. Had they uncovered her true identity? Instructor Hong's fingers were steepled on the desk, his gaze scrutinizing. Are you the proxy of Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty and love? Indeed. What is the name of your divine domain, and what abilities does it possess? Please elaborate. My divine domain is Dawn Rose, which grants specified individuals strength and the ability to resurrect. Resurrect? Director Yuan, who had remained silent, could hardly believe his ears and asked for clarification. Correct. When I accompanied the masked squad to Mukbai City for a mission, the captain was mysteriously pierced through the body. It was my Dawn Rose that brought her back to life. Yuan and Hong exchanged astonished glances, the shock evident in their eyes. Your divine domain is rather extraordinary. It is the most remarkable one we have encountered thus far. Qiuying silently mused that extraordinary was indeed an understatement, considering even the summoned entities possessed formidable abilities. Very well. We have gathered sufficient information. You may return. Qiuying nodded and exited the office. After her departure, Yuan casually took the seat Qiuying had just vacated, lighting a cigarette and exhaling smoke with a sigh. This generation of divine proxies is truly eccentric. Instructor Hong regarded him with a smile. With the strength of Qiuying, our injuries will be significantly reduced, and the power of the night watchman has also been enhanced. Yuan Gang leaned back in his chair, paused in silence for a moment, and then spoke slowly. It is a pity that those who have already passed cannot be resurrected. Time swiftly passed, and before they knew it, they had been at the training camp for 5 months. The wind gradually became piercing, carrying a bone-chilling cold that bit at their faces, and their breaths crystallized into white mist in the air. At this moment, 200 recruits clad in black short sleeves were running around the training ground. Bailey Pang Pang rubbed his hands together, exhaled a puff of white mist, and complained. In such cold weather, we have to get up early for training. It's utterly torturous. I've lost several pounds. Lin Qiye did not respond. his gaze fixed straight ahead, his posture upright. Even as the cold wind reddened his exposed skin, his eyes remained unwavering. "Bailey Tumming, are you feeling cold?" The instructor, sharp-eyed, noticed Bailey Pong-Pong's distraction. "Report. Is indeed a bit cold. Cold indicates that you have not run enough. At 5 more laps." "Yes." Bailey Pang-Pang howled in despair, tears unshed. After 5 months of training, everyone's physical fitness and mental state had undergone significant changes. Qiuying always led the morning runs, with Shen Qingzhu never absent by her side. Qiuying observed Shen Qingzhu's exposed skin. It seemed he had tanned slightly, now boasting a healthy, weak complexion. The lines of his arms were smooth, muscles firm yet not exaggerated, with visible blue veins hinting at boundless strength. Shen Qingzhu panted as he ran, white mist swirling before him. He felt the cold wind slicing against his cheeks, the frigid air seeping into his collar as if it sought to freeze him whole. Unable to resist, Qiuying poked his arm. Shen Qingzhu, muscles taut from running, felt solid to the touch. The moment Qiuying's fingertips brushed against his arm, his body stiffened as if struck by an electric current. His breath momentarily faltered. His heart raced, and a faint blush crept rapidly to his ears. What's wrong? He attempted to speak, but his voice came out low and trembling, almost stuttering. His previously steady breath was now completely disrupted, overtaken by undeniable tension. Qiuying's eyes could not help but dart to the fabric of his short sleeve, which clung closely to him, faintly outlining the shape of his abs. Boom! Shen Qingzhu felt his head growing hot, as if it might burst into flames. His ears turned a transparent red, and his fingers began to tremble involuntarily. He tried to clench his fists to hide his reaction, yet that warmth spread from his fingertips throughout his entire body. He could even feel his pulse throbbing at the tips of his fingers, radiating an undeniable heat. Running behind them, Li Jia, Li Liang, and Deng Wei had already grown accustomed to this spectacle. Brother Shen's face is as red as a monkey's backside again. Just leave him. Brother Shen is enjoying himself. On the surface, his sister-in-law appeared sweet and demure, but who would have guessed that beneath lay a mischievous spirit? Chapter 34. Holiday in the office of the training camp instructor. 2 men sat facing each other, the air thick with tension. Commander Yuan Gang, seated in his chair, looked at the man before him with a sense of helplessness. "Captain Shen, our training camp operates under strict, closed management. We do not grant leave during the new year. You should be well aware of this, given your own experience here." Chen Mai's gaze was as sharp as a blade, seemingly piercing through his opponent. "How about you grant them leave, allowing them to return with me for a New Year's Eve dinner?" Yuan Gang's expression betrayed a hint of difficulty. "That would violate protocol. I care not for protocol. To speak plainly, 2 members of my team are currently lying in wait outside the training camp. If you refuse, we may just take matters into our own hands." Yuan Gang furrowed his brow, taking a deep breath. "Captain Shen, what exactly are you planning? Your Team 136 has always been discreet. What has changed?" Chen Mai's demeanor turned serious, no longer concealing his intentions. "This situation is different. There are those who intend to harm the recruits." Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang's eyes hardened. "Harm? Do you think the instructors at our training camp are to be trifled with? Do you have any idea how much a head of the Bai Li family is worth on the black market? How much? 800 million. While it might be difficult to target him in Guangshan City, here in Sangnan, one must realize there are many who would be willing to take the risk." Yuan Gang opened his mouth, poised to respond, but Chen Mai continued. "In addition to the Bai Li heir, there is also a dual deity agent within the camp, along with an agent of Aphrodite. Lin Qiye is not to be underestimated. Surely you have sensed the allure that Qiuying possesses? The goddess Aphrodite has bestowed upon her a deadly charm. If the ancient God Society were to seize her, the consequences would be dire." Chen Mai was concerned that if Qiuying were ever to fall under the control of the ancient God Society, Lin Qiye would undoubtedly be affected. Qiuying required protection even more than the 2 of them did. Yuan Gang nodded in agreement, recalling Qiuying's interactions with Wang Mian. Indeed, if Qiuying were captured by the ancient God Society, Wang Mian would certainly cause an uproar. Chen Mai's expression turned slightly puzzled at his words. "Wang Mian, the captain of the masked squad? What business is it of his?" "Qiuying is Lin Qiye's girlfriend. If there is to be an uproar, it will be Lin Qiye who instigates it. Both Chun Mai and Yuan Gang paused, sensing an underlying hostility in each other's expressions. Their eyes narrowed slightly, and sparks seemed to fly as their gazes met. "Are you attempting to steal my daughter-in-law?" Yuan Gang sneered. "Since when has Qiuying been Lin Qiye's girlfriend? Although Wang Mian may not possess even a third of my charm, he is quite dependable. It's not surprising that Qiuying would be fond of him." Chun Mai slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet. "What do you mean by that? With merely a dual deity agent, Lin Qiye could easily outshine your Wang Mian by several streets. Does your Lin Qiye even comprehend what it means to be composed? In your household, Wang Mian, the old bull, indulges in tender grass. Do you comprehend the meaning of shamelessness?" After a prolonged confrontation, neither side could claim victory. Yuan Gang, feeling parched, lifted his cup for a sip. "Enough of this dispute. What do you propose we do now?" Chun Mai's demeanor turned serious as he suggested a strategic approach, akin to the concept of shedding one's skin like a golden cicada. A sharp whistle reverberated through the training camp. The recruits rushed from the dormitory buildings, hastening towards the training ground. In less than 3 minutes, 200 recruits had assembled neatly on the field. Instructor Hong stood on the platform, nodding slightly. "After 5 months of rigorous training, you have begun to embody the essence of soldiers." The recruits stood erect, chests out, and heads held high. "Today, I have an important announcement. Your physical training is being concluded ahead of schedule. Moving forward, our training will pivot towards tactics, firearms, and urban warfare." Upon hearing Instructor Hong's words, the recruits exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with joy. Bai Li, the plump recruit, excitedly grasped Lin Qiye's arm, exclaiming, "Qiye, did you hear that? The nightmare has finally ended." Instructor Hong continued, "Moreover, after discussions among the instructors, we have unanimously decided to grant you a break before the next training session. From today until the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year, you will have 4 days off." At this, the recruits could no longer contain their excitement, erupting into cheers. However, it was stipulated that no one was to leave Songnan. Any violations would result in the immediate revocation of their night watchman qualifications. Bai Li had intended to invite Lin Qiye to visit Guangzhou and Shenzhen, but upon hearing this stipulation, he abandoned the idea. Lin Qiye, with a smile in her eyes, patted his shoulder. "Let me give you a heads up. I do not have a place to stay in Songnan, and should you invite me out, you might find yourself followed by a shadow." "Who?" Bai Li asked, puzzled, as Lin Qiye's notion of a shadow, typically referred to Chao Yuan. Was a warning truly necessary? "Her," Lin Qiye replied. Bai Li followed her gaze to see Qiuying, overjoyed at the prospect of a holiday, lifting Mo Li and twirling her around in delight. Chapter 35. "Indeed, Lin Qiye is quite handsome, Molly. We are finally free," Qiuying exclaimed as she spun around with Molly in her arms, finally setting her down. Molly let out a heavy sigh. Was she truly safe now? Dismissed. Yes. The instructor's voice had scarcely faded when the previously orderly formation disbanded, everyone eagerly rushing back to their dormitories. Qiuying made a quick stop at her dorm and realized that she only needed to bring her phone. For Sister Hongying's villa was well equipped with all necessary supplies. In contrast, Molly had a suitcase in tow as they walked together towards the training ground. Upon their arrival, they discovered several buses parked nearby, surrounded by stacks of black sheaths. Lin Qiye had only a small backpack, while Fatty brought nothing at all, and Chao Yuan was also dragging a suitcase. This holiday, each person will receive a star blade. Remember, it must only be used in dire circumstances. Understood. The group lined up in an orderly fashion to collect their blades before boarding the bus. Lin Qiye's keen perception swept across the black sheaths, confirming that none were inscribed with names. As soon as Qiuying boarded, Shen Qingzhu waved at her, and she naturally took a seat beside him. Molly, however, chose to walk to the back alone. Qiuying sighed. Molly was remarkably independent for a girl, indifferent to whether they walked together. In stark contrast, Shen Qingzhu, a rather large man, seemed particularly clingy, as if he required her constant company. On the bus, Qiuying finally felt at liberty to take out her phone. Just as she opened it, a message popped up. "I have accepted your friend request. We can now begin our conversation." Glancing at Shen Qingzhu beside her, She noted that he had also accepted her friend request. Coincidentally, he was currently viewing her WeChat. Subsequently, Qiuying sent him a message. Delivering Hellfire, Qiuying hi. Shen Qingzhu hi delivering Hellfire. Where do you want to go in Songnan? I'm not sure. Even they themselves were puzzled as to why, despite sitting together, they opted to converse via WeChat. After chatting for a while, Qiuying closed the dialogue box and opened the long-anticipated game. The bus gradually made its way out of the training camp. As it traversed beyond the confines of the camp, everyone felt a remarkable lightness in their bodies, as if some form of shackles had been shattered. A refreshing clarity enveloped them, a sensation previously unknown. Wow, I've broken through. So have I. From the front, Instructor Hong flashed a grin at them and declared loudly, "Did you think we used that precious forbidden item merely to suppress your forbidden realms?" Lin Qiye sensed a significant enhancement in his mental strength, with his recovery rate outpacing that of his peers. Fatty scratched his head, unable to discern the realm of his mental strength, yet feeling considerably invigorated. Shen Qingzhu clenched his fist, noticing an increase in his strength. Intrigued, he turned to Qiuying and asked, "How do you feel?" It was evident that the opponent was cheating. Qiuying, responding to an unrelated question, furiously tapped her fingers on her phone, her brow furrowing tighter and her breath quickening. She had just been murmuring under her breath, her tone tinged with incredulity and a hint of anger. Her cheeks grew slightly warm, and her ears began to redden, her fingers pressing down with increasing intensity. Suddenly, the screen went dark, and the character she controlled collapsed to the ground. Her beautiful pupils constricted sharply, the flush on her face spreading from her cheeks to her neck, her entire being collapsing back against the chair, her chest heaving violently. Shen Qingzhu, observing her, couldn't help but smile, amusement dancing in his eyes. How endearing Qiuying looked, absorbed in her gaming, just as everyone was reveling in the moment. A new recruit glanced outside the vehicle, noticing several small black dots rapidly approaching them. "What are those?" Lin Qiye exclaimed, peering out the window, his pupils narrowing. "Missiles." Instructor Hong in the passenger seat shouted. "Everyone get down." Several missiles soared overhead, landing at the training camp. In the instant of the explosion, a colossal shockwave radiated from the epicenter, distorting the air and producing a deafening roar. Flames and thick smoke intertwined like a raging dragon, consuming everything in their vicinity. Debris flew in all directions, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. One missile plummeted directly above them. Suddenly, a long spear engulfed in flames shot from a distance, striking the missile midair with precision. The searing light tore through the atmosphere, the resultant shockwave nearly overturning the bus, causing it to shake violently as belongings scattered chaotically. In the next moment, an impenetrable darkness emanated from Lin Qiye, enveloping the bus. Fragments of the missile descended at an unimaginable speed, freezing in midair upon contact with the abyss of darkness. Lin Qiye swiftly activated the Starry Night Dancer, pulling the recruits from the vehicle with a speed that dazzled the eye, akin to a bolt of black lightning. Every movement was meticulously calculated in his mind, flowing seamlessly. At the moment of the explosion, Qiuying instinctively shielded her phone beneath her body, vowing to protect it at all costs. Shen Qingzhu leaned slightly forward, enveloping Qiuying in his embrace, shielding her entirely within his shadow. In the next heartbeat, darkness engulfed Shen Qingzhu's vision. He suddenly saw nothing. A force pulled him outward, causing his heart to tremble in reluctance to part from Qiuying. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he found himself seated on the ground, a distance from the bus. Qiuying was the last to be saved by Lin Qiye, for he understood that her chances of survival were the highest. Qiuying felt Shen Qingzhu being pulled away from her, a flicker of fear causing her to bite down on her lip tightly, her hands clutching her phone close to her chest. She closed her eyes, her mind racing with thoughts of whether the divine would shield her from the missiles. In the next moment, the anticipated pain did not manifest. Qiuying felt her body lighten. Lin Qiye's arm firmly supported her back and the bend of her knee, gently exerting force to lift her from the ground. Qiuying's body experienced a sudden sensation of weightlessness, and instinctively, she grasped the lapel of his garment. His chest was within mere inches, allowing her to distinctly feel the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, mingled with a faint warmth that permeated through the fabric. Lin Qiye lowered his gaze slightly, his eyes focused on the distance. His profile was sharply defined, with a high nose bridge and a clean, angular jawline. In truth, Lin Qiye was rather handsome, Qiuying mused. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks as her gaze shifted away from his jawline, only to furtively glance back at him moments later. Her head rested on Lin Qiye's shoulder, the steady cadence of his heartbeat resonating in her ears, while her hand slowly caressed his pectoral muscles, preparing to explore further. Suddenly, her body plummeted into weightlessness, and before she could utter a cry, she felt the strength in her limbs gradually wane. Lin Qiye's complexion turned ashen, revealing a look of utter exhaustion. Qiuying gasped, and they both tumbled to the ground, Lin Qiye's vision darkening as he lost consciousness. Chapter 36. Speak softly in merely 2 seconds. Lin Qiye saved an entire bus, nearly 50 individuals. What transpired? How do we end up outside the vehicle? A few new recruits were oblivious to the circumstances, with only Instructor Hong, Qiuying, and the plump figure beside Lin Qiye, along with Chao Yuan, aware of the unfolding events. At the training camp, a golden protective shield enveloped half of the facility, where instructors and logistical personnel remained unscathed. However, the other half, devoid of protection, lay in ruins, reduced to charred remnants. Yuan Gang stood before the scorched area, his pale golden hue fading, clenching his teeth. His complexion ashen. Indeed, there were traitors within the camp. Meanwhile, at the 39th Missile Launch Base, a green-haired woman nonchalantly reclined in the central control room, her legs casually crossed, idly toying with a bloodied knife. Before her were satellite surveillance feeds, while a low, resonant male voice emanated from a phone on the table. These fools were unaware of the commotion they had stirred in Songnan. How intriguing. I must personally visit Songnan to meet that individual. A morbid thrill sparkled in her eyes, her elongated tongue flicking out as she rose from her seat. With a gentle shove, she transformed a stone statue of a man beside her into dismembered flesh scattered across the floor. On the ground, the crimson blood pooled into a grotesque serpent's eye. In Hong Ying's villa, Qiuying, the members of Team 136 and Instructor Hong convened in the living room, discussing the recent events. With Qiuying's divine aura present, I felt little concern. Yet, Qiuying, slightly flustered, averted her gaze, preoccupied with safeguarding her phone, momentarily forgetting her own divine power. Qiuying, your divine aura is quite. Wu Xiangnan began to express his admiration. In the next instant, the sound of Lin Qiye opening a door on the second floor startled everyone, signaling his awakening. Hong Ying's expression darkened immediately as she slapped Wu Xiangnan on the head. I told you to speak softly. Wu Xiangnan looked innocently at everyone, his face a canvas of confusion. Lin Qiye slowly descended the stairs and took a seat beside Chen Mai. Hong Ying promptly inquired, Qiye, are you feeling better? I'm fine, Lin Qiye replied, then asked, why am I here? You exerted too much mental energy in a short span and fainted. It was Hong Ying and Long Xian who arrived just in time to bring you back, she explained. Oh, Lin Qiye then turned to Instructor Hong, puzzled as to why he was present as well. Instructeur Hong smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, I have ensured the recruits are in a safe location. I just came back to check on you. Moreover, you saved an entire bus of people. I shall report this to the higher-ups. And acquiring a medal should pose no issue. What medal? You'll find out in due time. Lin Qiye nodded, his mind brimming with questions seeking clarity. Why were we suddenly subjected to a missile attack? After a brief moment of silence, Chen Mai slowly spoke. The assailants are not targeting the new recruits. Their focus is solely on you and Qiuying, or perhaps that young master from the Bailey group. Lin Qiye immediately recalled Wang Mian's words from earlier in the cafeteria. Is it the ancient god church? Indeed. Instructor Hong nodded and informed them about the situation at the number 39 missile launch base. In any case, you and Qiuying must exercise caution in the coming days and make sure to venture out whenever possible. Lin Qiye narrowed his eyes. As primary targets, they should be safeguarded, not encouraged to wander about. There could only be one explanation. The instructors intended to use them as bait to draw out those lurking in the shadows. Instructor Hong recognized Lin Qiye's realization and continued, "Rest assured, a number of trustworthy instructors are concealed within the city and with General Yuan overseeing the coastal region. You will be safe." He provided Lin Qiye with a room number of the plump young master from the Bailey Group at the five-star hotel, imparting some additional instructions before taking his leave. Once Instructor Hong departed, only the members of Team 136 remained in the living room. "Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Do you have any plans?" Qiuying inquired, glancing at Lin Qiye and Qiuying. The two exchanged a glance and shook their heads in unison. What plans could they possibly have? Lin Qiye and Qiuying, your task for tomorrow is to assist Qiuying with grocery shopping, while I shall take on the responsibility of cooking for you. Chen Mai patted Lin Qiye's shoulder, a smile gracing his face. Very well. Lin Qiye and Qiuying couldn't help but smile back, responding with delight. Chapter 37. Is there no justice left? Having concluded his explanations, Chen Mai felt reassured with Lung Xian and Qiuying keeping watch, and prepared to depart with Wu Xiangnan. Wu Xiangnan, perplexed by Wen Qima's reluctance to move, inquired, "Aren't you leaving?" Wen Qima, sprawled languidly on the sofa, replied earnestly, "I wish to remain here to protect Qiyi and Qiuying." Despite Wen Qima's obstinate insistence, the group ultimately acquiesced, allowing him to set up a makeshift bed in the living room. Observing that matters were nearly settled, Lin Qiye, feeling idle, glanced at the time and declared, "I shall take a stroll." Immediately, Qiuying set down her belongings and responded, "I will accompany you." "No need. I can manage on my own." Lin Qiye declined, wishing to avoid exposing Qiuying to any unsightly scenes at Baili Pompong's place. Still unconvinced, Qiuying stubbornly insisted on joining Lin Qiye. After a moment of contemplation, Qiuying, finding herself equally unoccupied at home, volunteered, "I will protect him." "You need not worry, Qiuying." Lin Qiye raised an eyebrow, instantly grasping Qiuying's intentions. After a brief hesitation, Qiuying relented to their resolve. Just as when Qima was about to express his desire to join, Lin Qiye and Qiuying dashed up the stairs, leaving him without a chance to finish his sentence. In his room, Lin Qiye changed from his military attire into a casual outfit, donning a gentleman's hat to obscure his face. Qiuying, on the other hand, wore a rather plain coat paired with ordinary pants. As they crossed paths in the corridor, both found the other's attire peculiar, feeling it did not align with their own aesthetic. Why the casual wear with the gentleman's hat? Qiuying questioned, somewhat perplexed. Lin Qiye diverted his gaze, scratching his nose, thinking he looked rather dapper. Noticing Qiuying's simplicity, he hesitated, asking, "Shouldn't we have Qiuying take you shopping for some new clothes?" Recalling the garments in her suitcase, Qiuying fervently shook her head. Thus, Lin Qiye exited the villa with 2 knives issued by the training camp, left by Zhou Kongsheng, while Qiuying simply took her smartphone, for she had no need for weaponry. At the luxurious presidential suite of the Kailski Hotel, Baili Pang cheerfully hummed a tune, 2 tigers running fast, clad only in a bath towel. As he danced into the living room, he spotted Chao Yuan seated on the sofa, knife in hand, observing him with a look akin to that of a bewildered spectator. "Didn't I book you a room at the inn? Why are you still here?" Baili Pang glared at him, exasperated. "Nowhere is as comfortable as the presidential suite," Chao Yuan replied, reclining lazily as if he were in his own home. Suddenly, his gaze shifted, and he frowned. "How can there be a mouse in this presidential suite?" "Nonsense. Where could a mouse possibly come from?" Baili Pang followed Chao Yuan's finger and glanced towards the corner, where a mouse was indeed cowering. "Goodness, there really is one. I must lodge a complaint." Just as Baili Pang was about to make a call, a deafening explosion rent the night sky. A blinding flash of white light instantaneously engulfing everything, while black smoke billowed upwards. The shock wave surged like an invisible giant hand, prompting Baili Pang and Chao Yuan to dash toward the window. Debris flew through the air, shards of glass and metal glinting dangerously in the flames. High above, the two plummeted rapidly, with Baili Pang cursing in midair. "Yao Guang!" Baili Pang swiftly reached for the towel. A flicker of golden light illuminating the scene as two white clouds emerged behind them, safely transporting them to the ground below. Gao Juan salet deeply. Had the life of the young master, Bai Li, always been this exhilarating? Bai Li Pang nodded proudly, of course. The number of assassination attempts I have encountered throughout my life far exceeds the meat you have consumed. Meanwhile, after Lin Qiye and Qiuying exited, Lin Qiye retrieved a $10 bill from his pocket and handed it to Qiuying. Stay safe. This was the first money Qiuying had earned here. Her eyes sparkling as she gleefully accepted it and scampered off. Lin Qiye yunchit herretreting figure, summoning a small bat lurking in the shadows to keep a watchful eye on her from afar. Moments latte. Lin Qiye arrived at the hotel reception when suddenly an explosion erupted from above. He immediately brandished his knife and sprinted towards the distant glimmer of golden light. Upon nearing the source of the light, Lin Qiye was taken aback to find a signpost erected in his path. No entry ahead. Puzzled, he wondered how there could be a no-restriction zone here. This was certainly not the no-restriction area established by Team 136. Yet such zones were only granted to the night watchmen of various cities. Could it be that night watchmen from other cities were involved too? Were they friend or foe? Regardless of what it was, he decided to venture in and take a look. Without hesitation, Lin Qiye tore through the barrier before him and stepped inside. Meanwhile, Qiuying, clutching her precious $10, headed to a convenience store to purchase 2 packs of spicy strips, planning to find a bubble tea shop to sit and play games. Just as she turned to exit the store, she felt her phone vibrate. She took it out for a quick glance. Fake mask. Qiuying, have you returned home? Strong drink toast to life. Have you gotten home yet? Wang Mian and Shen Qingzhu had both messaged her, and she replied to each in turn. Just as she was distracted, a small shadow darted past her. Caught off guard, Qiuying felt a sudden weight in her hand, realizing that her spicy strips had been snatched by an unknown entity. She immediately tucked her phone into her pocket and hurried after it. The shadow was small but remarkably swift, clutching her spicy strips as it dashed into the street. As it ran beneath the streetlight, Qiuying finally discerned that it was a tiny hamster. Is there no justice left in the world? A hamster stealing spicy strips? Qiuying was utterly astonished, her steps light as she pursued relentlessly. In the pitch darkness, a diminutive hamster dared to snatch spicy strips in her presence, leaving her with no choice but to confront it. This hamster appeared to be domesticated, its fur immaculate and devoid of any dirt. Yet, it seemed rather dim-witted, its small stature allowing it to hide in the shadows or squeeze in narrow crevices. Yet it chose to scurry across the open path. As the hamster darted into a narrow alley, its speed gradually diminished, and Qiuying seized the moment, poised to capture it. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the shadows, grasping the hamster by its neck and lifting it off the ground. What was being retrieved? Qiuying was momentarily taken aback as a tall figure materialized from the darkness, adorned with thin-framed glasses. The eyes behind the lenses radiated a gentle wisdom. The simplicity of the frame complemented his refined features, lending an air of sophistication. His demeanor was composed as he held the small creature aloft and removed the spicy strip from its mouth. Apologies, it tends to behave this way. It's quite all right, he replied, his words imbued with a scholarly tone. Whether it was the act of presenting the spicy strip or the slight bow of his head as he conversed with her, his aura exuded a sense of calm and restraint, as if everything lay within his control. Qiuying intended to turn and leave, but the young man called out to her, "Since it has wronged you, let it atone with its demise." Her pupils widened as she gazed at the seemingly refined young man, astonished by his audacious proclamation before the goddess of beauty and love. The little hamster seemed to sense the impending danger, wriggling free from the young man's grasp and scurrying to hide behind Qiuying's feet. The young man's eyes deepened, his gaze piercing and cold as it fixed upon the hamster. "It's all right. There is no need for such concern." Qiuying could feel the hamster trembling, and despite her attempts to nudge it away, it remained steadfastly rooted. "It appears quite fond of you. Consider a gift." With that, the young man turned away without a trace of reluctance, ready to retreat into the shadows. "Wait," Qiuying called after him, raising her phone. "Could you leave me your contact information?" Chapter 38. Why inflict harm upon one another? Qiao Yuan's gaze fell upon the distant end of the street, where the night enveloped the surroundings like ink and the streetlights flickered. A robust man was slowly approaching them from afar. Bai Li, plump and round, turned his head, noticing that behind them stood another man, burdened with 3 swords. 2 individuals? Qiao Yuan pondered for a moment, shaking his head. At least 3, one of whom has already opened the void of no restrictions. Bai Li let out a cold chuckle as he observed them. We are all guardians of the night. Why must we harm one another? We hail from the temple of restraint, and we are no longer guardians of the night. Bai Li, perplexed, asked what the temple of restraint was. It is a place designated for the confinement of those who have committed criminal acts, most of whom were once guardians of the night themselves. As Qiao Yuan emphasized the word once, a shadow of recollection clouded his eyes. If it weren't for the general of the Great Xia saving me, I would likely be there as well. Enough with the trivialities. The robust man's eyes gleamed with fury as he bellowed, his body morphing like pliable clay, towering one moment and shrinking the next. Ultimately, he transformed into a gaunt dwarf, appearing as though a single punch could topple him. Bai Li gazed at him in astonishment. What is this? The Forbidden Ruin Sequence 214. Body restructuring allows him to freely compress his muscle tissue. Do not be deceived by his current appearance. His speed is remarkably swift. Qiao Yuan's expression grew serious as he observed the diminutive figure, who crouched low, propelling himself toward Bai Li with lightning speed. Yao Wang, with a resounding crash. The dwarf's foot collided with Bai Li's protective golden light, producing a piercing sound as the radiant barrier dimmed slightly. Qiao Zai, hurry and assist me. Bai Li exclaimed in fright, cursing as he struggled with his towel. I cannot concern myself with you right now. Qiao Yuan turned towards the back, where the man had finally stirred. He drew the sword from his back, and the other 2 blades seemed to be gripped by invisible hands, simultaneously unsheathing themselves. Qiao Yuan's brow furrowed tightly as he unsheathed his own sword. Instantly, a sinister aura enveloped him, dark energy swirling menacingly around the blade. With his heightened prowess, Qiao Yuan had become even more formidable, causing the 3-sword man to gulp nervously at the approaching malevolence. Without allowing him a moment to react, Qiao Yuan launched himself forward. The 3-sword man raised his weapon to block just as an arrow streaked through the air toward Qiao Yuan. With a swift motion, Qiao Yuan swung his sword, cleaving the arrow in twain. In the next instant, the arrow exploded at its center, sending the frenzied Qiao Yuan flying into the distance. Not far away, atop a tall building, a female archer lowered her bow, letting out a disdainful huff. Next will be that little chubby one. Oh, a cold, detached male voice resonated behind her, causing the female archer to break out in a cold sweat. When did he arrive? Realizing the urgency, she quickly nocked another arrow, turning to aim directly at Lin Qiye. A shroud of darkness enveloped the surroundings, rendering her body seemingly immobilized, leaving her helpless to merely watch as the young man stood before her, composed and unperturbed. An opportune moment presented itself to test the depths of dark erosion. You shall serve as my subject. In the next instant, Lin Qiye's eyes deepened, and the female archer's gaze was infused with the essence of the night. The archer clutched her head, screaming in agony, her body collapsing to the ground involuntarily. Lin Qiye meticulously observed her response. The higher the intelligence of the controlled, the feebler the effect of the dark erosion. Suddenly, the female archer lifted her head sharply, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in her eyes. As the night within them receded entirely, Lin Qiye let out a muffled groan and retreated a few steps. Seizing the moment, the archer swiftly turned to flee. Yet, as she took a single step, a veil of darkness encircled her, rendering her as motionless as if she had pressed the pause button. The archer's eyes brimmed with despair. What was this force? Lin Qiye, no longer toying with her, gently pressed the switch on the black container, and a sheathed dagger sprang forth from the side. Gripping the blade with one hand, he moved like a specter. With a swift motion, the archer's throat was severed, and she fell lifeless to the ground. At this juncture, the adversaries of the corpulent figure and Qiao Yuan were also succumbing to defeat. Qiao Yuan, however, did not relent, wildly swinging his knife at a shapeless mass before him. Lin Qiye slowly descended from above, his gaze shifting towards the frenzied Qiuying, while Bai Pang sought refuge behind Lin Qiye, extracting a roll of film from his robe. "Qiye, catch the sealing scroll." Lin Qiye received the scroll, raising his blade as darkness emanated outward from him. Sensing a formidable aura, Qiuying hesitated, his movements becoming cautious as he contemplated advancing. Lin Qiye arched an eyebrow at him, brandishing his knife and charging forth like a phantom. Unyielding, the maddened Qiuying roared fiercely, swinging his blade towards Lin Qiye. After a brief struggle, Qiuying was sent flying, his body crashing against the wall like a kite severed from its string, producing a resounding thud. "Qiye, could you be a bit gentler next time?" As consciousness returned, Qiuying slowly emerged from the debris of the collapsed wall, tugging at the film clinging to him. Lin Qiye offered him an apologetic smile, lifting the black box from the ground and striding towards the street beyond. "What are we going to do now?" "Baili pampang inkirat parplaksa." The remaining enemies possess at least the strength of the Chuan realm, beyond our capacity to confront. Rather than linger here foolishly, we might as well indulge in a bowl of noodles. Lin Qiye gazed upward at the sky. The barrier of the unrestrained void had been lifted. Qiuying and Bai Pang exchanged glances, recognizing the truth in Lin Qiye's words. They were indeed hungry. Chapter 39. Launching fish. As Lin Qiye traversed halfway down the path, he paused abruptly before a dimly lit alley, his gaze lingering deep within its shadowy recesses. A mouse. She should be terrified, he mused. Bats are too unsightly. They won't do. Contemplating this, Lin Qiye activated the mundane realm. Sensing an owl perched on a nearby tree, he proceeded towards the tree, with Bai Pang and Qiuying closely trailing behind him, their eyes fixed intently on Lin Qiye. Bai Pang scratched his head, confusion and bewilderment evident in their expressions, as if attempting to decipher his actions. Qiuying's lips moved, seemingly on the verge of inquiring, yet uncertain of how to commence. Dressed in a white coat and black trousers, with hair cascading loosely, Lin Qiye murmured a few words to the owl, which flapped its powerful wings and departed the branch. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Bai Pang stepped forward and asked, "Qiye, what are you doing?" "I'm sending the owl to fetch Qiuying for some noodles," Lin Qiye replied. Bai Pang's eyes widened in realization. "So you understand the language of birds?" Lin Qiye smiled, offering no further explanation. It was a manifestation of his Starry Night Dancer abilities, enabling him to communicate with nocturnal creatures. "Is Qiuying out as well? Aren't you concerned for her safety if she's alone?" Qiuying interjected thoughtfully. "She distracts me easily, and besides, what danger could possibly surpass being near Pang? Lin Qiye remarked. Qiuying nodded vigorously in agreement, expressing his strong concurrence. Underground in Songnan City, the damp air was permeated with the musty scent of mildew and decay. The walls adorned with creeping moss, while droplets of water trickled down the stone crevices, producing a faint patter. The narrow passage twisted and turned, seemingly endless, with flickering dim lights overhead casting wavering shadows. The ground beneath was slick, occasionally interrupted by the scurrying sounds of mice, their eyes gleaming faintly in the darkness. A heavy iron door, rusted and worn, stood ominously, its handle cold to the touch. As the door creaked open, a wave of stale air rushed forth, as if time had come to a standstill in this place. Not spacious, the center featured an operating table stained crimson with blood, flanked by an array of neatly arranged instruments, while several barrels nearby held grotesque remnants of limbs submerged in eerie fluids. Among them, the largest barrel contained a gigantic snake's head, its eyes unblinking in death, alongside a lizard with a severed body. Not far away, a young boy clad in a hooded cloak sat quietly at a table, a chessboard before him. He closed his eyes, perceiving the world through the eyes of a small hamster, seeing a girl whose features appeared as if meticulously sculpted by divine hands, her curious gaze fixed upon the hamster, unaware of the watchful eyes observing her from the shadows. The boy donned a pair of glasses, the lenses reflecting a piercing light beneath the dim illumination. His extraordinary abilities stemmed from the Nanda serpent demon. Having dissected the creature's brain, he uncovered a means to connect with the consciousness of other beings, manipulate their actions, and share visions as if they were one. He has conducted research that led to the creation of an artificial snake species, subsequently renaming it to a fish species. Regrettably, he can currently only successfully utilize this ability within the bodies of mice. With nearly 400 mice implanted with the fish species, he can completely control the movements and whispers of Songnan City. The little hamster is a special gift he prepared for Qiuying. His fingers gently caress a smooth black piece, his gaze deep and contemplative, as if he could penetrate every inch of the chessboard's expanse. His expression is calm and focused, with a hint of elusive composure, suggesting that everything is well within his grasp. On the chessboard, the black and white pieces interweave, the situation as complex as a battlefield. He slightly lowers his head, his long fingers hovering momentarily above the board before confidently placing a piece, his movements both elegant and decisive. He has essentially established a preliminary visual sharing system reminiscent of the Nantua snake demon and the snake species. Yet he aspires to achieve the kind of connection that the snake demon possesses. The youth sits before the chessboard, murmuring to himself, his hooded face serene and concentrated. Had Lin Qiye been present, he would have instantly recognized him. His name isn't Qingyu. Once, he collaborated with Lin Qiye in vanquishing the Nantua snake demon, but after failing to join the Night Watchers, he vanished from sight. A few pieces are precariously positioned. Should he alert Lin Qiye? He delicately pinches a white piece, his gaze lowered, the corners of his mouth slightly pursed. Moments later, his brow relaxes, as if he has come to a realization. At the very least, having shared hardships together, perhaps he could offer a little assistance this time. Qiuying gazes at the little hamster in her hands, growing increasingly fond of it. Its petite form can be easily cradled in one hand, its fur short yet dense, exuding a delightful softness. Its round and plump cheeks display no annoyance when handled. It merely stares at her with its large, round eyes. Even if it makes a mistake, its owner cannot so easily abandon it. Thankfully, she astutely added that person's WeChat. Should its owner have a change of heart, she could be contacted at any time. Her phone's notification sound rings. It was the boy who scanned her WeChat code. I am in Qingyu, requesting to add you as a friend. In Qingyu? Qiuying's pupils constrict in disbelief as she exits WeChat and opens the game she had been playing. The first name in her friends list is also in Qingyu. Could it truly be him? Why is Qiuying so exhilarated? It is because she has recently become enamored with the game. With the holidays upon her, she played several rounds during her bus journey. In the first round, she faced an exceptional player who effortlessly decimated her and her teammates, leading to a loss. Qiuying remained unfazed. This was to be expected, and she took a glance at the impressive player's username, in Qingyu. In the second round, she matched with Qingyu once more, which felt quite normal, and unsurprisingly, he again led them to defeat. After the match, Qiuying chuckled in acceptance, even giving Qingyu a thumbs up. In the third round, it was in Qingyu again. She felt indifferent, attributing it to coincidence, feeling a peculiar connection with him. Although it would be preferable if he were not on the opposing side. Qiuying pressed start again, hoping not to match with him this time. Then, as the selection phase commenced, a familiar name appeared on the opposing team, and Qingyu. Qiuying's expression shifted dramatically, her composure teetering on the brink of collapse. What was happening in this game? Shouldn't there be a thorough investigation? As the screen dimmed and the character she controlled fell, Qiuying despairingly closed her eyes. The air was frigid, her hands and feet cold, yet her face burned with heat. Adopting the mindset of, if you cannot defeat them, join them, she sent a friend request to her opponent, which was promptly accepted. I'm Qingyu. You hello. Qiuying was about to inquire whether he was using a secondary account when a message from the opposing player arrived. And Qingyu, no apprentices. Qiuying gripped her phone tightly, capturing a screenshot of Qingyu in the game and sending it via WeChat. Ko isong di yuhua. Hello. Ko isong di yuhua. Image. Ko isong di yuhua. Is this you? There was no immediate response from the other side. Qiuying shut her phone, and in the distance, a small figure flew toward her. Upon closer inspection, She realized it was an owl. The owl perched nearby, hooting softly, repeatedly twisting its head in a 180-degree motion. Was it beckoning her to follow? Qiuying hesitated for a moment, then took a step forward. The owl, receiving her response, flew ahead. Meanwhile, Qingyu stood before the operating table, the cold light casting sharp shadows on his chiseled profile. He slightly lowered his head, his gaze focused and serene. As the scalpel in his hand turned delicately at his fingertips, a glint of silver flashing as the blade descended steadily upon a creature's skin. It sliced open a slender incision, revealing the underlying tissue with precision. His hand remained steady, movements fluid and exact. The blade gently lifted a thin membrane, his wrist subtly rotating as if unwrapping a delicate work of art. In the hushed atmosphere, the abrupt sound of a phone notification pierced the silence. Upon hearing it, Qingyu narrowed his eyes slightly, the corners of his lips curling into a faint, elusive smile, as if everything were well within his grasp. He discreetly lowered his eyelids, choosing not to check the message immediately, instead maintaining his focus on the operating table, though the curve of his lips betrayed his inner satisfaction. Chapter 40. Eating noodles. This noodle shop is nestled within a narrow alley, flanked by weathered old walls, their bases adorned with lush green moss. The sign of the establishment has faded, while a few strings of wind chimes hang from the wooden doorframe, producing a melodious, tinkling sound as the breeze passes through. Outside, several aged wooden tables stand, their surfaces marred by deep scratches that seem to narrate the passage of time. A rich aroma of broth wafts through the air, intertwined with the scents of scallions, garlic, and chili. Inside, the lighting is somewhat dim, with a few vintage chandeliers swaying overhead, casting mottled shadows upon the walls. Yellowed photographs depicting the owner in his youth, beaming with a radiant smile, adorn the walls. In a corner, several sacks of flour are stacked beside a large pot, from which steam rises as the broth bubbles contentedly. The proprietor, a taciturn, middle-aged man clad in a flour-dusted apron, wields a pair of long chopsticks, meticulously stirring the noodles in the pot. He offers little conversation, merely nodding to indicate that they should find their own seats. It is quite late, and the shop is devoid of customers. Lin Qiye and his companions do not enter, but choose to sit at one of the outdoor tables. Qiye, just by the appearance of this place, I can tell it's exceptionally delicious, Qiuying remarked as he surveyed the shop as modest decor. Why would such a humble establishment be so tasty? Li Pang queried, his expression one of confusion. Lin Qiye found himself somewhat speechless in response to the naivete of this wealthy youth. Given our current situation, do you think we can openly dine at a five-star hotel? It would not merely be about eating noodles. It would be a miracle if we weren't facing dire circumstances. Li Pong's expression shifted to one of realization, and he praised Lin Qiye. You're indeed wise, Qiye, seeing the bigger picture. Besides, my funds only suffice for a noodle meal today. A bowl of shredded pork noodles. Please, Lin Qiye ordered with ease. I would like a bowl of spare rib noodles, Qiuying quickly added. I'll have a bowl of braised beef noodles, with spare ribs and shredded pork on top, all right. 3 steaming bowls of noodles were soon served by the owner. The shredded pork noodles are 10 yuan. The spare rib noodles 12, and this young man's total comes to 42, making it 64 yuan altogether. As Lin Qiye reached into his pocket for money, he hesitated, turning to Li Pang. You pay for yourself. Li Pang, taken aback, looked at him with a pitiful expression. Qiye, you're being unfair. Didn't you just say you would treat us? Lin Qiye retrieved a 50 yuan note from his pocket and handed it to the owner. I've changed my mind. And besides, someone else will be eating soon. Li Pang wore an expression of complaint as he produced a black card, smiling at the owner. Can I use this card here? Ultimately, it was Qiuying who rummaged through his pockets for quite some time, finally producing a crumpled 50 yuan note to settle the bill. Li Pang, touched, embraced him, declaring that he would cover all expenses for their accommodations and meals during the holiday. It cannot be blamed on Lin Qiye for being frugal. He had only brought 50 yuan, believing it would suffice for 4 people. However, to his surprise, Qiuying followed the owl through the streets and alleys, finally spotting Lin Qiye and the others in front of a noodle shop. Lin Qiye waved at her, making space beside him. Qiuying, Pang Pang greeted her cheerfully. Hello, I am Qiuying. This marked the first conversation between Qiuying and Qiuying. Hello, I am Mickey Qiuying. She smiled back at Qiuying. What are you having? Qiuying glanced at the menu and returned the question to Lin Qiye. What are you having? Shredded meat noodles. Then I will have the same as you. Observing their interaction, Li Pang Pang and Qiuying exchanged glances, both single men filled with envy. As they slurped their noodles, they discussed the recent battle. So you were knocked down from the 90th floor? Li Pang Pang nodded, gesturing to himself. Indeed, didn't you see I'm still wearing a bath towel? At this, Qiuying instinctively looked up, only to be met with a hand suddenly covering her eyes. Don't look at him. There's nothing to see. Li Pang Pang Chakolding exasperation. Qiye, don't be so overbearing. I think my attire is perfectly fine, after all on hot days. It's not uncommon to see men without shirts on the streets. Qiuying glanced at Li Pang Pang's body torso, acknowledging that Lin Qiye's action was indeed necessary for the sake of the girl. Lin Qiye was not one to adhere to traditional norms. He had walked alongside Li Pang Pang without issue, but the thought of Qiuying seeing him irritated him deeply. Given the magnitude of the explosion, it was likely they had utilized a weapon of mass destruction, not conventional arms. Lin Qiye nodded, recognizing that the force they encountered indicated the wielder of such power was at least a river realm expert. Jumping was the right decision. Otherwise, you might have been caught in the instructor's battle. It's not my fault for being so ostentatious, Qiuying complained. This is the worst hotel I could find. I have stayed in far better places in Guangshan City. Li Pang Pang shrugged it off. He had faced countless assassination attempts, and these were mere trifles. Just as they were conversing, four figures approached from a distance. Qingyu, it seems you really enjoy noodles. You've already had 2 servings this morning. What do you know? Noodles are a specialty of Songnan. It's a rare opportunity. If I don't eat now, I'll one tea have the chance again. Oh. Chapter 41. A fondness for clear soup noodles, Shen Qingzhu raised his eyes and spotted a familiar figure outside the noodle shop. Qiuying noticed him as well, smiling and waving from a distance. Shen Qingzhu's hair casually fell across his forehead, with a few strands occasionally drifting down. Despite the chill of the day, he wore only a loose-fitting coat, which hung carelessly on him, the collar slightly open, revealing a glimpse of his collarbone and the garment beneath. His sleeves were rolled up to his elbows, subtly accentuating the contours of his arms, exuding an aura of languid nonchalance. Ah, even a cool guy has come for noodles. Li Pang Pang greeted him with half a chicken fillet in hand. Shen Qingzhu nodded back, acknowledging Qiuying and Lin Qiye with a slight gesture. When his gaze inadvertently fell upon Qiuying, who stood beside Lin Qiye, he averted his eyes, lowering his head to call out to the owner, "Boss. For bowls of clear soup noodles, please." The owner, upon seeing the 4 of them, beamed with delight. "You're back again." Shen Qingzhu responded with a soft hum, intending to pass by Lin Qiye and the others to enter the noodle shop when he felt a tug on his coat. Qiuying had caught the hem of it. "Why didn't you greet me?" Her voice was sweet, tinged with a hint of reproach. Unable to resist, Shen Qingzhu looked down at her. She tilted her head back, her eyes shimmering like water, her lashes fluttering as if stirred by a gentle breeze. His heart tightened, as if gripped by an unseen force. Standing beside her, his heartbeat quickened, palms slightly sweating, fingers curling involuntarily. Her gaze lingered on him, exuding an intangible pressure that made him feel as insignificant as a speck of dust. Habitually, he averted his gaze, afraid to meet her clear eyes, fearing to detect even a trace of disdain or scorn within them. "No, I just saw you." Shen Qingzhu wished to smile at her, but his lips only twitched, unable to form a proper grin, his expression stiff. Li Pang Pang glanced between Shen Qingzhu and Qiuying, finally settling his gaze on Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye's eyes were sharp, akin to a hawk's, fixated intently on the 2 beside him. His lips tightened, and though his face remained impassive, a subtle ripple in his gaze betrayed his inner displeasure and restraint. Just as Li Pang Pang anticipated him to speak, he merely lowered his head and slurped a mouthful of noodles. Shen Qingzhu's attention fell upon their 4 bowls of fragrant noodles, his lips pressing together. A soft gulp echoed, the sound unusually pronounced in the quiet ambience. He turned to his three companions behind him, who averted their gazes and lowered their heads in unison. Shen Qingzhu shifted his focus to the noodle shop's menu, hesitating for a moment. "Boss, let us change that to 3 bowls of meat noodles and 1 bowl of clear soup noodles." He settled down at the table next to Lin Qiye, the rectangular table positioning Deng Wei on his left, Qiuying on his right, and Lin Qiye beside her. The 2 tables in the noodle shop were closely spaced, almost within arm's reach of one another. "All right, clear soup noodles are 6 yuan, meat noodles are 10 yuan each, totaling 36 yuan. Shen Qingzhu nodded, retrieving her wallet from her pocket, slightly leaning to obscure Qiuying's view. She extracted a few crumpled banknotes and handed them to the proprietor before swiftly closing her wallet and nonchalantly picking up the chopsticks from the table. "Why the sudden change to shredded pork noodles? I'm merely offering a change of palate. And you? I've grown weary of those. I now prefer clear broth, light and simple." The 3 companions exchanged glances, lowering their heads in silence. Suddenly, Shen Qingzhu recalled something and turned to Lin Qiye. "How is your injury from the bus incident? Do you feel any better?" "I'm fine now," Lin Qiye replied, shaking his head. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have escaped the bus." Bali Pang looked at him with a hint of surprise. "Bro, when did you become so courteous?" "It's rare." Shen Qingzhu instinctively glanced at Qiuying, shooting a glare at Bali Pang, asserting, "I've always been clear about my grievances." She then turned her attention back to Lin Qiye, speaking slowly. "I sense that the training camp would not grant us a break without reason. If you face any difficulties, feel free to confide in me. I shall assist you if I can." Lin Qiye nodded, a sudden spark of inspiration igniting within him. "I actually have a business proposition I'd like to discuss with you." Chapter 42. Business? What kind of business? Shen Qingzhu inquired, taking a sip of his noodles. Lin Qiye gestured towards Bali Pang and suggested, "During the holiday, how about becoming his bodyguard, providing him with close protection?" Upon hearing this, Shen Qingzhu glanced at Bali Pang, furrowing his brow. "The remuneration is 1,000 yuan per day. Is that acceptable?" Shen Qingzhu hesitated for a moment, pondered, and then nodded. "All right." He then looked at his 3 companions and informed Lin Qiye, "This arrangement is exclusive to me. They are not included." "Understood." As Lin Qiye and the others gradually finished their noodles, Shen Qingzhu quickly consumed his portion in a few bites. In the street, Pang walked ahead with Lin Qiye, leaning closer to whisper, "Qiye, why did you pull in good to protect me? Given the current situation, we are targets for each other. I cannot be by your side at all times to safeguard you, especially since Chao Yuan has lost control and we cannot distinguish friend from foe. I believe Gu is quite capable and impressive." Pong's eyes brightened as he processed this, praising Lin Qiye. "You truly think ahead." Shen Qingzhu trailed at the back of the group, with Qiuying ahead of him. He took a large stride to walk alongside her. "Are you heading back to the team later?" "Yes." Qiuying nodded. He sighed gently and halted. "Hey, fatty, since I am now your boss, can't you address me differently?" Pang turned, expressing his reluctance. "Ba yi li tu ming." Shen Qingzhu hesitated for a moment, took a deep breath, and asked, "Is it possible to receive an advance on my salary?" Bali Pang instinctively looked to Lin Qiye, who nodded in affirmation. "But I don't have any cash on me." Chao Yuan rummaged through his pockets and suddenly remarked, "I have 300 yuan here. Is that enough?" Shen Qingzhu nodded vigorously. "That will suffice." Qiuying also checked her pockets and discovered the 10 yuan Lin Qiye had given her earlier. After purchasing 2 bags of spicy strips, only 9 yuan remained. She produced it and handed it to Chao Yuan, feigning excitement. "Oh hot, Gao, I forgot to repay you the money I owed. Here it is now." Chao Yuan's eyebrows lifted slightly, and he looked at her with curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, he realized, "It's fine. Repaying now is acceptable." He then handed the money to Shen Qingzhu. "Actually, you didn't need to." Shen Qingzhu began to return the cash, but Chao Yuan quickly interjected. "Even the smallest amount counts. 9 yuan is enough for a bowl of instant noodles and a sausage." Shen Qingzhu considered this, nodded, and without further hesitation, made his way towards the noodle shop. The 4 of them observed as Shen Qingzhu approached the shop, conversing with the owner, who then emerged with 3 pieces of chicken and 3 eggs, placing them before his companions. Shen Qingzhu then approached Li Liang, handed over the remaining money, exchanged a few words of instruction, and returned to their side. The three men exchanged knowing glances, maintaining a tacit silence. When Shen Qingzhu reached Qiuying's side, he smiled and teased her. "Brother Zhou, you're truly wonderful. I too wish to be your faithful companion, trailing after you every day." It was nothing. I have grown accustomed to it. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingzhu slightly lowered his head, a delicate blush gracing his ears. His fingers instinctively lifted, gently scratching the back of his head. The gesture was somewhat awkward, yet exuded a charming clumsiness. His gaze wandered, unable to meet Qiuying's eyes, while the corners of his mouth curled into a shy smile. Since he so desired to accompany him, it seemed that tomorrow's New Year's Eve dinner prepared by the captain would have to be enjoyed solely by me and Sister Honging. Lin Qiye feigned helplessness, speaking slowly. "That simply cannot be. The captain's cooking is too delicious. I want to savor it for a lifetime." Their banter elicited laughter from everyone, fostering a warm atmosphere. Currently, while staying in a hotel, I fear that once I fall asleep, someone might unexpectedly launch an assault on me. What should I do? Bali Pang lamented as he walked. "How about we find a temple?" Chao Yuan suggested after some contemplation. "Brother, this is a modern metropolis. Where would one find a temple?" Bali Pang retorted with exasperation. "I know a place." After a long silence, Lin Qiye finally spoke. Chapter 43. Winter no longer seems so frigid. Dream Butterfly Village, the Lovers' Inn? They stood before a secluded and dilapidated hotel, its exterior adorned with flickering LED lights, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. Bali Pang regarded Lin Qiye with a puzzled expression. "Qiye, are you serious?" Lin Qiye, exasperated, waved his hand dismissively. "In Songnan City, you can check in without an ID. This is the only place I know of." Observing Bali Pang's expression, he raised an eyebrow slightly. "If you are unwilling to stay here, you might as well sleep under a bridge or return to the hotel for a bullet." Upon closer inspection, Ben wasn't too shabby. The five of them pushed the door open and, indeed, no identification was required. "Owner, we need 3 rooms." Shen Qingzhu interjected. "I want to share a room with you." "What?" Bali Pang looked at him with a strange gaze. Shen Qingzhu shot him a glare, silently rebuking him for his thoughts, especially with Qiuying still present. "I am currently your personal bodyguard. If we are separated, I won't be able to protect you promptly. You can sleep in the bed, and I shall take the floor." Chao Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. "In that case, the 3 of us should room together. It will be perfect for a game of do di zhu." "Agreed." Before Bali Pang could protest, Chao Yuan and Shen Qingzhu had decided for him. Qiuying, standing nearby, felt a stir in her pocket as her little hamster peeked out. She chuckled softly, gently caressing its head with her finger. "A hamster? Where did that come from?" Lin Qiye had sensed its presence earlier and, noticing it emerge, inquired. "It stole my spicy strips. Its owner was angry and abandoned it, so they gave it to me." Lin Qiye reached out to playfully prod the creature, chuckling, "A hamster that steals spicy strips." Suddenly, his eyes narrowed slightly as he focused intently on the hamster's size. The little creature appeared startled and retreated back into Qiuying's pocket. Chao Yuan and Shen Qingzhu each took hold of Bali Pang's arms and hoisted him upstairs. Upon reaching the first step, Shen Qingzhu paused and turned to Qiuying. "Qiuying, see you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow," she replied. Lin Qiye furrowed his brow, unconsciously pressing his lips into a straight line. He grasped Qiuying's shoulder, pulling her away. "It's time to go home." Outside, snowflakes began to drift down quietly, akin to countless feathers descending from the sky, light and serene. Lin Qiye extended his hand to catch a falling snowflake, feeling its icy touch melt in his palm. He tightened his fist slightly, sighing, "Ah, Jean, we can't build a snowman this year." "Ah, Jean?" Qiuying looked at Lin Qiye in confusion, not understanding who he referred to. "He is my cousin." A biting chill seeped down his collar, causing Lin Qiye to shiver involuntarily. He preferred not to elaborate and instead countered, "Is it cold?" "Dressed similarly," Qingyu nodded, and Lin Qiye reached to zip her jacket all the way to the top. He felt as if his fingers were on the brink of freezing, the tips tingling slightly, and even clenching his fists seemed laborious. It would be best to return home swiftly, he thought. Just then, Qiuying's hand suddenly enveloped his. The warmth and softness of her touch instantly dispelling the chill. Her palm felt like a small flame, warmth radiating from her fingertips, reaching deep into his heart. He was momentarily taken aback and looked down at her, noticing a few snowflakes clinging to her eyelashes, her gaze sparkling with mirth as she regarded him. How could a divine being fear the cold? Yet, I have discovered someone who appears to be on the verge of becoming a snowman. Lin Qiye stared at her in a daze, as if time had come to a standstill in that very moment. The warmth coursing through his hand not only thawed the coldness in his fingertips, but also softened something deep within his heart. The wind and snow continued to swirl around them, yet her warmth made this winter feel far less frigid. After a brief while, they returned to Hong Ying's villa. As soon as they stepped inside, Hong Ying sprang up from the sofa with a start. "Where have you two been? Why did you take so long?" She circled around them, only relaxing when she found no apparent changes, her expression a mix of annoyance and relief. "If you hadn't returned soon, I would have gone to search for you." When Qima observed the intertwined hands of Lin Qiye and Qiuying, a playful smile gracing his features. "I can attest that during your absence, she has repeated her concerns 1,000 times over. My ears are nearly calloused from it." Lin Qiye and Qiuying exchanged apologetic glances. "Sorry, Hong Ying, we just went out for a late-night snack. We promise to return promptly next time." Hong Ying sighed, conceding, "Well, it is getting late. You should rest early." She tossed a thick blanket to Wen Qima, who was lounging on the sofa, and after a few more words of advice, she retreated to her room. "Is it time for bed already? Can't you bear to let go?" With a teasing glint in Wen Qima's eyes, Lin Qiye and Qiuying suddenly realized they were still holding hands. Clearing their throats, they quickly released their grip, their faces unwittingly flushed as they hurried back to their respective rooms. Chapter 44. Your son's character will make it difficult to find a wife. The snowy night was tranquil and enigmatic, as if the world had been gently draped in a soft white velvet blanket. Moonlight spilled upon the snow, casting a faint silver glow, reminiscent of countless tiny diamonds shimmering in the darkness. Not far from the villa, Cold Qian stood like a statue, gripping a black sniper rifle. "Isn't it cold out?" Cold Qian abruptly turned to see Chen Mai approaching from a distance, a cigarette dangling from his lips. "It's bearable." Wu Xiaonan also arrived, striding over in a black trench coat and draping a thick coat over Cold Qian's shoulders. "Aren't you all going to sleep at this late hour?" Cold Qian's gaze lingered in the scope of the sniper rifle as he inquired. "I can't sleep. I heard that Qiyi went to help that chubby boy with a fight today. How did it go?" Cold Qian paused, pondering for a moment. "Quite well. He has grown stronger. He might even be a match for me now." Chen Mai chuckled. "That's splendid to hear. What about Qiuying?" "I didn't expect them to part ways after going out." Before long, snowflakes began to accumulate on their bodies. Wu Xiaonan brushed off his coat, saying, "Qi gave her 10 yuan to buy spicy strips, but unexpectedly, a hamster snatched them away, leading to a chase." Chen Mai expressed his surprise. "A mouse actually stole spicy strips. It's a hamster, not a mouse. Regardless, they're all rodents, aren't they?" "Ha ha." They shared a laugh for a while. And Chen Mai flicked his cigarette, addressing Wu Xiangnan and Cold Qian. "You both have been on watch all day. It's time for you to rest. I will take over." Wu Xiangnan shook his head, declining his offer. "It's fine. I can't sleep anyway." Cold Qian, too, refused in unison. "No need. If I lack even this little perseverance, what kind of sniper would I be?" Gradually, silence enveloped the church. The three men sat quietly, like three statues, vigilantly watching over the distant villa. At the asylum of the gods in the clean and bright courtyard, sunlight flooded every corner as Nix was seated in a white rocking chair, dressed in a black gauzy gown. "Grandma, it's time for your medication." Li Yifei, clad in a green caregiver's uniform, approached with the medicine. Nix nodded, taking the pills one by one. As she continued, she suddenly asked, "Xiaofei, what is it?" "When will Danaus and Aphrodite give Grandma a granddaughter? Then you would have a sister, and life will become a bit livelier." "Xiaofei, why have you stopped talking?" Li Yifei took a deep breath and replied slowly, "Grandma, given your son's character, it will be difficult for him to find a wife. He is such a straightforward man. When someone asked him what he wanted to eat today, he simply said, 'Whatever.' I imagine that when he eventually marries, the officiant will inquire whether he wishes to take the bride as his wife, and I sense that his response will be a nonchalant whatever. Observing Li Yifei's barely concealed amusement, Nike's furrowed his brow and immediately assumed the authoritative demeanor of an elder. What are you saying, my child? If your father cannot find a wife, then what does that make Aphrodite? Just a stroke of good fortune, I suppose. Amidst the playful banter between Li Yifei and Nike's, Lin Qiye, clad in a white coat, approached with an air of calm. Denasdus, you have returned. A smile instantly graced Nike's face. Lin Qiye nodded and walked up to her with a cheerful demeanor. Mother, how is your health? Chapter 45. Merlin Lin Qiye gazed at the progress bar hovering above Nix's head, still languishing at 78. Ever since it had risen to 51 half a year ago, the advancement had become increasingly sluggish and arduous. Had the therapeutic effects of the medication reached their zenith? It appeared that to further Nix's treatment, mere reliance on the divine asylum would not suffice. The heart's affliction must be treated with a remedy from the heart. Thus, he resolved to seek solutions beyond these confines. After engaging Nix in conversation for a while, Lin Qiye exchanged a knowing glance with Li Yifei. Mother, please take your rest. I have matters to attend to. Li Yifei nodded and followed him towards the ward. Li Yifei expressed his confusion. What purpose do we serve here? Aren't all the doors locked? Lin Qiye adjusted his glasses and slowly elucidated. Indeed, they were once inaccessible, but now that I have transcended my previous limitations, perhaps I can unlock the next door. Who knows what lies beyond? Upon reaching the floor containing 6 patient rooms, Lin Qiye stood before the second door. He scrutinized the sign, which appeared indistinct, neither resembling a pen nor a staff. Perhaps this asylum was about to welcome its second patient. Li Fei's eyes widened. Am I to have another grandmother? Lin Qiye shook his head. Perhaps it could be a grandfather instead? Director, does the addition of a patient warrant a salary increase? Alas, it does not. How vexing. The relentless greed of capitalists. With a resigned sigh, Li Yifei accepted his bustling fate, stepping back to afford Lin Qiye space. Standing before the door, Lin Qiye placed his hand on the doorknob. If his surmising was correct, each door represented a realm he had traversed. Having ascended from the realm of the lamp to that of the pool, his mental fortitude might now be sufficient to breach the door's constraints. He turned the doorknob, and with a crisp sound of mechanism at work, the runic seals upon the door gradually dissipated, allowing it to creak open. Inside the dimly lit room sat a young man clad in a deep blue robe. He slightly tilted his head, his piercing gaze akin to an abyss. Fixated upon Lin Qiye, Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback. He recalled that upon opening Nix's door, her eyes had been vacant and bewildered. Yet the figure before him possessed a clarity of vision, imbued with an ineffable tranquility and sagacity. You have arrived, the man stated calmly. You knew I would come? Lin Qiye inquired. Indeed. Why? Are you so composed? Lin Qiye was astonished. This exchange felt remarkably normal. He turned to the wall, which gradually revealed several lines of text. Room 2 patient. Merlin task. Assist Merlin in treating his mental illness. Upon reaching the designated treatment progress, a portion of Merlin's abilities may be randomly extracted. Current treatment progress. 0. After reading the text, Lin Qiye's gaze toward the man grew increasingly intricate. In English mythology, Merlin is a legendary sorcerer. He is an esteemed advisor and mentor to King Arthur, instrumental in aiding him to ascend to the throne and establish the kingdom of Camelot. Renowned for his wisdom, foresight, and magical prowess, he frequently provides assistance to Arthur and his knights at pivotal moments. However, as Lin Qiye understands, Merlin is not merely a singular being. Rather, he embodies a fusion of various myths, representing the English people's yearning for the unknown, a deity of magic and wisdom. The first chamber unveiled a deity from Greek mythology, while the second revealed one from English mythology. Could it be that each chamber symbolizes a distinct mythological system? What a curious revelation, indeed. Li Yifei leaned out from behind Lin Qiye, muttering. Merlin cast a glance at him, a faint glimmer of light flashing in his eyes, and in the next moment, his form began to twist violently. In the blink of an eye, a stunning blonde beauty appeared before them. Gender holds no significance for me. If you desire a grandmother, so be it. I wish for none. Li Yifei was rendered speechless by the sight, pointing at Merlin, eager to inquire of Lin Qiye about this peculiar transformation. Lin Qiye was unfazed by the metamorphosis, explaining, "He is the great mage Merlin, adept in myriad forms of magic. Shape-shifting is but a trifle for him. Not only can he transform into a woman, but he could also take on the guise of your father." No sooner had he spoken than Merlin's form contorted once more, his body expanding rapidly, the deep blue robe billowing, seemingly impervious to any force that might attempt to tear it. Gradually, Merlin elongated, his skin becoming covered in scales, his limbs disappearing until he ultimately transformed into a massive serpent demon, several times larger than Li Yifei himself. His icy gaze bore down upon Li Yifei, an invisible pressure enveloping him, prompting him to shiver and seek refuge behind Lin Qiye. As the oppressive aura dissipated behind Lin Qiye, Li Yifei inwardly scoffed. All right. Lord Merlin, we acknowledge your formidable powers. There is no need for further demonstrations. Is he truly your father? Lin Qiye inquired, astonished. How would I know? I have never even met my father. Lin Qiye sighed. He could discern your true form and perceive the visage of your father. Indeed. The great mage Merlin lives up to his reputation. Stepping forward, he spoke earnestly. Lord Merlin, kindly revert to your original form. Let us engage in a meaningful conversation. The serpent demon nodded and gradually transformed back into his previous appearance. In the hotel room, Bailey Pang Pang and his companions sat upon the bed, engaged in a game of landlord with a deck of playing cards. Shen Qingzhu was the landlord for this round, holding only 2 cards, a slight smile gracing his lips, his eyes sparkling with the light of impending victory, as if everything were within his grasp. Bailey Pang Pang and Qiao Yuan observed as he lifted his phone, snapping a few photos of the cards, their expressions rife with disdain. We need not guess what the last 2 cards are. Bailey Pang Pang tossed his pile of cards onto the quilt, exclaiming, Victory is mine. Shen Qingzhu cast aside the jokers in his hand onto the blanket. By the way, bro, the girl you mentioned during the extreme training, it wouldn't happen to be Qiuying, would it? Bai Li, plump and curious, gazed at him with a look of intrigue. The mere thought of his previous response made Shen Qingzhu's ears slightly flush. So what of it? Qiao Yuan exchanged a glance with Bai Li, both wearing expressions of amusement. Are you aware that Yi also harbors feelings for her? Shen Qingzhu lowered his head, contemplating for a moment, then glared at Bai Li and the others. It's evident you're not suggesting I should give up, are you? No. We are merely bystanders. We shan't interfere in matters of the heart. That's fine then. As they resumed their game of Do Di Zhu, Shen Qingzhu posed a hypothetical question. What if Qiuying ultimately chooses someone else? Upon hearing this, Shen Qingzhu furrowed his brows, remaining silent for a while before replying to them. May I have a smoke? Bai Li and Qiao Yuan nodded in agreement, taking a drag from his cigarette. Shen Qingzhu answered slowly, then I shall wish them well. As the game progressed, Shen Qingzhu's shoulders sagged slightly. The cigarette, having only been smoked once, had burned down a half. His gaze was vacant as he stared at the cards before him, lost in thought, as if his very soul had been drained. Qiao Yuan and Bai Li exchanged another glance, somewhat regretting having posed that question. Chapter 46. What truly constitutes the real world? Qiuying rummaged through her room and found a box, into which she placed her little hamster. Just as she settled onto her bed, a message notification appeared, playing cards with Bai Li Tumming and the others. Image. The accompanying image depicted Shen Qingzhu holding 2 jokers. It's quite late, you should rest early. Okay. In the next moment, a message from Qingyu popped up. Hello. Image. Is this you? Qingyu. Yes. Qingyu. Are you the one who always throws things at my face? Qiuying, who had been drowsy, was instantly awakened by this exchange. She clicked on Qingyu's moments, curious to see what a Master-S social circle looked like, only to be met with a string of mysterious numbers. Qingyu 5. 16. Qiuying was left utterly perplexed and promptly exited the moments to inquire. What is 5? 16? Is it your birthday? Qingyu. It's the fastest record for solving a Rubik's Cube with one hand. Qiuying, unfamiliar with the 3-layered cube, resorted to Baidu for clarification. You're a truly impressive emoji. And Qingyu. It's nothing much. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Qingyu, a student from the 6th Middle School of Qiuying City. And you? Qiuying felt as if the sky had fallen. She was being outclassed by a middle schooler. I'm Qiuying, a resident of Qiuying City. And Qingyu. All right, how is Xiao Wai doing? Who is Xiao Wai? And Qingyu, the hamster. Qiuying immediately leaped from her bed and took a photograph of the box containing the hamster. Image and Qingyu. Why is it named Xiao Wai? The name has English letters, quite trendy. And Qingyu, take a guess. Is it the capital letter of the last character of your name? In the dimly lit room, Lin Qiye and Merlin exchanged glances until Merlin could no longer bear the silence. Are you Lin Qiye? Lin Qiye nodded. Do you know me? 10 years ago, I prophesied your arrival. Lin Qiye's interest peaked. And can you foresee what my future holds? I cannot. Prophecy is not infallible. I attempted to glimpse your fate before you opened the door. Unfortunately, both your past and future remain shrouded in obscurity. I can only glimpse the present. Lin Qiye raised an eyebrow, observing him intently. At present, you find yourself ensnared in a perilous vortex. A single misstep could lead to your utter annihilation. Lin Qiye's gaze grew grave as Merlin paused momentarily, seemingly struck by a thought, before continuing. Do you know? I have discerned an immense power emanating from the goddess of Olympus who is ever by your side. What kind of power? Merlin adopted an enigmatic demeanor. A lethal allure. Lin Qiye expressed a hint of exasperation. She embodies the goddess of love and beauty. Is it not natural for her to possess allure? Merlin shook his head. Humans are creatures of profound emotions. Love is merely a construct devised by your kind. In the realm of deities, love does not exist. Gods act according to their whims. For instance, I am solely intent on uncovering the true nature of this world. Yet upon encountering that girl, my desires became tumultuous. I am irresistibly drawn to her, and a strange emotion has blossomed within me, leaving me to ponder the reason behind it. Recently, I have gleaned a semblance of insight. Lin Qiye and Lin Qiye were momentarily taken aback by his words. Before they could respond, Merlin continued unabated. Humans often attribute an irresistible force or fate to divine intervention, to the will of the gods. Might I be encountering such a phenomenon? Are we deities also orchestrated and influenced by higher dimensional wills? Observing their bewildered expressions, Merlin sighed and succinctly stated, I believe the power she possesses originates from beings of a higher dimension, perhaps even the cosmic will. If the cosmic will finds her delightful, then we, too, shall perceive her as charming. Is it possible that our world is likewise crafted by beings of a higher dimension? Beyond this realm, what lies in the higher dimensional space? Are they observing us as well? Lin Qiye and his companions felt their minds being ensnared by his rhetoric, finding a semblance of truth in his assertions. Could it be that the world we inhabit is not authentic? Lin Qiye's expression turned peculiar. Do you have any evidence? Our presence as deities in your world serves as evidence, does it not? What constitutes reality, and what defines the true world? Lin Qiye and Lin Qiye exchanged glances, their brows furrowed in confusion. Have you discovered this so-called real world you speak of? Upon hearing this question, Merlin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, I have communicated with a mysterious plane using magic. Though its location eludes me, I can sense that it is the genuine world. What is that world like? It appears to reside beneath the ocean, teeming with myriad creatures and an array of peculiar dwellings, some shaped like pineapples, others resembling human heads, and even a yellow cube. As Merlin reminisced, his eyes suddenly widened and his body began to convulse. Lin Qiye furrowed his brow, noticing the peculiarity in his demeanor, and took a step back with Lin Qiye. I have discovered it. I have found a true world. The tranquility in Merlin's eyes vanished, replaced by a fervent madness. He gesticulated with excitement, his body twisting violently before transforming into a pink starfish, scuttling about the room. Lin Qiye pondered. He likely comprehended the source of Merlin's affliction. After advising Lin Qiye to care for the two deities, Lin Qiye departed from the psychiatric hospital. Chapter 47. One shouldn't inquire casually about a girl's age as morning dawned. Lin Qiye awoke from his slumber. He cast his gaze out the window, where snowflakes danced gracefully, blanketing the earth in a pristine layer of white, while icicles adorned the branches, resembling delicate silver adornments. Rising from his bed, Lin Qiye prepared to wash up, but paused mid-step, his attention drawn to the corner of the room, where a gray mouse lay quietly. It seemed even this grand villa had succumbed to the presence of rodents. Just as he contemplated his next move, the mouse, startled, scurried into a crevice. Without further thought, Lin Qiye opened the door and stepped outside. Awake so early, are we? Descending to the first floor, he found Wen Qima sprawled on the sofa, likely roused by the sound of his footsteps, stretching languidly. I've grown accustomed to it at the training camp, Lin Qiye replied. Gazing towards Hong Ying's room, he noticed her door ajar and inquired, "Where's Sister Hong Ying?" "Oh, she rose even earlier than you, practicing her shooting in the backyard," Wen Qima muttered, pulling the blanket over his head in a gesture of complaint. "You all are waking up earlier than the last, leaving no room for sleep." It was not that Lin Qiye had a penchant for early rising. Rather, the grueling regimen of the training camp had instilled in him the habit of awakening at dawn, often to the sound of the morning whistle before the sun had even risen. To have the luxury of sleeping in until now was a blessing he was grateful for. As he ventured into the backyard, he beheld a young girl clad in a white training outfit, wielding a long spear, her hair tied in a high black ponytail. Her movements were light and graceful, the spear twirling effortlessly, her body flowing in a dance of elegance. Upon sensing Lin Qiye's presence, Hong Ying ceased her practice and approached him with a warm smile. "You're awake?" "Yes." "Has Qiuying risen yet?" "Not yet." "And what about that pig on the sofa?" "Still sleeping." "Forget him, go wake Qiuying in a bit. I'll prepare breakfast for you both, and after we eat, we can head into town to buy groceries." Setting her spear on the weapon rack, Hong Ying stretched her wrist and led Lin Qiye towards the hall. "Since you all joined the training camp, it's been ages since I've savored the captain's culinary skills. Tonight will be a delightful feast." As Lin Qiye followed her, he had observed numerous deep marks in the backyard, evidence of Hong Ying's diligent practice, which could not have been made in a day, indicating her consistent dedication. "Sister Hong Ying, do you practice shooting this early, every day?" Walking ahead, she nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, my master once said, it takes 10 years to hone a sword. The frost blade has yet to be tested. Since I began learning to shoot, I have risen early to practice daily for 12 years. Lin Qiye raised an eyebrow in curiosity. 12 years. "Sister Hong Ying, may I inquire about your age?" Hong Ying turned back, shooting him a playful glare, sticking out her tongue with a hint of annoyance. "One should never ask a girl her age so casually. I shan't tell you." With a resigned sigh, Lin Qiye relented. "Very well." Lin Qiye and Hong Ying entered the room, where Hong Ying delivered a swift kick to the sofa, rousing Wen Qima from his slumber, while Lin Qiye prepared to ascend the stairs to awaken Qiuying. Just as he reached the staircase, Qiuying hurriedly descended, clutching a box in her arms. "What do hamsters typically eat?" Little Y has gnawed at its home in hunger. Lin Qiye glanced at the paper box in her hands, from which faint crunching sounds emerged. Inside, a small hamster was nibbling at the seams of the box with its sharp teeth. Occasionally, it would pause to sniff the gnawed edges, seemingly inspecting its handiwork before resuming its industrious task. "What is this?" Qiuying approached, her eyes sparkling with delight at the sight of the hamster within the box. "A little hamster? How adorable! Did you buy it yesterday, Qiuying?" Qiuying shook her head. "No, it was a gift from someone else." "Oh, then when we go grocery shopping later, let us buy some supplies for it as well." "Thank you, Sister Hong Ying. No need for such politeness." After casting a few glances at the hamster, Hong Ying busied herself in the kitchen. After about 10 minutes, a lavish breakfast was laid out on the table. Si Xiaonan, who had been lazily lounging in a room, was pulled down by Hong Ying, now squinting at the dining table, half awake as he ate. After breakfast, Lin Qiye, Qiuying, Hong Ying, and Si Xiaonan set out to buy groceries, leaving Wen Qima alone at home to wash the dishes. Unbeknownst to them, a gray mouse lurked in the corner of the villa, quietly observing everything. In Sangnan City, oil braised prawns, roast suckling pig, supreme crab casserole, red braised pork. Hong Ying exclaimed excitedly. her arms laden with vegetables and meat as she announced the names of the dishes on the street. Sister Hongying, we are still outside. Could you tone it down a bit? People are giving us strange looks. Xiaonan whispered. Oil-braised prawns. The most delicious dish in the world. Lin Qiye, would you like to join our prawn club? Qiuying, holding the cage and supplies they had just purchased for little Y, chimed in, exchanging playful banter with Hongying. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye sighed, exasperated not only by Hongying's antics, but also by the fact that there was someone else encouraging her. Hongying waved dismissively. Who cares? Why should we be concerned with others' opinions? Besides, it's the festive season. Isn't it perfectly normal to be cheerful? Right, Qiuying? Absolutely, Qiuying nodded, continuing to tease Lin Qiye in an attempt to draw him into the prawn club. While we were away, did anything mysterious occur? Indeed, there was a creature from the pool realm, resembling a lizard, moving at astonishing speed and impossible to kill with mere blades. However, compared to the cunning and challenging Nantawa snake demon, it was far simpler, Lin Qiye replied, somewhat surprised. If it couldn't be killed by a blade, how did you manage to slay it? Just because blades couldn't do the trick doesn't mean my fire and bullets couldn't. I shot it, and it vanished. Hongying raised her face with a hint of pride. Sister Hongying, you are truly remarkable, Qiuying exclaimed upon witnessing this scene. Hee, of course, Hongying replied, her brow furrowing as if recollecting something. Upon reflection, the matter seemed rather peculiar. Peculiar? Why is that? After I dispatched that mysterious creature, when the logistics team went to clean up, only half of the lizard remained. I cannot fathom why. Lin Qiye slightly frowned, as if a thought had crossed his mind. Half a body? Indeed, I initially believed my strength had incinerated it completely, yet the captain and Wu Xiangnan insisted it was not so simple, for this incident bore similarities to the Nantawa serpent demon, whose head also went missing. Could it be that someone is secretly collecting the heads of these mysteries? I am uncertain about that. Lin Qiye pondered for a moment before shaking his head. He was merely a prospective night watchman, yet to graduate from the training camp. Such matters were beyond his purview. Besides, the Sangnan had Team 136 and their expertise to rely on. Chapter 48. The note Lin Qiye and his companions strolled leisurely through a secluded alley, engaged in a casual conversation. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the tranquility as an object hurtled directly towards Lin Qiye. Reacting swiftly, he shifted his shoulder to the side, evading the projectile with ease. Simultaneously, a shroud of darkness emanated from him, enveloping the surroundings. Qiye, are you all right? Hongying exclaimed, her eyes wide with concern. Lin Qiye shook his head, offering her a reassuring smile. Their gazes fell upon the object that had landed on the ground, yet the anticipated explosion never materialized. It was merely a paper airplane, crafted from white paper, which Lin Qiye had avoided, now firmly lodged into the earth with its pointed tip. Lin Qiye and Hongying turned simultaneously to the distance, where a figure cloaked in black stood atop a nearby building. Sunlight streamed from behind, casting a shadow over the hood, obscuring the individual's features. Upon realizing that they had spotted him, the figure promptly turned and fled towards another building. Who are you? I am curious to see what you intend to do, Hongying declared, passing the bag she held to Lin Qiye before vanishing swiftly into the alley. With two large bags in hand, Lin Qiye furrowed his brow. What is this? An ambush with a paper airplane? To him, it hardly qualified as an ambush. He suspected that anyone else would have emerged unscathed. Cautiously, he approached the paper airplane, using his mental prowess to scan it thoroughly. Before he could discern its significance, Qiuying crouched down to examine the paper airplane, flipping it over and scrutinizing it from various angles. Seeing nothing unusual, she unfolded the airplane and studied it for a moment, her expression shifting to one of confusion as she handed the paper to Lin Qiye. Upon inspecting the note she presented, Lin Qiye's brow furrowed deeply, his facial muscles tensing. Without a word, he piled all the bags into Qiuying's arms. Qiuying, Xiaonan, you should return first. I have urgent matters to attend to. With that, Lin Qiye turned and dashed towards the other end of the alley. Qiuying suddenly collapsed to the ground, her fingers trembling as they clutched the heap of bags, not due to their weight, but because When Lin Qiye had seen the note, an overwhelming surge of emotion had washed over her. It was a searing anger, like a flame roaring within her chest, nearly suffocating her. She understood that this emotion emanated from Lin Qiye, yet she wondered why she could feel it so intensely. "Qiuying, are you all right?" Si Xiaonan exclaimed, rushing to help her up. Qiuying gazed in the direction Lin Qiye had departed, perplexed by the source of his fury, for he was typically as composed as a capybara. "Xiaonan, thank you for your help." Qiuying quickly draped the bags over Si Xiaonan's slender arms, nearly toppling her in the process. Just as Si Xiaonan opened her mouth to speak, their surroundings were devoid of any trace of them. In a remote and expansive alley, Si Xiaonan donned a down jacket, her shoulders burdened with several large bags. She glanced at the bags and then at the desolate alley, pouting in a display of indignation. Lin Qiye darted through the streets, swiftly locating the black sports car parked in the lot. He retrieved 2 black boxes from the trunk and hurried away, covering the distance in less than 30 seconds. Upon reaching the roadside, he paused for a few moments, realizing that hailing a taxi was futile. Having just come of age, he had yet to acquire a driver's license, rendering him unable to drive the vehicle belonging to Team 136. After a brief moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and decided to sprint towards the old city district. In his hand, he clutched a crumpled piece of paper that had recently stirred his anxiety. It bore a message: Old City District, number 3901. Someone intends to harm your family. The handwriting, though uneven, was still legible upon closer inspection, evidently penned by an unfamiliar hand. The note accurately pinpointed his home address while maintaining the sender's anonymity. What could their true intentions be? Was the message genuine? How did they ascertain the peril facing his family? What role did he play in this imminent threat to those he cherished? A flurry of questions raced through Lin Qiye's mind, but he found no solace for contemplation. One singular thought consumed him. Whoever dared to threaten his aunt and Jin would meet their reckoning. With movements as swift as lightning and a presence as elusive as a specter, Lin Qiye propelled himself forward, his gaze icy and piercing, radiating an unmistakable intent to kill. Qiuying sprinted towards Lin Qiye's direction, catching sight of his figure in the distance. She quickened her pace, his silhouette flickering in and out of view until she followed him into the underground parking garage. In the blink of an eye, Lin Qiye vanished. Qiuying stood still, surveying her surroundings in search of his whereabouts. With a sigh, she prepared to retrace her steps when suddenly, her coat pocket stirred, and a small brown hamster leaped out. "Xiao Wai, what are you doing here?" Qiuying exclaimed in surprise. Yet, the hamster offered no reply, instead lowering its head to sniff the ground before darting in a particular direction. Qiuying, too astonished to ponder how it had followed her, immediately pursued it. In an aged corridor, Yang Jin stood atop a small stool, clutching a large character for blessing, poised to affix it to the window. "Jin, it seems a bit off-center. All right, what about now?" "Ah, yes, that is better." Yang Jin hopped down from the stool, surveying his handiwork with a satisfied nod. "Mom, where else should we stick them?" "Every door must be adorned," his aunt replied, selecting the largest and most vibrant character from a pile, embellished with golden borders. "Post this on your brother's door. I heard from a fortune teller in the shop that since your brother is far from home, a regular Fu character would be ineffective. Therefore, I specially spent 20 yuan to acquire this from her, ensuring that your brother will have a smooth and prosperous new year." Yang Jin chucked, accepting the Fu character from his aunt's hand. "All right." He nudged the small black dog sleeping beside him with his foot, and the two of them, one person and one dog, lazily made their way into the house. Meanwhile, his aunt smiled at them, picked up the apron from the chair, and entered the kitchen to begin preparing the New Year's Eve dinner. This child, Qiyi, doesn't even bother to call home during the festive season. Chapter 49. The believer outside the building, an unremarkable van was parked by the roadside, its presence unknown for how long. A blanket of snow covered its black exterior, rendering its original color indistinguishable. Curiously, although the vehicle was cloaked in white, the windows remained entirely clear of snow. The specially treated glass revealed nothing but darkness within. Inside, a man, cigarette in mouth, held a walkie-talkie and reported, "Scorpion 3 reporting. All is normal in the vicinity of the target. End of report. Moments latte. Another voice emerged from the device. Scorpion 9 reporting. The woman is in the kitchen chopping vegetables. No abnormalities observed. End of report. Not far from the low building. On the rooftop, a man clad in white combat attire lay prone, cradling a sniper rifle. Scorpion 8 reporting. The boy is moving about in the living room. No abnormalities detected. End of report. In another part of the same building, another sniper concealed behind a mesh window replied, Received. You are to remain on standby. Upon hearing this, Scorpion 3 in the passenger seat furrowed his brow and questioned through the walkie-talkie, Scorpion 1, we have been waiting here for 2 days. Why do we not take action? Act only when the target appears. And what if the target never shows? The man known as Scorpion 1 fell silent for a moment before responding slowly. Miss Serpent has instructed that if the target does not appear tonight, we are to abduct the woman and the boy and deliver them to her. Huh. Always invoking Miss Serpent. When did we, the Scorpions, become mere hounds for a woman? Mind your words, Scorpion 3. Since we chose to become believers in the cult of the ancient gods, we must abide by the will of the deities. Nonsense. They're merely agents of a few gods. Do they truly consider themselves divine? Scorpion 3, you must understand that we cannot violate the covenant with the gods. Otherwise, you will not only endanger yourself, but also jeopardize our mercenary group. Scorpion 1's voice tinged with anger, while Scorpion 3 tightened his grip on the walkie-talkie, sneering quietly, choosing silence thereafter. After a while, another man's voice crackled through the device. Scorpion 1, the target is an agent of the twin gods. Are we truly capable of confronting them? Rest assured, even if we cannot prevail, there is still that one among us, the 16th seat of the believers. On the cusp of stepping into the realm of the sea, dealing with a novice still in the realm of the pool is hardly a challenge. With Scorpion 1's assurance, silence enveloped the others. No one dared to voice further doubts. Even Scorpion 3, sitting in the vehicle, merely scowled, offering a derisive laugh, choosing not to speak again. Believers? Suddenly, a chilling voice resonated from outside the vehicle. Startled, Scorpion 3 immediately turned to glance out the window. There, a strikingly handsome youth stood, holding 2 black boxes. His deep-set eyes locked onto him with an intensity that concealed boundless coldness and pressure, akin to a predator lurking in the night, poised to pounce upon its prey. As his gaze swept over, the air seemed to solidify, rendering breathing an arduous task. He stood outside the vehicle, a shroud of darkness radiating from him, enveloping the van in an instant. Scorpion 3's body became rigid, his breath quickening. He reached for the radio to report, but the youth outside narrowed his gaze, and the radio shattered into fragments. Lin Qiye remained composed outside the vehicle, his finger gliding gently across the door, which emitted a piercing metallic distortion under his influence, as if being torn apart by an invisible force, instantly caving in and warping, the hinges cracking with a brittle sound. Subsequently, the door flew away like a sheet of paper caught in a tempest, arcing sharply through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust and debris. The boy's deep voice resonated once more. Tell me, disciple, what is it? Qiuying followed little Y into an area marked by the passage of time, where most of the houses bore peeling walls, weathered bricks, and some were even leaning or cracked. In front of a low building, she spotted Lin Qiye standing before a van, his gaze sharp, seemingly engaged in conversation with someone. Suddenly, the door before Lin Qiye soared into the air, and Qiuying witnessed a glimmer of silver darting toward Lin Qiye's throat. In the snow-clad landscape, roses bloomed quietly, their petals resembling the finest red silk, layered, soft yet resilient. As if anticipating the man's move, Lin Qiye stepped back slightly. The blade grazed his neck at a mere half-centimeter distance. He swiftly struck Scorpion 3's wrist. Scorpion 3 winced in pain, the dagger falling from his grasp. Yet oddly, no trace of panic crossed his face. Instead, he wore a cunning smile. A short-barreled submachine gun had inexplicably appeared in his hand, the cold muzzle aimed at Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye! The gunfire erupted suddenly, the deafening crack shattering the air, as if tearing through the veil of silence. The submachine gun spat forth a fiery tongue of flame. its orange glow blinding. Bullets rained down like a torrential downpour, whistling sharply as they sliced through the air, akin to countless lethal serpents lunging toward their target. Lin Qiye glanced upward, as if night had yet to fall, yet he moved with the grace of a starry dancer, his movements becoming ever lighter, his mental energy feeling inexhaustible. His speed was astonishing, allowing him to evade several bullets. He reached out, his grasp causing the submachine gun's barrel to twist instantaneously. Although he could not directly rend metal, warping the submachine gun was well within his capability. Once the muzzle was obstructed, with a resounding boom, Scorpion 3's submachine gun erupted, obliterating his arm, and he cried out in agony. Lin Qiye seized the dagger that had just fallen to the ground, floating it before Scorpion 3's throat, the sharp tip piercing the skin, drawing forth a line of blood. Lin Qiye's voice was frigid, brimming with lethal intent. I ask you one last time, what is the disciple? What are your intentions? With his eyes closed and an expression of indifference towards life or death, Scorpion 3 displayed an unsettling calm. Lin Qiye understood that he would not yield so easily. A shadow of despair crept into Scorpion 3's gaze, as an unprecedented agony surged through his mind. Subjected to the dual torment of body and spirit, yet unable to perish, Scorpion 3's mental defenses finally crumbled. Grimacing in pain, he divulged everything he knew to Lin Qiye. From Scorpion 3's revelations, Lin Qiye learned that the believers were a subordinate organization of the ancient God Church. Only divine agents could be formal members of the ancient God Church, their numbers exceedingly scarce. While individually formidable, their limited quantities rendered them subject to many constraints. Thus, to compensate for their numerical inferiority, the deities of the ancient God Church created the organization of believers in the name of divinity. They selected the most ambitious and powerful individuals to serve as peripheral members of the ancient God Church. Each member who became a believer entered into a soul contract with a deity of the ancient God Church, under the condition that when the era of dark gods arrived, they would ascend to become rulers among countless others. It is undeniable that true believers in the dark gods are few, which is why most of the believers were coerced, brainwashed, threatened, or deceived into joining. However, upon signing the soul contract, they were compelled to unconditionally obey the arrangements of the gods, becoming legitimate adherents. The individual before Lin Qiye, codenamed Scorpion 3, was once a member of a mercenary group known for executing dirty deeds for money, aptly named Mad Scorpion. 2 years prior, they had been recruited as believers by an agent of the ancient God Church, that very agent being Medusa, known by the codename Snake Woman. Chapter 50. Confrontation with the Scorpion. How did you follow me? Lin Qiye's tense visage softened upon encountering Qiuying, as if ice and snow met the warm sun, melting away instantly. The sharpness and murderous intent in his eyes receded like the tide, replaced by an undeniable tenderness. Are you unharmed? Lin Qiye allowed Qiuying to examine him closely. While inside the vehicle, Scorpion 3 lay motionless, having bled excessively and teetering on the brink of death. Scorpion 9 reports that Scorpion 3 has lost its combat capability. Scorpion 8 reports that the unknown girl has joined the target. Understood. Prepare for action. Scorpion 8. Deal with that girl. The rest of you, confront the target with me. And you? What brings you here? Faced with Qiuying's inquiry, Lin Qiye offered no response. For now was not the time for idle chatter. He shielded her behind him, his gaze sharp as it swept the surroundings. Scorpion 3 was not alone, and there were certainly others lurking in the shadows. Suddenly, an almost imperceptible sound pierced the air. A bullet whistled toward Lin Qiye's head. Simultaneously, from another direction, another bullet was fired, aiming for them while Lin Qiye was momentarily distracted. Lin Qiye's expression turned grave. Although his mental prowess and control over the dark erosion had been enhanced, rendering ordinary firearms a negligible threat, a sniper rifle was a different matter. The speed of the sniper's bullet was swift, and as it entered his perceptual range, he had but a mere 0.1 seconds to react. He attempted to roll away, but Qiuying stood directly behind him, leaving him no room to evade. Get down! Unexpectedly, Qiuying forcefully pushed him aside, confronting the bullet head-on. Lin Qiye's pupils dilated in shock. He unleashed the dark erosion to envelop Qiuying's vicinity. It was too late. The anticipated outcome did not materialize. The bullet, upon contact with Qiuying's body, transformed into an ethereal shadow and passed through her unscathed. However, Scorpion 3 in the vehicle emitted a pained wail, two blood-red holes appearing on his body as he succumbed to his injuries. Damn it! What just happened? Where did my bullet go? The figure behind the window in the distant building cursed in confusion, unable to fathom how that girl remained unscathed. Lin Qiye returned to Qiuying's side, inhaling deeply, his eyes filled with panic and unease. He was tense, struggling to articulate the words that lingered on the tip of his tongue. Qiuying, affected by his anxiety, instinctively grasped her heaving chest, gasping for breath. She was still bewildered by her own situation, but she clutched Lin Qiye's hand, offering reassurance. Do not worry. I am not an ordinary person. I will not be easily harmed. As her words fell, Qiuying felt the tumult of her emotions dissipate significantly. Lin Qiye nodded solemnly. There are two snipers. His gaze scanned the surrounding buildings. If there were only one, he could manage with the terrain, but with two attacking from different angles, he would find himself at a disadvantage. Can your ability be utilized on those who are unseen, uncertain, and unable to assure himself that he had indeed targeted an enemy? Lin Qiye nodded, his mind racing. According to the intelligence revealed by Scorpion 3, 8 others lay in ambush nearby. Just as he pondered this, a bullet whizzed past his head, striking a pile of white snow atop a distant building, sending blood gushing forth as a white figure on the rooftop gradually collapsed. Another sniper? It must be one of ours. Lin Qiye abruptly glanced in a certain direction. Hundreds of meters away, a figure clad in black lay prone on another rooftop. Thick snow blanketing him, blending seamlessly with the wintry landscape. One, he murmured as he adjusted the scope of his sniper rifle, aiming at the enemy concealed behind the window screen. Scorpion 9, have you discerned the situation? A man's voice crackled through the intercom, but the individual on the rooftop could no longer respond. The sniper behind the window screen, aware of another presence, remained unperturbed, confidently believing his hiding spot was well concealed. As he swiftly searched for the position of Cold Qian, with narrowed eyes, Cold Qian resolutely squeezed the trigger. The bullet sped through the window screen, striking the sniper squarely in the forehead. 2. Cold Qian removed his gaze from the scope and raised an eyebrow at Lin Qiye and the others. From here on, it's up to you. Now only 6 enemies remained, and the sniper lurking in the shadows had been eliminated. Lin Qiye pulled Qiuying up from behind the van, casting his gaze into the distance. He sensed several figures rapidly approaching them. His mental acuity swept across the surroundings. There were 2 enemies flanking him. Though they donned white combat uniforms that blended with the snow, to Lin Qiye, they were utterly visible. Your abilities are limited. Stay aside and refrain from attempting to shield me from bullets, he instructed. Qiuying obediently nodded, aware that her presence would distract Lin Qiye. With her divine ruins by his side, he would be unharmed, but should the situation deteriorate, she would have to resort to her ultimate summoning magic. She hoped Lin Qiye would not be astonished to see the grown version of herself, standing in the middle of the road. Lin Qiye positioned Qiuying beside the van, ensuring his shadow erosion could envelop that corner. Faint footsteps crunched in the snow as the enemies drew their weapons from behind, their gun barrels aligning ominously towards Lin Qiye. The firearms had been silenced. They fired simultaneously, the flashes akin to fleeting stars in the night sky, momentarily illuminating the dark. The sound of bullets slicing through the air was muted by the suppressors, leaving only the soft thuds, reminiscent of raindrops striking heavy fabric, dull yet dense. Enhanced by Qiuying's presence and the darkness, Lin Qiye's speed was astonishing, his figure evading the shadows and dodging all incoming bullets. Chapter 51. Intelligence misled by intelligence. Lin Qiye's wrist quivered, and simultaneously, 2 black boxes on his hand sprang open, revealing 2 straight blades that shot forth. The darkness in his eyes deepened as he extended his hand and gracefully drew the dual blades, cleaving the falling snowflakes in twain. The blades glimmered with a cold, luminous sheen, reflecting the figures of the four scorpions with crystalline clarity. With his heightened cultivation, Lin Qiye's realm of darkness had expanded to a radius of 20 meters, within which he could deftly manipulate the star blades at will. Scorpion 4, upon witnessing the dual flying blades approaching, let out a derisive laugh, discarding his firearm to unsheath a short dagger from his thigh. With a clang, Scorpion 4 adeptly parried one of Lin Qiye's star blades and swiftly rolled aside to evade the other. Observing the distance between the blades and Lin Qiye, he surmised that a direct attack from his position would likely leave the blades momentarily vulnerable to counterattack. With this thought in mind, he hurled the short dagger towards Lin Qiye's face. Meanwhile, Scorpions 5 and 6 continued their relentless barrage with assault rifles aimed at Lin Qiye. Evading the gunfire, Lin Qiye deftly curled his fingers, causing the short dagger to become ensnared in the shadows before it hurtled back at an accelerated pace. Concurrently, the star blades surged towards Scorpion 4 from various angles, enveloping him in a multi-directional assault. Scorpion 4's pupils constricted in alarm as he drew another short dagger in a desperate attempt to defend himself. However, his cleverness had backfired. While he managed to parry one of the star blades, the sharp edge of his dagger slipped past, effortlessly piercing his chest. Realizing that firearms posed no threat to Lin Qiye, Scorpions 5 and 6 abandoned their weapons and engaged him in close combat. On another front, Scorpion 7 approached Qiuying, his assault rifle pointed ominously at her forehead. He raised an eyebrow, noting her composure and lack of fear, seemingly unfazed by the imminent danger. Without hesitation, Scorpion 7 pulled the trigger, and a bullet was unleashed, hurtling towards the girl's face. But then his pupils dilated in disbelief. He watched in astonishment as the bullet transformed into an illusion, passing through her head, while Scorpion 6, locked in combat with Lin Qiye, suddenly recoiled as the bullet materialized in the air and struck him squarely between the eyes, sending him crashing to the ground. Scorpion 7 erupted in fury, discarding his firearm. "If weapons are futile, then I shall simply strangle you." He reached for Qiuying's neck. Yet, before he could close the distance, a straight blade sliced through the air, emitting a sharp, piercing whistle, ruthlessly aimed at Scorpion 7. The blade's speed was too swift for Scorpion 7 to evade. It severed his arm, blood gushing forth in torrents. In agony, he bit his lip to stifle a scream, fixating on Lin Qiye with a malevolent glare, as if he wished to flay him alive. Lin Qiye stood there, composed and unruffled. With Scorpion 6 down, dealing with Scorpion 5 became a far simpler task. His eyes narrowed slightly, exuding a frigid gaze upon Scorpion 7, his voice a low rumble. "Do not touch her." Just as Scorpion 5 and 6 had fallen, another figure emerged from behind Lin Qiye, brandishing a dagger and lunging towards him. Thus far, within the ranks of the mad Scorpion mercenary corps, 9 individuals had perished. 6 were dead, 2 at the hands of Lin Qiye and 3 by Lin Qiye. Additionally, 1 had sacrificed himself to shield Qiuying from harm. Among the remaining 3, 1 had yet to reveal himself from the very beginning. As they remained engrossed in battle, a hazy silhouette drifted across the battlefield strewn with corpses, eventually landing in the corridor of a low building. The shadow gradually dissipated, revealing a man. He stood by the window of the corridor, lowering his head to light a cigarette, observing the conflict below with a derisive smirk. With such skill, they dare to aspire to be the devotees of Lady Serpent. He exhaled a plume of smoke, a confident smile adorning his face. To control that fellow, 1 merely needed to seize the woman and the child. Such a straightforward task. Yet so many had perished, truly a band of fools. After taking several puffs, he cast the cigarette to the ground, grinding it underfoot with vigor. Then, hands tucked in his pockets, he ascended the corridor. His name was Liu Yang, the 16th seat among the devotees, a formidable force from Quanjing. Only a step away from entering the ocean realm. He was indeed powerful, yet he prided himself on his cunning. Rising from obscurity to this esteemed position, he relied not on brute force, but on intellect and strategy. Liu Yang approached every endeavor with caution, fully aware that a single misstep could lead to a cascade of errors. He understood that perfection was an illusion. Every individual bore weaknesses. And the Achilles heel of the dual deity's agent was his family. One knows to strike at the vital point when dealing with a serpent. Yet those dim-witted mercenaries foolishly engaged in direct confrontation. However, this too formed a part of his scheme. Without those mercenaries preoccupying the dual deity's agent, how could he possibly take his family hostage, thereby earning favor from Lady Serpent? As Lu Liang ascended the staircase, he could already envision the scene of his adversary kneeling in supplication upon capturing his family. Such moments delighted him immensely. A smirk unconsciously crept upon his lips. But just as he was about to reach the final step, he suddenly halted, taken aback. On the stair before him lay a small, scruffy dog, which lazily yawned upon noticing Lu Liang. Raising an eyebrow, Lu Liang scrutinized the creature before bursting into laughter. "You are truly an eyesore." Chapter 52. The battle with Scorpion 2. Scorpion 2 raised his dagger and fiercely lunged towards Lin Qiye's back. The short blade clashed with the star blade, sending sparks flying. Lin Qiye swiftly turned, his eyes radiating a blinding light, resembling two blazing furnaces that erupted suddenly. The divine might of the seraphim. At that moment of divine power's eruption, Scorpion 2 felt his spirit being ground to dust, clutching his head in agony as he howled in torment. In the next instant, a searing pain pierced through his chest as a straight blade impaled him. His body fell slowly like a drifting leaf, and Lin Qiye shifted his gaze towards Scorpion 7, who stood before Qiuying in his lifetime. Scorpion 7 had encountered countless pairs of eyes, pleading, furious, terrified, yet none resembled this one. Those profound pupils seemed like two bottomless abysses, swirling with pure murderous intent and an icy rage beyond measure. More terrifying was the clarity of the destructive will emanating from those eyes, devoid of madness. A chill surged from Scorpion VII's feet, climbing up his spine. Why did he sense that this dual divine agent harbored the greatest animosity towards him? His legs trembled uncontrollably, and a sharp pain in his bladder signaled a fear he had never before experienced. Lin Qiye stepped forward, the shadows of the abyss enveloping Scorpion 7. With a gentle grasp in the void, an invisible hand, like an iron clamp, seized Scorpion VII's neck. Lin Qiye had previously used this power to tear the door off a large bus with his bare hands. Scorpion VII's throat emitted a choking sound as he desperately clawed at his neck, yet found nothing there. "Scorpion I, what are you doing? Why aren't you making a move?" Scorpion 7 exerted all his strength to activate his earpiece, shouting at his partner. But after 3 seconds of silence, he could only glare in fury as his breath gradually faded. Fearing that his appearance might frighten Qiuying, Lin Qiye flicked his wrist, sending Scorpion VII's body, accompanied by falling snowflakes, to a distant spot. "Are you afraid?" Lin Qiye leaned down, observing Qiuying's expression, the murderous intent in his eyes vanishing without a trace, replaced by the faintest hint of a smile at the corners of his mouth. "With you here, I have never felt afraid." Delicate snowflakes swirled and drifted between the two. The moment the snowflakes touched the ground, Scorpion I sprang into action. The sound of his boots striking the earth was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, and his white figure surged forward like a scorpion poised to strike. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance, and the short dagger traced a deadly arc aimed directly at Lin Qiye's heart. This strike encapsulated all of Scorpion Eye's lifelong training. Its angle was so expertly crafted that it evaded all ribs, with the blade's tip precisely targeting the weakest point of the heart. The faint sound of the blade slicing through the air was perfectly masked by the chilling wind. Success seemed assured. A bloodthirsty glint flickered in Scorpion Eye's eyes. In his assassination record, no one had ever survived this deadly move, the Scorpion Needle. Just 3 inches away from his target, he could even smell the metallic scent of blood. However, in the next instant, a sudden turn of events occurred. When the dagger was within 20 meters of Lin Qiye, an imperceptible blackness materialized. The short blade struck an invisible barrier, unable to advance even a fraction closer to its target. The blade trembled violently, emitting a sound that sent shivers down the spine. "What?" Scorpion's pupils constricted sharply. He felt a numbing sensation in his grip, as if the blade pierced not flesh but ancient iron. The poisoned tip sparked with embers, shattering as if it were naught but a figment. Before he could react, an overwhelming recoil surged through the hilt. Scorpion's right arm succumbed to the strain with a brittle crack, and he was flung through the air. He barely managed to adjust his posture mid-flight, staggering back several paces upon landing before regaining his balance. You truly relish ambushes, do you? Lin Qiye slowly turned, his face icy as he regarded him, his eyes as sharp as tempered steel. Even before Scorpion approached, Lin Qiye's mundane, celestial domain had already sensed his presence. Scorpion twisted his wrist with a sardonic smile. All is fair in war. You are late. Late? I find it quite timely. As Scorpion began to shed his white disguise to reveal a black vest beneath, he advanced towards Lin Qiye. He discarded his firearms upon the ground, drawing a folding knife from his military boots, while raising a silver medallion to his lips for a gentle kiss. Blood boiling, he murmured, and the medallion trembled as if summoned by his words. An eerie aura emanated from him, causing the nearby corpses to convulse violently, their blood flowing like rivers into the medallion. Lin Qiye's brow furrowed. Blood boiling, classified under the Forbidden Sequence 209, allows one to siphon the blood of all deceased beings within range, harnessing their strength for a brief duration. Today, it shall finally serve its purpose. Scorpion plunged the medallion into his palm. His muscles surged with power, veins bulging, and his eyes turned crimson. I never contemplated defeating you with those worthless beings. Their sole purpose here was to serve as my offerings. Seasoned from countless battles, their vitality, combined, could elevate my realm to the pool level, perhaps even the river level. Once I eliminate you, I shall secure my place among the believers. Scorpion reversed his grip on the folding knife, adopting a battle-ready stance, his blood-red eyes fixated on Lin Qiye, his expression frenzied. Lin Qiye raised his hand, and the firearms from the surrounding corpses levitated, orbiting him like satellites. Rat-tat-tat. In the instant the bullets were discharged, Scorpion propelled himself off the ground, akin to an arrow released from a bow, hurtling towards Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye's marksmanship was already commendable, yet Scorpion's speed was extraordinary, evading every shot. His face darkened as he discarded the firearms, the two star knives instantly finding their way into his hands. Their forms collided amidst the snow, moving so swiftly that they left behind mere afterimages. Blades clashed, sparks flying, the shockwaves scattering the snowflakes suspended in the air. Lin Qiye felt a jolt in his arm. Staggering back a few steps, Scorpion's strength was undeniably superior. Lin Qiye's expression turned grave. Scorpion was the first adversary he encountered who completely outmatched him in both speed and strength. Chapter 53. At this moment, Scorpion 1 resembled a relentless combat machine, wielding a folding knife to repel Lin Qiye time and again. After deflecting two starry blades, he suddenly delivered a powerful kick, sending Lin Qiye flying several meters. Lin Qiye's back struck the wall first, followed by his shoulder, and then his entire torso. The wall yielded like soft clay, caving inward as cracks radiated outward like a spider's web. He felt his spine compressing segment by segment, his internal organs being crushed into a mass. Qiuying rushed to Lin Qiye, her brows furrowed slightly. Cough, cough, cough. I'm Fina. Lin Qiye spat out a mouthful of blood, wiped his lips, and stood up while coughing. Scorpion 1 did not grant him a moment's respite. In the next heartbeat, the sharp folding knife lunged toward them. Clang! At the critical moment, Qiuying seized Lin Qiye's starry blade, blocking Scorpion 1's assault. Scorpion 1 raised an eyebrow, noting the girl's considerable strength. However, he refrained from attacking her, having observed clearly that any harm inflicted upon her would rebound onto him. Qiuying's brows knitted tightly, her gaze fixated on Scorpion 1. Her hands trembled slightly as she grasped the starry blade, bracing herself against him. Taking a deep breath, she pondered the battles around her, often imagining what it would be like if she were the one fighting. She stared at her hands, so unfamiliar, pale, and delicate, resembling fragile porcelain that might shatter with the slightest pressure. A multitude of grim images flashed through her mind, the dull thud of a blade piercing flesh, the sight of herself falling, the disappointment or pity in the eyes of those around her. Clenching her teeth, she summoned her strength. forcing Scorpion 1 to stagger back several paces. In truth, it was not as terrifying as she had envisioned. What exactly are you? Scorpion 1 found himself unsettled. This girl not only had the ability to transfer damage, but also possessed immense strength. Just as Qiuying prepared to take action, a crisp ringtone echoed from behind. On the other side of the mountain, on the other side of the sea, there exists a group of Smurfs. Their lively and clever Lin Qiye paused, retrieving his phone from his pocket, the caller ID displaying. And he was momentarily taken aback, but the next instant, a fierce whip kick was directed at him. Although Scorpion 1 could not match Qiuying in a direct confrontation, his extensive combat experience shone through. He feigned an attack on her, swiftly maneuvering to strike at Lin Qiye behind her. Lin Qiye dropped into a crouch, countering with a sweeping kick that struck Scorpion 1's ankle with force. Scorpion 1 wavered slightly, but remained as steady as a mountain. Furious, Qiuying turned and raised her blade, aiming to cleave towards Scorpion 1's figure. Before the blade could reach him, a razor-sharp gust tore through the air, emitting a piercing shriek. The blade descended like a flash of lightning, crashing down upon the ground. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, as if the earth itself were lamenting. The hard soil and stone crumbled beneath the blade, shattering like tofu in an instant. Amidst the swirling dust, a gaping fissure, several feet long, grotesquely spread forth, scattering the surrounding debris that struck the nearby walls with a dull thud. Lin Qiye stood stupefied, swiftly darting to the side of Qiuying just in time to evade the chaos, inwardly lamenting her concealed prowess, which was even more formidable than that of Sister Hongying. Scorpion leapt back with a sudden surge. Though the power was immense, its speed was sluggish, allowing for an easy escape. Oh, delightful smuff! Oh, delightful smuff! Scorpion cast a sidelong glance at Lin Qiye, a cold smirk curling his lips. A family call? Is it that woman or a child? A chilling murderous intent flickered in Lin Qiye's eyes as he remained silent, instead seizing the straight blade from Qiuying's grasp. She looked up at him, and his tone was resolute. Allow me to handle this matter. He was determined to personally confront those who sought to harm his family. What a heartwarming family indeed. Once I slay you, I shall hang your head outside their balcony for your reunion. The more Scorpion spoke, the more agitated he became, his expression growing increasingly sinister. Lin Qiye gripped the knife tightly, suppressing the turmoil within his chest as the surrounding darkness loomed ominously. Qiuying sensed the sudden surge of fury and instinctively reached out to comfort Lin Qiye. However, before her hand could touch him, he had already dashed forward. Like lightning, Lin Qiye charged towards Scorpion, and just as they were about to clash, he took a decisive step forward, crushing the snow beneath his feet. Under the influence of the abyssal divine ruins, the snow erupted beneath them, a wall of white flurries ascending. A multitude of drifting snowflakes scattered, momentarily blinding Scorpion, who furrowed his brow but quickly regained his composure, drawing upon years of combat experience. Clang! Scorpion's folding knife was unsparingly swung, colliding with Lin Qiye's straight blade in a piercing clash. Swiftly, he wiped his face with his other hand, his eyes clearing instantly, a hint of disdain gracing his lips. I had anticipated this. Yet, his smile faded quickly as Lin Qiye wielded his knife to counter Scorpion, his other hand empty. Where's the other knife? The thought flickered through Scorpion's mind just as Lin Qiye's eyes erupted with radiant golden light. The divine might of the seraphim struck directly at Scorpion, causing a sudden, excruciating pain in his head, forcing his body to freeze momentarily. Lin Qiye, drained of stamina, turned as pale as a ghost, unable to resist collapsing. Simultaneously, he waved his hand gently. The other, once missing blade, belonging to Zhou Kongsheng, descended gracefully, severing Scorpion's neck with ease. The head fell, and blood gushed forth. Chapter 54. Remember to visit Annie. Lin Qiye's body resembled a precariously tilting mountain, swaying as he leaned forward. The wind howled in his ears, transforming the world into a blur of colors, flickering in and out of focus. Suddenly, a pair of hands reached out from the side, firmly steadying his shoulders, and Lin Qiye felt himself enveloped in a warm embrace. His forehead rested against her neck, his breath coming in heated, erratic gasps. The wind lifted her hair, gently brushing against his cheek, carrying with it a faint scent of roses. "Thank you." Lin Qiye panted, his strength slowly returning. Yet he was overtaken by an awkwardness regarding his current situation. He could feel the warmth of the girl radiating through his skin. Qiuying adjusted her position slightly, allowing him to settle more comfortably in her arms, then closed her eyes, treating Lin Qiye intuitively. Instantly, he felt rejuvenated, the pain in his body gradually dissipating. A sense of comfort he had never experienced before enveloping him. "How do you feel?" Qiuying inquired, gently brushing aside the hair that had fallen over his forehead with her free hand. This unconscious gesture sent a shiver through Lin Qiye's heart. His ears flushed a deep crimson, the warmth spreading from his neck to his cheekbones. Flustered, he pulled away from Qiuying's embrace, his throat tightening as he swallowed. His eyelashes casting restless shadows beneath his eyes, yet failing to conceal the glimmer of moisture pooling in the corners. Oh, adorable smuff, at that moment. The long silent phone rang again, prompting Lin Qiye to quickly press the answer button. Holding the phone in one hand, he fumbled over the silver nameplate on the scorpion with the other, finally removing it and offering it to Qiuying. She glanced at the object with a look of disdain and shook her head, leading Lin Qiye to tuck the nameplate into his pocket. "Hello, Auntie. You child. How could you not answer the phone after such a long time? Have you been out too long to want your aunt anymore?" A familiar voice on the other end was filled with concern. Lin Qiye couldn't help but smile slightly at the corner of his mouth as he shook the blood-soaked knife. "That's not true. I was just chatting with a friend and hadn't had the chance to check my phone yet." As he spoke, Lin Qiye switched to speaker mode, presenting the phone to Qiuying with a pleading expression, urging her to say a few words. "Hello, Auntie. I am Qiye's friend. We were just discussing how the night watchman defeated the mysterious commercial value that exceeds even the greatest water supply, and how the material of a star blade was a consequence of evolutionary failure." On the other end, Auntie fell silent for a moment, her understanding seeming tentative. "Oh, hello, Qiye's friend. I have a request of you. Please take good care of our Qiye. This child has always been a bit reserved, and he never speaks up about his grievances." Auntie's voice trembled slightly as she continued. Lin Qiye unconsciously stepped into a corner of the hallway, with Qiuying following closely behind. From the window, they could clearly see Auntie speaking on the balcony. He held his phone with a slight tremor in his hand when suddenly a soft hand rested upon his hand and the device. In that moment, Lin Qiye felt as if he had discovered a remedy, and his trembling ceased. "Rest assured, Auntie, since Qiye arrived here, he has become much more lively." "Is that so? How delightful. Why can't this child make a call home, especially during the festive season?" Lin Qiye promptly answered the phone. "I was planning to call later tonight." "How are you managing in the army? Are you tired?" Auntie offered a lengthy admonition, to which Lin Qiye responded attentively. "By the way, the new year is approaching. Will you have a reunion dinner in your unit?" "Yes. Our captain is already making preparations. We will be able to eat upon our return." "Return? Are you outside?" "No. I just mean I can eat at the mess hall." "Oh, be sure to eat well." After Annie paused for a moment, she added, "Would you like to talk to Ajin for a bit?" "Sure." On the balcony, Auntie discreetly wiped away a tear before turning to enter the house. After a brief wait, Yang Jin's voice emerged from the phone. "Hello, brother. I heard you've been dating someone outside." Who said that?" "Mom just mentioned it." "That's not true." Lin Qiye cast a guilty glance at Qiuying. Yang Jin teased him for a while before his tone turned serious. "Brother, how are you living over there?" "Quite well. No need to worry. If it becomes too exhausting, just come back. It's perfectly fine. If the sky were to fall, someone will always be there to hold it up." Lin Qiye acknowledged with a sound, and the two brothers held their phones, each harboring countless thoughts, yet neither spoke. "Hey, you child," holding the phone, yet not saying a word. "Has your brother's absence made you distant?" Annie remarked as she took the phone back. "Little Qi, I won't interrupt your chat any longer. There's fish in the pot that I need to serve." "All right, Annie." Annie." Lin Qiye gazed at her busy figure, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Happy New Year." "All right, Happy New Year." Qiuying also leaned towards the phone, shouting, "Annie, Happy New Year." "Ah, Happy New Year." Be sure to come home and visit me when you have time. Sure, sure. Without much thought, Qiuying readily agreed. And Lin Qiye quickly took over the conversation to bid farewell to Annie. Then, Annie, we will talk next time. Okay, remember to call home often. I will. As evening descended, the sun retreated from the brick wall, shadows crept up the window frame, and the lights in the building flickered on one by one. Outside, the snow gradually diminished. On the rooftop of a low building nearby, Lin Qiye and Qiuying sat side by side, two black boxes beside them, and neither spoke a word. His gaze drifted through the twilight, resting upon a distant household bustling with activity. Footsteps echoed behind them as a man approached, bearing a sniper rifle. He gazed at the household and slowly spoke. Do you regret it? No, I do not. Lin Qiye patted Lin Qiye's shoulder and settled beside him. For the time being, you cannot return. The more frequently you go back, the more those here will notice. I understand. In truth, even if you were not present today, nothing would happen to them. Lin Qiye turned, looking at Lin Qiye with confusion. Do you believe the captain's promise to protect your family is mere words? A smile curved Lin Qiye's lips as he pointed towards the short building across from them. When the captain and the vice captain deliver materials to your home, they have fixed a talisman named Wei Yang at your doorstep. This talisman, a semi-transparent note inscribed with patterns, can open a small forbidden realm. Should anyone with malicious intent attempt to breach the protective barrier of Wei Yang, it will transport all marked beings within the house to another designated point, specifically the underground of the Peace Affairs office. Lin Qiye was taken aback. He had never heard the captain mention this talisman before. Wei Yang, he murmured, warmth flooding his heart. This was one of the few artificial forbidden realms created by the Night Watchers, yet its cost was considerable, and even among the Night Watchers, few utilized it. Lin Qiye seemed to recall something and softened his tone. However, every family member of our Team 136 is sheltered by this, except. His gaze shifted to Qiuying, whose heart raced. Lin Qiye remained perplexed. Why? Lin Qiye diverted his gaze from Qiuying, speaking with a hint of significance. Can you guess why the captain is so impoverished? Chapter 55. New Year's Eve dinner come. You may not partake in this family's New Year's Eve feast, but another home will always welcome you. Lin Qiye gazed longingly in the direction of his home, where his aunt and younger brother sat, laughter and joy emanating from within. After a moment of wistful contemplation, he resignedly smiled and prepared to leave the corridor. At that moment, a small, scruffy black dog scampered towards him, nuzzling its head affectionately against his ankle. Little black scruff? Lin Qiye exclaimed in mild surprise as he knelt down to embrace the dog, stroking its head gently. The little creature nestled contentedly in his arms and let out a satisfied burp. What did you eat to feel so full? The dog whimpered softly in response, prompting Lin Qiye to chuckle indulgently before lifting it to face Qiuying. Woof, woof, woof. The instant little black scruff laid eyes on Qiuying. Its fur bristled as it bared its teeth and barked fiercely at her. Startled, Qiuying instinctively recoiled and hid behind Lin Qiye. Little black scruff. Lin Qiye quickly covered the dog's mouth, silencing its unruly barking. I must be on my way. You should hurry home. Tonight, you are in for a treat. Lin Qiye cast one last glance at the closed door before turning to walk towards the dimming sky. Ding dong. As Lin Qiye and his companions opened the door to the office, a rich aroma of cuisine enveloped them. The sharp tang of vinegar pierced the air, soon enveloped by the gentle sweetness of brown sugar, culminating in the tantalizing scent of fried ginger, garlic, and meat wafting upward. The captain is preparing sweet and sour ribs. Hong Ying was already seated at the elongated dining table, her eyes fixated on a plate of aromatic roast goose. Upon noticing Lin Qiye's approach, her eyes brightened. Qiye, you finally returned. Yes. Are you all right? I returned to find you all missing. We're fine. Lin Qiye shook his head, as if recalling something, then inquired, did they catch that person? No, that guy ran away swiftly. I couldn't use the forbidden abyss in broad daylight within the city, so he escaped. Lin Qiye nodded thoughtfully. It's all right. He doesn't seem to be a bad person. The mysterious identity of that individual weighed on Lin Qiye's mind, for he knew that there were few people in his family, and that the individual was well aware of the ancient divine church's planned activities. Has the captain finished cooking? When Qima emerged from the basement, patting his rumbling stomach. He has been in there for 2 hours. I wonder how many dishes he is making. Em starving. Qiying gazed longingly at the roasted goose leg, deeming the wait worthwhile regardless of its duration. Moments later, Chunmai emerged with a plate of sweet and sour ribs, with Si Xiaonan trailing behind, holding bowls and chopsticks. At last, everyone took their seats at the long table, which boasted 9 places and 16 delectable dishes. With 9 seats yet only 8 souls present, Chunmai Wuxiangnan, Wenqima, Qiying, Lin Qiye, and 1 vacant chair, once occupied by a man named Zhou Kongcheng. Zhou Kongcheng had been there while Qiuying was still confined in a psychiatric hospital. She gazed at the empty seat, sensing its significance, yet remained discreetly silent. Chunmai gradually raised his wine glass, the crystal vessel reflecting an amber hue under the warm light, as his gaze swept over the assembly. Over the past year, old friends had departed, new faces had emerged, and countless events had unfolded. However, we have successfully safeguarded Songnan City for an entire year. As the captain of Team 136, I stand to represent the myriad lives of Songnan City in expressing my heartfelt gratitude for your contributions. Rising from his seat, Chunmai bowed deeply before everyone. I sincerely hope that this time next year, we shall still be here together, without a single soul missing. Wishing you all a happy new year. The night watchmen rose from their seats, raising their glasses high. The crisp clinking resonated like a wake-up call to the slumbering cycles of time, as golden waves rippled across the glass. Happy New Year! The pitch-black night sky was suddenly illuminated, a golden beam shooting skyward, bursting at its apex into a myriad of dazzling meteors that scattered across the heavens. Following this, another magnificent firework erupted, red as flame, purple as twilight, silver-white like a cascade of stars, illuminating the entire sky. The thunderous cracks intertwined with the jubilant cheers of the crowd, a faint scent of gunpowder lingering in the air, while the colorful display reflected in the upturned, smiling faces, as if the entire world were enveloped in a dreamlike play of light and shadow. Inside the dilapidated and damp lovers' hotel, Baili Pang noticed that Shen Qingzhu had been frequently glancing at his phone, curious as to when he had become so enamored with the device. Looks like this year it's just the 3 of us, he remarked, patting Shen Qingzhu on the shoulder and offering him a can of beer. Shen Qingzhu hesitated, shaking his head. I don't drink during work hours. Baili Pang smirka. You're quite the professional. There is no need to be so formal around me. Just have a little. Even Chao Yuan has indulged. Besides, my bodyguard are already here. Even if you were to drink yourself into a stupor, no one in Songnan City could harm me. Forget it. It's the boss's orders. All right. Shen Qingzhu accepted the can, pulling the tab with a finger, the can hissing with bubbles. Chao Yuan likewise approached with a beer in hand. In the worn and humid lovers' hotel, the 3 youths sat by the window, watching the brilliant fireworks light up the sky, their beer cans clinking together. Happy New Year! Chapter 56. More radiant than flowers. Qiuying. What are you daydreaming about? Qiying clinked her wine glass against the one filled with juice that Qiuying held, producing a crisp sound. Tonight, we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Qiuying, jolted from a reverie by Qiying's boisterous voice, managed a forced smile. The look in her eyes when she mentioned the 136 team and their families had lingered in her mind. Had they uncovered her true identity? After all, she had materialized from the depths of the divine mental institution without any family or identification. Such suspicion was entirely warranted. What would she do if her secret were revealed? Lin Qiye's gaze involuntarily drifted towards Qiuying. Her mood appeared particularly somber this evening. She lowered her head slightly, her lashes casting faint shadows beneath her eyes, a delicate crease forming between her brows, and her lips pressed tightly together. Her gaze seemed to rest on a distant point, yet it was as though nothing registered in her sight. A surge of worry welled up within her, prompting Qiuying to glance sharply at Lin Qiye. But his expression remained unchanged, just as it always was. Lin Qiye raised his glass to toast with Chunmai, tilting his head back to drain the remaining wine in one gulp. How old is Qiuying now? Xiao Nen has taken to drinking. Should you not give it a try as well? Hong Ying teased, observing Qiuying with a mischievous grin. She took a cup in her left hand and a bottle of beer in her right, pouring a little into the glass, ready to offer it to Qiuying. Fine. Overwhelmed by her racing thoughts, Qiuying felt a wave of irritation wash over her. With a sudden determination, she snatched the bottle from Hong Ying's hand. The amber liquid shimmered enticingly under the light, and she eagerly raised the bottle to her lips, drinking deeply. She felt it, the warmth rising from her stomach, akin to gentle hands soothing her frayed nerves. This bottle is not yours. That glass is yours. As the evening wore on, the atmosphere grew more intoxicated. On the sofa meant for guests, Wen Qima and Wu Xiangnan lay sprawled in a drunken stupor. Lin Qiye also succumbed to inebriation, sitting dazedly on the floor, leaning against the couch with his eyes shut. Hong Ying clutched the last bottle, her head resting on the dining table as she muttered to herself, giggling foolishly. Si Xiaonan stumbled back to the underground bedroom, collapsing in a sleep, while Ling Xian had seemingly vanished. Only Chunmai and Qiuying remained unaffected. Chunmai scanned the room and quietly began to clear the dishes from the table, heading to the kitchen to wash them. Qiuying felt no effects of intoxication. Suddenly, she sensed her phone vibrating in her pocket. It was a video call from Wang Mian. Glancing towards the kitchen, she turned and stepped onto the balcony of the office, tapping the answer button. I must drink the captain under the table tonight. On the screen, Wang Mian's face appeared, large and swirling. As he leaned over the table, his complexion flushed, his eyes glazed over, repeatedly shouting to drink the captain under the table. Then, he spun the phone around the dining table, revealing the members of the mass squad, each in various states of drunkenness. Some slumped over their chairs, others sprawled on the floor. The moon demon reclined in his chair, observing Wang Mian as he captured his image with a phone, his gaze vacant and his speech slurred. Xiao O Mei, BFFD. Wang Mian's laughter echoed like shards of ice colliding within a glass, and he switched the camera to the front-facing mode. His handsome visage suddenly appeared on the screen, his slightly intoxicated eyes shimmering with a hint of mirth, glistening like water. Perhaps having indulged in ample libations, a rosy hue adorned his cheeks, and the corners of his mouth turned upwards, revealing a touch of sentimentality that surpassed even the most vibrant rose. Goddess, he murmured, his voice deeper than usual, imbued with the characteristic languor of inebriation. I am here. Qiuying responded patiently. Qiuying, yes, I miss you. So do I. Wang Mian's smile blossomed like flowers in the sudden warmth of spring. The corners of his eyes lifted gently, forming a tender crescent, sparkling with joy. His entire countenance radiating an indescribable bliss. Happy New Year! Happy New Year to you too! The two gazed at each other through the screen for a prolonged moment. Wang Mian's eyes fixated on her, before he suddenly broke into a foolish grin. You are so beautiful. Upon hearing this, Qiuying's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she awkwardly turned her face away. You only know how to say sweet things. Only the truth, Wang Mian insisted, his inebriated demeanor resembling that of a petulant child. My Qiuying is the most beautiful. Chapter 57. The film emperor, after consuming such copious amounts of alcohol, you should retire for the night. Indeed, having finally coaxed Wang Mian to sleep, Qiuying closed the video call, only to discover a message from Shen Qingzhu sent 30 minutes prior on her WeChat interface. Have you finished dinner? Inside the Lovers' Hotel, the trio of Shen Qingzhu, Bai Li, and Xiao Yuan sought to alleviate their boredom by engaging in a game of landlord, surrounded by a table laden with beer and peanuts. Bai Li observed Shen Qingzhu, who was engrossed in the cards, yet checked his phone every 30 seconds, pressing the lock button so often that the fingerprint recognition had become ineffective. Curiously, he inquired, "Who are you waiting to hear from?" Shanga. Xiao Yuan, overhearing, glanced at Shen Qingzhu and raised an eyebrow in jest. Who else could it be? The person we were just discussing today. Bai Li's face lit up with understanding. Damn it, stop tormenting us single folks. Any notification sound would capture Shen Qingzhu's attention, and feigning nonchalance, he unlocked his phone only to discover it was a push notification from an app. Damn, I should really block these notifications. Ha ha ha. Qiuying hasn't replied yet. Bai Li remarked, a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. Shen Qingzhu remained silent, taking a swig from his beer can. Zhou Yuan glanced at the clock on the wall. At this hour, everyone is enjoying their New Year's Eve dinner. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Shen Qingzhu's previously furrowed brow suddenly relaxed, resembling the surface of a lake caressed by a gentle spring breeze. Ding! Shen Qingzhu reflexively unlocked his screen, and a familiar name appeared before him. Demon Fire. I've finished eating. The captain's cooking is delightful. What about you? Are you still protecting Bai Li? Lazily reclining in his chair. The moment he read the message, he felt as if struck by an electric surge. His back straightened abruptly, his thumb hovering above the screen for a brief moment. His throat unconsciously constricting, and even his breath seemed to momentarily halt. Indeed, today Zhou Yuan, Bai Li, and I had a simple meal and enjoyed a bit of beer. Demon Fire. That's wonderful. Silence enveloped Shen Qingzhu for several minutes before he finally responded. Happy New Year, Qiuying. Demon Fire. Happy New Year. Bro, do you need to? Bro? Bai Li and Zhou Yuan exchanged exasperated glances at Shen Qingzhu, whose antics were disrupting their gaming experience. Though Qiuying did not utter any sweet nothings, merely conversing with her caused Shen Qingzhu's lips to involuntarily curve upwards, akin to a child who has surreptitiously indulged in candy, with a faint blush gracing his ears. This was the first New Year spent with Qiuying. Shen Qingzhu thought joyfully. Squeak. Qiuying chuckled as she closed her phone, feeling a familiar sound resonate nearby. She turned towards the balcony door, discovering a small brown hamster that had seemingly appeared from nowhere. Little Y, have you escaped from your cage again? Here is the office, a short distance from Sister Hongying's villa. How did you manage to come here? Qiuying exclaimed, surprised that Xiao Y, confined in a cage at Sister Hongying's residence, had somehow traversed such a distance. Naturally, Xiao Y offered no response, instead making persistent chirping sounds to capture Qiuying's attention. Upon noticing her gaze, Xiao Y abruptly froze, its delicate paws suspended in midair, and its dark, beady eyes widened in alarm. Its little chest began to rise and fall rhythmically, trembling as it took 2 hesitant steps forward, only to suddenly collapse before Qiuying, its hind legs twitching dramatically 3 times. Xiao Y, what is the matter? Qiuying rushed to examine its condition, only for Xiao Y to emit a perfectly timed, faint whimper. Chirp. Qiuying ses pupilles dilated in shock, her eyelashes fluttering like the wings of a startled butterfly. The once pale hue of her cheeks drained completely, beads of sweat forming at the tip of her nose as she hastily opened her phone to search for information. What should I do if a hamster has heart disease? The solutions presented online were unequivocal. Take it to a veterinary hospital. But during the festive season, it was improbable that any pet clinic would be open. Left with no option, Qiuying bit her lip and opened the WeChat of Qingyu. Sending to Hellfire. I'm so sorry, crying. To her astonishment, Qingyu replied almost immediately. Qingyu. Sending to Hellfire. Xiao Y suddenly fell ill, but there's no pet hospital open today, crying. Qiuying attached a photo of Xiao Y lying on the ground and sent it to Qingyu. Sending to Hellfire. Image, Qingyu. It's all right if you have time. Would you like to bring it over for me to take a look? Sending to Hellfire. Do you have a solution? Qingyu. I have cared for it for a while and learned a bit about animal medicine. Sending to Hellfire. Where are you? Qingyu. At XX Park. I will wait for you there. Qingyu. Image. Chapter 58. A wave of laughter escaped from Qiuying as she made her way to the office, which was not far from the park. The streetlights cast a dim glow between the treetops, illuminating a few wandering figures. Withered branches sprawled across the path, occasionally adorned with remnants of unmelted snow that crunched softly underfoot, only to return to silence. The distant sound of firecrackers echoed sporadically, likely the impatience of some child eager to celebrate the new year a bit early. Qingyu sat on a bench, wrapped in a white wool coat, the collar revealing a hint of a black turtleneck beneath. He remained still, the cold light reflecting off the metal frame of his glasses. Beside him, a nearly emptied bottle of Sprite. A group of young people passed by, laughing and carrying red lanterns, their shadows dancing across their faces. They chatted about the New Year's Eve dinner red envelopes, and the Spring Festival Gala, their voices fading into the distance, leaving only a faint trail of laughter lingering in the crisp air. "I found you." And Qingyu looked up at the sound, spotting a girl enveloped in a creamy cashmere coat, the collar trimmed with gray fox fur fluttering gently in the wind. She hurried toward him, cradling something in her hands. Qiuying was clad in attire suggested by Hong Ying. Earlier that morning, during a shopping trip with Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan, they had insisted she change out of her classic coat and trousers for something warmer. "Quick, see how Xiao Wai is doing." And Qingyu took Xiao Wai from Qiuying's hands, turning his back to her. He reached into his pocket, retrieving a nut, and placed it beside the fallen Xiao Wai. Suddenly, Xiao Wai's nose twitched, and its eyes flew open. "All done." And Qingyu turned back to Qiuying, and Xiao Wai was now brimming with vitality. Puff! Qiuying joyfully received Xiao Wai, ready to express her gratitude, but to her surprise, the boy opposite her chuckled softly, lowering his head. His usually composed demeanor was disrupted, the warmth of a gentle light glimmering in his eyes, his laughter emerging with a slightly husky undertone. And Qingyu clenched his fist tightly, concealing the upward curve of his lips. He, in Qingyu, operated like a meticulously calculated machine, each step taken devoid of superfluity, retaining only the essential trajectory. A person whose very breath bore purpose, resolving issues with the swiftness of a knife cutting through tangled threads, the blade forever following the path of least resistance, never wasting an ounce of effort. He never anticipated that one day, in order to see a girl, he would resort to such foolish methods. Qiuying looked at him, puzzled. "What are you laughing at?" Before he could respond, her sparkling eyes were already tinged with irritation. "How adorable!" And Qingyu stifled his smile, lowering his gaze slightly, his eyes calm yet warm as they settled upon her face like a tranquil, deep pool. Her eyelashes cast delicate shadows in the light, enhancing the depth of his gaze. He observed slowly, from her slightly trembling lashes to her prominent nose, finally resting on her unconsciously pursed lips. The atmosphere seemed to thicken with this gaze, even the dust floating by slowed its descent. With his distinctly jointed fingers unconsciously caressing the pen nestled within his pocket, the veins on the back of his hand subtly undulated with each breath. The nocturnal chorus of insects and the distant fireworks faded into a blurred backdrop, leaving only the faint furrow between the brows of the person before him in his world. "Truly, it is exquisite," and Qingyu couldn't help but exclaim, "If you were a masterpiece crafted by an artist, then the one who forged you must surely cherish you deeply." Qiuying felt a sense of helplessness at his inexplicable smile and the peculiar nature of his words. Realizing that the psychology of such adept individuals was beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk like herself. Yet, her anger gradually dissipated. It was akin to the sensation of wanting to strike him, only to receive a hard gesture in return. And Qingyu's words left her in a fog, pondering whether he was praising her or the one who sculpted her. After a moment of serious contemplation, Qiuying replied, "Every individual is a unique creation meticulously honed by their creator, and you are no exception." And Qingyu's gaze flickered slightly as he turned his head away. Perhaps. Qiuying's attention fell upon the can of Sprite beside Qingyu, its contents indiscernible, having been untouched since her arrival. This indicated that he had been here for quite some time. Was he not supposed to stay at home for the New Year's Eve vigil? Or was he forced to leave his home because of her? "Xiao Wai has also been cured. You should return." To her surprise, and Qingyu began to urge her to leave, and Qiuying, filled with curiosity, asked him, "Are you not going home?" After a brief silence, and Qingyu responded evasively, "It's cold. If I don't return soon, they will worry." "I shall not return." Qiuying seized Qingyu's hand, effortlessly pulling him up and leading him away to another part of the park. Chapter 59. Shooting game. Neon tubes contorted in the night, illuminating the words "shooting game," while a cascade of red, blue, green, and purple hues danced upon the ground. The stall owner propped up a weathered canvas awning, its corners haphazardly secured by metal clips, quivering with every gust of wind. Suspended from a rope beneath the awning were 5 rows of colorful balloons, and on a chipped wooden table lay 3 air guns. The folding chair where the stall owner sat creaked as he adjusted himself, a sign displayed before him, Balloon shooting game, 10 yuan for 10 bullets burst 5 balloons. A bottle of drink burst 8 balloons. A rabbit plush toy burst 10 balloons. Choose any plush toy. Qiuying tugged at Qingyu, leading him to the stall. She had fortuitously spotted the shooting game on her way, her eyes catching a familiar name. And Qingyu glanced around, a hint of helplessness in his gaze. Did he wish to play, or was he eager to return home? Which one do you fancy? You need not pay. I have money. Qiuying began, but Qingyu interrupted her by producing a 50 from his pocket and handing it to the stall owner. It was hardly customary for a girl to pay while out enjoying herself. Noticing the bewildered expression on Qiuying's face, Qingyu felt a smile tug at his lips, suppressing the urge to draw closer to her for a better look. Qiuying opened her palm, revealing a glimmering golden leaf resting quietly within. Since Qingyu had already paid, she thought to give him the leaf as a form of repayment, nodding her chin to indicate he should take it. And Qingyu did not decline, carefully examining the golden leaf. It was as delicate as a cicada's wing, with its veins intricately carved, each twist shimmering with fragmented gold. He gently rubbed it with his thumb before slipping the leaf into his pocket. Look, here's the leaderboard for the balloon shooting game. Qiuying pointed towards the board displayed on the wooden table, and Qingyu followed her gesture. Ranking name score 1. Lin Qiye 600 points 2. Gao Jiangwo 336 points 3. Wang Fuguei 335 points. C. Lin Qiye. I know an older brother named Lin Qiye too. Could it be him? After all, his marksmanship is truly impressive. Oh, and Qingyu raised an eyebrow, turning to inquire of the stall owner. How is this leaderboard determined? The stall owner, a middle-aged man, chuckled. The maximum score is 600 points. Each bullet counts for 10 points. You must play 6 rounds at this stall and hit all targets to achieve full marks and receive a hidden prize. What hidden prize? The stall owner's words piqued Qiuying's curiosity effortlessly. He gestured toward the shelf above the stall, laden with plush toys of various sizes, with a hamster plush nearly half a person's height perched atop. This hamster, with its fluffy fur resembling a freshly baked chiffon cake, appeared delightfully plump. Its soft brown fur was interspersed with creamy strands, and its rotund body resembled a full sticky rice dumpling, evoking the irresistible urge to poke it with a fingertip. Its short limbs resembled 4 cotton candies, one paw still posed as if holding a sunflower seed, firmly grasping a light brown seed nestled in its fuzzy palm. It resembled Xiaowai. Qiuying turned her head and met his gaze, and Qingyu's face was smooth and fair, his eyes as profound as the starry sky, with sharply defined contours and thin lips that conveyed a hint of coldness. He had been watching for an indeterminate amount of time, his eyes shimmering with an uncontainable smile. In truth, Qingyu was rather handsome as well. The moment their eyes locked, a flutter of butterflies stirred in Qiuying's stomach, and as their wings brushed against her chest, she felt her heart race erratically. Look, I won the little toy Y and brought it home. Good. Qiuying awkwardly averted her gaze, and the stall owner conveniently handed her the plastic air gun. She nodded in gratitude to him, inhaled deeply, raised the gun, and squinted one eye as she aimed at the balloon across from her. And Qingyu stood beside her, watching with keen interest under the lights. The contours of Qiuying's profile appeared both soft and resolute, with a few rebellious strands of hair cascading by her ear, gently swaying with her movements. Bang! The first shot was fired, yet it missed the target entirely. Ha ha ha, I knew it. Qiuying laughed awkwardly. She needed to hit all 6 targets to win the hidden prize, but her challenge had ended before it even began. Can I start over? And Qingyu pulled out another 20 yuan and handed it to the vendor, who smiled silently and gestured for her to continue. Qiuying considered putting down the gun and letting Qingyu give it a try, but to her surprise, he stepped behind her, his chest nearly pressing against her back. Place your thumb here. And Qingyu's hand suddenly came over, warmth seeping through her cotton sleeves into her skin. The rubber stock felt slightly sticky, fitting perfectly into the contours of his palm as he adjusted it, her left arm relaxing as if resting on an air pillow. The balloon blurred into a patch of colors in the sight scope, and the trigger spring emitted a raw groan. Just as Qiuying held her breath, a soft laugh floated to her ear. Don't wrestle with the gun. It should be an extension of your gaze. The warmth of his breath brushed against the nape of her neck, and the red balloon suddenly came into sharp focus, as vivid as a blood moon. The spent shell clattered to the ground, producing a faint echo as 3 blue balloons burst in response. Fragments of colorful ribbons scattered like rain, and when she turned her head, she caught sight of the neon lights dancing in his eyes, more dazzling than the exploding balloons that shimmered within his irises. The rubber grip retained the imprint of their intertwined hands, the warmth of the gun yet to dissipate, while a new cluster of balloons rose in the distance, gently swaying in the night. The night was as dark as ink, the neon lights extinguishing one by one, as the vendor squatted in front of the shooting booth, tucking the last plastic gun into a cardboard box. Another day had come to a close. He muttered to himself, glancing at the shelf above the booth, where the largest toy had now vanished. The vendor then approached the wooden counter, took out a pen, and began to write on the leaderboard for the shooting balloon game. Ranking name score 1 Lin Qiye 602, Qiuying Qingyu 603, Gao Zhangwo 336, 4 Wang Fuguei 335. Chapter 60. The First Kiss, revised. Lin Qiye stood on the balcony, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly against the railing. The dew on the railing soaked the hem of his shirt, and the chill of rust crept up his calves, drawing his attention to the thin layer of frost that had formed at the edges of his sneakers. Below, Qiuying was stumbling towards the office's door, clutching a hamster plushie that was nearly as tall as she was. Just as she reached the entrance, she suddenly remembered that she had forgotten her keys, and with everyone else inebriated, she could only silently pray that Captain Shen Mai was still awake. Lin Qiye's gaze was fixed upon her, his eyes seeming to take root. Seeing the adorable plushie in her hands, his fingers instinctively tightened. So late, where was she heading? Hadn't she given all her money to Shen Qingzhu? He hadn't given her any either. So who had gifted her that plushie? Who had she been with? Lin Qiye shook his already foggy mind. Calm down. Qiuying stared at the closed door, suddenly stepping back a few paces, looking up at the balcony, which was empty. Just as she was about to call out for someone to open the door, the office door fortuitously swung open from within. Lin Qiye quickly returned to the reception room. The clock on the wall indicated it was 1 in the morning. He had awakened on the sofa, and, after getting up, he realized he had not seen Qingyu or the others, unaware of where Captain Shen had sent them to sleep. He opened another can of beer and tilted his head back, drinking deeply. The alcohol ignited a fire in his veins, yet it could not extinguish the nameless fury rising from the depths of his heart. Footsteps approached from the doorway, and Lin Qiye sat motionless in the darkness of the sofa, his gaze fixed intently on the door. Is anyone there? Captain Shen? Qiuying inquired softly, fumbling to switch on the entryway light. Lin Qiye remained silent. He slowly rose, approaching her soundlessly like a shadow. Qiye, why is it so dark? You startle me. Upon recognizing him, Qiuying smiled and set down the plushie, turning to switch on the living room light. At that moment, Lin Qiye suddenly seized her wrist with a grip strong enough to elicit a small gasp from her. Who were you with? His voice, deepened by alcohol, carried an unsettling danger. Who? With whom? Qiuying replied. Lin Qiye, you're drunk. Just go to sleep. Her words faltered as Lin Qiye abruptly pulled her closer, their noses nearly touching her neck. He inhaled deeply, as if a beast confirming its territory. Where did you go? Lin Qiye's voice was hoarse. I woke up and didn't see you. I went out for a bit. Qiuying struggled to push him away, but Lin Qiye's arm was as unyielding as iron. Squeak. Qiuying felt her pocket tremble slightly, the sound of the little toy inside making its presence known. Is there something? Perhaps due to the effects of the alcohol, Lin Qiye remained oblivious to the peculiarities of her pocket. Yes, it's something very important. Qiuying gently cradled Lin Qiye's face, unsure of why he had suddenly become this way, wishing to soothe him. Yet, I noticed Lin Qiye's drooping eyelashes gently quivering, his usually clear eyes veiled by a layer of mist, resembling an abandoned puppy. What could possibly compel him to venture out at such a late hour? Lin Qiye's voice was hoarse and indistinct, tinged with a stubborn sense of grievance. Could it be that there was something he cannot share with me? It seemed that the alcohol magnified the unease and agitation lurking in his gaze. Beneath those damp lashes, His eyes appeared both fragile and relentless, as if on the verge of shattering, yet simultaneously threatening to consume everything in their path. I am right here. His voice suddenly dropped, laced with a tremor of suppressed sobs. Why then would he not seek me out? You're not drunk, are you? Qiuying coaxed, a hint of exasperation in her tone. Just as she was about to say more, a fervent kiss silenced her, forcefully pressing down without affording her a chance to explain. It was a kiss imbued with the scent of alcohol and fury, almost ferociously claiming her lips. Lin Qiye's fingers wove deeply into Qiuying's hair, compelling her to tilt her head and surrender to this searing sensation. Yet, in the moment their lips intertwined, that fervor abruptly transformed into trembling tenderness. The intensity of Lin Qiye's kiss gradually softening, revealing a breathy whimper as if silently pleading for something. Qiuying tasted the lingering bitterness of beer from the corner of Lin Qiye's mouth. As Lin Qiye pressed his forehead against hers, his breath came in hurried gasps, his eyelashes brushing against her cheek, leaving it damp, indistinguishable whether it was sweat or something else entirely. Next time, don't do this again. For every instance, I shall kiss you once. Chapter 61. Unfrozen, Qiuying awoke from the sofa, her eyes fluttering open. Last night, Lin Qiye had unexpectedly become quite clingy. In an effort to evade him, she feigned fatigue and pretended to lie down on the sofa, only to find herself truly succumbing to slumber. She lifted the blanket that had enveloped her and made her way to the restroom in the office to freshen up. Standing before the sink, as she brushed her teeth, she suddenly sensed a familiar presence drawing near. Lin Qiye's visage materialized in the mirror before her. The air around her felt both familiar and foreign. And as memories of the previous day surged back, her face flushed with a visible intensity. Lin Qiye also picked up a toothbrush and began to groom himself, the silence between them stretching into an unspoken tension. Qiuying hastily finished her routine and rushed out of the restroom. In the kitchen, Chen Mai emerged, cradling a few eggs, and upon seeing her, he smiled. Qiuying, you're awake. Were you last night? Her heart skipped a beat. Should she confide in the captain about Qingyu? The sound of footsteps behind her alerted her. Lin Qiye had somehow approached her side. Upon hearing Chen Mai's inquiry, Lin Qiye raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze searing into her like a brand, every movement laden with silent proclamation. What a fearsome look Lin Qiye had. Qiuying unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothing, her eyelashes fluttering like startled butterfly wings. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she managed to stammer out a few words. I didn't go anywhere. Chen Mai acknowledged her with a soft "oh," refraining from further probing, and gestured towards the door. Last night's snowfall was heavy. The entrance is now piled high with snow. If you wish to go out, you may need to clear it. Qiuying nodded. Indeed, she yearned to venture outside, to behold the jubilant, festively adorned city, and to immerse herself in the spirit of the new year. With that thought, she promptly retrieved a broom from behind the door, preparing to step out and commence her snow-clearing task. It's quite chilly. I have some gloves. Before Chen Mai could finish his sentence, Qiuying had already shut the door. Lin Qiye rubbed his temples. For a high school student, his tolerance for alcohol was commendable, although he had indulged heavily with that rowdy group the night before. Leaving him somewhat dazed, the dreamlike kiss lingered vividly in his memory. His fingertips unconsciously brushed against his lower lip, recalling her lips, akin to newly blossomed roses, their texture reminiscent of the translucent softness of lychee jelly he had savored before. Lin Qiye swallowed hard, the motion of his Adam's apple rising and falling. He had thought that a mere taste would suffice. Yet he found himself parched like a desert wanderer, savoring the first drop of precious dew. The sound of the broom scraping against the snow outside reached his ears, prompting him to rein in his emotions and follow Qiuying out. Wait, Qiye, your gloves. Chen Mai called out to Lin Qiye, who turned back momentarily, pondering before responding. Captain, I don't need them. The snowfall had ceased, leaving a half-foot thick blanket of white in the courtyard. Qiuying wielded the broom, methodically sweeping the snow, the bristles rasping against the ground with a crisp sound. Give it to me. As anticipated, Lin Qiye appeared once more at her side. He reached out to take the broom from her hands, and Qiuying observed Lin Qiye's knuckles, exposed to the cold air, turning a shade of blue. "Aren't you cold?" she inquired. "Not really," Lin Qiye replied nonchalantly as he began to sweep the snow, his movements swift, clearing a path in front of the door in no time. Qiuying watched him with a hint of exasperation. Despite being an adult, he seemed incapable of taking care of himself. Stepping forward, she grasped his hand firmly, enveloping it within her own. Her palm was warm, yet upon contact with his skin, it felt as if it ignited with heat. Her thumb caressed his stiff knuckles, and the breath she exhaled intermingled with the frosty air, lingering between their intertwined fingers. Lin Qiye exhaled deeply, the warmth from his fingertips seeping through the thin fabric of his clothing. Akin to a ray of sunlight piercing through a window on a wintry day, he savored the sensation greedily. Unconsciously, he tightened his grip on her hand and lifted his gaze to meet hers, a fleeting glimmer of triumph flashing beneath his thick lashes, reminiscent of a gambler feigning composure as they reveal their final trump card amidst elation. "I've touched it again, it hasn't frozen," he began, but before Qiuying could voice her lingering question, a resounding explosion accompanied by the sound of firecrackers erupted from afar, the noise not jarring in the least. Had it not been for Lin Qiye spotting the billowing smoke rising in the distance, he might have easily dismissed it as a mere auditory illusion. "That is," Lin Qiye squinted, directing his gaze towards the source of the smoke. "Pang Pang and the others are in danger." "I haven't finished speaking yet." As Qiuying's gaze shifted back to him, Lin Qiye, with his head bowed, swiftly turned and returned to the office, grabbing 2 black boxes from the corner, though he stumbled slightly in his haste. Chapter 62. The progression of the plot at this moment. The venerable old building was engulfed in thick smoke, its facade marred and battered. 3 figures leapt from the second-floor window. 2 landed gracefully on the ground, while a plump youth, with a resounding thud, fell unceremoniously. Bai Li, his cheeks flushed from intoxication, bounced after Shen Qingzhu and Qiao Yuan, exclaiming, "Wait for me, you too." Shen Qingzhu furrowed his brow, extending his hand to grasp at the air. Instantly, the air from several rooms on the second floor of the inn was siphoned away, causing the fierce flames to vanish without a trace. He then flicked his fingertip, sending a compressed air blast that scattered the shards of glass and debris aimed at Bai Li. Qiao Yuan, taking a deep breath and gritting his teeth, hoisted Bai Li onto his back. "I warned you not to drink so much. Now the enemy is upon us, and you're still dazed." Bai Li, burping, shubja nonchalantly. "No need to panic. Didn't I mention my bodyguards are protecting us from the shadows?" No sooner had he spoken than 4 figures emerged from the swirling smoke, landing deftly before them. Qiao Yuan halted, standing still with Bai Li on his back, while extending a hand toward a nearby black box. Shen Qingzhu regarded the 4 individuals with a serious expression, moving silently to stand before Bai Li and the others, his eyes gleaming with a cold intensity. The atmosphere grew tense as Bai Li adjusted his position comfortably on Qiao Yuan's back and waved at the 4 figures. "Greetings, elemental guardians of earth, fire, wind, and water. Allow me to introduce you to my esteemed bodyguards." The 4 individuals, exuding a palpable aura of menace, suddenly knelt before Bai Li in a show of respect. Qiao Yuan and Shen Qingzhu exchanged glances, both recognizing the shared sense of resignation in one another's eyes. Bai Li patted Qiao Yuan on the shoulder, sliding off his back. "Rise, my loyal subjects. Allow me to introduce you to our esteemed guardians of forbidden artifacts, my personal protectors." "Guardians of forbidden artifacts?" Shen Qingzhu inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. Certain high-risk artifacts could only be wielded by those suited to them. Only then could their full potential be realized, and such individuals were known as guardians of forbidden artifacts. Let me clarify. The term guardian of forbidden artifacts is predominantly used by our Bai family, for we alone possess such an abundance of high-risk artifacts in this world, Bai Li remarked, regarding Qiao Yuan and the others with an expression of mock surprise. Each of these guardians possessed peak combat prowess, and together they could contend with formidable opponents of the highest caliber. So fret not. Upon finishing his words, the leader among the guardians, a fire wielder, approached, carrying 3 severed heads, the very same 3 who had attacked the inn. "Reporting to you, young master." All enemies have been eliminated. Rest assured, we have secured the inn without any casualties. Well done, Bai Li replied with a slight nod, embodying an air of sovereign authority. At that moment, the four guardians furrowed their brows simultaneously, as if they had sensed something amiss. Young master, there are enemies nearby. Please stay put while we investigate. Bai Li Pang gestured, and the four guardians vanished from sight. The desolate alley was left with only the three of them. Is this the life of the wealthy? The air fell silent for a brief moment before Qiao Yuan spoke softly. Shen Qingzhu returned to his senses, questioning life in a tone of disbelief. With such formidable guardians at your disposal, why do you still seek my assistance? Bai Li Pang stepped forward and patted his shoulder. It's perfect. The three of us can play some cards. The training camp, once ravaged by missile strikes, had been restored to its former glory. The signs along the roads have been freshly painted. Had it not been for some buildings still bearing traces of char, one would hardly suspect that a great fire had swept through. Within the spacious cafeteria, several instructors were leisurely enjoying their lunch at the long table. You know, ever since this batch of recruits left, life has felt a tad dull, one remarked. It's because no one is around to take your reprimands. Isn't it? Haha, that is certainly a point, another responded. As the instructors exchanged banter, two figures gradually entered the cafeteria. Upon sighting the leading figure, everyone immediately rose to pay their respects. Commander, Yuan Gang, his face stoic, approached them with measured steps, his hawk-like eyes fixed intently on one instructor. Following closely behind was Instructor Hong, holding several documents. His demeanor calm. Yuan Gang remained silent, and under the weight of his gaze, the instructor's complexion turned pale, his salute trembling slightly. The other instructors stood rigidly, sensing an unsettling atmosphere. Why? After a prolonged silence, Yuan Gang finally spoke. The instructor opened his mouth, his voice hoarse. Commander, are you inquiring about me? Li Guangyo. I remember you. You enlisted in 1989 when I was still a captain, and you serve under my command. Commander, Li Guangyao lowered his head, his body trembling uncontrollably, yet he inhaled deeply to maintain a facade of composure. Instructor Hong, who had been standing behind him, observed his demeanor and slowly spoke. On the night of X year, X month, X day, at X hour and X minute, the surveillance in the southeast camp captured footage of you secretly leaving the camp. What was your intention? On X month, X day, during the third extreme training exercise, you vanished from the footage for 2 hours. On X month, X day, 2 substantial sums were deposited into your parents' accounts, one amounting to 2 million and the other 3 million. Where did this money originate? On the day of the camp's attack, you transmitted 2 encrypted messages using a satellite phone, and within half a minute, your account gained an additional 3 million. Stop. Please, no more. Li Guangyao abruptly interrupted, his face ashen, covering his face with his hands as he wept bitterly. I, too, am reluctant, yet I find myself powerless. They have captured my parents. Yuan Gang gazed steadily at Li Guangyao, his tone composed. Such words hold no significance between you and me. When a night watchman's decree reaches the capital, inquiries will inevitably arise. Chapter 63. The Eerie World. As Lin Qiye prepared to step outside, he found Qiuying unexpectedly blocking his path at the door. She stood there like a barricade, her brow furrowed tightly, her wide-open eyes glaring at him in unmistakable anger. Have you two had a quarrel? Chunmai emerged from the kitchen, finding their predicament amusing. No, we were just planning to pay a New Year visit. Lin Qiye replied, tugging gently at the hem of Qiuying's garment, his gaze filled with earnest pleading, blinking at her with long eyelashes fluttering like butterflies in flight. Lin Qiye, you are evading the issue, Qiuying exclaimed, clearly aware of what he was trying to avoid. He had been a bit inebriated at the time, his mind muddled, acting without a thought for her feelings. I'm sorry. I don't even know why. Please don't be angry. I promised to buy you milk tea as an apology, all right? Qiuying, skeptical of his sincerity, wondered if perhaps Lin Qiye's inexperience in romance was the cause of his clumsiness. Given that Pang was still in danger, she chose not to prolong the argument, letting out a huff as she stepped aside from the doorway. Chunmai, watching them with a smile, suddenly remembered something. By the way, Qiuying, when you have a moment, Could you provide me with your family's bank account number? After becoming a night watchman, the government will issue subsidies, and I will transfer the funds to your family. Qiuying was taken aback. She did not even possess an ID card, let alone a bank account. Fearing that the captain might delve deeper into questions about her family, she grasped one of Lin Qiye's black boxes with one hand while pulling him along with the other. Hey! Lin Qiye found himself reluctantly trailing behind her, using his free hand to grab some festive goods from the table, stuffing them into his pocket, and then into hers. Qiuying, the government subsidy is 500,000. Shen Qingzhu called after them, perplexed by their sudden urgency to leave. Upon hearing the figure, Qiuying paused, contemplating whether she should procure a bank card. And then her gaze fell on Lin Qiye, inspiration striking her. Captain, please direct my funds to Lin Qiye. To Lin Qiye? Shen Qingzhu leaned against the doorframe, astonished. Never anticipating their relationship had progressed to such a level of shared financial management. Once they had distanced themselves, Wu Xiangnan and Wen Qima emerged leisurely from within, exchanging glances with Shen Qingzhu. They're gone. Let us get to work. Lin Qiye felt little concern for Bai Li Pang's well-being, but deemed it prudent to check on him. If nothing was amiss, it would also serve as an opportunity to extend New Year greetings. Today held greater significance, as it marked the last day of the holiday, and those lurking in the shadows were likely becoming restless. A stroll with Qiuying would be an ideal way to gauge their boundaries. If they encountered formidable adversaries, Lin Qiye was untroubled, for he could summon Nikes at any moment, vanishing into the night with ease. Lin Qiye and his companions departed from the office, and the once bustling streets now lay in a somber silence. The myriad of shops stood with their doors firmly shut, their proprietors likely having returned home to celebrate the new year. Fortunately, not all establishments had closed their doors. A veil of darkness enveloped Lin Qiye, his silhouette darting through the alleys like a flash of lightning. Little did he anticipate that on the first day of the Lunar New Year, while others reveled in the festivities at home, he would be traversing the desolate streets in search of one of the few open bubble tea shops to procure a drink for a young lady. Qiuying waited patiently for 5 minutes before Lin Qiye returned, bag in hand, containing a cup of bubble tea. Then where Bai Li and his companions resided was not far from the office, merely a 10-minute walk away. They traversed an ancient path, the cobblestones worn smooth by the passage of time, with portions sunken and covered in dark green moss. The buildings on either side leaned precariously, their brick walls peeling to reveal the yellowed earth beneath. A sense of unease crept into Lin Qiye's heart as he instructed Qiuying to walk behind him, his gaze sweeping across every corner of the street. Suddenly, he halted. The deserted sidewalk was devoid of life, and, as he turned to the right, his eyes fell upon an abandoned low-rise building. He extended his hand, gently brushing against the peeling wall. A peculiar crack emerged, resembling a naturally formed fissure, curving into an elongated semicircle, with several intersecting cracks within it. At first glance, it appeared inconspicuous, but upon closer inspection, the pattern bore an unsettling resemblance to a serpent's eye. Do not stray too far from me, Lin Qiye murmured, his brow furrowed in concern. He crouched down, sweeping away the snow that had accumulated on the ground, revealing that the very sidewalk they stood upon bore the same eye-like pattern. What is this? Qiuying wondered, sensing an ominous undertone in the design. Lin Qiye fully extended his mental faculties, observing the intertwining branches of the trees along the roadside from a certain angle. They too resembled a serpent's eye. Suddenly, the surrounding buildings revealed their own serpent eyes, emerging from within the walls. They had unwittingly stepped into a realm riddled with these sinister ocular forms. Chapter 64. The Agent of Medusa is this, the Divine Ruins? As Lin Qiye's words fell, a woman gradually approached from the pedestrian street. She possessed a cascade of naturally curly black hair that flowed over her shoulders like a multitude of twisted black serpents, swaying with an eerie grace. Her eyes were akin to sinister snake eyes, fixated intently on Lin Qiye. In turn, he scrutinized her with a furrowed brow, inquiring, "Are you from the ancient god church?" The serpent woman appraised him with a lingering gaze, noting that he appeared to be a young lad, perhaps 17 or 18, standing roughly 6 feet tall, clad in a white down jacket. His inky eyes and slightly pursed lips presented a visage as cold as ice. With a hand covering her mouth, the serpent woman chuckled softly. It seems the rumored dual deity agent is not merely a name to instill fear. He is also a refined and aloof young man. Lin Qiye frowned, disregarding her flirtation, his mind alert and poised to unleash the abyssal divine ruins. If his instincts were correct, their advance along this path had unwittingly led them into her domain. Given the abundant serpent eyes and her distinctive appearance, he had no doubt as to her identity. She was the one who had previously assaulted the missile base, the agent of Medusa from the ancient god church, codenamed Serpent Woman. Have you come to kill us? Lin Qiye's tone remained remarkably calm. You all? The serpent woman leisurely approached Lin Qiye, her figure enveloped in a dark green qipao adorned with serpentine embroidery, exuding an otherworldly allure. Her waist was so slender that it seemed one could snap it with but a gentle squeeze. Originally, I had no intention of recruiting you. They desire you, this unprecedented dual deity agent. I am indifferent. For me, the true delight lies in snuffing out a genius in the cradle. Her eyebrows arched slightly as she observed that the followers of the ancient god church, entranced by her presence, could hardly tear their gazes away. Yet this dual deity agent stood firm, resolutely facing forward without a glance in her direction, attempting to drape her fair arm over Lin Qiye's shoulder. She was thwarted as he sidestepped, revealing that another figure lingered behind him. Her smile grew even more beguiling. But now I've changed my mind. She stepped before Lin Qiye, her eyes gleaming as she licked her scarlet tongue across her lips. I do enjoy men like you, unrefined and raw. Such a handsome face would be a pity to ruin. As she reached out to caress Lin Qiye's cheek, a sharp clang reverberated in the air. In that instant, two crisp sounds of blades echoed. The abyssal divine ruins and the dawn rose were simultaneously unleashed. Lin Qiye gripped two straight blades, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. As the pale blue blades sliced towards the serpent woman's throat, his tolerance of her teasing thus far was not without purpose. He knew little of her domain, and to recklessly engage would yield a meager chance of success. Moreover, his combat prowess at a distance was rather feeble, and he lacked any assurance of a decisive strike. However, now that the serpent woman had approached him directly, the situation had irrevocably changed. Two razor-sharp blades lunged simultaneously towards her. But just as they were about to graze her throat, her form abruptly twisted, vanishing into thin air. Lin Qiye, ever vigilant, scanned his surroundings and swiftly turned to face the towering tree behind him. Perched upon the intertwining branches of the deep brown trunk, the serpent woman sat, a smile gracing her lips, her expression devoid of anger and instead radiating a thrill. She finally had a clear view of the figure standing behind Lin Qiye. No wonder he remained indifferent to my presence. A beauty stood beside him. In her hand, she held a handleless dagger, playing with it gracefully, her gaze sweeping over Qiuying from head to toe. With excitement, she traced the contours of Qiuying's face with the blade. You are truly beautiful. Now I understand why those fools exhibit such foolish expressions when they behold me. Might I have your visage? If so, could that brutish man become my slave, bowing beneath my feet? I would use my fair, exquisite foot to ruthlessly trample upon your flesh and dignity, granting you unparalleled ecstasy. Ah, just thinking of it fills me with excitement. The serpent woman's eyes sparkled with a fervent smile, her crimson lips curling wickedly as her body instinctively swayed, a peculiar flush blooming upon her face. Lin Qiye narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint emanating from them as he coldly spoke, "Dare to touch her, and you shall see. Why are you as devoid of romance as Wang Mian? It was he who nearly cleaved me in twain last time," the serpent woman retorted, extending her arms and gracefully descending from the tree, her legs coiling around the trunk like a serpent's tail. Her neck twisted a full 180 degrees, her scarlet tongue flicking out as she regarded Lin Qiye. What are you hesitating for? This is a dream come true for countless men. If you desire, I could don the face of that girl beside you. A blade of light surged forth, slicing through the air with a piercing hum. As the serpent woman's form dissipated once more, Lin Qiye turned grimly, to face his rear. The serpent woman stood not far away, the flush on her face fading. Her expression now icy. "You have still rejected me," she stated coolly. "I not only intend to refuse you." Lin Qiye gripped his blade, shadows cast by his lashes concealing the chill of winter's ruthless intent. He uttered softly, "I shall also slay you." Chapter 65. The serpent woman, the serpent eye patterns adorning the entire street ignited with a crimson glow as the sunlight vanished from the sky, shrouding everything in an eerie red light. The hissing sound of writhing serpentine hair echoed in the still air, reminiscent of countless tiny venomous tongues licking the atmosphere. The serpent woman's eyes gleamed with a sinister light, her hair thickening until it transformed into numerous wriggling black snakes, thrashing wildly atop her head. "Refuse me? Then perish." Lin Qiye and Qiuying stood within the confines of the abyssal divine ruins, where a patch of darkness starkly contrasted the red streets. The serpent woman flickered, vanishing from sight. In the next moment, Lin Qiye abruptly sidestepped, a blade without a hilt narrowly grazing his heart. Teleportation? Lin Qiye pondered her abilities, having witnessed the serpent woman disappear and reappear without warning several times. Fortunately, endowed with the realms of the mundane divine, he could constantly sense his surroundings. And with the speed enhancements of the Starry Night Dancer and the Dawn Rose, evading the attack proved to be remarkably straightforward. Two straight blades intersected, swiftly slashing towards the serpent woman. She deftly rotated her hiltless blade, firmly blocking Lin Qiye's assault. Her gaze swept over Qiuying, noting the girl's hesitation to engage. Did she lack combat prowess? A glimmer of cunning flickered in her eyes. If that were the case, she would make her the first target. The thought of the expression on the dual deity agent's face when the girl was injured made the serpent woman chuckle with delight. A shadowy hue emerged in Lin Qiye's eyes as he attempted to seize control of the hiltless blade wielded by the serpent woman using the abyssal divine ruins. Alas, his efforts were in vain. It was as if it were a dark insulator, impervious to his influence. Serpent tooth? Using his mental power to probe, Lin Qiye finally discerned its true nature. This was a forbidden artifact, a possession exclusive to the agent of Medusa. The clash of blade against Fong saw neither party yield. The serpent woman sought to disengage and strike at Qiuying, but found no opportunity. A smirk curled at her lips as her neck twisted at a peculiar angle, her eyes glimmering with an otherworldly light as she turned to face Lin Qiye. "Come, gaze into my eyes." "Gaze into your eyes? Am I foolish enough to comply with your beckoning?" Lin Qiye promptly closed his eyes. He was well aware of the famed mythological creature that was Medusa, though uncertain of the extent to which her petrifying power had been inherited by her divine agent. It was prudent to exercise caution. Yet, Lin Qiye was taken aback as the serpent woman retreated, a light laugh escaping her lips before her form abruptly vanished. "Ha! Hiding behind a man like a mere vase. Perish!" The serpent woman reappeared suddenly behind Qiuying, her hiltless blade lunging directly towards the girl's body. The stars adore the moon. A spectral blade manifested behind the serpent woman, and serpent scales flickered into existence on her back, dissipating much of the blade's force. However, the edge ultimately pierced through the scales, inflicting a deep wound upon her back. The serpent woman, taken aback, vanished in an instant. Qiuying stood within the depths of the abyssal shrine, and even before the serpent woman approached her, Lin Qiye had already sensed her presence. However, aware of Qiuying's capabilities, he refrained from making any overt movements. At times, Qiuying found herself perplexed. After all, it was Lin Qiye who had rebuffed the serpent woman, while she merely stood in silence. Why then did the serpent woman harbor such animosity toward her? Why must women complicate matters for one another? The serpent woman's figure materialized not far away, her hand pressed against her wounded back. Her blade, devoid of a hilt, was laced with venom, though fortunately, it posed no threat to herself. What sort of technique had that girl employed to redirect another's assault? The serpent woman felt a surge of irritation, her pupils constricted to thin slits, the cold fury igniting within her golden vertical gaze, her serpent tongue flickering anxiously, carving perilous arcs through the air. Her unique skill had faltered against that agent, and she could only speculate how many times that girl could deflect harm. She had no intention of experimenting again at her own expense. Yet, she still possessed other formidable techniques. While battling with closed eyes would prove immensely challenging for most, it presented no difficulty for Lin Qiye, for he possessed the mortal realm divine domain, enabling him to perceive the world without the need for sight. The serpentine hair enveloping the serpent woman transformed into black snakes, hissing as they lunged toward Lin Qiye. Once detached from her body, the snakes rapidly expanded, each as thick as a barrel, effortlessly severing nearby trees with a mere brush. Lin Qiye, like a specter, evaded the black serpent's jaws, while beside him, Qiuying leisurely unwrapped the milk tea bag he had brought back, tearing off the straw's packaging and sipping her drink at a leisurely pace. During this interval, the colossal black snakes, as if subjected to a form of cold violence, refrained from assaulting her, instead treating her as a pariah and making concerted efforts to avoid her vicinity. In the blink of an eye, Lin Qiye retreated 10 meters, his expression growing grave. He now understood the serpent woman's arsenal, her ethereal teleportation, the petrifying gaze of her serpent eyes, the enigmatic fangs of her blade, and her mane of black snakes. Fortunately, her level was not particularly high. She likely shared the same realm as himself, both being at the pool level. However, the extent of the forbidden domain was contingent upon one's own abilities. The more formidable the power, the more constricted the domain became. Lin Qiye observed that the serpent woman's forbidden domain extended at least 300 meters. What purpose did it serve? The serpent woman's figure vanished once more, only to reappear at Lin Qiye's side in an instant, striking at him with the swiftness of an arrow. Clang! The straight blade clashed with her fangs, producing a sharp sound, and instantaneously, Lin Qiye wielded a second straight blade. The serpent woman, startled, twisted like a water snake, adopting an uncanny posture to evade the strike. Yet her shoulder's black serpent was unable to withdraw in time, severed by the blade and cascading to the ground like disheveled hair. With a furious glare directed at Lin Qiye, the serpent woman vanished once more, landing deftly atop a great tree. Lin Qiye kept his eyes tightly shut, tilting his head slightly as his mental energy swept across the space where the serpent woman had appeared. It seemed he had discerned something, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight smile. He appeared to have grasped the situation. Chapter 66. The serpent woman's close call. The serpent woman lowered her gaze to her severed, cascading locks, her expression swiftly transforming from fury to something far more ominous. When she lifted her head once more, Lin Qiye beheld her eyes, now entirely blood-red. "You dare to—" Her voice, suddenly unnaturally calm, was far more chilling than her previous roars. In an instant, her figure vanished from sight. In that fleeting moment of her disappearance, Lin Qiye reversed his grip on the dagger and lunged backward with fervor. The next second, the serpent woman's form materialized precisely before the tip of his blade. Clang! How it hurts! She cried out, as a phantom of serpentine scales emerged upon her chest, absorbing much of the dagger's force. Yet, the blade still pierced through the scales. Reluctantly, the serpent woman retreated once again, her serpent-like eyes fixed intently upon Lin Qiye. Astonishment etched across her features. "You are able to discern my position." With both hands firmly grasping the dagger, Lin Qiye slowly advanced towards her, his eyes closed, enveloped by the night as shadows. He spoke calmly as he approached. "It is my oversight for not discovering this sooner. I had assumed your serpent eyes were merely for intimidation, but it has only just dawned upon me that this is indeed your innate ability. Upon your disappearance, you can only reappear at the locations of these serpent eyes." The serpent woman clutched her chest, injured both in front and behind, her powers exposed, leaving her momentarily dazed. Her mind raced, frantically devising a strategy. Even as Lin Qiye stood directly before her, she remained unresponsive. Lin Qiye continued, "I have unraveled the secret of your teleportation. Now, you are left with that hair capable of transforming into serpents and your lackluster combat skills. So, will you not flee? Oh, if you claim to still possess that prideful petrification ability." Lin Qiye's eyes gradually opened, revealing his left pupil resembling a molten orb ablaze with fiery crimson and gold, while his right pupil appeared as a cursed abyss, devouring all light. Even the patterns of his iris darkened to an unfathomable shade. Two starkly contrasting divine presences emanated from him. Do feel free to try, after our gaze locks. Shall I be the one to petrify first, or shall you perish? The interplay of his luminous and shadowy eyes clashed with the serpent woman's gaze. And in that moment, the might of three divine beings collided. Puff! The serpent woman's psyche was wrenched apart in excruciating agony, her complexion turning ashen, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. She doubled over abruptly, 10 fingers pressed tightly against her eyes, her nails tinged with a sickly hue. Her joints contorted from excessive strain, as 2 streams of blood tears trickled through her fingers, and her throat emitted a gurgling sound, as though something within was tearing apart her vocal cords. Lin Qiye slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the divine aura had dissipated. He glanced down at his arm, where grayish spots had begun to appear upon his skin. Gently, he extended a finger to rub against it, feeling no sensation at all. Is this the power of petrification? Just as Lin Qiye marveled at this phenomenon, a hand as white as jade unexpectedly appeared. The slender, delicate fingers gently traced circles upon his skin, now marred by gray patches. Enchanted, Lin Qiye's gaze fixated on the fingertip, which glimmered with a subtle pearlescence, nearly translucent in the sunlight. A tingling sensation gradually emanated from the hand, causing Lin Qiye to instinctively hold his breath. His chest suddenly reverberated like a war drum, the rhythmic pounding echoing through his ribs and resonating throughout his body. The petrified skin of Lin Qiye visibly reverted to its original state at an astonishing pace. Though this transformation transpired in a mere 10 seconds, it felt to Lin Qiye as if a century had elapsed. Each fleeting moment and every position of that graceful finger vividly etched in his mind. Continue. Qiuying observed Lin Qiye's arm had returned to normal, and she quietly exhaled. Stepping back a pace, Lin Qiye slowly released his breath, regaining his composure. The surrounding darkness thickened immediately, and seizing the opportunity while the serpent woman was momentarily dazed by his formidable presence, he concentrated all his energy into his legs and charged at her with ferocity. Lin Qiye's blade moved with such swiftness that its trajectory was nearly imperceptible. A flash of silver glimmered as 2 blades aimed directly for the serpent woman's neck. In that moment, the serpent woman collapsed in agony, acutely aware of the overwhelming intent to kill that loomed over her. Yet in her current state, evasion was futile. Clang! Just as Lin Qiye's blade was about to sever her head, a silver spear suddenly appeared, intercepting his strike. Chapter 67. Who dares to be reckless in the south of Song greetings? A long-haired man, wielding a spear, stood respectfully before the snake woman, addressing Lin Qiye. I am Han Xiaoyan, the 13th seat of the believers. With a tremor of his spear, he sent Lin Qiye staggering back several steps, his vital energy surging as he coughed up a small amount of blood. Qiye! Lin Qiye steadied himself by embedding his blade into the ground. The force of the impact had made the disparity between him and his opponent painfully clear. The man before him possessed strength that undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of the Chuan realm, possibly even extending into the High realm. The snake woman slowly straightened behind Han Xiaoyan, 2 lines of blood streaking her face as she recovered from the injuries inflicted by divine might. You may leave, Han Xiaoyan spoke slowly, addressing her. The snake woman nodded, her serpentine eyes now normal, casting a cold, cutting glare at Lin Qiye before she emitted a disdainful snort and vanished from sight using her teleportation, leaving Lin Qiye unable to sense her presence any longer. Once the snake woman departed, the crimson glow enveloping the street faded, and the multitude of serpent eyes scattered, as if they had never existed. The world returned to normal, yet the unease within Lin Qiye did not dissipate. He knew that this seemingly cultured man was far more formidable than the snake woman he had just witnessed depart. Lin Qiye held tightly onto the hand of Qiuying, speaking as he delved his consciousness into the psychiatric hospital. Qiuying sensed his anxiety and grasped his hand in return, their fingers intertwined. In this peculiar moment, Lin Qiye felt a strange sense of reassurance, as if she were clumsily infusing him with all her courage and resolve. "Are you here to recruit me as well?" Faced with an adversary of his caliber, he felt he had no chance of victory, and even escaping seemed uncertain. The only option before him was to summon Nyx. What troubled him was the damage to Nyx's divine essence. He was uncertain of her current strength, thus fleeing under the cover of night seemed the wisest choice. "Fear not. Together we possess 3 divine ruins. Should we truly fear him alone?" Qiuying tugged at Lin Qiye's hand, unsure whether she was encouraging him or herself. Lin Qiye shook his head. In the grand tapestry of his plans, Qiuying's place would always be outside the battlefield, basking in the sunlight. Everyone anticipated her to seize a weapon and embark on a hero's journey strewn with flowers, yet only he stubbornly reserved a path for her that required no fighting. The notion of a hero's journey paved with flowers was nothing but a lie. Only he knew that the end of that desolate path truly blossomed. Flowers he had planted with his own hands for her. "Regrettably, I am not here to recruit you," Han Xiaoyan said, gently shaking his head, uttering the harshest words in the calmest tone. With a flick of his spear, a powerful whirlwind erupted around him. "I am here to kill you." Lin Qiye furrowed his brow, having already focused his consciousness within the psychiatric hospital, establishing communication with Nyx. Just as he was on the verge of summoning Nyx, an imperceptible fluctuation emanated from 3 directions. The sky seemed to unfurl an invisible giant net, and the surrounding space subtly rippled before returning to tranquility. This as Lin Qiye observed these movements, as if contemplating something profound. He exchanged a glance with Qiuying, their eyes sparkling with intensity. Han Xiaoyan looked up at the sky, his brow knitted in concern. "This is the night watchman, Wu Jie. At the opposite end of the street, 6 figures cloaked in dark crimson approached slowly through the pristine white snow. The leader lowered his hood, resting his hands on the twin blades at his waist. His piercing gaze fixed upon Han Xiaoyan. In the wind, Chun Mai spoke in a deep and resonant voice. "The entire 136 squad is present. Who dares to act recklessly in Songnan?" Chapter 68. The Sea Realm powerhouse above the frozen river. 3 figures engaged in a fierce battle in midair. One was engulfed in flames. Another stood firm upon a tempestuous wind, both charging toward the third individual. A fire dragon spiraled around the whirlwind, engulfing the man within. In the next instant, a flash of light pierced through as the man astonishingly tore apart both the fire dragon and the whirlwind with his bare hands. With a disdainful smile, he swiftly appeared before the fire wielder, delivering a seemingly weightless palm strike that hovered in the air. Suddenly, he tightened his fingers, and a bluish-white hue emanated from the edges of his palm. The muscles beneath his skin writhed like worms, and his joints emitted faint cracking sounds. The fire wielder felt a searing pain erupt from his chest, the force overwhelming, causing his body to uncontrollably plummet into the icy depths below. In the distance, 3 spectators, concealed in the shadows, intently observed the unfolding battle. Chao Yuan, watching the scenario, crossed his arms and spoke softly. "Your bodyguard team is about to lose." Bai Li, the stout figure, flinched, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. Upon hearing Chao Yuan's words, he quickly clamped a hand over his mouth. "Ugh, do not speak such ill omens. Who knows where a madman from the sea realm has come from, chasing after me to kill? Even 4 forbidden object wielders could only barely contend with someone from the sea realm. At this rate, both the forbidden object wielders and they themselves would meet their demise." A water dragon surged forth from the ice as the water wielder safely helped the severely injured fire wielder descend to the ground. Observing the leader of the fire wielders reduced to such a state by a single palm strike, Shen Qingzhu pondered for a moment. "How about you settle the accounts from the past 2 days first?" The man, now floating in midair, altered his trajectory. Enveloped in a radiant light that formed a protective shield, he forcefully descended toward the ground where the fire and wind wielders stood. Meanwhile, the earth itself seemed to awaken, the ground rising abruptly to thwart his impact. Alas, the man shattered the earth's defenses like a cannonball, reaching out to seize the earth wielder, who was hidden among the rubble, grasping him by the throat. His iron-like grip constricted around the earth wielder's neck, and with a sudden surge of strength, he lifted the entire body aloft, tracing a sharp arc through the air. Accompanied by the sickening sound of dislocated bones, the earth wielder was violently hurled to the ground, sending debris flying and clouds of dust billowing. The once solid earth was gouged into a pit over a yard deep, spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spreading outward. With a look of disappointment, the man yawned, his body descending to the ground as he leisurely approached the location whereby Li was hiding. However, after only a few steps, three figures once again obstructed his path: the water wielder, the wind wielder, and the battered fire wielder. The earth wielder lay unconscious from the earlier blow. The forbidden object wielders of the Bai Li family were hardly impressive. The man regarded them with disdain, his stride unbroken. At such a state of injury, you still dare to block my way? Are you not afraid of death? The three forbidden object wielders stood in silence, like iron towers, their cold gazes piercing through their masks, sealing Bai Li's escape route with unwavering resolve. Their immovable figures cast three ominous shadows under the dim light, resembling an insurmountable barrier. The man, with a sinister gleam in his hand, advanced towards them step by step. "Hold on! Spare me!" Suddenly, a rotund figure dashed out from behind, positioning itself in front of the trio of forbidden objects. Bai Li, plump and pale, forced a smile at the corners of his mouth, raising three fingers before the man. "Good sir, how much does your employer offer you to kill me?" "We, the Bai Li family, will give you triple." The man sneered coldly. "Do you believe I am in want of money? Then you..." Just as he was about to respond, he suddenly seemed to sense something, his body jolting as he turned to look behind him. Unbeknownst to him, a tall figure had already taken stance at his back. This was a middle-aged man clad in a crisp military uniform, the stars on his shoulder epaulettes glimmering with a chilling brilliance under the sunlight. He stood like a drawn sword, emanating an invisible pressure merely by his presence. He was Yuan Gang, the commander of the training camp and the vice-captain of the night watch stationed in the capital city. "You have finally arrived." The man gazed intently at Yuan Gang, a profound smile slowly curling at the corners of his mouth, his eyes shimmering with a sense of assured victory. Yuan Gang narrowed his eyes slightly. "You have brazenly unleashed the aura of the sea realm here, even at the cost of lives to pursue Bai Li. You did this merely to lure me in, did you not? Heh, I must concede your cleverness. Even knowing it's a trap, you still came. Now that you are here, leaving will not be an option for you in the immediate future." Yuan Gang sneered coldly, his gaze slicing through the man like a blade, his voice dripping with unabashed sarcasm. "And then you will have the chance to allow another from the sea realm to eliminate Lin Qiye and Qiuying?" He stood with arms crossed, fingers lightly tapping his arms, each crisp sound mocking the other's folly. "Unfortunately, your plans are about to be thwarted. In the city of Songnan, there is more than just me capable of extinguishing the sea realm." Chapter 69. The Battle with Han, Qiuying the Night Watch team stationed in Songnan. A trifling squad from a third-tier city, barely worthy of my attention. Han Qiuying cast a disdainful glance at them, shaking his head in contempt. Each city is assigned its own night watch team, and the strength of these teams correlates directly with the significance of their respective cities. For instance, the 006 team stationed in the capital, Shangjing, comprises formidable individuals, each of the sea realm, whose combat prowess even surpasses that of certain specialized teams. As a mere third-tier city, the Night Watch squad in Songnan is, by necessity, limited in strength, given the multitude of such cities across the nation. In more remote locations, it is rare to find even a single member of the River Realm within a Night Watch team, without the support of specialized units. The Sea Realm easily reigns supreme there. However, attaining the Sea Realm is no trivial feat. Those who reach such heights are unlikely to concern themselves with petty dominion, for should they pose a threat, a specialized team would swiftly arrive to teach them humility. 7 Night, the captain and the others have arrived. Qiuying exclaimed joyfully, her gaze fixed on Lin Qiye, who initially felt a rush of excitement before succumbing to anxiety. With only the two of them capable of utilizing Nyx's night flicker to escape, how could they possibly flee now with so many present? Would he abandon them to take Qiuying to safety? Absolutely not. Lin Qiye contemplated that in a dire moment. He could have Nick's escort Qiuying away while he remained to fight alongside the captain and the others until the very end. Hong Ying lifted her dark red hood, her bright eyes sparkling with laughter as she waved at Lin Qiye and Qiuying. 7 Night. Qiuying, we're here to rescue you. Redding, you are our savior. Qiuying replied, waving back enthusiastically. Seeing both of them smiling in such dire circumstances lightened Lin Qiye's heart, easing the tension that had been drawn taut within him like a plucked bowstring. He couldn't help but smile, playfully flicking Qiuying's forehead. If they're your heroes, then what am I? Qiuying turned her gaze to Lin Qiye, his features exquisitely sculpted, rendering him impossible to look away from. Lin Qiye's eyes, deep and encompassing, enveloped Qiuying, and within that shadowy embrace, she glimpsed her own quivering reflection. As if entranced, Qiuying responded, heroes save the world, but you are. What am I? Lin Qiye raised an eyebrow, eagerly awaiting her answer. Flustered, Qiuying lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. His eyes were too piercing. A blush akin to springtime peach blossoms crept upon her skin. This brief interlude did not perturb Han Xiaoyan, who continued speaking. With the 2 of you from the Chuan realm and the 4 from the Pool realm, Han Xiaoyan's gaze swept towards Qiuying. He found himself utterly unable to discern this girl's level of cultivation. Judging by her appearance, she was undoubtedly the Aphrodite representative mentioned in the intelligence, closely associated with the dual deity agent Lin Qiye. The only individuals unable to perceive another's cultivation level were either ordinary people or those whose realm surpassed their own. However, if she possessed strength comparable to the sea realm, it would have been duly noted in the reports. Thus, only one possibility remained. With 2 ordinary individuals present, you stand no chance of defeating me. There is no need for futile sacrifices. I know you, Qiuying suddenly interjected. You are Han Xiaoyan, the former captain of the Gusu City Night Watch team. Han Xiaoyan remained silent for a moment before nodding slightly. And what of it? You 2 were a night watchman and a captain, once fighting alongside your comrades to protect Gusu City. Why would you willingly become a pawn of the ancient god church? You do not understand, Han Xiaoyan murmured, his gaze lowered, the thick lashes casting shadows upon his pale cheeks. He slowly closed his eyes, as if wishing to shut out all external prying, his throat constricting with difficulty, his voice laced with an indescribable weariness. One day, when you witness your comrades fall one by one before your eyes, perhaps then you will comprehend my choice. Qiuying opened his mouth to respond, but Han Xiaoyan abruptly opened his eyes, filled with murderous intent. Enough with the meaningless words. I will remind you one last time. My target is solely that boy. If you leave now, I will not hinder your departure. Whoosh! A grenade suddenly shot from Lin Qiye's shoulder, trailing a blazing white tail as it streaked through the air, swiftly approaching Han Xiaoyan's face. This was their response. Han Xiaoyan's brow furrowed as he swiftly brandished his dark iron spear, the blade slicing through the air with a sharp glint, colliding violently with the oncoming grenade. In an instant, blinding flames erupted before Han Xiaoyan, the fierce tongues of fire accompanied by a devastating shockwave roaring towards him. Just as the explosion was about to engulf him, a fierce gale erupted around him, forming a violent vortex from the accumulated snow. The howling wind clashed with the flames, shattering the fiery rain, with countless sparks scattering like falling stars, tracing hundreds of crimson arcs across the vast snowy backdrop. Almost simultaneously, the black box behind Hong Ying trembled violently, and a long red spear shot forth like a dragon emerging from the depths, ringing as it was released. She gripped the spear tightly, and a magnificent rose-colored flame surged around her, the fierce fire entwining with the spear's long blade, dancing wildly in the cold wind. Boom! With a powerful thrust of her legs, the snow beneath her feet cracked, her delicate figure shooting forth like an arrow released from its bow, leaving a brilliant rose-red afterimage in the swirling snowstorm. As the smoke from the exploded grenade lingered, amidst the dust, a single crimson spear gleamed like a blood star, enveloped in chilling murderous intent, aiming directly for Han Xiaoyan's throat. Han Xiaoyan moved like lightning, evading the oncoming spear thrust in a split second, the fierce wind grazing past his neck. He clicked his tongue, and with a vigorous shake of his long halberd, a tempest swirled around him, transforming into a silvery arc that swept towards the waist of the crimson tassel. Yet just as the blade was about to descend, the figure before Han Xiaoyan suddenly blurred, the rosy flames dissipating like smoke. Amidst the wind and snow stood a woman clad in green, seemingly around 30 years of age. Her ink-black hair cascading like a waterfall, her garments fluttering gracefully. With gentle brows and eyes brimming with tenderness, she wore a faint smile, quietly gazing at him. Qinglan? Han Xiaoyun's pupils constricted violently, his wrist abruptly faltering. The formidable halberd, capable of shattering cities and splitting mountains, came to a standstill in mid-air, unable to advance further. Chapter 70. Confrontation with Han Xiaoyan II. In a fleeting moment, Han Xiaoyun's gaze appeared unfocused, his eyes clouded with a mist of confusion. Yet, in the next instant, that haze dissipated like morning dew, and his sharp eyes gleamed with the clarity of a drawn sword. No, he suddenly bit down on his tongue, the metallic tang of blood flooding his mouth. Was this an illusion stemming from a spiritual realm? When Qima pressed his palms together, regarding Han Xiaoyan with an enigmatic glimmer in his eyes, Han Xiaoyan harnessed his mental fortitude to suppress the illusion. But that brief delay allowed Hong Ying to pivot her weapon, aiming directly at his face. A fierce gale swirled around Han Xiaoyan, effortlessly deflecting Hong Ying's attack. He swiftly darted to the opposite side of the path, his eyes narrowing slightly. Realm Sequence 180, Heart Demon Binding. When Qima chuckled softly, it is not a formidable illusion, yet it seems particularly effective against someone burdened by heavy thoughts like you. Is that so? Han Xiaoyan replied with an impassive expression, lifting his halberd with a sudden motion. In an instant, a tempest arose across the vast snowy expanse, conjuring countless silver whirlwinds that erupted from the tip of his weapon, sweeping up mountains of snow. The flurries transformed into a blinding white veil, obscuring the sky and plunging the surrounding 10 miles into a blizzard. Realm Sequence 079, Great Wind Calamity. His voice was calm, as if merely stating an ordinary fact, yet it resonated clearly amidst the howling winds. The fierce gusts, laden with swirling snow, rampaged across the landscape like an enraged beast. The once majestic trees lining the road were uprooted, their stout trunks, vehicles, and debris helplessly tossed about, tracing erratic paths in the air like kites severed from their strings. Lin Qiye plunged his straight blade into the ground, barely managing to steady himself, as a white haze enveloped him, rendering everything indistinct. With a firm grip on his longsword, Lin Qiye suddenly realized that Qiuying, who had been at his side moments ago, had vanished into the tempest. Qiuying. He immediately expanded his mental perception, discovering that aside from being unable to sense Qiuying, the members of Team 136 remained rooted in place. Xiaonan. A voice echoed, though its origin was unclear. Lin Qiye noticed a glimmer of white light enveloping him, and then he felt a sudden weightlessness as the previously raging winds receded like a tide. This was Xiaonan's illusion, fate-defying veil, capable of shielding the user from external influences, mending wounds, and providing a degree of defense. The obscured vision caused by the snowstorm cleared almost instantly. With no time for other concerns, Lin Qiye scanned the surroundings in search of Qiuying's figure. Under the influence of fate-defying veil, the others gradually regained their footing. Chunmai rested his hands upon the hilt of his sword, standing resolutely at the forefront. The disdain in Han Xiaoyun's eyes vanished without a trace, replaced by surprise as he regarded them. You must be the captain of this squad. Indeed. Han Xiaoyun lowered his head, his gaze shrouded in ambiguity. You are a capable leader, at least more so than I. I have heard whispers of the night watchman of Gus's city. 5 years ago, you were attacked by the ancient god church's murmurs. Han Xiaoyun's brow furrowed deeply, interrupting him. What is it that you wish to convey? Chunmai slightly narrowed his eyes, a subtle glimmer of inquiry flickering in the depths of his profound gaze. I ponder the authenticity of your allegiance to the believers. Do you harbor ulterior motives for joining their ranks? No need for conjecture. Once a believer, always a believer. Once bound by their soul contract, any prior intentions or aspirations become irrelevant. Chunmai furrowed his brow, a hint of imperceptible melancholy crossing his features. They dare to coerce you with this. There is no turning back. I am disinterested in debating right or wrong. At this moment, all I desire is the life of that boy. Before his words could fully escape his lips, Han Xiaoyan erupted in a surge of overwhelming spiritual pressure, as if the very heavens trembled in response. Chun Mai gripped the hilt of his blade tightly, his hands whitening from the strain. He exhaled slowly, calmly declaring, I understand. I shall show no mercy towards the believers. With that, his dual blades were drawn. Darkness radiated outward from Chun Mai's being. Deep within the obsidian confines of the forbidden ruins, Chun Mai stood resolute as an abyss. Behind him loomed a towering blood-red palace, partially shrouded in mist. The crimson brick walls seemed to be forged from congealed blood. Emanating en oppressive aura. At the palace's center, the three gilded characters spelling Yamahal were prominently displayed. The designation of the Forbidden Ruins was 037, Black Wuchang. Lin Qiye, having searched in vain for Qiuying, attempted to maintain his composure. Defeating the man before him was paramount. It's all right. She is a deity and will not perish easily. At this juncture, Chun Mai and Han Xiaoyan were embroiled in fierce combat. The clash of blades and the surge of energy intertwining in an explosive dance. What is your ability? Lin Qiye turned to the motionless Wu Xiangnan, perplexed. As for me, I can no longer wield my blade. My forbidden ruins are rather unique. Now is not the time for action. Then I shall proceed, Lin Qiye replied, nodding after a moment of silence. Observing the stalemate, he leaped fearlessly into the fray, his straight blade slicing through the air, leaving behind a sharp arc of light. Under their relentless assault, Han Xiaoyan began to feel the strain, his defenses revealing cracks. His form wavered, and a sudden rush of iron-sweet blood surged in his throat, erupting forth in a crimson spray. At that instant, Wu Xiangnan charged at Han Xiaoyan like a gust of wind, embracing him tightly. Run! Chun Mai shouted to the others. Lin Qiye paused momentarily, but upon noticing the explosives strapped within Wu Xiangnan's cloak, he instinctively turned to flee. Wu Xiangnan clung fiercely to Han Xiaoyan, and as they distanced themselves, he abruptly yanked the thread at his chest. An ear-splitting explosion tore through the sky, shaking the very earth, sending tremors throughout the city. Lin Qiye and Hong Ying stared in disbelief at the direction of the explosion. Chun Mai approached them, placing a reassuring hand on their shoulders. Xiangnan's forbidden ruins are rebirth. He possesses 12 opportunities for resurrection within the Chuan realm. He cannot die. Is that truly absurd? Lin Qiye couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the ground was blasted into a deep pit. Han Xiaoyan, wielding a long spear, rose to his feet, his body covered in wounds. Yet he still possessed the strength to stand. In an instant, a bullet tore through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Han Xiaoyan's pupils constricta. Before he could ponder the situation, his body reacted instinctively. A whirlwind erupted beneath his feet, lifting him into the air. Unfortunately for you, you are incapable of ending my life. It is time for you to witness the true Great Wine disaster. Suspended in midair, Han Xiaoyan's hair billowed around him, and he cast his gaze downward, catching sight of the still visible trajectory of the bullet. A glimmer of cold determination flashed in his eyes. The final opportunity for rebirth had been exhausted, yet he remained unscathed. In the pit below, Wu Xiangnan's broken body lay quietly in a pool of blood. The left side of his body had vanished, and jagged bone protruded grotesquely from his flesh, blood gushing forth, staining the ground a dark crimson. On his blood-soaked face, a profound confusion was frozen, his brow furrowed slightly, and his cracked lips parted, lost in thought. Why did the sensation of rebirth feel so different? In the past, his body could restore itself to its original form in 5 seconds. Why was it taking so long this time? At that moment, Qiuying approached gracefully, holding a resplendent red rose, stepping lightly through the shimmering light. Her long eyelashes cast a delicate shadow on her eyelids, and her eyes brimmed with indescribable tenderness. As the rose gently rested upon Wu Xiangnan's chest, a miracle occurred. His pallid face began to flush with color at a visible pace, his weak breaths gradually stabilizing and strengthening. Even the ghastly wounds beneath his blood-soaked garments began to heal slowly. Chapter 71. Cold young master in midair. Han Qiuying clasped his hands in front of his chest, palms facing each other. A deep blue glimmer materialized between his palms, initially no larger than a needle's tip. As he gradually brought his arms closer together, the point of blue light began to swirl and expand, transforming into a slowly rotating vortex. This was a nascent eye of the storm, its center a hauntingly serene shade of blue, while the surrounding air currents grew increasingly fierce, tearing the fallen snowflakes in a fine, icy mist. Once this eye of the storm fully formed, the raging winds would not only effortlessly tear apart the void of no restraint, but could also lay waste to the city of Tsangnan. On the ground, Qiuying. Wu Xiangnan gazed in a daze at the rose that gradually melded into his chest, feeling the warm surge of power within him. He slowly rose to his feet, fingertips lightly brushing his heart, where the warmth of the rose still lingered. Xiangnan, this is my divine ruins. Qiuying's voice was gentle. It can grant rebirth. Your divine ruins can. Resurrect the dead? Wu Xiangnan's voice quivered slightly, his pupils reflecting the beauty of the girl before him. Your divine ruins can bring people back to life. Two astonished voices echoed simultaneously as members of Team 136 instinctively stepped forward, with Lin Qiye gripping his dagger tightly. His usually composed eyes now filled with shock. He lamented that Wu Xiangnan's ability was already extraordinary, yet he never anticipated that Qiuying's would be even more so. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Everyone held their breath, their gazes fixed intently on the spot where the rose had vanished. Wu Xiangnan stretched his limbs, feeling no discomfort, as if he had sustained no injuries. Did you get hurt just now? Lin Qiye scrutinized Qiuying, and upon seeing her shake her head, he let out a sigh of relief. The storm had little effect on me. I merely saw someone about to be blown away and rushed to save him. As Qiuying finished speaking, a boy emerged from behind her. He appeared to be of a similar age to Lin Qiye, with very pale skin, large black frame glasses, and long bangs that cascaded over the top of the frames, casting a variable shadow over his features. The black lenses glimmered with a cold light, and his eyes, hidden behind the glasses, resembled a misty deep pool. The boy wore an oversized down jacket and a hood. Feeling the many gazes upon him, he immediately lowered his head, his fingers unconsciously entwining, the tips of his ears turning a faint shade of red. Then, his gaze timidly lifted, only to hastily divert upon meeting Qiuying's face, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. Thank you. As Han Qiuying's gaze swept past the boy beside Qiuying, his pupils constricted slightly, filled with perplexity. How did he end up here? Would he be harmed when the storm broke out? Han Qiuying had no time to ponder further. With a swift motion of his elegant fingers, he conjured a translucent barrier shimmering with gentle light, immediately enveloping the boy within it. Cold young master. Han Qiuying silently gestured towards the boy with his lips, who, upon noticing, nodded in acknowledgement. A fleeting glimmer of obscurity flickered behind his glasses. At that moment, a corner of the boundless void was unveiled, revealing the figure of Yuan Gang clad in military attire, radiating golden ripples as he strode in alongside Chao Yuan. The portly Bailey and Shen Qingzhu, their expressions solemn. Upon recognizing familiar figures, Shen Qingzhu's gaze abruptly froze, his pupils constricting slightly. There stood Qiuying at the center of the street, a colossal eye of the storm swirling behind her, threatening to consume the world. The fabric of Qiuying's attire billowed violently in the wind, and in Shen Qingzhu's eyes, her inky black hair danced wildly amidst the tempest, resembling spilled ink. Starkly contrasting with her porcelain complexion, she remained eerily still, as if rooted to the ground, resembling a shattered porcelain figure amidst the storm, breathtaking yet fraught with the peril of shattering easily. Damn it! Shen Qingzhu gritted his teeth, his focus fixated on the distorted vortex, his mind racing to gauge the distance. In an instant, the muscles in his legs tightened, and he transformed into a fleeting azure specter racing towards Qiuying. Qiuying. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Qiuying momentarily froze, feeling the world around her spin, as a figure suddenly tackled her to the ground. As Shen Qingzhu enveloped her in his arms, amidst the swirling sands, the veins in his outstretched arm bulged, resembling an iron umbrella that shielded them from all peril. In the air, the eye of the storm gradually took shape, harboring a power capable of devouring the heavens and the earth. Shen Qingzhu's arm was grazed in his haste, but he refrained from crying out in pain, instead breaking into a maniacal laugh. He raised his right hand, interlocking his thumb and middle finger, the knuckles whitening as a visible wave of energy rippled outward. Whatever it is, anyone who dares to harm her must vanish. The sharp sound of his fingers snapping echoed, and the formidable eye of the storm hovering in Han Xiaoyun's palm simply dissipated. Han Xiaoyun was momentarily bewildered. Where has my eye of the storm gone? What has transpired? Chapter 72. The descent of the netherworld. Han Xiaoyun remained in a daze for a prolonged moment, gradually lifting his gaze to meet Chen Mai and his companions, a gentle curve gracing his lips. Well done. Chen Mai was momentarily taken aback, his fingers instinctively clenching at his side, his throat tightening, yet ultimately remaining silent. Seizing the opportunity, while Han Xiaoyun's attention wavered, Yuan Gang's eyes glinted with a chilling light as he swiftly materialized before him, unleashing a fierce blow with his iron fist, accompanied by a howling wind. Boom! Han Xiaoyun plummeted to the ground like a puppet severed from its strings, the earth erupting in a flurry of dust and debris, as a vast spiderweb of cracks marred the once solid surface. Qiuying, are you hurt? Shen Qingzhu propped himself against the ground, only relaxing his taut shoulders once he confirmed that Qiuying was unharmed, his throat involuntarily bobbing. Bro? Qiuying looked up at Shen Qingzhu, a faint smile blossoming on her lips. She suddenly realized that the young man before her was unaware of her true identity. Yet still he had unhesitatingly stepped forth to protect her. This pure and courageous guardianship stirred a warmth within her heart, akin to the gentle stream of early spring, quietly thawing the frozen lake of her emotions. Thank you. You are truly wonderful. There's no need for that. Shen Qingzhu's voice trailed off as he belatedly recognized that the girl was pressed against him, the soft warmth seeping through their clothing, their breaths intertwining in the confined space around them. His ears instantly flushed crimson, a blush creeping up to his neck, yet he forgot to distance himself from her. Thank you, bro. Suddenly, Lin Qiye's voice emerged from behind, carrying a hint of a low, raspy tone. Shen Qingzhu felt his arm seized by a strong hand, the grip so powerful it felt as if it could shatter his bones. He glanced down, noting Lin Qiye's knuckles whiten from the effort, veins bulging on the back of his hand. Shen Qingzhu was momentarily startled, then managed to summon his usual mischievous grin, though it failed to reach his eyes. He allowed Lin Qiye to pull him up, his gaze sweeping over the taut line of the latter's jaw and those profound eyes. Don't mention it. As he twisted his aching arm, he casually remarked, her safety. The words hovered on his lips as he abruptly hesitated, swallowing hard. Is very important to me. Shen Qingzhu and Lin Qiye locked eyes, an invisible spark igniting in the space between them, the air thick with an unspoken tension. What is going on with you two? Qiuying slowly rose to her feet, her delicate brows slightly furrowing. Though she was puzzled by their demeanor, she did not dwell on it. Instead, she extended her fair hand, grasping one of their shirt collars, as if coaxing two bickering puppies, and guided them back toward Shen Mai. Meanwhile, Yuan Gang suddenly felt a piercing chill, as the boy who had been standing silently beside Qiuying now approached them silently, as if emerging from the depths of the abyss. Lung Xiao. Han Xiaoyun struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, calling out faintly. Before his words could fully escape his lips, the youth indifferently raised his hand. In an instant, the ground beneath Han Xiaoyun grotesquely twisted and cracked, giving rise to a dark, profound abyss that materialized from thin air. From within the chasm, a haunting wail echoed as countless skeletal arms, resembling withered reeds, surged forth, imbued with an eerie, lifeless aura, dragging Han Xiaoyun inch by inch toward the eternal darkness. An inconsequential being, unworthy of remaining by my side. The youth's demeanor underwent a sudden transformation, akin to a phoenix reborn. The previous timidity and shyness receded like a receding tide, replaced by a chilling aura that struck fear into the heart. His thin lips parted slightly, and a frigid voice resonated through the void, each word seemingly entwined with the chilling essence of the underworld. Yuan Gang hastily retreated a few steps, warily fixing his gaze upon the youth, his stern countenance revealing no trace of emotion. "Who are you, truly? And who am I? Ha ha ha!" Lin Qiye suddenly erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter, tearing off his heavy black-framed glasses and discarding them onto the ground. The shattering of the glass pierced the stillness of the air. He then swept aside his overlong bangs, revealing a striking yet distorted visage twisted by madness. His pupils constricted unnaturally, and the corners of his mouth contorted into an eerie arc. As his gaze locked onto Qiuying like a venomous serpent, his entire presence transformed completely. "My Lord Hades." His voice trembled with excitement. "I have found her in accordance with your divine decree." Now he spread his arms wide, tilting his head skyward. "Please descend upon us." The arrival of the underworld. You have reached an accord with Lord Hades, who may momentarily inhabit your vessel. The completeness of this descent increases with your cultivation level. River realm, 1 organ. Pond realm, 2 organs. In that fleeting moment, a dark rift in the void silently unfurled behind Lin Qiye, resembling the gaping maw of an abyss. 2 hands, glimmering with a sinister light, emerged from the void, emanating a Qiuying goha. One hand covered one of his eyes, while the other clasped over his mouth. Lin Qiye felt an indescribable force surging within him, every muscle and nerve screaming in response. His consciousness was forced to the depths of his mind, helplessly witnessing his own head lift and a strange smile curve upon his lips. Truly, an exceptional dog. A voice, foreign to Lin Qiye, echoed, now distant, now near, whispering in his ear, reverberating through the air. Chapter 73. Hades Chenmai's eyes widened in horror as he helplessly witnessed Han Xiaoyan being dragged into the abyss. "Are you the agent of Hades?" Silent, Lin Qiye gradually opened his right eye, revealing an orb resembling the deepest whirlpool of the river Styx, shrouded in darkness with an enigmatic shade of purple, as if it could ensnare the very souls of those who gazed upon it into an eternal night. His profound gaze effortlessly locked onto Qiuying, who stood a short distance away. A divine aura surged forth like a tsunami, causing everyone to hear the mournful creaks of their own bones. A formidable force pressed against every inch of their flesh and every nerve, compelling most to kneel, unable to move. Only Lin Qiye stood tall, for this darkness was somewhat trivial to him, being the bearer of the Nyx's divine ruins. Yuan Gang was enveloped in shimmering golden patterns, gritting his teeth as the veins in his hands bulged, fists clenched tightly against the overwhelming pressure. With trembling fingers, he managed to unlock his phone and dialed the number etched in his memory. Sangnan City urgently requires a human pinnacle. Hades has descended in the guise of a human. The divine sense of oppression was formidable. Lin Qiye remained frozen, beads of cold sweat trickling down his back, soaking his garments. The intangible weight felt almost corporeal, creeping up his spine, tightening every muscle to its utmost limit. The agent of Aphrodite, a voice ethereal and somber, echoed in the air as Hades was elevated by the dark hands beneath, drawing closer to Qiuying. "Allow me to delve into the depths of your soul and discover what she truly..." The words faltered abruptly. Hades squinted, his gaze scanning the girl before him with the precision of a scanner. After a brief silence, his pupils constricted sharply, though her visage had altered from his memories. The fatal allure remained unmistakable, igniting a sensation akin to an adrenaline rush with every exchange of glances. Hades mused that while time could reshape the contours of one's face, it could not erase the unique imprint of the soul. She was indeed Aphrodite. "Aphrodite, how is it that you are here? If you are safe, why do you not return to us?" Hades' tones softened unexpectedly as he murmured in ancient Greek, his fervent gaze fixed intently upon Qiuying, startled by his sudden proximity. Qiuying instinctively took a step back, her expression a blend of confusion and wariness. This subtle retreat momentarily halted Hades, his profound pupils quivering slightly. "Have you truly forgotten me?" Suddenly, Hades leaned forward, fury surging across his somber features, as if the very earth trembled under the wrath of this lord of the underworld. A beam of light shot from his eyes, striking Qiuying's gaze. She felt an acute pain pierce her mind, and in an instant, the world around her shattered into chaos. Countless fragments of memory surged forth like a tempestuous snowstorm. Flickering madly in the abyss of her consciousness, a group of men clad in pure white robes emerged within her hazy vision, their golden sandals casting a cold glow in the void. In their gazes, a tapestry of admiration, desire, and unabashed greed intertwined. In an instant, the scene was torn asunder and reassembled by an unseen hand. A man, his features obscured, surfaced from the depths of memory, his hands imbued with an irresistible force, thrusting her into the churning white mist. "Why?" A tremulous whimper escaped the throat of the protagonist in her recollections. "The chosen sacrifice is me." These phantoms cleaved through her consciousness like thunder, only to vanish in an instant, leaving behind an indelible dizziness and an unshakable sorrow deep within her soul. Qiuying's tears cascaded like pearls strung on a broken thread, tracing crystalline paths down her pallid cheeks. "What is wrong? Have you recalled something?" Hades leaned slightly forward, his gaze fixed upon Qiuying's ethereal and breathtaking visage, a flicker of inquiry passing through his eyes. Yet in the next moment, slap. A sharp, resounding slap echoed, his face turned violently aside, disheveled strands of hair falling to obscure his inscrutable expression. The onlookers were rendered speechless by the scene before them. Lin Qiye struggled to maintain his consciousness amidst the overwhelming pressure of divine might, attempting to communicate with Nyx in the asylum. Gritting his teeth, he pressed onward, step by arduous step, toward Qiuying, observing the glistening tears streaming down her cheeks. Lin Qiye felt as though an invisible hand had clenched around his heart. Why is she crying? What could that deathly being have done to her? It was imperative to swiftly remove her from the vicinity of that perilous creature. Not far away, Shen Qingzhu was firmly pinned to the ground by an overwhelming divine pressure, his bones creaking under the unbearable strain. Yet, upon seeing Qiuying's tears, a surge of fury erupted within his chest. His temples throbbed, bloodshot eyes fixed fiercely on Hades, his voice hoarse with seething rage. "If you have the courage, come at me instead. What right do you have to bully her?" Hades silently regarded Qiuying, his deep-set eyes swirling with complex emotions. He understood all too well why Aphrodite was so resolute. Those buried memories were like shards of crystal at the river's bottom. The tighter one grasped them, the more they pierced the palm. "Leave?" Qiuying's fierce command sliced through the stagnant air. Though she herself was uncertain who had emboldened her to confront an Olympian god-king with such ire, yet the flickering images ignited a tempest of uncontrollable rage within her. The suffocating pressure suddenly dissipated, and the anticipated wrath of the god-king did not descend. Hades staggered back a step, the infernal flames surrounding him dimming slightly. "Once again, you have turned me away, however, even in a different guise." His whispers transformed into the unique dark mist of the underworld, entwining around Qiuying's ears. "The starlight in your eyes still possesses a beauty that sends shivers down my spine." Suddenly, the ground fractured, revealing a deep abyss of eerie blue. As countless spectral hands lifted their sovereign, Hades' figure gradually became translucent as he descended, ultimately morphing into a myriad of black butterflies. One of these alighted upon Qiuying's shoulder. When Lin Qiye abruptly extended his hand, his elongated fingers closing like iron pincers, capturing the fragile creature within his grasp. The black butterfly struggled violently between his fingers, its iridescent scales fluttering away like fine dust, until, with a barely audible crack, it transformed into fleeting dark underworld light, dissipating like will-o'-the-wisps. Chapter 74. Had the parents of Qiuying already acknowledged their relationship? In the realm of the underworld, Hades materialized gradually from the shadows. the chilling inferno of the netherworld flickering silently at his side. He sat upon a throne forged from bones, his pallid fingers lightly drumming against the armrests, while a tempest of suppressed fury swirled in the depths of his piercing gaze. As the supreme ruler of the underworld, he found himself struck in the face before a multitude of witnesses. His jawline tightened, had it not been for the irreplaceable value of Aphrodite. Hades' long fingers suddenly clenched, producing a faint cracking sound from the skeletal embellishments of the throne. When Qingyu remained slightly dazed, his unfocused gaze fixed ahead as he murmured to himself, "Did I just witness a deity from legends?" Hong Ying unconsciously hugged her arms, her knuckles paling as she forced a bitter smile, saying, "That kind of pressure, I never wish to endure it again in this lifetime." As she spoke, a thought struck her, and she turned towards the direction of Qiuying, concern seeping in her tone. "Qiuying, Hades just spoke to you." Before she could finish, the scene before her rendered her momentarily speechless. Qiuying was being attentively surrounded by two individuals. Lin Qiye was gently dabbing at the tears at the corners of her eyes with a tissue, treating her as if she were delicate porcelain, while on the other side, Shen Qingzhu wore an expression of fury, his voice deliberately lowered yet laden with curses that included a string of expletives directed at the despicable rats in the gutter, leaving no doubt about whom he was cursing. "You brat, you were quite swift just now." Shen Qingzhu felt a weight on his shoulder, turning to find Chen Mai standing behind him. A chill ran through him. This man was Qiuying's captain. Chen Mai's expression was stern, his gaze sharp, embodying a protective demeanor. Could it be that he witnessed my abrupt actions towards Qiuying and was angered? Reflecting on his behavior, Shen Qingzhu realized he had indeed crossed a line, albeit reluctantly. He quickly adopted a demeanor of utmost respect. After all, this was Qiuying's parent, and he needed to leave a favorable impression. He grinned ingratiatingly. "Captain, please forgive me. It was merely an instinctive reaction," as he speculated whether the captain might issue a warning to keep his distance from my girl. He was taken aback when Shen Mai raised an eyebrow, his stern countenance softening slightly with a hint of approval. Not a bad reaction. This understated compliment ignited a warmth within Shen Qingzhu's heart. Could it be a tacit approval? He couldn't help but ponder. Had Qiuying's parents already sanctioned their relationship? In any case, the first battle of the new year had concluded. After bidding farewell to Yuan Gang and the others, when Qingyu stretched lazily on the way back, Hong Ying wore a forlorn expression. "Speaking of which, Qiye and Qiuying will be returning to the camp tomorrow night. I'll miss you both so much. The next time we meet, they will be night watchers," she lamented. Wu Xiaonan chuckled, by the way. Chen Mai seemed to suddenly recall something. "Let us invite your friends over for dinner tomorrow." Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback, exchanging a glance with Qiuying. "Due to the fact that both of you were previously targets of others, it was inconvenient for you to gather. However, now that the situation has changed, it is only fitting that you, being good friends, come together at my home." "All right, I shall inquire with them." Wu Xiaonan pondered for a moment. Nevertheless, the office serves as the stronghold for Team 136, and it may be somewhat inconvenient for others to enter. Hong Ying immediately patted her chest, exclaiming, "Come to my house. It is spacious." Upon returning to Hong Ying's villa, Si Xiaonan and Hong Ying promptly retreated to their respective rooms to rest, while Lin Qiye surveyed the surroundings. "Where is Qiuying?" At that moment, within the bustling Songnan high-speed railway station, a sleek silver train gradually came to a halt at the platform. As the doors opened, a young man clad in a black shirt emerged, cradling a long box. The young man moved swiftly, and before long, he stood still on an old street, when suddenly he felt a subtle vibration from his pocket. Steadying the long box in his left hand, he retrieved his phone from his shirt pocket with his right hand. The moment the screen illuminated, a message caught his eye. "The crisis in Songnan has been resolved." He lowered his head, a few stray strands of hair falling across his eyes, and a barely audible sigh escaped his throat. His fingertips unconsciously brushed against the hem of his clothing. His lips parted slightly as he muttered in a voice only he could hear, but "I still haven't learned how to return." His words faded into the silence, tinged with a sense of helplessness and confusion. Chapter 75. The source of emotion unknown. Qiuying sat alone on a park bench, her arms wrapped around her knees. her chin resting upon them. The frigid wind howled, tousling her long hair, yet it could not dissipate the sorrow etched between her brows. She stared vacantly at the remnants of snow scattered on the ground, feeling an overwhelming reluctance to return and confront the captain and the others. With a background devoid of family and identity, coupled with an inexplicable association with Hades, it seemed utterly impossible to assuage the suspicions of Team 136 regarding her true identity. Ding! The notification sound from Qiuying's phone abruptly pierced the silence. She unlocked it to find a message from Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye, where have you gone? Qiuying du hua. Just out for a breath of fresh air. Lin Qiye, WeChat red envelope. Wishing you prosperity and good fortune. Qiuying du hua. Lin Qiye, accept it. Your allowance is with me. If you need money, feel free to ask. Lin Qiye, come back soon. After a moment of hesitation, Qiuying opened the red envelope, revealing a sum of 200 yuan sent by Lin Qiye. Not far from her, the park's recreational facilities stood quietly against the cold wind, the vibrant slide and swings adorned with patches of unmelted snow on their iron railings. The festive spirit of the new year lingered, as clusters of adults led their children, clad in new garments, to play. The children clutched bulging red envelopes, bouncing towards the snack kiosk, and soon, the ground was strewn with an array of fireworks. At that moment, a young man carrying a long case ambled past Qiuying, his head bowed slightly, unruly strands of hair falling over his forehead. His gaze was fixated on the screen of his phone, slender fingers gently tapping on the keyboard. How should I return? After a while, the screen illuminated with a reply. Why not send a plane to fetch you? Zhou was taken aback. He had refused to fly to Cangnan City precisely to avoid drawing attention. The thought of disembarking with all eyes upon him was unsettling. Yet, it appeared he had no other recourse. He would not take the high-speed train, and asking strangers how to purchase tickets felt more daunting than facing death itself. All right, Zhou typed back. Just then, a young boy on a skateboard sped towards him from the side. The boy, engaged in playful banter with a friend not far away, was oblivious to the pedestrians ahead. When he finally turned his gaze forward, he was startled to find Zhou so close. Panic ensued as he frantically attempted to regain control of his skateboard. But it was too late. Bang! With a dull thud, the boy, along with his board, crashed heavily at Zhou feet. Wah! The piercing wail of the boy shattered the air. Before Zhou could react, a woman in her 50s or 60s rushed towards him, her face contorted with fury, wrinkles deepening as rage illuminated her murky eyes. Can't you watch where you're going? Her thunderous shout made Zhou flinch. Instinctively, he shrank his neck, nearly burying his face in his chest, his frail frame trembling slightly. A voice, as faint as a mosquito's hum, squeezed through tightly pressed lips. Yes, I'm sorry. Zhou felt as though an invisible weight pressed heavily upon his chest, making each breath a monumental effort. His heartbeat raced unnaturally, and the roar of his own blood coursing through his veins echoed in his ears. What did you say? Could you speak a bit louder? Why does a boy speak in such a... Zhou eyes widened suddenly, his pupils trembling slightly as the sound around him grew increasingly indistinct. His thoughts were like a small boat, frantically turning in the surging waves, instinctively seeking a safe harbor from a storm. Suddenly, a sweet voice rang out. Auntie, please watch your words. Zhou pupils quivered slightly. The familiar scene before him felt eerily reminiscent of something he had encountered before. In an instant, fragments from the vibrant martial arts novels he had once read surfaced in his mind. The crowd erupted in an uproar. The male protagonist's pupils constricted sharply as he clearly saw the antagonist launch a concealed weapon from his sleeve, only to be bitten back at the moment of contact. I didn't. The male protagonist's voice trembled but remained resolute. It was the antagonist who, a girl, stepped protectively in front of Zhou, her tone unwavering as she addressed the woman. I witnessed the entire incident. Your child fell because he lost his balance. It is not his fault. In the next moment, another scene from the martial arts novel flashed through Zhou mind. At that moment, a voice as cold as frost sliced through the clamor. There is more to this matter. The crowd parted like a tide, revealing the female protagonist in white, approaching with deliberate grace. I saw it with my own eyes. She interrupted the antagonist, her voice neither loud nor soft, Yet each word was crystal clear. The antagonist had concealed iron spikes in his sleeve, intentionally injuring himself to frame another. Zhou Ping suddenly felt his heartbeat quicken, the thrill radiating from his chest to his fingertips. Even his breathing became erratic, synchronizing with the rhythm of his racing heart. The girl before him perfectly embodied the image of the female protagonist from the martial arts novels. She appeared as though she had stepped into his reality from the pages of a book. Zhou Ping suddenly understood why, on that rainy night, the male protagonist had been so burdened with thoughts, inscribing with a trembling pen on the yellowed pages. Love is born from an unknown origin, yet it runs deep. Yet, he still lacked the courage to lift his gaze and behold her visage. Even her name remained a mystery to him. The most profound love is never the grandiose kind. It is found in fleeting moments when one unknowingly surrenders their entire heart in silence. Dear son, tell me, was it this person who caused your fall? The woman lifted the fallen boy, wiping away his tears until he ceased crying. He looked up at her, then glanced at the older boy with his head bowed and the beautiful sister beside him. No, it was my own fault for not watching where I was going. Zhou Ping exhaled heavily. The male protagonist is innocent. Let the competition continue, the examiner declared. Chapter 76. Do not fear. I shall protect you. Upon hearing the boy's response, the woman's previously furrowed brow softened instantly, and a hint of an apologetic smile graced her lips. I truly apologize, young man. Children can be thoughtless. Please do not take it to heart. She spoke gently, the corners of her eyes crinkling with kindness. Having said that, she turned and shot the boy a reproachful, yet somewhat indulgent glance. Then, she gently tugged at the boy's sleeve, leading him away with a brisk pace. The air fell into a tranquil silence. Zhou Ping unconsciously rubbed the edge of his garment, his throat bobbing a few times. After a struggle, a barely audible sound escaped his tightly pressed lips. Thank you. Qiuying's eyelashes fluttered lightly, and before the faint gratitude could fully escape, she naturally responded. You're welcome. Her voice flowed like the gentle streams of early spring, shallow yet soothing. Zhou Ping abruptly lifted his gaze to meet hers, and in that fleeting moment, it was as if a stunning vision had illuminated his thoughts, reminding him of a line from a novel he had read, which vividly depicted a transcendent beauty, radiant as a flower, gentle as a gem. He had never been one for eloquent expressions, unlike those literary figures skilled in adorning a woman's beauty with extravagant words. He could only marvel in the most raw and genuine way. So beautiful, truly beautiful. Qiuying gazed at the boy before her, observing as he slowly raised his head. When their eyes met, his clear gaze seemed to scald him, prompting him to quickly lower his eyelids. In that ephemeral exchange, she finally discerned his features. His long hair, as dark as ink, cascaded down to his waist. A few strands were caught by the breeze, brushing against his cheek, which he did not bother to push away, allowing the delicate strands to meander across his pale skin. His complexion was exceptionally fair, not sickly, but rather reminiscent of cold jade. His brows resembled distant mountains, so sparse they nearly blended into his temples. Yet the sharpness of their peaks lent a piercing intensity. His eyes, shaped like phoenixes, had slightly upturned outer corners, their hue a pale shade akin to diluted tea, always carrying a hint of detachment when meeting another's gaze. His nose was high and sculpted, while his lips were thin and lightly tinted, exuding a near-merciless coldness when not graced by a smile. Zhou Ping's mind raced furiously, contemplating his next move. His sole experience with girls had been limited to serving female customers. Fortunately, his fondness for martial arts novels had ingrained familiar tropes within him, becoming his only lifeline. Following the narratives he had absorbed, Zhou Ping placed a long box on the adjacent chair and clasped his hands in front of Qiuying. Thank you for your assistance, miss. Then, he reached into his pocket, retrieving a 100 yuan note, bending at a 90-degree angle to present it to Qiuying. A mere token of gratitude. Qiuying looked on in bewilderment as he executed this series of actions. Amidst the sharp chill of the wind, the boy in the black shirt bent at a right angle, his tousled hair falling to obscure the reddening tips of his ears. His solemn demeanor resembled that of someone presenting a treasured artifact of the martial world rather than offering money. What a delightful sight! A young gentleman adorned in ancient attire. Could it be that this young man before her is a fervent enthusiast of the two-dimensional world? She fixated on the taut line of his neck, and an epiphany struck her. With her delicate, pale fingers, she pinched the edge of the banknote, mimicking his tone. "You are too gracious, sir." With a graceful flick of her wrist, she returned the note to his palm, a mere trifle, hardly worth mentioning. Zhou Ping was momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. Observing him reclaim the banknote, Qiuying paid little heed and resumed her seat on the long bench. She retrieved her mobile phone from her pocket, and the screen instantly illuminated with several messages. "Fake mask. How has the goddess been lately? What does your captain enjoy eating? I shall bring something tomorrow. And Qingyu. Has Xiao Wei experienced any relapses?" Qiuying replied to each message in turn. Zhou Ping watched the girl engrossed in her phone, his mind swirling with questions. In such frigid weather, does she not wish to return home? Compelled by an inexplicable force, he approached the bench, taking a seat half a meter away from her. Qiuying noticed the movement, merely glanced at him, and then returned to her screen. After what felt like an eternity, when Qiuying finally lifted her gaze, she found this peculiar youth still maintaining his initial posture, neither engaging with his phone nor uttering a word, merely sitting there in boredom. "Aren't you going home?" At last, she could no longer restrain herself and spoke to him. Zhou Ping trembled, his ears flushing crimson. "I am waiting for someone to pick me up," he stammered, summoning the courage to softly inquire. "And you?" Immediately, he averted his gaze, yet could not resist the urge to sneak a glance at her expression. "You wouldn't understand." Qiuying's fingers seemed to grasp an invisible cigarette. Her lips parted slightly as she exhaled an imaginary smoke ring, embodying a demeanor steeped in contemplation. "How could I understand if you do not speak?" Zhou Ping's voice quivered. The courage he had amassed throughout his life felt constricted within his throat, transforming into an almost reckless inquiry. Sweat beaded on his palms, soaking the crumpled edge of his shirt. Yet he did not divert his gaze. The shadow cast by her eyelashes was like a deep sea, one he would rather drown in than miss. Suddenly, Zhou Ping felt his phone in his pocket vibrate gently. He retrieved it, noticing a new message. "On my way to pick you up? I shall arrive in 5 minutes." Zhou Ping stared at the screen, his thumb hovering hesitantly above the keyboard. "Not now, perhaps later." At that moment, Qiuying finally shed her facade of a mature and profound young lady. She raised her eyes to scrutinize the young man before her. His brows were clear, and his gaze was pure. He bore no semblance of a rogue. The accumulated tension within her surged, igniting an impulse to confide. "A few days ago, I discovered that I am a foreigner." Zhou Ping was momentarily stunned. The borders of the great Xia were veiled in mist. He had never heard of anyone traversing that treacherous sea of death. Yet he chose to listen quietly, even moderating his breaths, fearful of disturbing the torrent of her impending revelations. "My friend confided in me that one must conceal their foreign identity here, lest they be expelled. However, the act of hiding one's identity is daunting, especially since I possess neither family nor identification. What do you suggest I do?" After uttering these words, she suddenly felt a significant weight lifted from her chest. In truth, she held no expectation that this chance encounter with a young man would yield any solutions. At that moment, all she sought was a sympathetic listener. Zhou Ping remained silent for a considerable time. The fading light of the sunset filtered through the treetops, casting dappled shadows upon his gaunt profile. When he finally spoke again, his voice resonated with a reassuring firmness. "Do not fear. I shall protect you. As long as I am here, no one can expel you." Chapter 77. Are you not afraid of me? Will you protect me? The girl blinked, her eyes shimmering with fragmented light, and a subtle smile graced her lips. It is likely that anyone who hears of someone offering to protect them cannot refuse such a proposition. From this day forth, she tilted her head slightly, her hair trailing a delicate arc. "You shall be my exclusive bodyguard." Zhou Ping, usually serene, rarely displayed any change in expression. Yet, a slight smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, and a warm glimmer appeared in his eyes as he softly replied, "Very well." As dusk ascended, Qiuying returned to Hong Ying's residence, stepping into the hazy night. She pushed open the heavy, intricately carved door, and the warm yellow light spilled forth like water. To her surprise, Hong Ying and the others were still awake. The living room was ablaze with light, and upon hearing the commotion at the entrance, Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, and Lin Qiye turned their gazes upward. Upon entering the living room, Qiuying immediately felt several intense stares upon her. "Sister Hong Ying, why are you all still awake?" she asked, rubbing her eyes and feigning nonchalance. Yet, she noticed that Hong Ying and Xiaonan were sitting upright, their expressions serious as they regarded her. Her heart skipped a beat, and her fingers instinctively clenched the hem of her clothing. "We can't sleep," Hong Ying replied, her voice lower than usual, her gaze piercing. "Why not?" Qiuying's lips curled into a smile, though it did not reach her eyes. She subtly inched closer to Lin Qiye, casting a fleeting glance at him for help. Because Hong Ying suddenly leaned forward, her fingertip resting on Qiuying's brow. "You dear child are clearly harboring something within, yet you insist on acting as if nothing is amiss." "Exactly," Si Xiaonan chimed in, clutching a pillow and nodding emphatically, her round eyes filled with accusation. "Qiuying, we have seen you sneaking out every night." Qiuying gesse ears flashed the crimson. She lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper. "You saw. If we don't ask, are you planning to keep it a secret for a lifetime?" Hong Ying pulled her shoulder closer, playfully poking her warm cheek. "Since the first day of the holiday, you have been returning home in the dead of night. Are you out patrolling the city, or have you been abducted by some ruffian to do their bidding?" "That's not it. It's just..." Qiuying's gaze fell, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her garment. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke softly. "Sister Hong Ying, are you not afraid of me?" Hong Ying paused, a flicker of confusion crossing her features. "Afraid? Why would I be afraid of you? I have no family, no past records. I seem to have appeared from thin air." Qiuying's voice dwindled, as if each word bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. Upon hearing this, Hong Ying exchanged a brief glance with Lin Qiye, and then a realization dawned upon her. She stepped closer, her warm hand gently covering Qiuying's cool fingertips. Her voice soft yet resolute. "If we cannot find your family, Sister Hong Ying would only feel sorrow for you. How could I possibly be afraid? Besides, we have spent so much time together. Do I not know what kind of person you are?" In the late hours of the night, the voice of Hong Ying resonated like a flickering star, soothing the heart. "From now on, place your trust a little more in Sister Hong Ying, in Qiyi, in Xiaonan, in the captain and the others." She gazed intently at the girl's trembling eyelashes, articulating each word with care. "Above all, believe in yourself, someone worthy of being cherished by us all." The following afternoon, the sun lazily cast its golden rays upon the tree-lined paths of the villa district. Lin Qiye stood before the intricately wrought iron gate of Hong Ying, hands tucked in his pockets, flanked by the rotund by Li Pangpang, the stoic Chao Yuan clad in black, and Shen Qingzhu, whose hands were laden with numerous bags of various sizes. Chapter 78. Shen Qingzhu's hidden attributes. Li Pangpang gazed in awe at the grand villa before him, then turned to scrutinize Lin Qiye, raising his eyebrows in surprise. "Qiye, I never would have guessed. You are quite the enigmatic one." Lin Qiye shrugged nonchalantly and explained, "Don't overthink it. I'm merely staying here temporarily. This belongs to a friend of mine." "Oh," Li Pangpang elongated his tone, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. He then turned to Shen Qingzhu, who was burdened with various bags, adopting a feigned expression of exasperation. "Bro, we're just here for dinner. Why the excessive baggage? One might think you're moving house." Shen Qingzhu frowned, his gaze sweeping across Lin Qiye's face, his tone rigid. "Didn't you say you were inviting your friend for dinner? Why am I here?" Upon hearing this, the three of them simultaneously turned their heads, exchanging peculiar looks. Li Pangpang sighed dramatically, muttering under his breath. This proud one, his eyes then lit up as he clapped his hands. "Bro, I've discovered your hidden attribute." "What?" Shen Qingzhu narrowed his eyes warily. "You're simply at Sundara at heart." Li Pangpang winked. "Qiye specifically invited you because Qiuying wants to see you." Shen Qingzhu's ears flushed crimson, and upon realizing the implication, he became flustered and indignant. "You insufferable fatso! Are you itching for a fight? Ouch. Bailey Pang Pang exaggeratedly leapt back. You're something else. I just settled your pay today, and you turn on me? Have you two finished your antics? Lin Qiye rubbed his temples, interrupting them with a hint of exasperation. Let us head inside for dinner. Both of them huffed in unison, turning their faces away, yet obediently followed Lin Qiye into the villa. As they pushed open the grand entrance, warm yellow light spilled out, revealing the members of Team 136 already gathered around a long wooden table. The table was laden with steaming dishes, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Allow me to introduce, Lin Qiye gestured aside. This is our Team 136 leader, Shen Mai. Hello, leader. Shen Qingzhu immediately retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, respectfully offering it. Bailey Pang Pang followed suit, pulling up his sleeve adorned with various luxury watches. Leader Chen, your elegance is truly remarkable. After much searching, only this Rolex could barely match your stature. Chen Mai nodded slightly, his voice gentle. Thank you. And this is the Vice Captain, Wu Xiangnan. Greetings, Vice Captain. Wu Xiangnan acknowledged the group with a nod, prompting Shen Qingzhu to step forward with the cigarettes. Brother Xiangnan, I didn't bring anything of value, but please accept this green water. Ghost continuing, Lin Qiye introduced the others. This is Sister Hongying. This villa belongs to her. After pondering for a moment, Shen Qingzhu still extended the cigarettes. Wow, Sister Hongying is incredibly beautiful. This is when Shen Qingzhu offered the cigarettes, while Bailey Pang Pang presented a watch. This is Si Xiaonan. Shen Qingzhu offered a cigarette, while Bailey Pang Pang presented a gift. This is Lung Xian. Shen Qingzhu continued to offer cigarettes, and Bailey Pang Pang persisted in presenting gifts. Watching the other two with their offerings, Cao Yuan felt a pang of embarrassment, wishing he could vanish into thin air. No one dampened their spirits as they accepted the gifts. Those who did not smoke tucked the cigarettes into their pockets, creating a harmonious atmosphere. However, Shen Qingzhu's gaze wandered restlessly within the room, seemingly searching for a familiar figure. At that moment, Lin Qiye suddenly turned his attention towards the staircase. The crowd followed his gaze to see a slender silhouette gracefully descending the stairs. This was Qiuying. Lin Qiye smiled and said, You must all know her, right? Hongying and Si Xiaonan, upon seeing Qiuying dressed in that shapeless coat and pants, felt a wave of disappointment wash over them. Lin Qiye looked at the figure, a subtle smile gracing his lips, sketching an almost imperceptible curve. Her inexplicable attire stood out starkly against the opulent staircase, yet such ordinary clothing did nothing to diminish her radiance. Meanwhile, Shen Qingzhu's grip on the handbag tightened slightly. This was not the first time he found himself lost in thought amid such a scene. The light from the crystal chandelier cast a halo over Qiuying's porcelain-like skin as she paused at the corner. Beyond the gilded railing, the crowd blurred into a hazy backdrop, leaving only her delicate fingers resting on the staircase banister in sharp relief. Qiuying approached the group, her eyes sparkling with warmth as she greeted them. Heavens, Qiuying, you are simply breathtaking today, like Venus descending upon the earth. This Patek Philippe shall be a gift fit for a goddess, Bailey Pang Pang exclaimed dramatically, presenting the exquisite watch with both hands. Thank you, Pang Pang, Qiuying replied, her eyes twinkling with gentle appreciation. At that moment, Shen Qingzhu stepped forward, his long fingers retrieving a jet-black gift box from the brown paper bag. His steps were slightly hesitant, yet firm as his gaze met Qiuying's. Qiuying, his deep voice carried an undercurrent of barely perceptible nervousness. This gift embodies my sincerest sentiments. I hope you will like it. Thank you, Zhou, Qiuying said as she accepted the gift box with both hands, gently lifting the lid under Shen Qingzhu's ardent gaze. The gilded lettering on the black velvet lining shimmered. May all the beauty in the world arrive at your doorstep on time. I love you. Before Qiuying could respond, Lin Qiye, standing nearby, raised an eyebrow with playful mockery. I say, Zhou, why does everyone have a gift except me? Shen Qingzhu's ears turned slightly red. He cleared his throat and pulled the remaining cigarettes from his pocket, shoving them into Lin Qiye's hands. These should suffice, right? Ha ha ha. This unequal treatment sent Bailey Pang Pang into fits of laughter, And with him, the entire dinner atmosphere became lively, while Qiao Yuan morphed into an emotionless eating machine. Shen Qingzhu sat in his seat with a noticeable reserve. Whenever someone inquired about him, he would respond with a polite smile and a few words. The former arrogance and dominance he exhibited in the camp having completely vanished, leaving behind the demeanor of a bashful young man. After finishing dinner, Lin Qiye, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, bid farewell to Qiuying and the members of Team 136, before proceeding with the others to the prearranged boarding location. Several black buses had been waiting for some time, and after they relinquished their starry blade, the buses gradually set in motion, heading towards the training camp. Chapter 79. The bestowal of honors. The sharp whistle sliced through the tranquility of the morning, rousing Qiuying from her slumber. With a swift motion, she leapt from her bed, her long fingers deftly undoing the buttons of her nightgown, quickly donning her military uniform. As she finished dressing, she instinctively glanced toward the neighboring bed, where Molly was already fastening her belt and neatly tying her hair back. Their eyes met in a silent understanding, and together they dashed toward the door, racing to the training ground shrouded in a thin veil of mist. Soon, the gathering at the training ground was complete. Movements as swift as the wind, the formation impeccably aligned. On the training platform, Instructor Hong had abandoned his previous solitary stance, now joined by all the instructors, standing in a disciplined line atop the elevated stage. In the shadowy corner of the platform stood a mysterious figure cloaked in a tattered gray mantle, the broad hood casting a shadow over much of their face, revealing only a portion of a chin adorned with a black mask. This figure cradled a black box with intricate carvings, its surface glimmering softly in the morning light. Yuan Gang stood resolutely, like a sword drawn from its sheath, before the assembly of instructors, his profound gaze sweeping calmly over the gathered crowd. Their attention was magnetically drawn to Yuan Gang, while the cloaked figure received only a fleeting glance from the hurried onlookers. Unlike any other day, today the instructors were attired with exceptional solemnity. Their impeccably tailored uniforms were pristine, each button gleaming with metallic luster. Most striking were the various commendation medals adorning their chests, some small and exquisite, others grand and imposing, each reflecting a myriad of hues in the morning sunlight. Yuan Gang's medals were particularly eye-catching, with 3 deep blue honors standing out prominently, shaped like celestial bodies and intricately engraved. Under the sunlight, it appeared as though the medals contained a vast cosmos within, the brilliant starlight subtly shifting as the angle changed. Bailey Pang, observing the instructors on the platform, counted them out of boredom, but soon a look of confusion crossed his face. 7 Night. It seems there are few instructors missing. Lin Qiye nodded slightly, confirming that 3 were absent. The morning training is cancelled. Yuan Gang's voice resonated across the training ground, causing the neatly lined up recruits to exchange puzzled glances, uncertainty reflected in their eyes. I have gathered you here primarily for one purpose: to bestow honors upon some of you. Bestow honors. The term landed like a stone cast into a placid lake, sending ripples through the ranks of new recruits. These young individuals, who had yet to officially step out of the training camp, exchanged incredulous looks, unable to fathom that some among them could already be recognized for their merits. Among the ranks, a few began to grasp the significance of the announcement, their gazes instinctively drawn to Lin Qiye, who stood in the back row. Sensing the gaze of those around him, Lin Qiye recalled that during his earlier visit to Hong Ying's residence, Instructor Hong had indeed mentioned applying for a medal on his behalf. Under the intense scrutiny of the crowd, Lin Qiye maintained an air of indifference, his posture as upright as a pine tree, as if the surrounding clamor could not disturb him in the slightest. Suddenly, a slender finger stealthily reached toward Lin Qiye's lower back, its tip slightly curled, poised to strike. Yet before it could make contact, it was deftly intercepted by a bony hand. Don't be mischievous, Lin Qiye remarked, glancing sideways with a tone tinged with reluctant indulgence. Qiuying, caught in the act, remained unfazed, playfully sticking out her tongue at him, her eyes glimmering with a mischievous delight. On the stage, Yuan Gang continued his speech, but the outcome of the medal presentation was already evident. Qiuying gazed at the tall figure beside her, her lips involuntarily curving into a smile, she felt a genuine sense of pride for him. Yuan Gang surveyed the audience, capturing the reactions of the new recruits. Clearing his throat, he spoke in a booming voice, considering that some may not yet be familiar with the Night Watchman's merit system. I shall provide a brief explanation. Yuan Gang raised 4 fingers, folding one for each level as he spoke. Our medal system is divided into 4 ranks. From easiest to hardest, the Spark Medal, the Radiance Medal, the Star Medal, and the highest honor, the Sea of Stars Medal. These names, shimmering with the light of the stars, symbolize the utmost glory of the Night Watchman, and today, the finest among them would be the first to grasp this honor. Pleased with their solemn expressions, Yuan Gang continued. The Sea of Stars Medal is the highest honor attainable by a Night Watchman, with no more than 10 individuals in the entirety of Daxia possessing this distinction. Even the upper echelons of the Night Watchman cannot provide a precise standard for how one might earn this medal. Report. Speak. Instructor, if there are no clear criteria, how are we to judge our eligibility for this medal? A voice from the ranks inquired, filled with confusion. Yuan Gang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze distant as he looked into the horizon. When everyone sincerely believes that you deserve this medal, it will naturally come to you. He paused, his voice steady and resonant. If one must have a reference over the past 5 years, the only individual to have received the Sea of Stars medal is the captain of the mass squad, Wang Mian. Wang Mian? Qiuying was momentarily taken aback by this name. She knew he was formidable from the freshman battle upon entering the camp, but she had not anticipated his level of strength. Yuan Gang's voice was low and solemn, as if recounting a long-buried epic. 5 years ago, the divine sequence 040, Yamada no Orochi landed on the eastern coast. Wang Mian, at the cost of his own lifespan, forcibly reversed time, bringing the battlefield back to 1 hour before the calamity struck. His gaze swept across every trainee present, and he continued, during that fateful hour of reversal. He raced against time, ordering the evacuation of several coastal cities, and subsequently led the mass squad in a valiant defense, fighting against the divine for a full 30 minutes. Ultimately, they held their ground until the moment when humanity's pinnacle warriors arrived to provide aid. The training ground fell into a profound silence. That battle saved millions of innocent lives. Yuan Gang slowly clenched his fist. If one day, any of you among this assembly questions whether your contributions can surpass this chapter of history, then the Star Sea Medal shall undoubtedly shine for you. As Yuan Gang's voice faded, the figure draped in a gray cloak standing beside the demonstration platform unconsciously turned their gaze towards Qiuying. In that instant, her eyes sparkled brilliantly, akin to the moon reflected in a tranquil pool, revealing an elusive vivacity amidst her cool demeanor, causing a subtle smile to play upon the lips of the cloaked figure. Old Yuan, if you have more to say, please do elaborate. Following this, he announced the first recipient of the medal. Yuan Gang turned his head, directing his gaze towards the figure in gray. The individual nodded and stepped forward, standing beside Yuan Gang as they gradually opened the black box in their hands. Qiuying, during the assault by the agents of the ancient god church under the influence of Hades, single-handedly repelled the possessed agent, thus saving both the Night Watchman present and countless citizens within the city. After a thorough evaluation by the Night Watchman's High Command, we hereby confer upon her the Celestial Medal. Chapter 80. The unique star medal. The mere utterance of these 4 words seemed to suspend the entire training ground in an invisible force. The new recruits below narrowed their pupils and held their breath involuntarily, while even the seasoned instructors on stage displayed a rare glimmer of astonishment. In their recollections, Qiuying was merely an ordinary cadet with striking features, whose performance during training had been unremarkable, never revealing any extraordinary brilliance. Yet, who could have anticipated that such an unassuming figure could vanquish the fearsome Hades, the god of the underworld, and be bestowed with the Star Medal, a symbol of the highest honor? Qiuying stood frozen in place, her long eyelashes fluttering gently, a hint of bewilderment flashing in her eyes. She instinctively glanced around, only to meet countless gazes filled with either shock or envy. At that moment, Lin Qiye was also watching her with a subtle smile, and it was only then that she finally grasped the reality The name honored by the instructor was indeed hers. Qiuying, please step forward for the award. Yuan Gang's voice resonated. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qiuying slowly approached the stage. Yuan Gang moved to her side, solemnly retrieving a medal from a black box cradled in his gray cloak. The badge was a profound shade of azure, shimmering with a halo reminiscent of stars, as if it encapsulated the entire night sky. Yuan Gang reverently presented the star medal, fastening it to Qiuying's chest, staring at the medal before her. Qiuying felt a slight tremor in her fingertips. The cold metal's touch seeped through the fabric of her uniform, yet she perceived the small badge to be astonishingly warm. Qiuying felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. The gazes from the audience surged like a tide, making her breath cautious and her movements somewhat clumsy. What was she meant to do next? Qiuying, salute? A clear and soothing voice suddenly rippled through her consciousness, akin to a beam of morning light piercing through the mist. The only being capable of such communication with her was her divine agent, Wang Mian. Qiuying abruptly turned her head, and amidst the folds of the gray cloak, she found Wang Mian gazing at her with gentle eyes that sparkled with warmth beneath the shadow of his hood. Taking a deep breath, she rendered a military salute to Yuan Gang. He nodded in response, and amidst the envious gazes of the onlookers, Qiuying gradually descended the steps, returning to her place in the ranks. Wang Mian handed the black box back to Yuan Gang and followed closely behind Qiuying as she stepped down. Yuan Gang soon furrowed his brow. Wang Mian was becoming increasingly audacious. However, this minor incident did not disrupt the awarding ceremony, and Yuan Gang continued. Now, let us welcome the next medal recipient, Lin Qiye. In the critical moment of a missile assault, he displayed remarkable courage and decisiveness, successfully rescuing over 50 new recruits from peril, thereby preserving the precious future strength of the Guardians. In the ensuing battle, he dealt a devastating blow to a high-ranking member of the ancient god sect, the Serpent Woman, and collaborated earnestly with Team 136, ultimately annihilating the 13th seat of the Believers, Han Xiaoyan. In recognition of his valor, the highest council of the Guardians unanimously resolved to confer upon Lin Qiye the Starlight Medal. Yet another Starlight? This was unprecedented in the history of the training camp, where two individuals had emerged from the same battalion bearing the Starlight Medal before even completing their training. Lin Qiye was indeed remarkable. It was uncertain who first called out his name, but soon the crowd erupted in a tidal wave of excitement. The applause thundered and cheers resounded, as countless fervent gazes converged upon the center of the martial platform, as if welcoming a triumphant hero. Lin Qiye ascended the stage with steady steps, his stature tall and proud, exuding an air of composure. The fervor of the crowd was not without merit. Had it not been for Lin Qiye's heroic intervention, many standing there would have long since been reduced to dust and bones. Yuan Gang retrieved a deep blue starlight badge from the black box and adorned Lin Qiye's chest with it. Lin Qiye took a deep breath, his chest rising slightly, straightened his back, and executed a standard military salute to Yuan Gang in gratitude. The sunlight poured down, casting a golden hue upon his upright figure, with the medal glimmering brilliantly on his chest. After the ceremony, he neatly lowered his arm and confidently stepped down from the platform. The third presenter of the awards, Shen Qingzhu. The moment this unexpected name was announced, a stir arose in the crowd. Bali Pong Pong's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Wait, is it that guy?" Hundreds of shocked and puzzled gazes turned toward Shen Qingzhu, who stood among the ranks. The man himself was taken aback, his typically defiant eyes now filled with disbelief. He parted his lips slightly, staring intently at Yuan Gang on stage, his expression clearly questioning. "You must be joking." Having swiftly neutralized the devastating eye of the Great Wind disaster, which spared half of Sang'an City from destruction, he was awarded the Starshine Medal. Yuan Gang continued to articulate the reasons for the honor, each word resonating with gravitas. Shen Qingzhu's throat involuntarily moved. He instinctively touched the lighter in his pocket. Recalling the day, he had snapped his fingers in a moment of urgency to protect Qiuying. Once he confirmed that Yuan Gang's serious demeanor was genuine, Shen Qingzhu took a deep breath and steeled himself to step forward. His gait was no longer casual, but imbued with a solemnity that felt somewhat stiff. The awarding process felt like a surreal dream. When the Starshine Medal, symbolizing supreme honor, was pinned to his chest, the cold metallic touch momentarily jolted him back to reality. Amidst the thunderous applause from the audience, Shen Qingzhu mechanically offered a salute. As he turned to descend the stage, his comical, synchronized movements drew an involuntary chuckle from Bai Li Pang, who covered his mouth in amusement. Upon returning to his comrades, Shen Qingzhu remained in a daze, his long fingers absent-mindedly caressing the medal adorning his chest, surveying the envious and admiring gazes of those around him. He suddenly felt as if the world had gone mad. Or perhaps it was he who had lost his sanity. When Yuan Gang announced the dispersal, the crowd surged towards the dining hall. Deng Wei, Li Jia, and Li Liang swiftly surrounded Shen Qingzhu, their eyes gleaming with adoration. "Brother Shen, you and your sister-in-law are incredible. By the way, when did you save Sangnan City?" Deng Wei inquired excitedly. "Indeed, Brother Shen," Li Jia added, scratching his head. "Didn't you say you were going out to make money? How come you returned with a medal?" "Brother Shen is truly remarkable," Li Liang exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, his face brimming with admiration. Surrounded by his three admirers, Shen Qingzhu cleared his throat, raised his chin with pride, and a satisfied smile graced his lips. "TCH, look at you all, so navi. It's merely a starry medal. Just wait and see. I shall acquire even more prestigious accolades in the future. Brother Shen is formidable, the greatest." Not far away, Bai Li Pang witnessed this scene, curling his lip in disdain as he muttered, "Here he goes again, showing off. I must humble his pride." With that, he took a deep breath, cupped his hand around his mouth, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Qiye is the strongest." Lin Qiye was scanning the area for Qiuying, who had just been there, but had suddenly vanished. The unexpected shout caused the group across from him to turn in unison, casting unfriendly glares at Lin Qiye and Bai Li Pang. Lin Qiye, exasperated, rubbed his forehead and lightly slapped the back of Bai Li Pang's head. "How childish. Let's go, it's time to eat." "Oh." Bai Li Pang rubbed his head, begrudgingly following in Lin Qiye's footsteps. Chapter 81. Wang Mian's first kiss, extended scene. As the team had yet to disperse, Wang Mian could no longer suppress the urgency within him. He gently grasped Qiuying's wrist and swiftly made his way toward his former dormitory. The corridor's lights cast elongated shadows of the two, intertwining gracefully. The moment he pushed open the dormitory door, a tidy room came into view. The military green blanket was folded into a perfect tofu shape, and the sheets lay flawlessly smooth without a single wrinkle. On the wooden desk, a simple lunchbox accompanied by a cream cake adorned with vibrant red strawberries rested quietly. Tiny droplets of condensation clung to the transparent cake box. "Please have a seat," Wang Mian said softly, his movements gentle as he pulled out a chair for Qiuying. His slender fingers deftly unlatched the lunchbox, releasing an enticing aroma from the three-tiered container. Emerald broccoli nestled in amber sauce, golden crispy fried shrimp arranged in perfect order, and hidden beneath were tender pieces of pork coated in glistening sweet and sour sauce. As Qiuying accepted the bamboo chopsticks offered to her, she suddenly noticed a fresh burn mark on the back of Wang Mian's hand, the distinct contours of his fingers accentuating the injury. When she raised her gaze, she was met by Wang Mian's intense stare, his usually gentle eyes now brimming with anticipation, reminiscent of a youth awaiting a teacher's feedback on his work. "I made all of this myself." Wang Mian's voice carried an almost imperceptible tension, yet his gaze remained fixed on Qiuying's reaction. Her chopsticks paused in midair before she deftly picked up a piece of pork. As the sweet and sour sauce burst forth on her palate, her eyes widened in delight, and an involuntary smile graced her lips. "It's truly delicious," she murmured, her tone infused with genuine surprise. Wang Mian's eyes sparkled with tender amusement as he quietly watched Qiuying finish every morsel in the lunchbox. Once she set down her chopsticks, he thoughtfully opened the exquisite box containing the strawberry cake, and a sweet fragrance wafted between them. Yet, Qiuying's gaze unconsciously drifted back to the burn on Wang Mian's hand. Her brows furrowed slightly as she instinctively reached out to brush over the scars. As her fingertips glided across his skin, The searing pain on his hand seemed to miraculously dissipate. Aren't special task forces supposed to be quite busy? Qiuying withdrew her hand and looked into his eyes. How do you have time to come here? Aren't the others with you? At her words, Wang Mian recalled the scene from the previous day when he had persistently pleaded with old Yuan for approval. He cleared his throat discreetly and nudged the cake toward her. Actually, it's not as tense as imagined, of course. If something mysterious arises, I must return immediately. He paused, a mischievous smile curving his lips. As for why I'm here, sunlight streamed through the window, casting flecks of gold upon his lashes. Naturally, as a senior, I'm here to provide some guidance to the newcomers. As Qiuying gazed at Wang Mian's strikingly handsome face, she suddenly recalled the calamity mentioned by Commander Yuan from 5 years prior. When the 8-headed serpent ravaged the eastern coast, it was this seemingly gentle man who, at the cost of his own lifespan, forcibly reversed time, restoring the battlefield to an hour before disaster struck. Her elongated eyelashes fluttered, ripples of heartache surfacing in her eyes. Unconsciously, her fingertips brushed against his sharply sculpted profile, only to encounter skin that felt cool to the touch. Is every use of the power of time consuming your life? Her voice was as delicate as if afraid to shatter a dream. It's not that serious. Wang Mian paused slightly, instinctively lowering his gaze, his thick lashes casting shadows beneath his eyes. Not serious? Qiuying suddenly cupped his face in her hands, compelling him to meet her gaze. She peered into his profound, ink-dark eyes, her voice trembling with suppressed emotion. I see that you care little for your own life. Her fingertips pressed gently, her tone softening from now on. Do not wield the power of time unless it's a matter of life and death. Do you hear me? Is my divine power as Aphrodite not enough to protect you? A sudden jolt of warmth surged through Wang Mian's heart. The goddess was concerned for him, yet he merely blinked softly, his dark hair cascading at his ears, revealing a look of innocent vulnerability akin to a rain-soaked puppy. His eyes, sparkling like stars, remained fixed on her, swirling with countless constellations. Yet his lips remained sealed in silence. Qiuying let out a light huff, her gaze dancing with playful reproach, thinking, his intention to feign innocence is glaringly obvious. She picked up a spoon, gently carving a piece of strawberry cake. The vivid red jam flowed slowly over the creamy white frosting, and as it touched her tongue, the sweet flavor unfurled, easing the tension in her brow. If you do not obey, then I shall. The trailing threat hung in the air, unspoken yet completed in Wang Mian's mind with the most heart-stopping conclusion. Disobedience would mean replacing him as her agent. Startled, Wang Mian abruptly stood, the wooden chair legs screeching against the floor. He leaned over the chair's back, trapping Qiuying between him and the seat. She was taken aback by his sudden advance. His gaze was both dangerous and profound, like a surging tide, yet his voice was soft as a remorseful puppy. I will listen, all right? She instinctively widened her eyes, her pupils trembling slightly. Wang Mian noticed the fear in her eyes, and a flicker of guilt washed over him. His earlier emotional outburst had indeed frightened her. Yet, instead of retreating, he maintained his imposing posture, taking her slightly cool fingertips in his own, leaning down to place a kiss as light as a butterfly's wing on her delicate hand. This kiss was soothing, his warm lips brushing and retreating instantly. Don't be angry. He suddenly flashed a roguish smile, the corners of his eyes curling with mischief, guiding her hand slowly downwards. Shall I let you feel my abs? I've been practicing for quite some time. His long fingers held an undeniable strength, yet they paused just before she could touch the fabric of his shirt, his Adam's apple rolling as he awaited her reaction. The subtle contours of muscle beneath his shirt rose and fell gently with his breath, akin to a beast poised to pounce. Qiuying felt her cheeks suddenly flush, the tips of her ears tinted with a delicate crimson, akin to clouds bathed in the hues of a setting sun. Instinctively, she wished to retreat, yet Wang Mian's gaze ensnared her like an intricate web, binding her firmly in place. He chuckled softly, the darkness in his eyes transforming into a tender warmth. As he gently lifted her chin with his fingertips, his voice low and beguiling. Are you shy? Before his words fully settled, his lips descended upon hers, as light as a feather, yet imbued with an irresistible possessiveness. Qiuying's breath hitched, her fingers unconsciously clenching the fabric of his shirt, her heart pounding audibly in her ears. Noticing her tension, Wang Mian chuckled softly, caressing her cheek with his thumb, his voice slightly husky. "Close your eyes." Time slipped away quietly, and soon it was afternoon. The new recruits gradually made their way to the training ground, preparing for the afternoon's lessons. Wang Mian escorted Qiuying to the entrance of the dormitory building. They walked side by side, yet maintained a comfortable silence. A gentle breeze caressed them, leaving the warmth lingering at the tips of Qiuying's ears. Stealing a glance at the person beside her, her heart raced anew. He was the second person to kiss her. Wang Mian, unable to contain herself any longer, she softly called out to him. Wang Mian immediately leaned closer, his gaze focused intently on her face, as if he had been waiting for her to speak. Qiuying bit her lip. This time, she did not shy away as before, but met his gaze directly. "Why did you kiss me?" Wang Mian straightened up, the sunlight casting intricate shadows beneath his eyelashes. Suddenly, he smiled, illuminating his entire being. "Because I like you." He spoke the words with such ease, as if stating the simple fact of a beautiful day. "Like?" The word melted in Qiuying's heart like sugar, unexpectedly sweet enough to flush her cheeks. Instinctively clutching her clothes, she feigned calmness. "Does liking someone give you the right to kiss them?" Wang Mian chuckled softly, unexpectedly leaning closer to her. Anticipating his move, Qiuying swiftly raised her hand to cover his approaching lips. The softness of his touch felt through her palm, through the gaps between her fingers. She saw the mirth sparkling in his eyes. In the realm of humanity, his voice muffled against her hand, yet each word was clear. When one person loves another, they express their affection through kisses. He gently grasped her wrist, placing the unfinished kiss upon her delicate fingertips, just like this. Chapter 82. The special teaching assistant. As the physical training reached a temporary conclusion, the training regimen for the new recruits blossomed into a vibrant array of activities. In addition to ongoing tactical instruction and simulation exercises, the curriculum now incorporated a systematic approach to combat drills in the forbidden zones, encompassing a comprehensive course on world mythology, along with in-depth analyses and case studies of existing high-risk forbidden areas. This marked a stark contrast to the preceding 6 months, which had been solely dedicated to rigorous physical training on the grounds. Now, theoretical coursework accounted for a remarkable 80% of the curriculum. For most, the transition from the grueling intensity of physical training to the current theoretical studies felt akin to a heavenly reprieve. However, a few individuals harbored an intrinsic aversion to theoretical learning, as if every cell in their being silently resisted the notion. What is the essence of mental strength? The instructor, adorned with black-rimmed spectacles, surveyed the classroom with a measured gaze, ultimately resting upon a figure slumped in the back row. Shen Qingzhu, propped on the desk, languidly lifted his head, his drowsy eyes meeting those of Instructor Gu. What is the essence of mental strength? I don't know. Run 10 laps outside. All right. Surprisingly, Shen Qingzhu displayed no trace of reluctance. Instead, he seemed to be instantaneously invigorated. He swiftly rose and, with a buoyant stride, dashed out of the classroom, soon running with renewed energy on the playground. Training Ground, Forbidden Zone Usage Training Course. In our application of the Forbidden Zones, the most crucial evaluative criteria are categorized into 3 types. The first pertains to the inherent power and lethality of the Forbidden Zone itself, which remains unaffected by human intervention. The second type concerns the synergy between the individual and the Forbidden Zone. Even if your Forbidden Zone possesses immense strength, without the ability to utilize it or a suitable match, such power cannot be harnessed, necessitating your own adaptation. The third aspect relates to the duration and coverage of the Forbidden Zone, influenced solely by one factor: your mental strength. Thus, the objective of this lesson is to practice precise control over mental strength. On the training field, an instructor strolled toward the center, flanked by 2 large cardboard boxes standing silently. Beside him stood a slender young man clad in a gray cloak, his features soft and refined, with bright, clear eyes and brows that arched like distant mountains. "Why does he look so familiar?" someone in the crowd murmured. Suddenly, a girl gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. "Oh my! Isn't that the captain of the masked squad?" In an instant, a wave of gasps rippled through the crowd. All eyes unconsciously converged on Wang Mian, whispers spreading like ripples throughout the assembly. Some girls excitedly tugged at their friends' sleeves. Others rubbed their eyes in disbelief, while a few attempted to pull out their phones for a photograph, only to remember that their devices had been surrendered, muttering in frustration. The instructor's voice boomed like thunder, instantly commanding the attention of the entire assembly. Silence. His authoritative gaze swept across each individual before he stepped aside, his tone imbued with an uncommon gravity. "Today, you are privileged to meet this extraordinary teaching assistant, Captain Wang Mian of the mass team." The instructor's voice rose slightly, emphasizing the historic honor of having a member of the special team serve as a teaching assistant in the training camp. Wang Mian advanced with measured steps, his gray cloak glinting with a chilling sheen under the sunlight. "Greetings, I am Wang Mian." His voice was as smooth as jade, yet carried an undercurrent of power. "In the training that follows, should you encounter any challenges, feel free to seek my assistance at any time." The instructor bent down to open a cardboard box, retrieving a silver wristwatch that emitted a cool glow, the metallic surface shimmering with a distinctly technological aura in the sunlight. This device, the instructor lifted the watch, his voice steady and commanding, is known as AC. His fingertips glided over the sleek curves of the watch. Yet many of his colleagues privately preferred the affectionate moniker of acrobatic exploder for it. The instructor flipped the watch over, revealing the intricate circuitry beneath. Once worn, it would continuously release a unique mental current. This current, rigorously calibrated, would not inflict any substantial harm to the human body, yet would adeptly stimulate the motor nerves. A meaningful smile graced his lips as he added, "In due time, your bodies may showcase unexpected, artistic expressions. Your task is straightforward. Maintain a continuous use of mental energy against the currents emitted by the watch for 24 hours. The instructor paced slowly, his gaze sharp as a blade, scrutinizing each recruit. "Remember, you must achieve a perfect equilibrium between your mental energy and the current." He abruptly raised his hand, a spark of electricity leaping from his fingertip. "If your output is insufficient, the current will surge through your entire being. If it is excessive, the ACE system will react immediately, unleashing even stronger currents in retaliation. Moreover, the fluctuations of the current are entirely unpredictable. You must constantly adjust your mental energy with precision. At mealtime, during sleep, even when using the restroom, there can be no lapse." The expressions of the recruits grew increasingly serious, while the instructor's smile deepened in complexity. "ACE will be your intimate companion during the forthcoming intensive training period." He meaningfully shook the silver watch in his hand, warning, "Do not even think about dismantling it, unless you wish to experience what true punishment entails. Now, in orderly succession, collect your new friends." The recruits exchanged glances, and one by one, they approached to receive the watch that flickered with a cold light. Bai Li, plump and discontent, cast a disdainful glance at the watch, pouting, "This thing is just too shabby. Even the junk in my family's warehouse is superior." Lin Qiye, Qiao Yuan remained silent, quietly fastening the watch around his wrist. The moment the strap clicked shut, his body tensed abruptly, and then he executed a flawless backflip, landing with poise. Lin Qiye and Bai Li stared wide-eyed, nearly dropping their jaws to the ground. Qiao Yuan stroked the watch, his expression unchanging, and remarked, "Don't look at me like that. You'll understand once you give it a try." "Is it true? With a physique like mine, I find it hard to believe." Bai Li, somewhat skeptical, donned the watch. No sooner had his words escaped his lips than his body sprung upward like a coiled spring, tracing two perfect arcs in the air. As he descended, he lightly tapped the ground with his toes, seamlessly transitioning into a Thomas full rotation. Before the crowd could fully comprehend the spectacle, he transformed into a spinning top, executing a series of dazzling backflips that left onlookers in awe. Chapter 83. You Two. Chaos reigned upon the training ground. A cacophony of tumultuous sounds filling the air. A peculiar cry pierced through the din, followed by a series of indistinct roars. The atmosphere was charged with frenetic screams echoing across the arena. The new recruits, adorned with specially designed wristwatches, seemed to have collectively succumbed to enchantment, performing a surreal acrobatic display in the expansive training area. Some lost their balance mid-somersault, crashing awkwardly to the ground, while others floundered in midair, landing clumsily, and a few spun wildly like uncontrollable tops. Within mere minutes, the entire camp transformed into a bizarre circus. Standing at the sidelines, Lin Qiye and Qiuying observed the spectacle, Lin Qiye's eyes twitching involuntarily at the absurdity before him. Lin Qiye, you were at first for me to see, commanded Qiuying. Lowering his gaze to the silver wristwatch in his hands, he gently caressed its cold surface, hesitating for a moment before fastening it around his wrist. With a soft click, a surge of violent electricity coursed through his limbs like a venomous serpent. His muscles spasmed uncontrollably under the electric stimulus, and his spine felt as though it were being yanked by an invisible force, executing a flawless forward somersault. Just as he was about to initiate a second somersault, Lin Qiye's eyes sharpened, and his mental energy surged toward the wristwatch like a tidal wave. The two forces clashed fiercely within him, ultimately reaching a delicate equilibrium. The electric stimulation ceased abruptly, and he landed steadily, his garments billowing as he barely regained his prior stance. It was far more challenging than he had anticipated. Lin Qiye sighed inwardly. Meeting Qiuying's inquisitive gaze, he smirked slightly and feigned nonchalance, saying, "It's nothing, just a simple forward somersault." Before he could finish, Qiuying adeptly secured the wristwatch around her slender wrist. However, at the moment the strap clicked into place, she stumbled unexpectedly, her body uncontrollably tumbling towards Lin Qiye. "Be careful." A soft form collided into his embrace, causing Lin Qiye to momentarily lose his focus on controlling his mental energy. Her delicate arms encircled his waist tightly, and he could feel her rapid heartbeat even through the fabric. As their eyes met, Qiuying's ears flushed a deep crimson. In a fluster, she attempted to pull away, only to realize her hands seemed stubbornly unwilling to release their grip. "Curse this wretched watch. Why must it compel me to cling to him so tightly?" Fortunately, after a brief interval, as the electric current from the watch subsided, Qiuying quickly extricated herself from Lin Qiye's hold. She sought to discreetly move to a more secluded area, hoping to avoid further embarrassment. To her dismay, another boy had witnessed her little maneuver. He was strikingly upright in demeanor and, with a pat on his chest, addressed Qiuying, "Comrade Qiuying, even if you act this way towards me, I would never refuse." As soon as he finished speaking, he executed a backflip on the spot. Qiying. The air momentarily froze. Lin Qiye approached Qiuying with an air of composure, his gaze briefly flickering over the young man, revealing a trace of barely perceptible coldness in his eyes. In the next moment, Qiuying, unable to restrain herself, wrapped her arms around his waist once more. Lin Qiye, maintaining the pretense of support behind her shoulder, allowed a slight smirk to grace his lips, infused with a hint of careless provocation, as he fixed his gaze upon the individual across from him. The young man, sensing the subtle tension, was about to speak when the acrobat's reflexes surged again. He performed a backflip every few seconds, leaving him no time to contemplate the strange atmosphere. "What is happening?" Wang Mian stepped closer, his gaze momentarily lingering on the two entwined figures, his brow furrowing ever so slightly. With a swift motion, he seized Qiuying's wrist. "Qiuying, focus your mind and channel your energy into the dial." His grip was neither too firm nor too gentle, imbued with an official restraint as he endeavored to draw her away from Lin Qiye's embrace. Yet at that very instant, Lin Qiye's hand, which had been feigning support on Qiuying's shoulder, suddenly tightened, subtly pulling her towards himself. Caught between two opposing forces, Qiuying found herself immobilized. The watch on her wrist grew warm, the faint hum of electricity resonating distinctly among the trio. Wang Mian raised his eyes, locking onto Lin Qiye's gaze. His fingertips tightened slightly, and a pale blue glow emanated from the watch in his palm. His voice remained calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Qiuying, concentrate, and resist the current. Lin Qiye remained silent, stubbornly holding his ground, his arm unwavering. Caught between the two, Qiuying felt the very air around her thicken. She attempted to break free, but quickly realized that neither party was inclined to relent. You too. Taking a deep breath, she seized the moment when the current dissipated, abruptly extricating herself from Lin Qiye's embrace and shaking off Wang Mian's hold, retreating 2 steps to establish some distance. Chapter 84. Dining were you doing? Shen Qingzhu's voice abruptly pierced through the air from behind. The 3 individuals froze simultaneously, their gazes clashing like blades. And the atmosphere felt as if it had solidified in that instant. Qiuying found herself caught in the middle, her temples throbbing intensely. Suddenly, a clear ringtone shattered the stillness. Wang Mian calmly retrieved his phone from his pocket, the number flashing on the screen causing his brows to furrow slightly. He pressed the answer button, responding briefly, his tone gradually growing serious. All right, understood. I will head over immediately. After hanging up, he subtly shifted his gaze and, without uttering a word, conveyed through mental communication to Qiuying. Qiuying, something mysterious has arisen. I must leave for a while. Qiuying understood. Yet she recalled how the two had just treated her like a rope in a tug of war. She turned her head away, huffing softly in response. Wang Mian, unfazed, allowed a gentle smile to grace his lips as he addressed Lin Qiye and Shen Qingzhu with a tone of natural ease. I would appreciate your assistance in looking after Qiuying. Lin Qiye and Shen Qingzhu exchanged startled glances, their expressions visibly darkening. What do you mean by looking after her? Before long, hurried footsteps approached, growing louder with each passing moment. A stern-looking instructor in crisp military attire hurried towards them, wielding a long, jet-black sword that gleamed with a chilling luster. In his other hand, he held a mask bearing the character for king, glimmering subtly in the sunlight. Wang Mian turned to greet him, nodding in acknowledgement. He accepted the sword, his fingers gliding over the hilt with practiced steadiness. Subsequently, he slowly placed the mask upon his face, its contours aligning perfectly with his austere features. Departing, he murmured, casting one last glance at Qiuying before his figure darted away like a fleeting shadow, vanishing at the far end of the training ground. Among the 200 new recruits in the entire training camp, few like Lin Qiye and Zhao Yuan could halt their motion after a single somersault, no more than 20 at most. The remainder of the group consisted of nearly half who, after tumbling through several somersaults, finally grasped the trick, panting heavily as they came to a halt. As for the other half, they were still rolling about on the training ground. The instructor, observing this scene, nearly succumbed to laughter. He raised his hand and called out, "Dismissed. Off to dine." Soon, Lin Qiye and Zhao Yuan found themselves standing before the dining table. Lin Qiye's gaze casually swept over the cafeteria, momentarily pausing upon spotting a familiar figure. Qiuying was clinging to Molly like a koala, her round eyes glistening as she looked up at Molly, resembling a kitten awaiting its meal. She elongated her tone, her voice soft and pleading, "Molly, hungry, food." Molly, engrossed in picking out fish bones, did not lift her head, but with a deft flick of her wrist, she expertly delivered a piece of carefully deboned fish into Qiuying's waiting mouth, her movements fluid and graceful. Ah! Qiuying's eyes squinted in satisfaction as she chewed, her cheeks puffing out with delight. Before she could swallow, she dragged her voice and called out, "Molly!" The chopsticks carved a graceful arc through the air, this time targeting a piece of ribs coated in sauce. The entire cafeteria echoed with her soft, lingering calls, "Molly, Molly, Molly." After confirming that she was unharmed, a subtle relaxation flickered in Lin Qiye's eyes. Just moments ago, he and Wang Mian seemed to have irked Qiuying, dragging the innocent Shen Qingzhu into the fray. With a frosty demeanor, Qiuying cast her gaze away from them and strode directly to Molly's side. "What are you so engrossed in?" Zhao Yuan's voice suddenly broke through, pulling him back to reality. Lin Qiye maintained his usual expression, picking up his chopsticks, and replied nonchalantly, "Nothing, just having a meal." He picked up a piece of braised pork, marbled with fat, and turned to glance at the pale-faced Bai Li Pangpang, who was fixated on the food on his plate, his Adam's apple bobbing incessantly. "Why aren't you eating?" Lin Qiye inquired, puzzled. "I want to eat too." Bai Li Pangpang struggled to swallow, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, "But I'm afraid I can't control myself." The moment those words escaped his lips, the aroma of the food seemed to finally shatter his last shred of restraint. A glimmer ignited in his eyes, and his right hand became a blur, expertly snatching the largest piece of braised pork. Whoosh! With an unexpected backflip, the glistening morsel traced a beautiful parabola through the air, ultimately landing with a thud on the cafeteria's polished tiles. Bai Li Pangpang landed gracefully, maintaining his position as he stared at his empty chopsticks, his face etched with despair. Meanwhile, Shen Qingzhu stood by the dining table, watching helplessly as Deng Wei, Li Jia, and Li Liang tumbled about, letting out a resigned sigh. "Brother Shen, I am hungry." "Brother Shen, I want to eat." "Ahem, Brother Shen, could you please feed us?" Shen Qingzhu closed his eyes and took a deep breath, his long fingers gradually curling around the bamboo chopsticks, knuckles turning slightly pale. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing within them, and strode purposefully towards the trio of followers. Clenching his jaw, each word seemed to be forced through gritted teeth as he struck the edge of the table with his chopsticks. "Behave yourselves, one at a time, or I'll make sure you all go hungry tonight." Though his words were threatening, a swift flick of his wrist had him deftly grabbing a piece of braised pork and shoving it into Deng Wei's open mouth. "Chew 30 times before swallowing," he commanded with a stern expression, already turning to the next person. "You, open your mouth wider." Chapter 85. The Summoning Magic of Lin Qiye. With a grave expression, Lin Qiye exited Yuan Gang's office, the lingering shadows of concern etched upon his brow. He had just submitted the relic known as blood boiling, a prized acquisition seized from the Scorpion Mercenary Corps, to Commander Yuan in exchange for 2 million in cash. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Qiye inquired about Captain Chun Mai and Wu Xiangnan. What astounded him further was Commander Yuan's revelation regarding one of the 3 principal deities of Indian mythology. The god of destruction, Shiva. The essence of Shiva's grievance was, astonishingly, an ancient, yellowed sheepskin scroll, classified as a world-ending terror within the sequence 008. By inscribing a certain name in the blank space of this scroll, the corresponding concept could be utterly obliterated. A decade prior, 5 of humanity's utmost elites had convened, and Commander Yuan's voice echoed in his mind as they engaged in a cataclysmic battle against Loki, the trickster god of Northern Europe, and Gaia, the mother of the earth from Greece, at the borders of Great Xia. At the free shooting training ground, the air was filled with the sharp crack of gunfire. Bai Li Pangpang, donned with protective goggles and noise-canceling earmuffs, steadied his handgun. His usually jovial, cherubic face was unusually taut, with narrowed eyes radiating fierce concentration. He held his breath, his index finger repeatedly squeezing the trigger. Bang! 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 The 3 shots melded into a single resonant note, sending 3 clouds of dust erupting from the target 200 meters away. A grin creased Bai Li Pangpang's lips as he elegantly dispelled the curling smoke from the barrel, casually removed his earmuffs, and triumphantly shook his head. 10 rings, 10 rings, 10 rings. After 2 months of rigorous training, he had finally tamed the infernal neural currents within his watch. Although his muscles still occasionally twitched, at least he would no longer perform unexpected backflips in his sleep. In the adjacent shooting lane, Chao Yuan remained as still as a statue. He gazed intently at the distant target, and after firing 3 rounds, he frowned and lowered his weapon. 10 rings, 9 rings, 9 rings. Just as the score was reported, 3 abrupt gunshots erupted from the other side. Bang! 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 A miss, a miss, a miss. Lin Qiye silently set down his smoking handgun. "Ha-ha, Qiye!" Bai Li Pangpang exclaimed, bouncing up to drape an arm over his shoulder, winking mischievously among the 200 individuals at this training camp. "You are the only one who can fire 3 shots and completely avoid the target." Qiuying, observing the neatly aligned 3-9 rings on the target, involuntarily smiled. She discreetly glanced at Lin Qiye's performance nearby, turning away with a suppressed chuckle. She had also learned how to combat the electric currents. Gently stroking the still-warm barrel of her gun, she recalled how Qingyu had taught her to adjust her grip, finally coaxing the bullets to obey her will. Do not contend with the gun. It should be an extension of your gaze. She repeated the words of the bespectacled youth as the metallic trigger clicked softly beneath her fingertips. Lin Qiye looked at by Li Pangpang, smirking. When we engage in close combat later, you shall be my opponent. Bai Li Pongpong's robust frame shuddered, and he swiftly darted behind Qiao Yuan. Brother, I was mistaken. As night descended, Lin Qiye had just arrived at the psychiatric hospital and was about to inquire about Li Yifei's condition when, unexpectedly, a line of faintly golden characters unfolded before his eyes like a flowing stream. Progress of Merlin's treatment. 2. Conditions for reward acquisition met. Commencing random selection of Merlin's divine abilities. The progress had indeed increased, Lin Qiye thought with delight. The familiar golden wheel reappeared in the void, its surface engraved with ancient runes that shimmered like stars. The densely packed list of divine abilities glimmered with a mysterious luster under the moonlight, leaving one spellbound. Mastery of fire magic, mastery of lightning magic, mastery of transformation magic, mastery of spatial magic, mastery of wisdom magic, mastery of dark magic, mastery of prophecy. At the edge of the wheel, a slender, jet-black fissure lay quietly in wait, appearing particularly ominous amidst the array of dazzling abilities. Akin to a forbidden door leading to an indescribable realm. Lin Qiye's gaze skimmed over the names of the magical abilities glowing with arcane light, and his tense shoulders slightly relaxed. At least this time, there were no unsettling options labeled as extraordinary reproduction. The wheel's rotation gradually slowed, the golden pointer quivering slightly before coming to rest on mastery of summoning magic. In that instant, countless ancient incantations materialized before his eyes, and he could almost hear the whispers of myriad beings from other realms ebbing and flowing like the tide. Mastery of summoning magic. Acquire all knowledge of summoning magic from the wizard Merlin, transforming oneself into a super-compatible entity for summoning magic. In Lin Qiye's mind, 3 categories of summoning magic emerged: dimensional summoning, designated summoning, and random summoning. Dimensional summoning. By sacrificing numerous valuable offerings, one could send their soul to another plane and establish a contract with certain beings. Upon returning to the real world, they could summon those beings by casting a magical circle. Designated summoning. This involves summoning a being with whom one has had prior contact in the real world, provided their consent has been obtained. For instance, humans or objects. However, summoning a person would consume a large amount of mental energy, and if the distance is too great, the summoning would be impossible, making it more suitable for the summoning of existing items. Random summoning. As the name suggests, no one knows what will be summoned. The medium for casting is exceedingly simple: a stone, a piece of wood. It is even conceivable to summon a mighty ancient dragon with a mere leaf. The night was tranquil, and the moonlight flowed like silk. Lin Qiye slowly opened his eyes, his dark pupils reflecting a faint glow in the dim dormitory. He glanced at the neighboring bed whereby Li, the chubby one, was snoring loudly, utterly defenseless in his slumber, with a suspicious glimmer at the corner of his mouth. He sighed silently, fingertips lightly caressing the edge of the bed, as the impulse bubbling within him ultimately prevailed. Magic! The very word rolled off his tongue, imbued with an indescribable allure. Since he had already acquired this knowledge, how could he not try? He descended from the bed with the utmost stealth, his gaze sweeping across the floor until it finally settled upon his own slippers. Yet his fingers paused, as if a sudden thought had struck him. A faint smile crept upon his lips as he instead reached for the slippers belonging to Bai Li Pangpang. After all, this fellow was in a deep slumber and was unlikely to notice, right? He dampened his fingertips, tracing intricate, enigmatic patterns around the slippers. The magic circle for summoning, after all, did not require particularly refined materials. Its essence was more akin to a fateful connection, a fleeting resonance with the unknown. After 4 or 5 seconds, the final stroke was inscribed. Lin Qiye inhaled deeply, gradually channeling his mental energy into the formation. In an instant, the watermarks glimmered with a faint azure luminosity, reminiscent of stars descending to the mortal realm. Almost immediately, the slippers vanished into thin air, as if consumed by some invisible force, leaving not a single trace behind. Had he succeeded? Lin Qiye furrowed his brow, his gaze fixated on the empty floor, awaiting the manifestation of some extraordinary phenomenon. However, after a prolonged silence, all remained still, as if everything that had transpired was merely an illusion. Strange. Logically, something should have been summoned. Just as doubt began to creep in, a nearly imperceptible sound of wings fluttering reached his ears. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Qiye's pupils constricted, his mental energy instantly honing in on the source of the sound. A mosquito, leisurely hovering in the air. A mosquito. He was taken aback, momentarily unable to comprehend. It was only early May. Logically, the season for swarming insects had yet to arrive, yet here it was, appearing so abruptly under the influence of his magic. Lin Qiye remained silent for a moment, ultimately rubbing his temples in resignation. While at least it proved that magic could indeed be wielded. As night deepened, Lin Qiye gazed at the mound of spoils before him. A few buzzing mosquitoes, a torn stocking summoned from who knows where, several lifeless fragments of stone, and a withered branch. He couldn't help but fall into contemplation. Was there something amiss with my summoning method? He cast a glance at the still slumbering Li Pangpang and Qiuying, clearing his throat with a sense of trepidation. After all, should these two awaken to find their slippers, stockings, and even the small trinkets on their bedside mysteriously vanished, they would likely not take it lightly. No, he needed to shift his approach. Suddenly, inspiration struck him, and he reached up to pluck a single hair from his forehead. Since the results of summoning external objects were so random, why not try using himself as the medium? The hair floated delicately into the watermarked magic circle, and in an instant, the azure glow flared to life, more resplendent than ever before. The hair silently dissolved, as if consumed entirely by some unseen force. This time, surely something different would emerge? Lin Qiye held his breath, his gaze unwaveringly locked onto the center of the swirling azure magic circle. As the final rays of light dissipated, a slender figure gradually emerged. A cascade of raven-black hair flowed like silk, and long eyelashes fluttered gently. The girl's exquisite sleeping visage, illuminated by the moonlight, resembled a serene painting. She seemed to be lost in a tranquil slumber, her breath steady and deep, completely unaware of the changes surrounding her. This was Qiuying. Lin Qiye's pupils contracted sharply, leaving him frozen in place. The girl, sensing a disturbance, furrowed her brow slightly and unconsciously raised her hand to rub her eyes. Drowsily, she opened her eyes, her gaze wandering aimlessly around the dim dormitory, her familiar bed, the thunderous snores of Li Pangpang, and not far away, Qiuying, who was also with his eyes closed. Qiuying paused, her muddled thoughts suddenly awakening. She abruptly looked down and discovered she was half reclining in a warm embrace, the rhythmic sound of a heartbeat resonating clearly behind her. How'd she end up in the boys' dormitory, lying in Lin Qiye's arms? The air seemed to freeze at that moment. The girl's fair cheeks flushed with a visible crimson hue as she stiffly turned her head, locking eyes with Lin Qiye, who wore a similarly shocked expression. Their gazes met in a profound silence. I can explain, Lin Qiye managed to utter, his voice dry and strained. Qiuying took a deep breath, her fingertips trembling slightly. Lin Qiye, Chapter 86. Perhaps only you can provide the answers. It was inconceivable for Qiuying to remain in the boys' dormitory. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Qiye resolved to escort her back to the asylum of the gods. Upon hearing footsteps, Li Yifei lifted his gaze and, seeing Lin Qiye return, inquired, "Why are you back again?" Before he could finish his sentence, Qiuying peeked out from behind Lin Qiye and playfully winked at him. "Li Yifei, let us continue our game." Li Yifei was taken aback for a moment, then sighed in resignation, yet a smile crept upon his lips. "Ah, you brought me another ancestor. Danaus, Aphrodite, you have arrived." The gentle and joyful voice of Nyx floated from a short distance away. She stood in the center of the ward, her dark gown flowing like the night sky, a tender smile gracing her features. Upon seeing Lin Qiye and Qiuying, she immediately gestured for them to approach, her eyes sparkling with maternal affection. Lin Qiye offered a faint smile as he guided Qiuying towards Nyx, while discreetly scanning the surroundings, hoping to catch a glimpse of the figure who was fond of studying magic. Alas, Merlin seemed to be absent today, leaving him somewhat disappointed, as he had wished to introduce him to Qiuying. Meanwhile, Qiuying and Lin Qiye engaged in a game of hide-and-seek within the corridors of the asylum. She danced lightly through the dimly lit hallways, pondering where to conceal herself to evade Lin Qiye's detection. Just then, a deep yet gentle male voice resonated from the end of the corridor. "Come hide with me. No one will find you." Qingyu paused, glancing toward the source of the voice. There, behind a half-open door, lay a room filled to the brim with books, towering shelves nearly consuming every inch of the walls. At the center of the room, a young man clad in a deep blue robe sat quietly in an armchair, his fingers gently caressing an ancient tome. His eyes were profound as an abyss, yet held a hint of an elusive smile, as though he could see into the depths of one's soul. "Who are you?" Qiuying tilted her head, a blend of caution and curiosity evident in her demeanor. The man did not respond directly, but merely smiled slightly, raising his elongated fingers. In an instant, the towering bookshelves seemed to dissolve like phantoms, replaced by a resplendent rose garden. The vibrant blossoms swayed under the ethereal moonlight, their intoxicating fragrance enveloping the air, transforming the walls into an endless expanse of night sky. "May I enter now?" His voice remained warm, yet possessed an irresistible charm. Qiuying blinked, and though she was filled with questions, the wonder of the scene before her compelled her to take a step forward. Cautiously, Qiuying seated herself on a chair within the rose garden, the surrounding petals gently swaying with an unseen breeze. Merlin observed her, his deep-set eyes seemingly flowing with galaxies. "I am a scholar," he began slowly, his voice deep and magnetic, exploring the veracity of our world. "I suspect that within our realm, there exist higher dimensional beings." Qiuying tilted her head, nodding in a semblance of understanding, albeit with lingering uncertainty. Though she did not fully comprehend his words, she inexplicably felt that the man before her seemed to harbor many secrets. Merlin leaned slightly forward, his fingertips gently tracing the void, conjuring a wisp of ethereal blue light. "Perhaps only you can assist me in unraveling this mystery." "Me?" Qiuying's eyes widened in disbelief as she pointed to herself. "What could I possibly do to help?" Merlin's lips curled into a subtle smile, a glimmer of enigmatic amusement flickering in his eyes. "I shall teach you a spell that can fulfill any wish of yours." Qiuying squinted skeptically, inwardly murmuring, "Doesn't this sound rather like a scam?" After a moment's hesitation, she stood to leave. I think I will seek refuge elsewhere." "I am the great wizard Merlin," he declared. "You have no idea of the immense power you possess. I can guide you." His casually uttered words halted Qiuying in her tracks. Her pupils constricted slightly as she slowly turned back, reassessing the enigmatic figure before her. Merlin, a name known far and wide in the realm of mystique. The legendary sorcerer, the sage of the age of gods. Some even claimed he had transcended the boundaries of humanity. "Are you truly that Merlin?" Her voice trembled with a hint of disbelief. Merlin offered no reply, merely raising his hand, where a suspended star of light coalesced at his fingertips, radiant and serene. In the dining hall that morning, sunlight streamed through the glass windows, casting warmth upon the tables. Bai Li, yawning and still drowsy, trailed behind Chao Yuan, ambling toward the table where Lin Qiye sat. "Qiye, why are you up so early today?" Bai Li rubbed his eyes, dragging out a chair and plopping down, his voice thick with sleep. Lin Qiye leisurely swallowed the last bite of his bun, glancing at the two. "Because someone has been complaining about hunger since dawn." Bai Li scratched his head in confusion, counting on his fingers. "Aside from you, me, and Lao Chao." Before he could finish, Lin Qiye shifted slightly, revealing Qiuying seated beside him. "Good morning." The girl beamed, cradling a steaming cup of soy milk in her hands, her eyes sparkling as she waved at them. Bai Li's expression froze, and he mechanically turned to Qiao Yuan. Lao Qiao, I've truly had enough. Every time, Qiye tortures the single dogs. Qiao Yuan calmly sipped his porridge, not lifting his gaze as he replied, You'll get used to it. Chapter 87. The trial in the training camp's rear mountains, dark clouds loomed ominously. 3 black armed transport planes tore through the overcast sky, their propellers stirring a tempestuous gale that swept across the ground, sending fierce winds howling and causing the lined-up instructors to flutter their garments, resembling a tableau of silent statues. At the forefront stood Yuan Gang, hands clasped behind him, squinting as he scrutinized the approaching aircraft, his expression inscrutable and austere. His gaze cut through the heavy metallic exterior like a blade, yearning to unveil the secrets concealed within. With a thunderous roar, the last transport plane came to a steady halt, and the rear cargo door slowly opened, driven by hydraulic mechanisms. A cadre of fully armed operatives swiftly leaped out, their tactical boots striking the ground in a synchronized thud, an atmosphere of grim determination instantly enveloping the scene. Following this, 3 black cubes, secured by heavy chains, gradually rolled out of the cargo hold, their metallic surfaces gleaming coldly, resembling prisons ensnaring malevolent entities. A commanding operative hastened forward, standing sharply before Yuan Gang and saluting with authority, reporting, The 3 Chuan boundary mysteries have been safely delivered. Please advise. Yuan Gang inclined his head slightly and advanced towards one of the cubes. His fingertips danced over the password keypad, and the moment he entered the 12-digit code, a crisp beep resonated from within. The black cube trembled slightly, and its sealed top began to open, releasing a frigid mist that cascaded downwards, forming delicate frost patterns upon the ground. As the icy fog dissipated, the interior of the cube was finally unveiled, a pale boy encased in ice, black, web-like patterns crawling across his face, his wide eyes frozen in a state of terror and despair. A cold smile crept across Yuan Gang's lips as he turned to survey the gathered instructors, his voice deep and authoritative. Everyone, prepare yourselves. The carnival day for the recruits is about to commence. In the early morning, before dawn's light broke, Qiuying was gently roused from her slumber by Molly. There was no whistle today. Molly's voice was barely above a whisper, tinged with unease. Qiuying instantly awakened. In this training camp, anything out of the ordinary signified peril. They quickly and silently gathered their belongings, their movements as stealthy as 2 vigilant nocturnal creatures. The corridor was eerily silent, with only the soft echoes of their footsteps resonating. A few trainees stood scattered near the washing basin, exchanging anxious glances, an unsettling tension permeating the air. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream shattered the stillness. Qiuying and Molly exchanged a glance before racing towards the source of the sound. The sight before them froze them in place. A body severed at the waist lay in a pool of blood, the familiar military uniform soaked crimson. Beside the corpse stood a chilling figure, a towering man over 2 meters tall, his grayish-white skin exuding an aura of death under the dim light. Most horrifying was the gaping, bloody cavity where his head should have been. This headless giant dragged an exaggerated beheading sword with one hand. The 3-meter-long blade, entirely shrouded in a deep black hue, carved a profound gash into the ground, emitting a disconcerting sound reminiscent of teeth grating. Upon the back of the blade, faint crimson patterns were discernible, resembling dried blood that had seeped into the very metal itself. As he advanced, the colossal sword trailed behind him, etching a serpentine scar upon the earth, akin to a lethal black python slithering through the corridors of the training camp. What is this creature? A female soldier's pupils dilated, her voice trembling slightly in fear. She fixated on the headless figure, her fingers unconsciously clenching, knuckles whitening. However, before she could utter another word, swish. A chilling flash of light sliced through the air like lightning, moving with a speed so swift it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The soldier had no time to react. She merely felt a sudden chill at her waist, as if a cold metal had brushed against her skin. In the next instant, her vision abruptly tilted. With a splatter, blood gushed forth from her severed torso like a fountain, her upper body slowly sliding down, lips quivering as if attempting to articulate something. Yet ultimately, her pupils dilated, frozen in the terror of death. Meanwhile, the headless, imposing figure had silently materialized behind her. Its pallid skin, grotesque, severed neck, and the massive, blood-dripping sword. It slowly raised its arm, the droplets of blood sliding down the blade, crashing onto the ground and creating blinding crimson splatters. Lin Qiye stood before the bed of Bai Li Pangpang, gazing at the slumbering figure enveloped in a deep slumber, his brow gradually furrowing. "Wake up, it's time to eat." He reached out to nudge Bai Li Pangpang's shoulder, his voice low and resonant. However, the slumbering Bai Li Pangpang remained utterly unresponsive, lying still as if in a death-like sleep. Something felt amiss. Lin Qiye's eyelids twitched, and the ominous premonition within him intensified. After a brief silence, he suddenly seized Bai Li Pangpang's wrist, the one adorned with an ACE watch. Buzz! A torrent of violent spiritual energy surged into the watch, and in an instant, Bai Li Pangpang's body jolted violently, as if electrified, springing upright from the bed. Crack! Crack! He executed 2 perfect backflips mid-air in an uncanny manner. Then, with a thud, crashed back onto the bed, his breathing remaining steady, as if everything that transpired had merely been a figment of imagination. Lin Qiye's pupils constricted sharply. No matter how deeply one might sleep, it was inconceivable to perform such complex maneuvers in an unconscious state. He promptly unleashed his spiritual energy, meticulously scanning Bai Li Pangpang's entire being. No anomalies detected. His breathing was even pulse steady, and there was not a hint of disorder in the fluctuations of his spiritual energy, as if he were genuinely ensconced in the most ordinary slumber. A mental trap? Lin Qiye murmured softly, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. He abruptly rose, striding towards the door. As he pushed it open, a cacophony of voices surged forth. Dozens of individuals had gathered in the corridor, their expressions grave, engaged in fervent debate about something. Chapter 88. Trial 2. Lin Qiye. Upon spotting the familiar figure at the end of the corridor, Shen Qingzhu's furrowed brow suddenly brightened with hope as he hastened forward in a few quick strides. However, an unsettling feeling gripped him. Lowering his voice, the gravity of his expression deepened. Deng Wei and the others remained in a profound stupor, unresponsive to any attempts at awakening them. Had they succumbed as well? A sense of dread tightened within Lin Qiye. Not only him, but Shen Qingzhu also surveyed the surroundings, his voice growing heavier. Nearly 70% of the new recruits in the entire dormitory building were ensnared in the same state. Were the instructors. Beside him, Zhou Yuan shook his head, having already dispatched individuals to search, yet the most perplexing aspect was the entire training camp appeared to have been vacated entirely. Vacated? Lin Qiye's pupils constricted. All the instructors' logistical staff, even Grandpa's son from the cafeteria, had vanished without a trace. A chill laced Zhou Yuan's voice now. The training camp consisted solely of us new recruits. Were there any signs of struggle? Zhou Yuan paused, utterly confused. None whatsoever. Lin Qiye lowered his gaze in contemplation, and after a moment, a flicker of understanding ignited in his eyes. So that was it. His taut nerves gradually relaxed. What have you inferred? If I'm not mistaken, this is likely a test, Lin Qiye calmly analyzed. The collective disappearance of the instructors without any traces of combat suggests they withdrew voluntarily and with remarkable stealth. You mean? Shen Qingzhu's expression shifted with realization. Lin Qiye gazed upward toward a certain spot on the ceiling, as if he could see through the walls. I am certain they are currently observing our every move from the shadows. Not this again. Shen Qingzhu felt a vain throb at his temple, about to retort when suddenly, a series of piercing screams shattered the tranquil morning air, slicing through the atmosphere like daggers. The expressions of Lin Qiye and the others changed dramatically, their gazes snapping toward the source of the commotion. Shen Qingzhu's brow furrowed deeply, his voice low. That is, from the direction of the cafeteria? He turned to Lin Qiye, asking what they should do now. Lin Qiye hesitated for a brief moment before decisively stating, We must head to the scene. The cafeteria is near the dormitory building. They sprinted to the entrance of the cafeteria. Instead of the usual aroma of breakfast wafting through the air, an eerie silence enveloped the cafeteria, with a faint scent of blood lingering ominously. This unusual odor heightened everyone's senses. Lin Qiye frowned as he approached the cafeteria door. The iron lock on the handle had been severed by a sharp implement, and fresh marks of opening remained visible in the crevice of the door. Clearly, someone had broken in before them. Lin Qiye did not recklessly push the door open. Instead, he first probed with his mental energy. As his perception swept across the scene beyond the door, his pupils dilated in shock. He took a deep breath and slowly opened the cafeteria door. The sight before them caused everyone to gasp in unison. The entire cafeteria hall was ensnared by an intricate web of spider silk. The thick, finger-like strands of spider silk crisscrossed, weaving an eerie, colossal white web that resembled the gaping maw of some dreadful creature, emanating a chilling aura in the dim light. Could this be the lair of a spider? A trembling voice from a rookie questioned, how could it be so vast? This is no ordinary spider. Lin Qiye spoke solemnly. It must be something mysterious related to spiders. His gaze suddenly fixated on a particular spot. Look there. In the center of the largest web, a contorted corpse was firmly ensnared. The individual's chest had been entirely split open, with entrails gone, and a ghastly visage frozen in sheer terror, as if witnessing the most horrifying sight in their final moments of life. Bumli! Someone exclaimed in shock. Is it Wang Li from the second building? How could this be? Upon recognizing the deceased, the crowd erupted in chaos. Wasn't it just an exercise? How gruesome! What could he have possibly endured? Panic surged like a tide, leaving even Shen Qingzhu and Zhou Yuan with ashen faces. Silence! Lin Qiye's sharp command rang out, his piercing gaze sweeping over the crowd. That mystery may still be lurking nearby. Instantly, everyone fell silent. Though they had undergone rigorous training, many rookies still trembled uncontrollably in the face of such a horrifying scene. Lin Qiye withdrew the star blade from the black box, the night-like realm unfurling silently. While the others stood on high alert, he stealthily advanced deeper into the web-laden cafeteria. Zhou Yuan hesitated briefly, swiftly shedding his outer coat and gripping his sword, following closely behind. Upon witnessing this, Shen Qingzhu clicked his tongue in response and joined the pursuit. Someone from behind attempted to follow, but Lin Qiye, without looking back, warned, "Do not enter. The more people there are, the easier it is to trigger the web, which only increases the danger." Within the dimly lit cafeteria, 3 figures glided like phantoms through the labyrinth of webs. Suddenly, Lin Qiye's spiritual sense detected something amiss. He abruptly lifted his head, only to see a gigantic grayish-white spider seamlessly merging with the wall on the right side of the ceiling. Without the aid of spiritual perception, it would have been nearly imperceptible. This spider measured nearly 2 meters in length, with its extended legs spanning 4 meters wide. At the moment of detection, dozens of scarlet compound eyes on its body simultaneously ignited. Concurrently, the azure gemstone at Lin Qiye's neck burst forth with brilliance. A wave of slight dizziness washed over him, only to be dissipated in an instant by the gemstone's power. Azure Guardian activated. In the blink of an eye, Lin Qiye reacted. The star blade, entwined in night, slipped from his grasp, transforming into a streak of black light aimed directly at the spider's vital point. The star blade, propelled by the darkness, shot forth but embedded deeply into the wall 1/2 meter from the spider, the hilt quivering slightly. Lin Qiye. The air suddenly grew tense. The expressions of Zhou Yuan and Shen Qingzhu froze simultaneously. Even the colossal spider appeared momentarily stunned, a hint of human-like confusion flickering in its crimson eyes. Having lived for so long, it was the first time it encountered such an absurdly inaccurate attack. Lin Qiye's lips twitched slightly. His darkest divine ruins currently covers only a range of 20 meters. Beyond this distance, the accuracy is indeed rather unsatisfactory. At this awkward moment, Shen Qingzhu's slender fingers suddenly lifted, and the black ring erupted with a burst of sparks. Snap! The crisp sound of a finger snap reverberated throughout the cafeteria. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly erupted, and blinding flames instantly engulfed the ceiling where the spider was located. Amidst the billowing smoke, a grayish-white figure darted out like lightning. However, to everyone's astonishment, the spider abruptly turned in midair, crashing through the window glass and vanishing into the morning mist in the blink of an eye. On the narrow path outside the training camp, a gray-haired boy was desperately running. He appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old, with a pale face adorned with spiderweb-like patterns, and his ruby-like eyes were brimming with tears. "I must get out. I have to escape," he muttered to himself with a sob. But as he approached the surrounding wall, he suddenly halted, shivering all over. "No. If the instructors find out I ran away, they would turn me into a braised spider." The boy squatted down in a dejected manner, hugging his knees and softly weeping. "They're all bad people." Meanwhile, the ethereal form of Bai Li Pang Pang slowly awakened. He stretched languidly, bleary-eyed, murmuring, "Why is no one blowing the whistle today?" When he realized he was stuck in a gigantic spider's web, he instantly became alert. What is happening? He widened his eyes, gazing at the other new recruits trapped around him, his face filled with confusion. A psychic prohibition? No. Firewall isn't responding. After fruitlessly attempting to break free, Bali Pong Pong's gaze fell upon the black ring on his right hand, which seemed to follow him everywhere. With a thought, a black blade of light extended from his fingertips. Prohibition. Soul-severing blade. The blade effortlessly severed the spider's silk. The liberated ethereal form was swiftly drawn back to its physical body. At that moment, the spider boy, hiding somewhere, suddenly screamed in agony, rolling on the ground while clutching his head. "It hurts. Who is cutting my weaving soul?" Bai Li Pang Pang abruptly sprang from his bed. What the hell is going on? He glanced around the empty dormitory, checked his watch, and hurriedly slipped on his slippers, rushing outside, only to collide with Shen Qingzhu returning from the cafeteria. How did you? Shen Qingzhu stammered in shock. After understanding the sequence of events, Bai Li Pang Pang smiled mysteriously. "I have my own tricks." He elegantly donned a monocle, prohibition, eye of true sight. In an instant, an ethereal spider web enveloping the entire training camp became vividly clear before his eyes. Quite a number of them. Bai Li Pang Pang lightly caressed the Yaoguang necklace around his neck. As golden light flowed, a massive sword of light lifted him into the air. In midair, Bai Li Pong Pong's garments fluttered, and the black light of the soul-severing blade flickered at his fingertips, causing the spider web to disintegrate at a visible pace. Stop! In the warehouse, the spider boy writhed in pain, lamenting, "I can't take it anymore." With great effort, he waved his hand, causing a tide of spider silk to recede, allowing the trapped souls to return to their original forms. Bai Li Pang Pang sheathed his blade and adjusted his monocle, his gaze sharp as he focused on the direction of the warehouse. "I found you." Chapter 89. Trial 3. Bai Li Pang Pang leaped onto his massive sword and soared back to the dormitory like a streak of light. With an air of nonchalance, he stowed his forbidden items, straightened his attire, and approached Shen Qingzhu with a confident stride. "How are things?" Shen Qingzhu raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What's the situation?" "With me on the case, how could anything possibly go awry?" Bai Li Pang Pang replied, puffing out his chest. He leaned in conspiratorially, lowering his voice. "Moreover, I followed the clues and found that fellow." Shen Qingzhu's eyes brightened. "The exact location?" "The warehouse," Bai Li Pang Pang replied, his joking demeanor fading as he grew serious. "However, that place is steeped in ominous energy. I believe it would be wiser to wait for everyone to act together." As he spoke, dormitory doors along the corridor began to open. New recruits emerged, rubbing their bleary eyes, their faces still reflecting lingering fear. Xian Yi. Deng Wei rushed over, sweat beading on his forehead. "I just had a particularly terrifying dream. I dreamt of being suspended in midair by a giant spider. No matter how I struggled, I couldn't wake up." "Oh," Bai Li Pang Pang interjected with keen interest. "Do you remember how you escaped in the end?" Deng Wei scratched his head in thought. "I think I saw a golden light streaking across the sky, and there was He suddenly faltered, stammering, a glowing thing flying up. Bai Li Pang Pang's smile froze instantly, disbelief widening his eyes. He had just heroically saved others. Enveloped in the protective aura of Yao Guang and wielding the soul-severing blade, how had he morphed into a mere glowing object in someone else's eyes? Shen Qingzhu let out a cold snort, raising his hand to deliver a reprimanding slap to Deng Wei's head. Useless. To have your soul so easily taken. You've embarrassed me thoroughly. But Shungu, silence. Shen Qingzhu shot him a piercing glare, and Deng Wei fell silent immediately. Li Pang cleared his throat, redirecting the conversation. Now that everyone is awake, we have about 150 combatants at our disposal. Even if that spider is formidable, our numbers should overwhelm it. Shen Qingzhu fell silent for a moment, his eyes dark and heavy, his voice low and serious. It's not that simple. That spider is truly lethal. Li Pang's smile faltered, his brow furrowing. Isn't this an examination? People have already perished. Shen Qingzhu's fingers tightened slightly, a chill creeping into his voice. And the manner of their deaths was horrific. Even with over 150 of us, how many can truly coordinate effectively? Confronting a mysterious entity from the Chuan realm recklessly would only lead to further casualties. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over the still-dazed new recruits in the corridor. He murmured, "We must devise a strategy that can eliminate it while minimizing our losses." Li Pang stared blankly at Shen Qingzhu, his heart stirred. In his memory, Shen Qingzhu had always been a capricious individual with a fiery temper, yet in this moment, he appeared unervingly calm. Indeed, anyone capable of laying an ambush amidst the onslaught of the massed and turning the tide against an entire squad could hardly be deemed reckless or devoid of strategy. Suddenly, Li Pang recalled something and looked around, inquiring, "Where is Qiyi?" "He took a group to Building 3. Shen Qingzhu replied coolly. He mentioned there was also a mysterious aura there. Building 3? The girls' dormitory? Li Pang was taken aback, his pupils constricting as his expression shifted dramatically. Isn't Mo Li in danger? Narrowing his eyes, Li Pang scrutinized Shen Qingzhu with suspicion. Wait, isn't Qiuying also in the dormitory? You usually fret over her more than anyone else. Why didn't you accompany Qiyi this time? Upon hearing this, Shen Qingzhu's gaze flickered momentarily. He turned his face slightly, the mottled shadows casting a striking outline on his stern features, a faint, elusive smile gracing his lips. I am well aware of Qiye's strength, he stated, his voice deep and resolute, as his fingertips unconsciously stroked the ring on his hand. With him present, I have no worries. As he spoke, he slowly turned, his dark eyes appearing particularly profound under the dim corridor lights. His gaze swept over the bewildered Deng Wei and the others, his tone imbued with undeniable conviction. But here, my presence is still required. Bai Li Bang stood for them, observing Shen Qingzhu's silhouette against the light. The corridor's illumination cast a cold silver edge upon his shoulders, rendering him akin to a drawn blade. Its sharpness reigned in yet impossible to confront directly. In that moment, he suddenly comprehended why those around him willingly referred to him as Brother Shen, why even Lin Qiye acknowledged this seemingly eccentric individual. Shen Qingzhu was never a brute. He understood better than anyone what battles to fight and what to concede, when to reveal his sharpness and when to exercise restraint. Like now, he was undoubtedly more concerned for Qiuying's safety than anyone else. Yet he chose to remain here, for there were others who needed him more. Very well. Li Pang immediately dashed towards Building 3. Wait, where are you going? Aren't you going to deal with that spider? Shen Qingzhu called out, somewhat bewildered as he watched him run. Li Pang, after a moment of contemplation, swiftly removed the shimmering black ring from his right hand and tossed it towards Shen Qingzhu. Here, this is the soul-severing blade, specifically designed to combat soul threads. He spoke rapidly, his eyes sparkling with fervor. You have more than enough people to handle that spider. Consider this a temporary loan. Before he could finish, he had already spun around like a whirlwind, his clothing billowing sharply around the corner of the corridor. I must hurry to be a hero. Shen Qingzhu caught the still warm ring, shaking his head with a bemused smile, while that figure had already vanished at the end of the corridor. Chapter 90. Trial 4 before the girls' dormitory. Lin Qiye stood with a furrowed brow. He often accompanied Qiuying back to her residence and was somewhat familiar with this entrance, albeit only the entrance itself. Yet, this ostensibly ordinary dormitory now exuded an eerie aura. Even at such close proximity, his mortal realm could not perceive its existence, as if entirely obscured by some unseen force. This was a situation he had never encountered before. The door remained resolutely shut. Zhou Yuan pushed against the glass door with all his might, but it did not budge, emitting a dull thud. It was as if the space had been severed. A voice emerged from behind them, belonging to an unknown recruit, low and somber. Lin Qiye turned to him. Severed space? Indeed. The man nodded, his fingers brushing against the doorframe. My forbidden domain relates to space. I can sense that although this building appears to be here, it actually exists in another spatial dimension. He retrieved an old, oversized machete adorned with red tassels from behind him. In the dim light, his balding silhouette combined with the formidable weapon exuded a rather fearsome presence. Taking a deep breath, he swung the blade with sudden ferocity. A surge of grayish energy sliced through the air and struck the door, producing a faint crack, akin to an invisible barrier being torn asunder. Let us go. The man was the first to push through the door, followed closely by the others. Just as the last person entered, the glass door silently closed behind them. Lin Qiye glanced back. Through the glass, the external scenery was rapidly distorting and fading, ultimately transforming into a deep azure, as if the entire building had been submerged at the ocean's depths. Is this the power of the spatial forbidden domain? He attempted to push the door again, but remained immovable. They were indeed completely isolated in another space. Let us head upstairs to assess the situation. As Lin Qiye ascended the stairs, a piercing female scream suddenly echoed from above, reverberating through the empty hallway. The expressions of the group shifted dramatically, exchanging glances. They hastened their pace towards the upper floors. Lin Qiye's hand had already instinctively gripped the hilt of his knife, his knuckles paling slightly. He did not fear for Qiuying's safety. Given her abilities, ordinary mysteries would likely pose no threat to her. However, the terror conveyed in that scream pricked at his nerves like a slender needle. He worried that she might be frightened, and that was something he could not allow. Move! His voice was low and icy, his figure darting up the stairs like an arrow released from its bow. What is happening? The recruits' eyes widened in disbelief. As they reached the top of the stairs, they were confronted with a scene that defied all logic. The staircase, which should have led to the second-floor corridor, now directly connected to a girl's dormitory. The dormitory was immaculate, with neatly made beds and a table scattered with skincare products and a few folded garments, as if its occupant had just departed moments ago. Yet, curiously, the room was utterly devoid of any inhabitants. Is this what a girl's dormitory is like? Someone in the group hesitantly inquired. After all, they're all male soldiers and have never set foot in this dormitory building. It is inconceivable. Lin Qiye crouched down, his fingertips gently tracing the seam between the staircase and the dormitory floor. The two distinctly different tiles were seamlessly joined, without a single hint of unevenness. No matter how advanced the construction, achieving such precision is beyond reach. He rose to his feet, his gaze sharp. It was as if someone had forcibly amalgamated two entirely unrelated spaces. Another manifestation of spatial abilities? Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow. Indeed, Lin Qiye nodded. The entire structure of the building had likely been thrown into complete disarray, akin to a Rubik's Cube twisted haphazardly. As he spoke, he strode into the dormitory and pushed open the door across the way, only to find a bizarre T-shaped corridor outside. The two segments of what should have been a straight corridor were now misaligned at right angles, resembling a structure mistakenly assembled by a child playing with building blocks, exuding an indescribable sense of incongruity. Zhou Yuan approached the window, attempting to open it, but the deep blue void outside resembled frozen amber, remaining utterly still. The glass reflected his solemn expression, sharply contrasting with the all-consuming blue. They continued down the disordered corridor, each step taken upon fragments of an unknown space. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, Lin Qiye suddenly halted before an ordinary door, his right hand silently resting on the hilt of his blade. "What is wrong?" Zhou Yuan whispered. Lin Qiye did not respond, but slowly pushed open the door. Behind it lay a deep corridor, and in the center of the corridor, there lay a woman's corpse, severed at the waist. Blood spread across the white tiles in dark crimson patches, remnants of a rookie uniform soaked in the pool of blood. The upper and lower halves of the body were perfectly separated, the severed edge alarmingly smooth. "It's someone from the training camp," a rookie's hoarse voice remarked. "From a third company. I saw her laughing with friends in the cafeteria just last week." Lin Qiye knelt on one knee, his fingertips hovering an inch above the corpse, his mental energy delicately scanning. There was only one fatal wound at the waist. He noted in a low voice. The injury was smooth and orderly, inflicted by a sharp weapon. The upper body muscles were tense, indicating she must have been in a heightened state of alert before her demise. He lifted his gaze towards the darkness at the end of the corridor, yet the assailant's strength was overwhelming, delivering a lethal blow. Wasn't that mysterious entity adept at ensnaring foes? The rookie's face turned pale. Zhou Yuan pondered. Could it be spatial cutting? Unlikely. Lin Qiye shook his head. This resembled more of a knife wound. The three fell into silence simultaneously. The corridor lights flickered, casting dancing shadows over the bloodstains. Unless Lin Qiye slowly stood, the clash of the sheath against the ground producing a crisp sound, indicating that there was more than one mysterious entity present. This statement caused the air to freeze momentarily. The rookie gasped. To be able to kill in an instant at the pool level, at least at the river level, coupled with that spatial entity. Meanwhile, outside the dormitory building, Bai Li, panting heavily, ran to the entrance of the girls' dormitory, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "Hello, is anyone there?" He struck the door with considerable force, the echo reverberating through the desolate hall. Not receiving a response, he stepped back 2 paces, retrieving a piece of chalk from his pocket, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "It seems I must resort to some extraordinary measures." "Molly, where are you?" Bai Li's resonant call echoed through the distorted space, eventually fading into silence. He sighed, poised to shout once more. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A peculiar dragging sound suddenly emerged from afar, akin to some heavy object slowly scraping against the floor, intermittently accompanied by the creaking of doors opening and closing. The noise drew closer, its rhythm eerily unsettling. Bai Li froze, slowly turning his head toward the source of the sound, his throat involuntarily constricting. This commotion bodes ill. He swiftly drew the transforming into thousands sword from the void, its blade glinting with a chilling brilliance in the dim corridor. The eye of true sight on his nose slightly warming. The dragging sound grew ever nearer, finally halting just a wall away from him. Bai Li held his breath, the tip of his sword trembling slightly. Just as he prepared to take the initiative, a frigid hand suddenly clamped around his wrist, another hand firmly covering his mouth. "Hush!" Molly appeared, stifling his outcry and pulling him away, guiding them through several walls into a room. In the space before him, dozens of female soldiers sat silently, forming 3 small groups. The sound of their drawing boards rustled as their fingertips swiftly sketched on the paper, all maintaining an unspoken understanding, communicating solely through glances and subtle gestures. The scene resembled a silent military conference, exuding a suffocating tension. Bai Li stood frozen, the sight before him far exceeding his imagination. Molly gestured to a girl in the corner. The next moment, a cacophony of thoughts exploded in Bai Li's mind, like someone had directly inserted a communicator into his very consciousness. Zone 46 requires correction. Sister Molly confirmed that it is a 90-degree rotating corridor. The blueprint for Sector 5 is nearly complete. We request integration with Sector 4. Retrieve the master map from 10 minutes ago. I believe I have identified the key point. Despite no words being spoken, the thoughts resonated clearly as if they were whispered. Bai Li stared in astonishment at Molly, who explained in his mind, Zhang, Xiaoxiao's mental link can only cover 2 rooms. They are creating a spatial dynamic model of the entire building. Molly's gaze swept over the industrious soldiers. The hunter and the spatial specialist had formed a mysterious alliance. The hunter had been gravely wounded by Qiuying. Just as they prepared to eliminate him, the space reset. Z believes there must be a pattern to this space. She glanced toward the center of the crowd, where a girl with a ponytail knelt on the floor strewn with blueprints. Her delicate fingers tracing back and forth across the various floor plans from different periods. The surrounding girls instinctively maintained their distance from her, as if fearing to disturb her contemplation. Aji is indeed our brain. Molly's voice brimmed with pride. It was she who deciphered the killing pattern of the hunter and discovered this save point. She paused for a moment and then turned to the side, where Qiuying stood. Qiuying asserted that if she could grasp the patterns of space to restrain the hunter, she would find a way to eliminate him. At that moment, the girl at the center suddenly trembled. She abruptly seized 2 sheets of paper and rose to her feet, her ponytail swinging vigorously due to the sudden movement. I understand. Aji's voice resonated through the mental link in everyone's minds. I have deciphered the patterns of spatial reset. Chapter 5. The test. The wooden door emitted a faint groan, despite Lin Qiye's movements being as light as falling feathers. Yet, the door still betrayed a subtle sound that echoed like thunder in the oppressive silence of the darkness. Lin Qiye's pupils constricted sharply, and he retreated like a specter. Qiuying almost simultaneously withdrew, his bare feet making not a whisper against the ground. The two instinctively positioned themselves along the corridor's edges, suppressing their breathing and heartbeats to the barest minimum. Suddenly, a shadow, enveloped in a chilling blade of light, sliced through the air with a thunderous roar. The hefty executioner's sword cleaved the wooden door in two. As splinters flew, the headless giant's form nearly filled the corridor, dragging the massive sword forward with deliberate slowness. The grating sound of metal scraping against the floor sent shivers down their spines. Lin Qiye and Qiuying stood like statues pressed against the wall, leaving only 4 icy gazes in the darkness. As the massive body brushed past, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Lin Qiye's eyes. With a resonant clash, both blades were drawn, and Qiuying gripped his sword fiercely. The 3 blades lunged towards the wrist and vital points of the headless man. Yet, the executioner's sword struck first, colliding with their blades. In that instant, the headless giant's strength surged violently. Qiuying, along with his sword, was hurled into the wall, the resounding crash of collapsing bricks reverberating through the corridor. Lin Qiye's dual blades pierced the giant's chest, but halted abruptly before reaching the heart. The body had suddenly hardened like iron under the cacophony, the muscles clenching tightly around the blades. In a flash, Lin Qiye released his weapons, leaning back. The cold edge grazed his nose, and a few strands of hair fell away. The 2 blades returned to Lin Qiye's hands, silent as swallows returning to their nests. He landed gracefully, his toes barely disturbing the dust beneath him. With a thunderous boom, the crazed Qiuying erupted from the rubble, black flames surging like a tidal wave, his murderous aura rising to the heavens. He cackled wildly as he charged out, his sword dancing violently, clashing with the headless man. Their fierce battle tore through the surroundings, the walls disintegrating like paper, rooms collapsing in succession, clouds of dust billowing up. Lin Qiye glided along the periphery of the battlefield like a specter, his gaze coldly searching for the opportunity for a decisive strike. Yet, he dared not draw too near. Qiuying, in his frenzied state, could not distinguish friend from foe. To approach recklessly would mean being engulfed by that violent blade. Suddenly, the surrounding space warped once more, the walls writhing as if alive. It began again. A pang of anxiety tightened in Lin Qiye's chest as he darted towards the chaotic room. However, just as he was about to step inside, the room vanished before him, replaced by a series of rapidly shifting spaces. When stability returned, he found that his mental perception had completely lost track of both Qiuying and the headless man. Without his support, the odds of the frenzied Qiuying defeating the headless man were slim. Qiuying's mental fortitude would not last long, while the headless man grew stronger with every clash. If this continued, defeat was inevitable for Qiuying. It seemed this foe's cunning was more formidable than anticipated. Lin Qiye hesitated not a moment. Like lightning, he sped through the disordered array of rooms. The mental force spread out like a spider's web, searching for the traces of the 2 individuals. Suddenly, his footsteps came to a halt. Within his perception, Amidst the endless repetition of rooms, an unusual presence emerged. He slowly turned his head, his gaze piercing through layers of walls, settling upon a central area enveloped by countless rooms. There, a silver three-tiered magic cube floated, quietly rotating and emitting a mysterious glow. Lin Qiye's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold smile forming at the corners of his mouth. So that is it, a magic cube? Bali Pang stared in disbelief at Aziz. Indeed, Aziz's voice resonated through thought, calm and resolute. The spatial disorder of the entire building was fundamentally based on the operation of the magic cube. With a delicate tap of her fingertip, a three-dimensional projection of interwoven lines materialized in the air, each segment representing a room. The crowd held their breath, their eyes fixated on the intricate model. I have analyzed the patterns of the first 32 disruptions. Aziz's eyes glinted with sharpness, starting from the next occurrence. I will be able to predict its trajectory of change. Inside the room, everyone felt a surge of spirit. Moreover, Aziz's voice rang out again. Imbued with a resolute chill, I have already pinpointed the location of that mysterious hideout. She slowly rose, her gaze sweeping over the crowd. Now we must make a choice. Shall we first address the controlling magic cube, or hunt the sound hunter? Leave the sound hunter to us. Qiuying's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable certainty. Her eyes scanned Bali Pang and Molly, a slight smile gracing her lips. Aziz did not hesitate. She nodded in affirmation, and the female soldiers instinctively followed her lead, hastening towards the lair of the magic cube. No one questioned Qiuying's decision. Bali Pang scratched her head, somewhat uncertain. Just the three of us. Can we manage? Molly took a deep breath and slowly nodded. Had she not witnessed Qiuying's abilities firsthand, she would never have remained so composed. Just recently, the Sound Hunter had once again claimed the lives of their sisters. Aziz had uncovered the hunting mechanism of the Sound Hunter, as everyone held their breath, attempting to retreat silently. Qiuying suddenly raised her hand, her alabaster fingertip pointing directly at the Sound Hunter, her voice ringing clear like a silver bell. In an instant, the figure of the Sound Hunter flashed behind her like a specter, the blade's cold gleam chilling. The crowd's pupils constricted, their hearts nearly halting. No one dared to move. No one dared to speak. They had witnessed too many sisters perish and understood that resistance would only hasten their demise. Molly tightly shut her eyes, unwilling to witness the impending bloody scene. A sharp sound echoed as the blade pierced flesh. However, the anticipated scream did not arise. Molly abruptly opened her eyes, her body trembling at the sight before her. The back of the Sound Hunter was grotesquely cleaved, nearly severing him in two. Meanwhile, the surrounding space twisted violently, and the room began to shift chaotically once more. The onlookers gazed at Qiuying in astonishment, finally comprehending the essence of her ability. Harm transfer. She did not withstand the attacks of the Sound Hunter. Rather, she made the Sound Hunter inflict harm upon himself. Lin Qiye fixed his gaze upon the spherical void outside the two rooms, yet refrained from acting rashly. He slowly seated himself on the ground, his long fingers gliding gently across the wall, leaving clear traces of darkness upon the pristine white surface. If I were to breach the wall directly, he murmured softly, his gaze trailing along the path traced by his fingertips. The cube would undoubtedly sense it immediately, disrupting the space once again. Gradually, a complex three-dimensional structural diagram emerged upon the wall, representing the spatial model of the entire three buildings. Lin Qiye furrowed his brow, repeatedly tracing several critical nodes with his fingertips. At this moment, he finally grasped the profound intent behind the instructor's designs. The eerie spider tested pure brute force and mental fortitude. The headless man wielding a beheading sword assessed observational skills and the honing of one's character. And the present cube was evidently a trial of the student's wisdom and insight. Suddenly, Lin Qiye's fingertips halted at a specific point, a flicker of realization illuminating his eyes. To unravel this predicament, what was required was not sheer force, but a complete mastery of the operational laws of the entire space. This was far more challenging than simply defeating a formidable adversary, because what one faced was an intricately functioning system of rules. If only I could pass through the wall. He sighed softly, yet his gaze grew sharper. Since there was no shortcut, he would employ the most unadulterated method to solve this enigma. The patterns upon the wall grew increasingly intricate, while Lin Qiye's thoughts became ever more lucid. Each line represented the laws of spatial transformation. Each node could be the key to a breakthrough. In this silent deduction, he seemed to perceive the very code governing the operation of the entire 3 buildings. Slowly rising to his feet, the densely packed formulas and trajectory diagrams on the wall shimmered with a faint glow in the darkness. He took a deep breath, a subtle golden light swirling in his eyes, and his aura suddenly transformed into something sharp and formidable. 30 meters, that would suffice. The dark divine ruins unfolded silently, precisely covering the area within 30 meters ahead of him. This distance ensured both the space for action and the preservation of the central cube. Darkness spread like ink around him, enveloping the 4 critical walls entirely. 3, 2, 1. Lin Qiye's figure erupted suddenly, like a bolt of black lightning slicing through space. Bang, 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 bang. The central points of the 4 walls simultaneously erupted with grotesque cracks, as if being torn apart by invisible claws. Lin Qiye's dual blades gleamed coldly in the darkness. The first wall, the second wall, the third wall shattered in succession, the entire process flowing seamlessly and taking less than a second. Just as the blade was about to touch the 4th wall, the silver cube trembled violently, instantaneously expanding from 3 tiers into an irregular form of over 40 tiers, and the entire space began to twist madly. Now is the moment. In Lin Qiye's eyes, a brilliant light flickered as he forcefully stepped off the cabinet, his form darting back like a swift swallow. Almost simultaneously, the surrounding space began to whirl, the once nearby void flung to the farthest corner. When everything settled once more, Lin Qiye landed gracefully on the ground, a confident smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, it was impossible to execute 2 consecutive attacks in such a short span. He strolled toward the right wall, interlacing his twin blades in a sweeping arc. The wall shattered with a thunderous crash, revealing a 3-meter square spherical void behind it, along with a dimly glowing silver cube within. The game was up. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Lin Qiye leapt into the void like an arrow released from its bow. His blades traced a deadly arc in the darkness, aimed directly at the floating core of the cube. Meanwhile, Qiuying and her companions nonchalantly traversed through the building, the sound of the crumbling wall echoing closer, mingled with the sharp clinks of metal colliding in the corridor. A maniacal laughter pierced through layers of walls, causing Bai Li Pang to frown. This laughter felt inexplicably familiar. With a resounding boom, the wall ahead suddenly erupted. A figure wreathed in black flames shot out like a cannonball, leaving spiderweb-like cracks in the opposite wall. Blood dripped from Qiao Yuan's lips, sizzling as it hit the ground. He stumbled to prop himself up, the flickering black flames around him resembling a candle in the wind. The chilling laughter lingered, and a headless giant appeared like a specter. The executioner's blade carved a deadly arc, aimed at Qiao Yuan's waist. Clang! The black flame sword barely managed to parry, sending sparks flying. The immense force propelled Qiao Yuan through the wall once more, vanishing into the dust. The headless man did not pause, dragging his large sword through the breach to pursue. Throughout this ordeal, the monstrous figure disregarded the 3 who were so near, as if the world had narrowed down to that resilient warrior engulfed in black flames. Was that Gao Zhuang? Bali Pongpong's eyes widened in disbelief. Suddenly, Qiuying gripped Bali Pongpong's shoulder, applying slight pressure. Do not move. Before her words could fully register, she glided toward the center of the battlefield like a white crane. Qiuying, aren't you bringing a weapon? Bali Pongpong's shout was drowned out by the jarring sound of metal clashing. In the heart of the battlefield, Qiao Yuan's black flame sword clashed fiercely with the executioner's blade, sparks flying. A manic grin adorned his face, his lips curling upwards in a savage rictus. Upon noticing Qiuying's approach, he let out a beast-like growl. Look at me. Qiuying's pupils dilated as she silently activated spiritual eye enchantment. Qiao Yuan's bloodshot eyes quivered violently, the madness receding like a receding tide. Step back. The black flame sword erupted with its final surge of power, forcefully pushing the executioner away. Qiao Yuan staggered back 3 steps, mechanically obeying the command. The executioner hesitated briefly before lunging forward once more. Without hesitation, Qiuying stepped in front of Qiao Yuan, her slender form completely shielding him. Moli and Bali Pang Pang gasped in shock, closing their eyes. In that critical moment between life and death, the entire building suddenly trembled violently. Aji abruptly halted in the disordered corridor, the blueprints slipping through her fingers. This spatial transformation utterly contravened all the principles she had deduced. The walls reconfigured like flowing water, and when the tremors ceased, sunlight suddenly poured in from the window. A profound shock rippled through everyone present. The skewed dormitory regained its rectangular shape. The fractured corridor rejoined seamlessly, and all those distorted spatial creases vanished entirely. The 3 buildings returned to their original form. Chapter 92. The test concludes. Lin Qiye leaned against the wall and gradually sank to the floor, his fingertips gently massaging his temples. As the cube faded away, a familiar warmth surged within him, reminiscent of the moment he vanquished the Nantoa serpent demon. A slight twitch of his lips accompanied the absurd image of a newly appointed orderly at the psychiatric hospital, tending to Merlin as a mere plaything. He shook his head in resignation, his dark eyes gazing towards the now normal corridor on the 4th floor. Aji's fingertips hovered in the air, her gaze fixed on the sunlight streaming through the corridor. The chaotic laws of space and the sudden restoration. Every clue connected in a resounding epiphany within her mind. Someone had slain the mysterious entity of the spatial domain. She abruptly turned her head, her eyes seeming to penetrate through layers of walls. Hurry! We must assist Molly and the others now. Outside the warehouse, the combat boots of the new recruits crunched over the dried leaves. Shen Qingzhu rubbed the 2 rings between his fingers, one for igniting flames, the other the soul-severing blade, just gifted to him by the plump one, its metallic sheen reflecting his narrowed eyes. Brother Shen, should we charge indirectly? Deng Wei's hand trembled around the hilt of his blade. Fool! Shen Qingzhu spat out through clenched teeth. Charge. Do you even have a brain? What lurks within is no mere, trifling creature, but a ferocious entity of the Chuan realm. Have we not yet retrieved the souls lost last time? Deng Wei awkwardly scratched his head, letting out a resigned sigh. Shen Qingzhu sighed in exasperation, retrieving his walkie-talkie and pressing the button to speak. Zhong, are the bombs ready? At that moment, Zhong, just having leaped from the eastern wall of the warehouse, stepped back 2 paces and replied, the bombs have been placed. Given this quantity, while it may not necessarily obliterate H1 entity, it will certainly inflict damage. Shen Qingzhu lowered the walkie-talkie, taking a deep breath before slowly stating, next, you all will ambush outside the warehouse while I enter alone. Await my signal. You alone. Li Qiye's eyes widened. Brother Shen, the mystery inside is of the Chuan realm. Is that so? Did I ask for your reminder? Shen Qingzhu retorted with irritation. Though the plump one had previously mentioned that a spider was hiding here, we cannot dismiss the possibility that it has already departed. I must enter to confirm its presence and gauge its strength. Something about its sudden retreat struck me as odd. Furthermore, the bombs have already been laid around the warehouse. If a confrontation ensues, I will instruct you to detonate them. I can siphon the air around me, rendering flames harmless, and I can use a barrier to shield myself from any shrapnel. Deng Wei and the others exchanged glances, resignedly nodding. They were all too familiar with Shen Qingzhu's nature. Once he set his mind to something, it was nearly impossible to sway him. With a crack, Shen Qingzhu bit down on his gum, pushing open the rusted iron door with one hand. Darkness surged forth like a tidal wave. Remember, wait for my signal before creak. The door's gap swallowed his final words. The warehouse was not particularly spacious, yet could not be deemed cramped, approximately the size of 3 basketball courts combined. Dappled sunlight streamed in at an angle through the ventilation shaft above, casting a few hazy beams onto the dust-laden concrete floor, illuminating the dim space with a flicker of brightness. Intricate spider webs almost completely engulfed the warehouse's dome. their layers of silken threads shimmering with a lustrous sheen in the faint light. Suspended amidst this webbed expanse was a fluffy, white silk bed, gently swaying with the breeze. A small boy lying on the bed fluttered his eyelashes and groggily opened his eyes, wiping away the glistening drool at the corner of his mouth with his tiny hand. As he sleepily gazed downward, their eyes met. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. In the boy's wide-open pupils reflected 8 glossy, pitch-black compound eyes. In the next instant, a heart-wrenching scream shattered the warehouse's silence. "Help! Me, ah!" The child's tender voice echoed throughout the vast space, startling a few moths resting on the beams, which fluttered across the web-laden ceiling. Shen Qingzhu stood frozen, his pupils constricting. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he raised his fingertips, poised to deliver a fatal snap. Yet, the boy on the silken bed suddenly contorted, transforming in an instant into a giant grayish-white spider. Its 8 elongated legs moved like the wind, swiftly climbing to the edge of the ventilation shaft. "Evil doings!" The spider cried out in a high-pitched voice. A mix of anguish and grievance, all bad people. It was remarkably fast. Shen Qingzhu barely had time to react before it reached the edge of the vent, poised to escape. Furrowing his brow, he was taken aback. Before arriving, he had envisioned countless scenarios, fierce battles, cunning tricks, even desperate counterattacks. But he had never anticipated that this creature would flee so decisively. How did it come to this? I appear to be the villain instead? His gaze hardened as he swiftly pressed the intercom, speaking coldly. "It's about to escape. Detonate." Boom! Hardly had the words left his mouth when dozens of directional demolition explosives buried in the wall of the warehouse erupted simultaneously. In an instant, the entire structure crumbled like a paper cup filled with gunpowder, amidst a deafening roar. Fiery waves surged skyward like an enraged dragon, the deep crimson flames illuminating the horizon, even tinting the floating clouds with a shade of blood. The ground trembled, dust billowed, and a grotesque mushroom cloud slowly ascended. Amidst the raging inferno, a charred figure dragged a plume of thick smoke, awkwardly tracing a tragic parabolic arc as it plummeted into the distance. "My backside is on fire. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts." The anguished cries reverberated beneath the sky, causing all the ambushed recruits to fix their gaze, their bodies moving like lightning towards the direction of the falling spider. Meanwhile, Shen Qingzhu emerged slowly from the flames. The scorching tongues of fire licked at the edges of his clothing, yet left no trace of burns upon him. He raised his hand and coughed lightly twice, his eyes sharp as blades, locking onto the distant shadow that was descending. "Step aside. Clear the way for me." The child of the spider let out a piercing scream, and an invisible web of soul energy shot forth, ensnaring the souls of several new recruits in the front row, forcibly extracting their spiritual forms from their bodies. The translucent souls intertwined in the air, forming a vast, intangible net of death. The new recruits chasing from behind collided successively with this unseen web of doom. Though their physical forms could pass through, their souls became hopelessly ensnared, collapsing to the ground like marionettes with severed strings. Witnessing the successive fainting of the pursuers, Shen Qingzhu's gaze darkened as he instantly discerned the secret of this soul net. A flicker of ghostly light emanated from the black ring upon his finger, and a long blade, shrouded in a chilling aura, materialized out of thin air. The soul-severing blade. He propelled himself forward, the blade slicing through the void, cleaving a gash in the soul net. The imprisoned souls surged back into their bodies, and the unconscious recruits began to awaken one after another. Suddenly, the spider child, swinging through the air on its silk, emitted a wretched scream, tumbling uncontrollably to the ground. Unlike ordinary webs, this soul net was an extension of its own essence, and now, as it was severed, the backlash inflicted unbearable pain. Struggling to rise, it flailed its 8 limbs in a frenzy, dragging its injured form in a desperate escape among the training camp structures, pursued relentlessly. Just as it swung from the side of a building once more, its figure froze mid-air. On the rooftop terrace, a young man in meditation stirred, sensing the disturbance, and slowly opened his eyes. Their gazes met. Lin Qiye raised an eyebrow, while the spider child felt a sudden chill in its heart. It was over. There was even an ambush. Before the spider child could finish its threat, the boy's heterochromatic eyes erupted with divine power. The left eye was as profound as an eternal night, while the right shone like a blazing sun. Two contrasting divine energies surged into the creature's mind, and its already wounded soul felt as if it were struck by lightning, threatening to tear it asunder. The anguished wails echoed through the heavens. The spider child, besieged by divine might, became completely rigid, unable to produce the silk that maintained its balance, plummeting like a bird with broken wings. Lin Qiye coughed softly, his complexion visibly paler, forcing his already weakened mental energy to channel the dual divine powers caused a backlash that made his temples throb. Yet, this was not the time to concern himself with such matters. A cold light flickered in his eyes, and dense darkness swiftly spread from his center. With a deft motion of his fingers, the two straight blades beside him emitted a clear, resonant sound. The blades shot forth like two ravenous black pythons, carving a lethal arc under the enhancement of the abyssal divine ruins. Just as the spider child was about to cross the 50-meter boundary, the blades pierced its body with precision, pinning it to the ground with a spray of ghostly green fluid. Shen Qingzhu and the others rushed to the base of 3 buildings and suddenly halted. The grotesque corpse of the spider lay still on the ground, the 2 blades deeply embedded in its torso, glinting ominously in the pool of blood. This is... Shen Qingzhu's pupils contracted, and his fingertips trembled involuntarily. The group followed the direction of the blades, collectively gazing upward. At the edge of the 100-meter-high terrace, Lin Qiye sat, the breeze lifting the strands of hair from his forehead. As the crowd's gaze turned towards him, he nonchalantly shrugged, declaring, "You are late." Shen Qingzhu gradually relaxed his clenched fists, a wry smile gracing his lips. The elaborate trap they had meticulously crafted, coupled with the relentless pursuit throughout the training camp, had been effortlessly thwarted by this elusive individual. Yet, upon reflection, at least they had avoided any casualties among the team. Has the issue with the 3 buildings been resolved? Shen Qingzhu inquired, wiping the sweat from his brow. What has been dealt with? A youthful voice floated down with the wind. Any other? Shen Qingzhu's expression shifted dramatically, causing the team members behind him to tense up, surveying their surroundings as if facing a formidable threat. Aren't you going to assist? Lin Qiye raised a hand to massage his temples. A hint of weariness etched across his brow. His gaze settled on Shen Qingzhu, his tone grave and sincere. I am fatigued. Please check on Qiuying for me. Shen Qingzhu was momentarily taken aback, then nodded affirmatively. Very well, you need not say more. Lin Qiye quietly acknowledged with a soft hum, choosing to remain silent as he stood still, eyes closed, gathering his strength. Chapter 93. The new caregiver, just as Shen Qingzhu was about to head to the girls' dormitory. Lin Qiye suddenly opened her eyes, as if sensing something. In the next moment, Molly emerged, dragging a severed giant hand behind her. Following her were Bai Li, the plump one, a Z, and other female soldiers. Where's Qiuying? Where's Qiuying? Both Shen Qingzhu and Lin Qiye spoke simultaneously, their voices tinged with undeniable anxiety. Molly stepped aside, revealing Qiuying standing behind her. She was drenched in blood, having witnessed a hunter sever itself before her. Warm blood splattering across her pale cheeks and clothing, a sight both shocking and harrowing. Qiuying pouted slightly, and the nearby female soldiers were carefully using tissues to wipe the blood from her. Shen Qingzhu's pupils constricted sharply. He hurriedly approached her, taking the tissues from the soldier's hand. Let me, he said, his voice strained as his fingertips gently brushed against her cheek, fearing to hurt her. Are you injured? He asked softly, his gaze urgently searching her for any possible wounds. Qiuying shook her head gently, her long lashes casting a delicate shadow beneath her eyes. She frowned, her voice soft yet laced with evident distaste. It's all that guy's blood. So filthy. Before she could finish, her gaze swept over her disheveled comrades, her voice suddenly dropping, and some of the sisters. Her voice trembled slightly, akin to the wings of a butterfly dampened by rain. She stubbornly pressed her lips together, but the flicker of unguarded sorrow in her eyes tugged at Shen Qingzhu's heart. There she stood, covered in grime, yet still as pristine as a gardenia in morning dew, her distaste carrying a childlike charm. While the sadness hidden in her gaze evoked a protective instinct within him, Shen Qingzhu's eyes seemed magnetically drawn to her, unable to divert his gaze. "It's all right. This is merely an examination," he reassured her, noting the subtle relief in Qiuying's voice. His movements became even more gentle, as if he were tending to a fragile treasure. Suddenly, the distant roar of engines pierced the air. All the new recruits turned their heads in unison. Several camouflaged jeeps barreled toward them, kicking up clouds of dust, their roaring engines akin to the growls of wild beasts. Through the swirling dust, the silhouettes of instructors could be discerned atop the vehicles. The convoy gradually came to a halt, and the instructors disembarked one by one. Chief Instructor Yuan Gang, with his hands clasped behind his back, strode confidently toward the lined-up recruits. Under his authoritative gaze, all the new soldiers instinctively straightened their spines, adopting the most standard military posture. Yuan Gang's lips curled into a slight smile. "Very well, I declare the Carnival Day exercise officially concluded." The word exercise stirred a wave of astonishment among the crowd, particularly among the female soldiers trapped in Building 3. They had witnessed the sacrifice of their comrades and had resolved to seek vengeance against the hunters with the certainty of death, never suspecting that all of this had merely been a drill. Yuan Gang seemed to perceive the doubts of those present, his voice steady and powerful. "All the sacrifice comrades are safe." He paused, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. "I must admit, this is the most spectacular carnival day I have witnessed in recent years. While you were engaged in battle, all the instructors were evaluating your performances." Yuan Gang continued, "Tomorrow morning, the scores will be posted on the bulletin board. Today's and tomorrow's training sessions are entirely canceled. Take the time to rest." Dismissed. Within the conference room, the instructors, who had originally been relaxed observers, were now embroiled in heated debates over the scores. Amidst the fervent discussions, the sound of slamming tables occasionally punctuated the air. "Bailey Tumming with 17 points? That score is excessively high." One instructor slammed the score sheet down on the table, arguing that he merely breached the spider child's defenses with forbidden objects, and his subsequent performance was mediocre. During the hunt for the Sound Hunter, he was not even a key player, but if he hadn't saved over 100 recruits, they would have been utterly powerless against the spider child, retorted another instructor. The argument swiftly spread to the scores of other trainees. Chao Yuan with 16 points? He single-handedly held off the Sound Hunter. An instructor stood up in excitement, pointing out that such prowess is among the top tier in the Chuan realm. For someone in the Qi realm to achieve this, is 16 points not too low? I concur, nodded an older instructor. Undeniable strength indeed compensates for many shortcomings. When a discussion turned to Shen Qingzhu, controversy ignited once more. "Instructor Hong, why did everyone give 17 points while you assigned him 16? Someone questioned. He not only commanded the offensive, but also faced the spider child alone. Instructor Hong huffed disdainfully, impulsive and hot-tempered. "A point must be deducted. And why is Qiuying awarded 19 points? A bespectacled instructor adjusted her glasses, her tone laden with skepticism. "She merely eliminated one Sound Hunter. Is this scoring criterion?" "What do you know?" Instructor Hong suddenly slammed his hand down, his stern demeanor crumbling into a fervent enthusiasm. That child remained composed, initiating her abilities with precision under such pressure. Awarding her 19 points is indeed conservative. The other instructors exchanged glances, some whispering, but this scoring criterion. Criterion? Instructor Hong's eyes widened, his voice escalating dramatically. Did you not see how that child fought? The intensity in her gaze, her commanding presence, her on-the-spot reactions. As he spoke, his tone softened, infused with a paternal fondness. In truth, she deserves 20 points. I merely deducted 1 out of concern for her pride. The conference room was suddenly filled with a chorus of coughs. Several older instructors shook their heads in resignation, while the younger ones stifled laughter, their shoulders shaking uncontrollably. In the corner, Yuan Gang observed this scene, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. He glanced at the score sheet for Lin Qiye in his hand. Then, at Instructor Hong's expression, which seemed to convey a threat against anyone daring to alter scores, and helplessly rubbed his temples. After a considerable time, Instructor Hong approached with a stack of documents, bowing respectfully. "Chief, the evaluations for the other trainees have been finalized, but we remain uncertain regarding Lin Qiye raised an eyebrow slightly, intrigued. "Oh, pray tell, what are your concerns?" Instructor Hong's expression turned grave as he nodded. "Indeed, the evaluation for Lin Qiye presents us with a dilemma." He opened the assessment report, his voice unconsciously tinged with admiration. In this exercise, his performance was nothing short of exceptional. From the outset, he astutely uncovered the truth behind the collective slumber. To his composed decision-making in prioritizing the retrieval of equipment after assessing the anomalies in 3 buildings, from his improvisation while entangled with the spider child, to unraveling the killing patterns of the sound hunter with merely 4 encounters, the conference room gradually fell silent, all instructors listening intently. Instructor Hong's fingers glided over the data in the report. What is even more remarkable is that he independently eliminated both the cube and the spider child, 2 entities of the Chuan realm. His combat prowess, insight, command skills, and deductive abilities have far surpassed those of his contemporaries. He lifted his gaze, surveying the room. By standard evaluation, a score of 19 would be more than adequate, perhaps. Instructor Hong paused. A perfect score of 20 would not be unwarranted. However, the issue lay in his furrowed brow. Historically, no recruit in the training camp has ever achieved a perfect score. Should we set such a precedent? Yuan Gang's gaze lingered on the evaluation sheet, his fingertips lightly tracing the edge of the paper. At last, he spoke slowly. 19 points. Instructor Hong's expression shifted to one of surprise and confusion. "Why? Did you not say?" "1 more point." Yuan Gang narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of mirth in his tone, wary of fostering pride. Ahem. Instructor Hong turned his face aside, clearing his throat. Yuan Gang's gaze drifted through the window, observing the recruits resting on the training ground, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. Within the confines of the psychiatric hospital of the gods, sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting a warm glow along the corridor. Lin Qiye adjusted his non-prescription glasses, the hem of his lab coat swaying gently with his stride. Today, the hospital felt particularly serene. One might say it remained tranquil as long as Merlin refrained from causing a ruckus. Nix lay languidly in a rocking chair in the courtyard, his dark hair shimmering softly in the sunlight. Merlin was engrossed in perusing the health manual for middle-aged and elderly, occasionally nudging his reading glasses up his nose. From the kitchen came the rhythmic sound of Lin Qiye chopping vegetables, the crisp echoes resonating through the corridor. Lin Qiye quietly traversed the hallway, making his way to the director's office. He pushed open the heavy oak door and turned to step into the dimly lit underground passage. The damp stone steps emitted faint friction against his feet, and a subtle mustiness hung in the air. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching wail echoed from the depths of the dungeon. "Why must you kill me? What have I done wrong?" Lin Qiye halted, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes behind his lenses. What was the source of this tender, childlike voice? He distinctly remembered having imprisoned only a spider and a Rubik's Cube. So where did this child come from? Hastening his steps to the cell, he was rendered motionless by the sight before him. A small boy, his face marred with web-like patterns and eyes as red as rubies, curled up in the corner, clutching his knees and sobbing. Upon noticing someone approaching, the boy abruptly looked up, tears carving 2 white trails down his grimy cheeks. In that moment of eye contact, the boy's cries ceased abruptly. He bit his lip tightly, his frail shoulders trembling, resembling a hostage held by a criminal, both terrified and unwilling to make sound. His crimson eyes brimmed with fear, as if he were reliving the moment of his slaughter. "You are that spider?" Lin Qiye hesitated. "You're the pig." The boy mumbled in a breathy voice, so faint it was nearly inaudible. Lin Qiye, observing the shivering figure within the cell. Lin Qiye felt a pang of compassion. He lifted his gaze to the translucent panel that had appeared. "Criminal, Weaver Spider, choice. As the mythical creature you personally killed, you possess the right to determine its soul's fate. Option 1, annihilate the soul, utterly erase its existence. Option 2, hire a caretaker, May employ it as a hospital caregiver when fear value 60, current fear value 359. Lin Qiye stared at the exaggerated figure. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. A fear value of 359? Was he truly that terrifying? The boy in the cell, noticing his silence, trembled even more violently. "See, can you not kill me?" He extended his slender arms. "If you want to eat braised spider legs. 1, no. 2 will be fine." Lin Qiye sighed softly, adjusting his glasses with his fingertip. "I do not desire your spider legs. My request is for you to be my caregiver." Zhou blinked timidly, his red eyes wide with curiosity. What does a caregiver do? Accompany the elder gentleman while he reads. Amuse the elderly lady. Lin Qiye waved his hand in the air, conjuring a contract as if performing magic. Occasionally cook, run marathons, and so forth. The parchment unfurled before Zhou, dense with stipulations, and the little spider stared at the writhing text, his expression gradually turning perplexed. He pretended to study it for a while before suddenly looking up. How do I write my name? You cannot read? Yes. Zhou nodded vehemently. Lin Qiye fell silent for 2 seconds, then opened his palm and inscribed the characters for Zhou with a fountain pen. So this is how my name looks. Zhou cautiously traced the letters with his fingertip, the spider patterns shimmering with excitement. As the final stroke was completed, the parchment transformed into flowing light and vanished. The boy's tattered clothing instantly morphed into a blue caregiver's uniform, with a metallic badge reading 002 gleaming coldly at the collar. He curiously tugged at the hem of his new attire, spinning around like a child who had just received a new outfit, if one were to overlook the writhing patterns beneath the fabric. What shall we do now? Zhou tilted his face upward, his crimson pupils revealing a hint of anticipation. Wait a moment. Lin Qiye turned towards the adjacent cell, his gaze behind the lenses suddenly turning icy. The hovering magic cube trembled slightly in the corner, its colorful blocks anxiously rearranging and scattering. Did you hear the conversation just now? His voice was colder than the stone walls of the dungeon. A series of intermittent electronic sounds emanated from within the cube. I heard it. Lin Qiye's eyes swept across the emerging panel. Center, chaotic cube, choice, as the mythological creature you personally dispatched. You possess the right to determine its soul's fate. Choose one. Erase its soul entirely, rendering it non-existent in this world. Choose 2. Allow it to achieve a 60-foot intelligence recognition rate, thereby enabling its employment as a hospital aide, caring for patients while providing you with a degree of protection. Current intelligence recognition rate, 85. Lin Qiye's gaze lingered on the panel before the cube for a moment, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes behind the lenses. The criterion of intelligence recognition rate was indeed unexpected. It seemed this hospital was more tailored to individual needs than he had imagined. He thoughtfully stroked his chin. Lin Qiye required loyalty, Zhou demanded fear, and this mechanical entity before him appeared to submit only to superior intellect. Prove your worth. Lin Qiye's fingertips lightly tapped the surface of the cube, the metallic clink resonating crisply within the cell. I do not harbor idle beings here. The colored blocks of the cube suddenly flickered in a certain pattern, accompanied by the faint sound of gears turning within. Moments later, a precisely calculated sound wave entered Lin Qiye's ears. It translated the mechanical language into a frequency comprehensible to humans. Lin Qiye's brow gradually relaxed, eventually even curving into a slight smile. Quantum-level spatial folding? Interesting. He flipped his wrist, and another contract materialized from thin air. This time, the terms notably prohibited the deconstruction of the hospital's walls after 3 in the morning, with the signing area flashing an electronic signature composed of microcubes. As the contract dissipated into flowing light, the cube suddenly disassembled into hundreds of tiny blocks, which then reformed in mid-air into a palm-sized mechanical doll. The plaque marked 003 floated on its chest, resembling an exquisite brooch. In the corridor, Lin Qiye, holding a serving tray, nearly dropped the braised pork onto the floor. His eyes widened as he stared at the 2 new colleagues, his gaze lingering on Zhou for a moment before fixating on the hovering magic cube doll. The principal. Lin Qiye's voice trembled. What could this thing do? Serve as a paperweight? The cube suddenly began to spin rapidly, its colors shifting like a kaleidoscope. In the next moment, the laundry basket in the corridor automatically lifted, all the garments unfolding in midair. A transparent water sphere materialized, enveloping the clothing, with soap bubbles rhythmically rolling, like an invisible washing machine at work. The fully automated cleaning system is activated. The mechanical voice reported with precision, including functions for washing, drying, and ironing. Additional dishwashing, mopping, and mahjong practice services. The spatula in Lin Qiye's hand clattered to the ground. He dropped to his knees with a thud, trembling as he grasped the cube. Big brother, from this day forth, you shall be my dear elder brother. Zhou, intrigued, poked at the cube, only to be swiftly restrained by Lin Qiye. Do not touch that. It is our savior. Lin Qiye glanced at the chaotic corridor and suddenly felt a familiar throbbing pain at his temples. He turned and made his way towards the director's office, while behind him, Lin Qiye excitedly shouted, "Hurry, hurry! Let us wash the bed linens that have piled up for 3 months. Oh, and don't forget the heap in the kitchen." The cube emitted a protesting click, but was soon engulfed by a greater mass of dirty laundry. The door to the director's office closed gently, sealing off the clamor outside. Lin Qiye stood by the window, watching as the setting sun cast a golden hue over the hospital. The shadows of 3 caregivers frolicked in the corridor, and Nike's rocking chair swayed gently in the courtyard. He suddenly felt that this mental institution was increasingly beginning to resemble a home. Perhaps he would bring Qiuying to visit another day. Lin Qiye adjusted his glasses, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Chapter 94. The Little Mummy, 7 Nights. 7 nights. Wake up! Bali Pang Pang exclaimed excitedly. Shaking Lin Qiye se shoulder vigorously. The scores from yesterday's drill are out, and you ranked first. Oh, Lin Qiye responded lazily, not even lifting his eyelids. Is that all? Bali Pang Pang's eyes widened in disbelief. You scored 19 points, 2 points higher than the second place. Lin Qiye slightly opened his eyes, a hint of confusion in his tone. Isn't that quite normal? Bali Pang Pang was momentarily speechless, his expression frozen. Then guess how many points I scored? Suddenly, Bali Pang Pang's excitement reignited, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Noticing his demeanor, Lin Qiye mused, you couldn't possibly be the second place, could you? Huh, you guessed it right. Bali Pang Pang beamed, hands on his hips, resembling a triumphant general. Though, I tied for second place with 2 others who have the same score as me. Lin Qiye sat up in bed, glanced at the wall clock, and made his way towards the dormitory exit. Hey, where are you going? Isn't today a rest day? Baili bang bangkaria, puzlat. Just taking a stroll? Lin Qiye replied, not disclosing that he was searching for a suitable location to conduct a summoning ritual. The power contained within the cube's corpse was gradually dissipating, and he needed to complete the summoning within the next 2 days. Although possessing a talent for summoning magic allowed him to forego most of the casting materials, he still required an absolutely secluded place. Initially, he considered performing the ritual within a mental hospital, but unfortunately, external items could not be brought inside. After much contemplation, he decided to explore the training camp for a hidden spot during the rest day, intending to conduct the summoning under the cover of night. After a thorough inspection of the camp, Lin Qiye ultimately identified the armory as the most suitable location. The training camp had only 3 areas devoid of surveillance. One had been destroyed by Shen Qingzhu yesterday, another was adjacent to the instructor's dormitory, and the remaining one was the warehouse they had broken into for weapons the previous day. The heavy iron door that had been blown apart remained unrepaired, temporarily sealed with a simple folding door. With Lin Qiye's agility, sneaking in would be effortless. He had contemplated the rooftop of the dormitory, but the summoning process would emit light, making an open area too susceptible to exposure. After weighing his options, the warehouse undoubtedly emerged as the ideal choice. As night descended, a shadow slipped through the window like a specter, landing gracefully on the ground. Clad in black, Lin Qiye seamlessly blended into the darkness. Aided by the power of the abyssal god ruins, he lightly tapped his toes against the ground, moving like lightning towards the armory. After effortlessly vaulting over the folding door, Lin Qiye began arranging the space within the warehouse. He cleared away the stacked weapon boxes, creating an open area in the center, then retrieved a charcoal pencil from his pocket and knelt down to meticulously draw the magic circle. The dimensional summoning magic was far more intricate than random summoning, especially since the initial summoning required a contract, making the entire process exceedingly tedious. Once a contract is forged with a certain entity, subsequent summoning merely requires the offering of blood, thus eliminating the cumbersome task of inscribing a magical array. After all, in the throes of battle, there is no time to meticulously draw intricate patterns. Approximately 10 minutes later, Lin Qiye finally set down his pen. Rising to his feet, he meticulously examined the enormous 2-meter-wide magical circle on the ground. Each line was intricately interwoven, forming a flawless circular design that showcased geometric beauty to its fullest extent. It should be flawless, Lin Qiye murmured softly, pouring the fragments of the magic cube from his pocket into the center of the array, then biting his fingertip to smear blood upon one corner of the circle. Everything was now in readiness. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qiye channeled his mental energy into each node of the array, following the summoning knowledge etched in his mind. The magical circle on the ground gradually illuminated with an ethereal blue glow, a wave of enigmatic spatial energy rippling forth. In an instant, Lin Qiye felt as though his soul was being drawn by some mysterious force, gradually detaching from his corporeal form and drifting toward the elusive distances. In a daze, he felt as though he was immersed in the vast cosmos, with countless twinkling stars above him, some radiant like the sun, others dim like fireflies. He understood that at this moment, his soul was transcending the barriers of dimensions, and those varying stars represented distinct worlds. This experience was profoundly enchanting, granting him a realization of transcendence, a glimpse into the essence of existence. He finally comprehended why Merlin was so fervently devoted to the pursuit of truth. Anyone witnessing such a grand spectacle would inevitably feel their own insignificance and humility. Suddenly, an exceptionally bright star captured his attention. Lin Qiye attempted to extend his consciousness into it, immediately feeling a chilling sensation. It was a world eternally encased in ice. Amid the swirling snowstorms, a colossal frost dragon spread its wings, casting an imposing shadow over the land, and unleashed a thunderous roar. The dragon's cry echoed through the heavens, and Lin Qiye's consciousness was abruptly thrust back. Although it was merely a fleeting glimpse, the pressure exuded by that frost dragon was at least of immeasurable caliber. A single breath from it could likely obliterate half a city. Is this the power of high-tier summoned beings? Lin Qiye was profoundly shaken, silently vowing that when his strength was sufficient, he would summon this frost dragon as his familiar. Imagining the day he would ride the dragon soaring through the skies, he could not help but feel a surge of excitement. However, for now, it would be more pragmatic to seek a summoned creature that aligned with his current capabilities. Lin Qiye shifted his gaze to a comparatively dimmer, yet still luminous star nearby, gently probing his consciousness within. This time, he encountered no resistance, indicating that the power contained within the magic cube-S remnants was sufficient to open a passage to this realm. Before him unfolded a desolate wasteland. Various grotesque, mutated creatures battled fiercely, with hardly a trace of humanity in sight. This place was truly a paradise for aberrant beings. Lin Qiye's soul traversed through this plane, following the faint energy fluctuations until he arrived at a vast expanse of desert. Upon a sand dune, a diminutive mummy staggered forward. It seemed to sense something, suddenly halting its steps, rigidly raising its head, and gazing with hollow eye sockets in the direction of Lin Qiye. This mummy, standing only to Lin Qiye's chest, was wrapped in yellowing bandages, appearing frail as if any ordinary person could easily topple it. Lin Qiye couldn't help but frown. Logically speaking, with his innate affinity for summoning magic, he should have been able to attract the most formidable beings of this realm. Yet, this diminutive creature bore no semblance of exceptional combat prowess. He extended a phantasmal finger, tracing a small contract magic circle in the air. By imprinting this circle upon the mummy's soul, a contract could be forged. The tiny mummy warily stepped back 2 paces, but under the influence of the summoning affinity, it did not flee. Instead, it curiously scrutinized this suddenly appearing human. "Become my summoned creature." Lin Qiye fixed his gaze upon the mummy's vacant eye sockets. His voice calm, yet resolute. "In exchange, I shall grant you dominion over this world." The mummy appeared to comprehend. It lowered its head, its body trembling slightly beneath the bandages, as if contemplating this proposition. After a moment, it slowly raised its bandaged arm, tentatively touching the floating magic circle. The instant its fingertip made contact, a blinding radiance erupted, enveloping both man and corpse entirely. As the azure glow of the magic circle gradually dissipated, the little mummy, now perplexed, turned its bandaged head, ultimately fixing its gaze upon Lin Qiye behind it. Through the connection of the soul contract, Lin Qiye distinctly perceived all information regarding this being before him and softly murmured, "War mummy, hailing from the mutated wasteland world, its ability is..." Before he could finish, his eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the little mummy, which had somehow slipped into the corner of the warehouse. There it stood, excitedly raising an AK-47 taller than itself, its mouth beneath the bandages suddenly gaping open to an astonishing degree, swallowing the entire weapon whole. This bizarre scene made Lin Qiye question the reliability of his own vision. More shockingly, after consuming the firearm, the little mummy appeared to have grown a tad taller, but this was merely the beginning. The little mummy, insatiable, grasped a grenade launcher in its left hand and a standard-issue star knife in its right, commencing a new round of consumption. By the time Lin Qiye emerged from his stupor, the warehouse was missing 5 automatic rifles, 2 submachine guns, 3 grenades, 1 grenade launcher, and several star knives. And the mummy's height had visibly increased by 2 centimeters. "Wait!" Lin Qiye rushed forward, seizing the mummy that was about to devour an RPG rocket launcher, exclaiming with exasperation, "What will we do when the instructor discovers that you've consumed all the weapons?" The little mummy tilted its head, a look of utter confusion evident beneath the bandages. "Let me see what you can do after consuming these weapons." Lin Qiye inquired with curiosity. The little mummy nodded and took 2 steps back. Suddenly, the bandages enveloping its body eerily unfurled, revealing an array of pitch-black gun barrels protruding from within, varying in length and scattered across its form. Concurrently, 2 razor-sharp star knives extended from its palms, while a belt of grenades coiled around its waist, resembling a flowing skirt. Most astonishingly, the bandages on its shoulders writhed, culminating in the assembly of a howitzer, its barrel aimed directly ahead. In an instant, the seemingly innocuous little creature transformed into an armament-laden fortress of war. Lin Qiye was left speechless in shock. So this is it, the ability to consume weaponry for its own use. No wonder it is called the war mummy. He muttered to himself, his mind conjuring the image of the little mummy bounding toward the enemy base after devouring a nuclear bomb, followed by the emergence of a mushroom cloud after a brief hesitation. A gleam of determination flickered in Lin Qiye's eyes as he patted the little mummy on the shoulder, boldly gesturing towards the warehouse brimming with weapons. "Go ahead and feast. There's more than enough for tonight." The little mummy paused in astonishment, then incredulously gestured in a wide arc with its hands, as if to confirm. "Can I really devour it all?" Lin Qiye smiled and nodded. "It's all yours. Consider it a welcoming gift." With a gasp of excitement, the little mummy opened its arms wide and immediately snatched up the RPG rocket launcher it had just set down, swallowing a whole. It then lunged towards a nearby cache of explosives, frantically stuffing them into its mouth as if they were mere potato chips. Firearms, ammunition, gunpowder, knives. The little mummy swept through the entire warehouse with astonishing speed, leaving no trace behind, cleaner than a locust swarm. Approximately half an hour later, the once weapon-laden warehouse stood utterly barren, devoid of even the sharpest screws on the shelves, cleaner than if it had been robbed 10 times over. The following morning, Instructor Hong arrived at the warehouse entrance as usual, ready to conduct a routine inspection of the weapon stock. This task should have been the responsibility of Instructor Gu, but after the latter was placed on leave due to mental health issues, the burden fell upon Hong's shoulders. "This door is far too rudimentary," he muttered, shaking his head in dismay as he pushed open the makeshift folding door. Just as he spoke, his actions suddenly froze. Beyond the door lay an entirely empty warehouse. Surely, I must have stayed up too late last night, and am hallucinating. Instructor Hong rubbed his eyes and focused again. 5 seconds of eerie silence ensued, followed by an ear-splitting exclamation that echoed throughout the training camp. Bailey Pang trudged back to the dormitory, head hanging low like a deflated balloon, plopping down on the bed with a long sigh. How'd it go? Lin Qiye raised an eyebrow, casually inquiring. It's utterly baffling. Bailey Pang scratched his head, a look of confusion on his face. As soon as I entered, the instructor insisted on inspecting my free space. After the inspection, their expressions he exaggeratedly mimicked the instructor's astonished faces, as if they had seen a ghost, before he was promptly dismissed. Lin Qiye lightly coughed, discreetly averting his gaze. Fortunately, he had thoroughly eradicated all traces of the warehouse using the darkest god ruins last night. Even if the instructors were to dig deep, they would find not a single clue. Initially, the instructors had suspected that Bailey Pang had utilized the free space to empty the armory, but this search ultimately absolved him of any suspicion. Thus, the investigation had come to a complete standstill. I shall consider it a temporary loan. Lin Qiye silently vowed in his heart that once he possessed the capability in the future, he would certainly repay it tenfold. Just as Lin Qiye was lost in his thoughts, a sharp assembly whistle suddenly pierced the air outside the dormitory building. He jolted back to reality and patted the still-dazed Bailey Pang on the shoulder. Don't dawdle. We're going to be late for training. Oh, Bailey Pang, as if awakening from a dream, hastily scrambled to keep pace with Lin Qiye, and the two of them dashed out of the dormitory building, one after the other. In the morning light, the figures of the two boys cast long shadows across the playground. Chapter 95. Rankings. The last remnants of spring's coolness quietly dissipated, giving way to the scorching sun of summer, which baked the earth beneath it. The air shimmered in the heat, as if the entire world had been cast into an invisible furnace. Merely breathing brought forth the sticky sensation of sweat trickling down one's spine. Lin Qiye leaned alone in the shadow of a parasol tree, the dappled light dancing upon him. His phone screen lit up, revealing a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Sending hellfire. Qiye, I crave cola. Shallow feather. Qiye, understood. Where are you? Sending hellfire. In the cafeteria? He chuckled softly, turning off the screen, his gaze unconsciously drifting beyond the training grounds to the distant row of dormitories. The sunlight leaped upon the rooftops, reminiscent of the scene they had first encountered upon arriving here. Qiuying approached from afar, a hint of confusion in his voice. Aren't you going to eat? Yes. Lin Qiye nodded, rising from the ground, casting a final glance at the training field, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Qiuying turned back, letting out a long sigh. After all, it was a place where they had fought valiantly for an entire year. In just 2 days, they would depart, and once gone, there was no guarantee of return. It was indeed a moment to cherish. Lin Qiye said nothing, merely shook his head, and strode towards the supply station. Qiye, if you don't hurry, I'll devour all the braised pork. Bai Li, chubby and pouting, waved his chopsticks, his plate already a small mountain of food. Glutton. Qiuying calmly snatched the last rib. What did you? Bai Li was about to protest when Lin Qiye, returning with the cola, interrupted him. The assessments are over. What arrangements remain? Bai Li counted on his greasy fingers. We wait for the overall rankings to be released, and the higher-ups will assign us our next destinations. He yawned widely, relieved at the prospect of finally enjoying a few days of restful sleep. Suddenly, the cheerful notification chimes echoed throughout the cafeteria. Not just them, but all the trainees' phones lit up simultaneously. Wow, the overall rankings are out. Bai Li sat upright, nearly dropping his phone into the soup bowl. I scored 74 points, ranking 184. His expression fell instantly. That's unreasonable. I was second in the drills. Lin Qiye leisurely wiped his chopsticks. The comprehensive score considers all subjects. Need I remind you how some managed to cross the finish line in the physical tests? Bai Li. Qiuying glanced at his screen. 91 points. Third place, as expected. Aren't you curious where you rank? Qiye? Bai Li inched closer, his eyes sparkling. First, Lin Qiye did not lift his head, picking up a piece of green vegetable. while he collapsed onto his chair in despair. Have mercy on us, mere mortals. At the top of the list, the name Lin Qiye shone brilliantly. With a total score of 95, he surpassed the second place, Shen Qingzhu, by a full 3 points. Had it not been for the dismal 6 points in the shooting assessment, the disparity would have been even more astonishing. The disparities among individuals. Bai Li, feeling somewhat lethargic, poked at his rice, and it became evident that Qiye's team was undoubtedly headed to the capital. Not necessarily. Chao Yuan gazed meaningfully out the window, conjecturing that those special teams had likely commenced their operations. Lin Qiye remained silent, his fingertips gliding across the screen until he located Qiuying's name in the 10th position. A score of 90 was commendable, although their rankings were vastly different. He understood that with Chun Mai's protective nature, he would find a way to bring them together regardless of their standings. In the depths of the misty rainforest along the borders of the Great Xia, humid mist billowed through the trees as sunlight pierced the dense canopy, casting mottled shadows upon the carpet of decaying leaves. A vividly colored tree lizard darted from the branches, startling a woman draped in a golden cloak. Capture it. It must be secured. The golden cloak fluttered dramatically as the woman sprang to her feet, sending a nearby flock of red-billed sparrows into a flurry. A dual god agent, the top of the training camp, and adorned with a starry medal. Her voice trembled with excitement. If such a prodigy were to be snatched away by another team, I would elevate the headquarters rooftop to use as a barbecue grill. Beside her, an elegant man wearing silver-rimmed glasses adjusted his spectacles, the lenses reflecting a resigned glimmer. Captain, please maintain your composure. Our team is not lacking in personnel. This is not merely a matter of quantity. Should this young man mature, he could potentially become a formidable presence, surpassing both me and Wang Mian. Such talent is not to be overlooked by us, the Phoenix. However, according to regulations, special teams cannot recruit new members unless there is a significant loss of personnel. The man hesitated, voicing his concern. Regulations are immutable. Just as he was about to counter, he suddenly noticed a change in the captain's gaze. The eyes, usually alight with combativeness, now sparkled with a chilling intensity. Captain, his throat constricted nervously. I have conceived an exquisite plan. The woman suddenly broke into a radiant smile. How about this? I shall incapacitate you first, then report a loss of personnel. Once Lin Qiye is transferred to our team, I will allow you to recover. Is this not a splendid solution that benefits all? Chapter 96. Order transfer in Huaihai City. The figure clad in a gray cloak, Tianping, strode purposefully down the corridor, halting before the office door at the end. He raised his hand and gently tapped on the door, and upon hearing an invitation to enter from within, he pushed the door open. Captain, the approval for your application to include Qiuying in the team has returned, Tianping announced as he approached Wang Mian's desk, presenting the document. Wang Mian immediately accepted the file, his gaze swiftly darting to the final comments section. Just as he had anticipated, Yuan Gang had inscribed 2 glaring characters in bold red ink. Pending. Noticing the darkening expression on Wang Mian's face, Tianping continued his report. The final rankings from the training camp have been released. Lin Qiye scored 95 points, placing first, and has been awarded a star medal. 95 points. Wang Mian's tense demeanor relaxed slightly, reminiscent of his own score from years past. A wave of relief washed over him. He had narrowly avoided embarrassment in front of this newcomer. However, Tianping added, but his shooting assessment only garnered him 6 points. What a peculiar talent, Wang Mian muttered, his lips twitching as he slumped back into his chair with a long sigh. This situation would undoubtedly incite fierce competition among the various teams to recruit him. Captain, should we also submit an application to transfer Qiuying and Lin Qiye together? Tianping tentatively suggested. Wang Mian shook his head, let Lin Qiye be. Tianping's expression turned puzzled. Why? We are also a special team, and we have a good rapport with Qiye. Could it be? A realization struck him. You don't want Qiye and Qiuying in the same team? What are you thinking? Wang Mian replied with irritation. A genius of Lin Qiye's caliber, the higher-ups would never permit him to join any existing special team. Tianping pondered. Are you implying that? He understood. He is destined to form his own new special team. Joining an existing one would only stifle his growth. Wang Mian lifted his teacup, his tone calm. I have heard that the reconstruction plan for the 5th Special Team has been put on the agenda. As he spoke, he suddenly clenched his fist, gritting his teeth. Thus, we must expedite Qiuying's transfer. But why have the higher-ups been so ambiguous regarding our application? Tianping lamented, throwing up his hands in frustration. Wang Mian furrowed his brow, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. I suspect they have other intentions. He set down the file, rose to tidy his desk, and then retrieved the coat draped over the back of his chair. Noticing Wang Mian's readiness to depart, Tianping inquired, Captain, where are you going in casual attire? Wang Mian's lips curled into a slight smile, his tone buoyant. Of course, I am going to celebrate Qiuying's completion of training. Tianping was momentarily speechless. Dark clouds surged across the sky like a tide, gradually engulfing the blazing sun. Beneath the weighty clouds, the air felt thick enough to wring out water, stiflingly clinging to every exposed inch of skin, making even the act of breathing laborious. The entire world seemed to hold its breath, awaiting the arrival of a torrential downpour. A heavy rain is imminent. Lin Qiye leaned against the railing of the dormitory corridor, his slender fingers unconsciously tapping the iron bars. He gazed upwards at the increasingly murky sky, the turbulent clouds reflecting in his eyes. It should rain. It should rain. It is long overdue. Bai Li, panting, tugged at his damp collar, beads of sweat cascading down his round face. This infernal weather, if it continues to heat up, we shall be thoroughly stewed. In the dormitory building of the training camp, air conditioning had become a legendary luxury. The new recruits, like dumplings in a steamer, crowded onto the corridor, eagerly grasping at every fleeting whisper of wind. It was uncertain who initiated it first, but the sharp sound of playing cards slapping against the concrete floor, the crisp clink of chess pieces on the board, and the echoes of the enemy will reach the battlefield in 5 seconds gradually brewed a lively atmosphere amidst the stifling air. Just as this rare moment of exuberance unfolded, a piercing whistle sliced through the clamor like a blade. In the next instant, the entire building erupted into synchronized footsteps, their figures surging like a tide towards the training ground. Over 300 days and nights of rigorous training had transformed the whistle into an instinct ingrained in their very bones. 3 minutes later, the training ground fell into an eerie silence. More than 300 recruits stood as straight as javelins, with Instructor Hong on the platform, his sharp gaze sweeping over each youthful face. The brown paper bag in his hand appeared slightly yellowed, weighing heavily in the stifling air. At ease, attention. Instructor Hong's voice thundered like a storm, causing everyone to instantly tense. He slowly unfurled the documents in his hand, the sound of paper rustling resonating clearly in the stillness of the field. I now announce your deployment orders. As the words fell, breaths were held momentarily. Some clenched their fists unconsciously, while others felt their throats tighten, eyes glimmering with anticipation and trepidation. Zhou, deployed to the Night Watch Team number 117 in Wudong City. Yang Zi, deployed to the Night Watch Team number 152 in Hailan City. Each name was called out emphatically. Some shoulders relaxed slightly, while others remained breathless. Moli, transferred to the team number 017 in Suzhou City. Bai Li Tuming, assigned to team number 010 in Guangzhou Shenzhen. Chao Yuan, transferred to team No. 007 in Huaihai City. Shen Qingzhu, assigned to team number 006 in Shangjing City. When the last name was uttered, an abrupt silence enveloped the crowd. Lin Qiye deployed to the Night Watch Team number 136 in Songnan City. The air seemed to solidify for a moment. All gazes swiftly turned toward Lin Qiye in the ranks, filled with astonishment, confusion, and even a hint of anger. Everyone had witnessed Lin Qiye's performance. He was undeniably the best, the one who deserved to enter the elite squad in the hearts of all. Yet now he was to be sent back to Songnan, that small, inconspicuous city. Was there some hidden agenda? However, Lin Qiye's expression remained remarkably calm, even carrying a trace of imperceptible satisfaction. Report. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the silence. Shen Qingzhu stood rigidly, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Speak. I refuse to accept this. Instructor Hong raised an eyebrow. You have been reassigned to the team in Shangjing City. Do you have any objections? It is not me, Shen Qingzhu replied, his voice low yet resolute, imbued with an undeniable intensity. Lin Qiye ranked first in the training camp. It was utterly absurd that he had not been placed in a special team, and why should he be sent back to Cangnan? Instructor Hong narrowed his eyes. When did you, Shen Qingzhu, become so close with Lin Qiye? This is not a matter of relationships, Shen Qingzhu retorted coldly. He is superior to me, stronger than anyone else in this camp. If even he must remain in Cangnan, then why should I go to Shangjing? He paused, emphasizing each word. I, Shen Qingzhu, cannot afford to lose face. Instructor Hong fell silent for a moment, inhaled deeply, and spoke with solemnity. Shen Qingzhu, Lin Qiye, I wish for you to understand. This transfer order was not orchestrated by us, but rather a decision made by the higher-ups of the Night Watch. We were more perplexed and enraged by this news than you are. Lin Qiye's performance has been evident to all. He should have been the one most valued. His gaze swept across the assembly, his tone suddenly sharp. But we are soldiers. The duty of a soldier is to obey orders. I do not know who made this decision, but I trust that there must be reasoning behind it. As his words lingered, the atmosphere fell into an oppressive silence. The transfer documents would be issued shortly. For now, dismissed. Report. A sweet yet unwavering voice rang out. Instructor Hong turned his attention to Qiuying in the ranks. Speak. Report. Instructor, I have not been assigned to a team. A subtle smile crept onto Instructor Hong's lips, revealing a knowing expression. You are rather unique. After dismissal, come with me. I wish to speak with you privately. With that, he turned and strode away, leaving the new recruits standing in place, exchanging glances of confusion. Chapter 97. Reserve Member in the Office. Sunlight filtered through the slats of the blinds, casting intricate light patterns upon the floor. Yuan Gang pressed his hands firmly against the deep brown wooden desk, his knuckles whitening slightly from the exertion. Instructor Hong stood by his side, the brown paper file in his grasp crinkling softly. Opposite them sat Qiuying, her porcelain-like fingertips unconsciously tracing the armrest of her chair. Qiuying, considering the exceptional value of your abilities, which can provide significant support to various teams. It has been decided after a high-level meeting to designate you as a reserve member of the special team. Moving forward, in the event of a major disaster or mysterious occurrence, any team may request your deployment for assistance. So, this means I do not belong to any specific team, but if they require my assistance, I will be called upon. Precisely, came the affirmation. Qiuying nodded, somevat comprehending. It appeared she would have her hands full in the future. Now, you may choose a code name for yourself. A code name? Qiuying furrowed her brow in deep thought, realizing the need for a striking moniker that would instill fear in the hearts of her enemies. As Qiuying exited the office, she found Lin Qiye and Shen Qingzhu waiting in the corridor. Qiuying, how did it go? Which team are you joining? Shen Qingzhu asked eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Qiuying smiled faintly and relayed Yuan Gang's words to them in detail. Wow, this position did not exist before. It has been tailored just for you. Qiuying, you truly are impressive. Shen Qingzhu exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with admiration. However, Lin Qiye's brow furrowed, his expression darkening. Don't celebrate too soon, he intoned, his voice low, causing a brief pause in the atmosphere. Both Shen Qingzhu and Qiuying turned to him, their eyes filled with confusion. This indicates that in the future, the most dangerous and challenging tasks will be prioritized for her, Lin Qiye remarked gravely, his gaze fixed on Qiuying. Shen Qingzhu, momentarily taken aback, quickly grasped the implication, her smile fading and being replaced by a hint of concern. Just half a day after the orders were issued, Yuan Gang was engrossed in reviewing documents when a sudden knock echoed at the door. Enter, he called. Upon looking up and seeing the visitor, he was momentarily taken aback. Captain Chen Mai stepped in, carrying a bottle of Mao Tai and a brown paper bag, gently placing them on the desk. A small token of appreciation, he said in a low voice, sitting down opposite Yuan Gang and tapping his fingers unconsciously on the armrest. Yuan Gang glanced at the liquor and cigarettes on the desk, his brow furrowing slightly. Captain Chen, what is this about? Commander, I am here to discuss Qiuying. Shen Mai stated directly, his gaze sharp. He expressed gratitude for the higher-up's recognition of Qiuying's potential, but firmly asserted that this position was unsuitable for her. If she must be reassigned, he paused, his tone growing somber. I will have to take her away. A small blot of ink spread from the pen in Yuan Gang's hand as he processed Chen's words. Captain Shen, Qiuying possesses remarkable abilities. The power of Aphrodite's shrine to resurrect the dead. Do you understand what this capability means for a special team? I understand all too well. Shen Mai let out a cold laugh. So, you intend to send a young woman in her 20s to the battlefields where only the most formidable beings of the infinite sea should tread? He leaned forward abruptly. She can resurrect others, but can she resurrect herself? The air in the office suddenly thickened. After a prolonged silence, Yuan Gang finally spoke. Captain Shen, she will not be alone on the battlefield. Members of the Special Task Force, even the pinnacle of humanity, will accompany her. When faced with formidable foes, who will be the first to be targeted? Can you guarantee her safety 100%? Shen Mai's voice was as cold as ice. I cannot concern myself with the other team members, but Qiuying is my subordinate. Shen Mai, will never stand by and watch my team member leap into the abyss. Yuan Gang remained silent for a long while, twirling his pen between his fingers. I will report this to the higher-ups. Thank you, Shen Mai replied as he rose. Pausing by the door, he added, that bottle is from 1990. Do not let it go to waste. The sound of the door closing was soft, yet caused ripples to form in the tea before Yuan Gang. Chapter 98. Whispers a piercing whistle sliced through the stillness of the training camp like a blade, startling Qiuying and Molly, who had just returned to the dormitory to freshen up. The two exchanged a glance, wordlessly understanding each other, and instinctively set down their towels and basins, darting towards the training ground shrouded in rain. Amidst the torrential downpour, the recruits assembled with astonishing speed. Rainwater streamed down their faces, yet none reached to wipe it away. They stood resolute in the rain, akin to resilient pines, awaiting the unknown command. 7 nights, this is quite the scene. Bai Li, the plump recruit, murmured quietly. Lin Qiye shook his head slightly, raindrops cascading from his hair. Something is amiss. A grave situation may be unfolding. Not only the recruits, but also the instructors stood in orderly rows. Their eyes mirrored confusion, yet the instinct of a soldier kept them in unwavering discipline. A deep engine roar approached from afar, as several military green trucks surged through the rain. The blinding headlights sliced through the gloom, illuminating the training ground as if it were daytime. Chief Instructor Yuan Gang ascended the platform with purposeful strides, his countenance unusually grave beneath his military cap. His sharp gaze swept across the assembly, and his voice crashed like thunder. 10 minutes ago, a catastrophic mudslide struck Jinan Mountain. 6 villages have been buried, and nearly 200 souls are unaccounted for. His fist struck the podium with a heavy thud, splashing water. Rescue teams are en route to the disaster area. But the mountain roads are destroyed. They require time. And against a mudslide, every second is a countdown to life. Yuan Gang inhaled deeply, rainwater dripping from his chin. Though your training has concluded, remember, first and foremost, you are soldiers, guardians of Daxia. He pointed fiercely towards the military vehicles awaiting in the rain, his voice hoarse with urgency. All personnel, immediately board the vehicles. Utilize the skills you have honed to wrest our compatriots from the clutches of death. The heavy sky pressed down upon the peaks like lead as several military trucks trudged along the muddy mountain roads. The relentless raindrops pounded against the canvas roofs, creating a rapid drumbeat that intertwined with the growling engines and distant thunder, forming a mournful symphony of fate. Inside the truck, dozens of recruits sat in silence, their bodies swaying gently with the jolting vehicle. Chilled rainwater poured in through the open back, soaking their uniforms, yet none moved an inch. Instructor Hong sat at the front, extracting thick black military raincoats from a burlap sack, passing them along in silence. 8 affected villages were scattered across Jinan Mountain. Instructor Hong's voice cut through the sound of rain. East foothills, southern slopes, and even the hidden hamlets nestled in the valleys. The vehicles will only take us to the base of the mountain. The remaining journey must be completed on foot. His flashlight beam illuminated the map spread across the truck floor, rainwater clouding the surface, yet failing to obscure the villages circled in red ink. The farthest, village number 1. Instructor Hong's fingertip halted at the deepest point on the map, hidden within the heart of Jinan Mountain. The ordinary rescue teams would take 48 hours to arrive, but the golden window for rescue amid a mudslide is merely 72 hours. His gaze swept across the compartment. Appearing exceptionally sharp amidst the curtain of rain, you are different. Forged through extreme training, you possess the capability to traverse this perilous territory within a mere 24 hours. The beam of the flashlight danced across the map, delineating a winding route. The rescue mission at Village 1 is the most arduous. It necessitates a competent team, neither too numerous to hinder speed, nor too few to compromise the rescue effort. The beam suddenly fixated on Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye, you shall serve as the captain of Rescue Team 1. Understood. Lin Qiye's voice resonated with calm assurance. In the rain, his eyes sparkled like stars. As an exemplary member of the training camp, he was acutely aware of the weight of responsibility he bore. The realm of mortal dust would be pivotal in saving lives. Bai Li Tuming, Qiuying, Shen Qingzhu. Instructor Hong continued to call out names, ultimately assembling a special rescue team of 8 distinguished recruits alongside Instructor Hong, totaling 9. Outside the compartment, thunder rumbled ominously. Yet, louder than the thunder was the resolute rhythm of 9 steadfast hearts. They were about to embark not merely on a path of rescue, but on a life-and-death race against the specter of death. At the foot of Jinan Mountain, the temporary rescue headquarters stood resolute. The rain fell like ink, saturating the entire forest. Military tents trembled slightly in the wind and rain. The dim light filtering through the canvas seems cast mottled shadows on the muddy ground. Yuan Gang stood at the tent entrance, hands clasped behind his back, raindrops coursing down his combat boots. He gazed at the mountain contours engulfed by the rain, the furrows on his brow deeper than the slopes of Jinan. Within the tent, 2 instructors were hunched over electronic devices, calibrating the rescue communication network. Sir, all communication links for the rescue teams have been established. One instructor wiped the sweat from his brow, relief evident in his voice. Yuan Gang turned, his military boots thudding heavily against the waterproof fabric. He leaned closer to the communicator, his voice tempered like forged steel. All teams, report your status. Team 8 has arrived at the target area and is initiating rescue operations. Team 7 is in position, beginning evacuation of civilians. Team 6, responses poured in through the communicator, culminating with Instructor Hong's voice. Team 1 is still en route. Yuan Gang's gaze fell upon the operational map, his fingertip tracing several winding red lines. Teams 2 and 3 were expected to arrive within 5 hours, while Team 1. His finger paused at a location where the contour lines were densely packed, resembling the wrinkles on an elderly man's forehead. Suddenly, the sound of rain outside became distant. Yuan Gang sensed something amiss and looked up, realizing that the 2 instructors had vanished without a trace. Raindrops hung suspended in midair, like countless crystals frozen in time. The entire world seemed encased within a glass sphere, with him as the soul being still in motion. On the horizon, a tall figure emerged through the still rain. The hem of a black tailcoat remained perfectly still, while a purple iris brooch glimmered with an eerie luminescence in the dim light. Whispers. Yuan Gang's voice was as cold as tempered ice. The gentleman clad in black inclined his body slightly, his fluid motions suggesting a meticulous rehearsal over countless iterations. It was unexpected that the vice captain of the Beijing City team would exhibit such familiarity with me. It is indeed your distinctiveness. Yuan Gang's knuckles emitted a sharp crack. A true weaver of nightmares, and one of the 3 ancient monstrosities of the cult of the old gods. I am flattered. Whisper caressed the brooch with fingers adorned in white gloves, her voice, as smooth as silk, laced with mirth. However, to describe a gentleman as a monster is rather lacking in decorum. Is it not, Chief Yuan? Yuan Gang gazed intently at the smiling visage, his knuckles turning pale from the pressure, the shadows in his eyes deepening. So, this earthquake and mudslide. He began slowly, his voice emerging as if squeezed through clenched teeth were not natural disasters. His gaze was sharp as a blade. I remained puzzled as to why the magnitude in Jinan Mountain differs so drastically from that of the city center, even within the same territory of Songnan. It appears this is all part of your meticulously woven nightmare. Whisper lightly applauded, her garments fluttering in the night breeze. Truly, Chief Yuan, you are astute. Is your target Lin Qiye? Or perhaps Lin Qiye and Qiuying? Yuan Gang furrowed his brows, a faint azure glow swirling between his fingers. They are merely two novices of the Qi realm. Do they truly warrant the personal attention of an ancient entity, such as yourself? Personal intervention is a stretch, Whisper replied with a slight shake of her head, her fringe dancing in the wind. What stands before you now is merely a projection of a nightmare. He lifted his gaze towards the distant, ominous clouds, a hint of lament in his tone, while my true form is being relentlessly pursued by that group of lunatic mediums. The Special Team 002 indeed lives up to its reputation. Yuan Gang's eyes suddenly sharpened. So another individual is responsible for the attack on them? Is it one of your followers? The sound of military boots crushing the gravel beneath him deepened the atmosphere. Whisper merely smiled in silence, her smile unwavering. It seems my conjecture was correct. A faint golden ripple began to emanate from Yuan Gang's body. The fact that you deliberately used a projection to detain me indicates that your dispatch followers have not yet reached the Sea Realm. Are you afraid I might disrupt your plans? They say the vice captain of Beijing possesses great martial prowess. Whisper brushed over the non-existent folds of her sleeve, chuckling softly, realizing today the truth of that misbelief. Suddenly, she raised her hand towards the roiling clouds above. Yet even if you see through it, what of it? At this moment, Songnan's strongest combat force is ensnared, and Team 136 has been commanded to guard the city. Dealing with a few fledglings with Sea Realm prowess is akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Yuan Gang's pupils constricted sharply. How do you know of the Night Watcher's secret orders? That is of little consequence. Whisper suddenly spread her arms wide, her black long coat billowing in the tempest, reminiscent of the wings of a night owl unfurling. She gracefully raised her right hand, waving gently as if conducting an orchestra before an audience. I cordially invite you. Countless dark purple runes flowed from her fingertips, descending into this nightmare. Chapter 99. Rescue. The torrential rain fell relentlessly, while the leaden gray sky loomed heavily, shrouding the entire mountain range in a hazy mist. The engine of the military truck emitted a particularly muffled sound amidst the curtain of rain, and the headlights pierced through the downpour, illuminating only a few dozen meters of the muddy mountain path ahead. The wheels rolled through the accumulating water, splattering mud against the doors with a delicate sound. Inside the cabin, Lin Qiye's fingers glided slowly over the map, leaving a serpentine trail of ink in their wake, amidst the cacophony of raindrops beating against the windows. His gaze remained tranquil as he exchanged silent information with his companions. Suddenly, a sharp screech of brakes tore through the rain's veil. The vehicle came to a jarring halt, tires leaving a half-arc of muddy traces on the slick surface, causing the occupants in the rear cabin to sway perilously, nearly thrown from their seats by inertia. Lin Qiye pressed his palm against the wall of the truck, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. The path ahead had been blocked by a landslide. The instructor in the driver's seat called out, rain cascading from the brim of his hat. This is as far as we can go. Without hesitation, Lin Qiye stowed the map, grasped the black box nearby, and pushed open the door. The cold rain immediately assaulted him, as if countless fine needles were pricking his skin. He squinted, spotting ahead a tangle of mud and debris, interspersed with broken timber, lying across the road like an ugly scar. The remaining path, we shall traverse on our own. Instructor Hong's voice resonated from behind, deep and steady. Qiuying stood in the rain, her fingertips lightly brushing the hilt of the dagger at her waist. Her morning rose had silently bloomed, her perception expanding like a spider's web, enveloping the surroundings. The trajectory of falling raindrops, the earthy scent of damp soil, the rustling sounds from the distant mountains, every detail crystallized vividly within her consciousness. 9 figures leapt down from the truck, their black military coats billowing in the wind. They resembled a flock of silent night crows, vanishing into the depths of the dense forest in an instant. No path is the best path. Lin Qiye led the charge, his form nearly dissolving into a blurred shadow amidst the rain. Branches lashed against his shoulders, water trickled down from his hair, yet his pace remained unwavering. Behind him, 8 figures followed closely like shadows. In the muddy mountain woods, only fleeting footprints were left, quickly submerged by the torrential rain. Lin Qiye's silhouette darted through the thicket like a bolt of black lightning. His mortal realm unfolded silently, rendering rainwater, mud, and obstructing branches as transparent illusions, which he deftly navigated around. The 8 individuals closely followed his lead, their steps synchronized, the black military coats fluttering in the storm, resembling a silent arrow piercing through the downpour. At the rear of the formation, Instructor Hong stood as steadfast as a mountain. His gaze was sharp, ever vigilant of any disturbances in the surroundings, a subtle aura of pressure emanating from him that enveloped the entire team. They resembled a blade sheathed in its scabbard, its edge restrained, yet poised to sever any obstacle in their path. No words were exchanged, only the sound of hurried breaths intertwined with the rain. Even Bai Li, Pang Pang, usually the jester among them, held his lips tightly pressed, his eyes devoid of any trace of frivolity. Each step he took was deliberate and steady, his gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead. Lives hung in the balance, allowing no room for complacency. Faster, even faster, they traversed the dense, shadowy forest, crossed the muddy valleys, and the once gentle stream had transformed into a roaring torrent, laden with mud and debris, surging violently in the opposite direction. Thunder rumbled. The heavens trembled. The earth on one side of the valley shifted ominously under the relentless downpour, brown torrents cascading down like a monstrous beast, sweeping away stones and broken branches. Rushing toward the narrow gorge. To the left. Landslide! Lin Qiye shouted, his voice piercing through the curtain of rain. In an instant, Molly raised her hand, her fingertips trembling. The power of the forbidden realm, wandering phenomena, coalescing in her palm. Yet before she could unleash it, Bai Li, stout and formidable, grasped her wrist with astonishing force. No! His voice was deep and resolute, his eyes reflecting an unprecedented gravity. The mountain structure was unstable. Your tremors will only hasten the collapse. Before he finished speaking, he stepped forward. The jade light on his chest erupted into a brilliant golden radiance, countless tiny golden particles converging in the void, swiftly forming a substantial golden barrier that spanned across their left side. Boom! The torrent of mud and stones crashed violently against the golden wall, the brilliance quaking fiercely yet remaining unbroken. Bai Li gritted his teeth, his arms trembling under the immense pressure, yet he stood his ground, resolutely holding back the impending disaster. As the final wave of debris surged past, he retracted his fingers, the golden barrier dissolving back into the jade light. There was no triumphant display, no mocking jest. He simply turned silently, rejoining the ranks, and continued to forge ahead. Molly stared blankly at his retreating figure. Raindrops dripped from his hair, his dark military coat drenched in mud, yet his back remained straight, like a sword finally unsheathed, its blade gleaming with fierce brilliance. Such a sight sent a subtle tremor through her heart. What are you dawdling for? Move forward. The low reprimand from Instructor Hong echoed from behind. Molly snapped back to reality, suppressing the strange flutter in her chest, and resumed her stride. Time flowed silently. The muddy mountain path was trampled by 9 pairs of military boots, the splattered mud having already stained the black coats in mottled patterns. Their long boots sank repeatedly into the soft earth, only to be forcefully extracted time and again, the soles filled with decayed leaves and muck, each step accompanied by a sticky, resistant sensation. The cold seeped into their bones, hunger gnawed at their stomachs, and fatigue surged like a relentless tide. Yet no one halted. Not even a frown was seen. They had long since become accustomed to it. After a year of rigorous training, this group of youths had been forged into true night watchmen, silent, resilient, and tireless. Suddenly, the crackling sound of static emanated from the walkie-talkie at Instructor Hong's waist. He withdrew it with one hand, responding while dashing forward. The rain was deafening, the communication intermittent, yet his expression grew increasingly grave. Instructor Hong, what has happened? Lin Qiye keenly sensed the anomaly, his voice cutting through the rain. After a brief moment of silence, Instructor Hong's voice emerged hoarsely. The commander is missing. Missing. Bailey Pang Pang came to an abrupt halt, mud splattering around him. He had lost contact 8 hours ago. Instructor Hong's brow was furrowed. The temporary command point had presumed he had gone to the village for support, yet after inquiring with all rescue teams, no one had seen him. Lin Qiye's gaze darkened. So, the command center is currently verifying whether any teams have made contact with him? Indeed. Instructor Hong nodded. However, given the pace of the superior, if he truly went to village number 1, he could arrive within 2 hours. He might already be there. How far do we have left? Lin Qiye inquired. Instructor Hong quickly compared maps in his mind and replied in a low voice. At our current speed, half an hour. The air became tense for a moment. No rest. Bailey Pang Pang wiped the rain from his face, gritting his teeth. Let's push through. His voice was not loud. It resonated with determination. Lin Qiye turned his head, his gaze slicing through the rain like a blade, landing on Qiuying. Her pale cheeks, washed by the rain, appeared even more radiant. At the moment their eyes met, she vigorously wiped away the water stains on her face and shook her head. It was a silent promise she could still endure. Good. Lin Qiye's voice was soft, yet clear amidst the torrential downpour. In the instant he turned, his black military coat drew a sharp arc through the rain. No one hesitated. 9 figures surged forward through the deluge, slicing through the sheets of rain towards village number 1. After an indeterminate period, their silhouettes suddenly halted before the village, which had become unrecognizable. Broken walls and remnants loomed like shadows in the rain, mud entwined with shattered beams, resembling a grotesque scar across the valley. The superior is not here. Instructor Hong's gaze swept over the ruins like a hawk, deepening the furrows on his brow. Rainwater dripped from the brim of his hat, splattering against his taut jawline. Deng Wei wiped the rain from his face. The superior is AC-level powerhouse. Perhaps he's been assigned a sudden task. Instructor Hong silently shook his head. No one understood Yuan Gang better than him. Such a man would never quietly leave when the disaster was unresolved. A sense of foreboding spread within him, lingering like the relentless downpour. First, we must rescue people. Instructor Hong abruptly cast aside his thoughts and turned to Qiuying. Can your divine ruins locate the injured? The girl's pale face bore intersecting water stains, yet she nodded resolutely. Yes. Excellent. Bailey Pong Pong's eyes brightened. With a dual confirmation from Qiye, their efficiency would double. We will proceed with group actions as planned. Instructor Hong's voice cut through the rain. Everyone, maintain open communication and report any anomalies immediately. Understood. The 9 figures scattered into the rain like arrows released from a bow. Lin Qiye's black box vibrated lightly on his shoulder, the cold glint of the star blade flashing momentarily as it was drawn. His figure darted through the ruins, the sound of the blade scraping against broken walls melding with the patter of rain. Upon detecting a survivor, he would etch a cross into the soil or on a wall with the star blade. Qiye, 30 meters northeast, beneath the rubble. Qiuying's voice came through the intercom. She stood quietly in the heart of the village. The soft golden glow of the dawn rose rippling gently around her like a halo. Each falling petal transformed into a luminous point of life within the rain, silently seeping into the depths of the ruins. This village, ravaged by a mudslide, was now tenderly enveloped by a different force. No one would perish again, as long as the roses continued to bloom. There were 17 survivors and 9 victims. Beneath the shattered eaves, the 17 survivors lay quietly. Qiuying Qi's fingertips shimmered with a faint golden aura, her strength flowing like water into the wounds of the injured, dispelling pain and awakening vitality. The village, devastated by the mudslide, finally found a moment of serenity amidst the relentless downpour. Rescue Team 1 reported that the operation had concluded. Instructor Hong's voice resonated steadily through the radio. 17 survivors from Village 1 have received preliminary treatment and await further support. The command center on the other end of the frequency quickly acknowledged this. Instructor Hong put away the radio and turned to the group, leaning against the crumbling wall. Rainwater dripped through the gaps in the dilapidated structure, forming a small stream at their feet. The rescue team is expected to arrive in a day, Instructor Hong murmured. Before they come, we must remain here. Bailey Pang Pang wearily lifted his head. After they arrive, do we just withdraw? Yes, Instructor Hong nodded. We will leave before their arrival. Silence fell over the group. They had already been conducting preliminary rescue operations before the official team arrived, and belonging to the Night Watchers organization meant that, in the eyes of the formal rescue team, they were a non-existent unit. Beneath the broken wall, 9 dark figures leaned quietly. Bailey Pong Pong's head drooped lower and lower, his eyelids feeling as heavy as lead, refusing to rise. Li Jia and Deng Wei had long since slumped against the wall, their breathing deep and steady. They were utterly exhausted. After 9 continuous hours of torrential rain and relentless rescue efforts, this group of young people, averaging just 20 years of age, had nearly depleted all their strength. Molly gazed up at the overcast sky. Rainwater dripped from the remnants of the eaves, tracing transparent lines before her eyes. Suddenly, a heavy head dropped onto her shoulder. Instinctively, she tried to move away, but as she turned her head, she froze. Bailey Pong Pong's military cap was askew, revealing half of a weary yet serene, sleeping face. His breathing was light, a faint smile lingering at the corners of his mouth, as if he were lost in a beautiful dream. Molly bit her lip. In the end, she did not push him away. The sound of rain pattered softly, and the tips of the girl's ears, slightly flushed, disappeared into the collar of the military coat. Meanwhile, in his slumber, Bailey Pong Pong's smile seemed to deepen. Chapter 100. Searching for the girl's parents, the rain fell like a woven curtain, silently enveloping the desolate ruins. Within the dilapidated shelter, 2 groups lay quietly in the mottled shadows. To the left were the survivors, snatched back from the brink of mud and death by Lin Qiye and his companions, each chest still rising and falling faintly. To the right were the eternally silent victims, their faces frozen in the moment of calamity's arrival. On the side of the survivors, Qiuying's healing power swept through like a gentle spring breeze, visibly mending the ghastly wounds. The entire room was crammed with slumbering lives, breaths so soft they seemed to fear disturbing something. Thus, Lin Qiye and his group could only retreat outside, leaning against the cracked remnants of a wall. Rainwater trickled from their hair into their collars, as they silently gazed at the gray, overcast sky, allowing the wind and rain to seep their weariness into their very bones. The raindrops fell like fine silver threads, silently descending between the ruins. Among the survivors on the left, a little girl with braided hair fluttered her eyelashes, slowly opening her eyes. The terror of the disaster lingered in her pupils. The trembling ground, collapsing houses, swirling dust, and the moment she stumbled back towards a shelter, only to be ultimately buried beneath the fallen wall. Grandfather, grandmother? Bewildered, she propped herself up, scanning the room, and suddenly caught sight of 2 familiar faces in the stillness of the right side. Her breath hitched abruptly. In the next moment, she stumbled to her feet, staggering towards the 2 elders, her small hands clutching their cold sleeves tightly as she shook them desperately. Grandfather, grandfather, wake up. Please wake up. Her voice was sharp and trembling, like a young bird with its throat grasped, piercing through the heavy silence of the room. The few outside were startled and rushed in. Lin Qiye's gaze fell upon the little girl, then slowly shifted to the serene faces of the elders on the ground. His throat moved slightly, yet he could not utter a word. Qiuying took a deep breath and approached the girl, gently kneeling beside her. What is your name? Her voice was soft, like a warm breeze. Yaya. The girl sobbed, tears splattering onto the ground. Yaya, be good. Qiuying placed her hand on the girl's shoulder, her fingertips trembling slightly. Grandfather and grandmother are asleep. Let's not disturb them, shall we? Yaya stared blankly back, gazing at her grandparents' tranquil faces, her lips turning pale. After a moment, she nodded emphatically, though her tears flowed more fiercely. Qiuying took her hand and led her outside, sitting down by the remnants of the wall. Lin Qiye and the others silently withdrew, leaving behind the weighty stillness within. The rain diminished, but the wind still carried a bone-chilling cold. Yaya huddled closer, timidly looking up. Sister, who are you? Us? Qiuying managed to force a smile. We are here to rescue Yaya. Oh, Yaya blinked her damp eyes and asked again, will grandfather and grandmother wake up? Qiuying's fingertips tightened suddenly, her knuckles turning pale from the pressure. Suddenly, a warm hand gently enveloped her hand, its long, powerful fingers softly wrapping around her trembling fingertips. She abruptly looked up, meeting Lin Qiye's profound gaze. His eyes, akin to stars in the night sky, exuded a serene yet steadfast strength, silently imparting a reassuring energy. Do not worry, he spoke softly, his voice imbued with an undeniable steadiness. Qiuying felt the warmth of his palm seep through her skin, a comforting heat that seemed to possess a certain magic, gradually easing her taut nerves. Lin Qiye's thumb caressed her hand lightly, an action that spoke volumes more than 1,000 words of consolation. At that moment, she realized that, unbeknownst to her, Lin Qiye had already positioned himself beside her. The hem of his black military coat billowed in the night breeze, outlining his tall figure like a pine tree standing resolute. Just then, Shen Qingzhu approached. After a brief silence, he crouched down to meet Yaya's gaze. Yaya, do you have other family members at home? Yes. Yaya nodded vigorously. I have my dad and mom. Where are they? Dad went into the mountains to gather firewood this morning. Yaya's voice trailed off. Later, it rained heavily, and Mom took a raincoat to look for him. But they never came back. She pointed into the distance, toward the slope that had been completely consumed by the debris flow. The once lush trees had vanished, leaving only a jagged scar of earth and stone, marring the gloomy sky above. The eyes of the crowd followed her pointing finger, and at that moment, the air seemed to freeze. He went into the mountains this morning, followed by the torrential rain, the earthquake, the landslide. In such circumstances, can anyone return alive? Silence enveloped them. The only sound was the relentless patter of raindrops on the ruins, each drop echoing like a wordless lament. As the rain subsided, the water dripping from the eaves created a delicate sound against the muddy ground. Qiuying looked down at Yaya, who had unknowingly fallen asleep in her arms, tears still glistening on her eyelashes. She carefully carried the child back inside, wrapping her small form in the military coat, feeling the chill of the child's wrist against her fingertips, prompting her to tighten the collar a bit more. Stepping back outside, the heavy air seemed to bear a weight of its own. Shen Qingzhu leaned against a broken wall, squinting at the half-eroded ridge in the distance. His knuckles unconsciously